Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1520 to Chapter 1574. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Chuanbua stood upright at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and his thoughts were far away. No one knew what he was thinking about. The members of the Li clan filed out one by one and stood quietly behind him. Other than the sound of their clothes rustling in the wind, there was no other sound. The line formed by the members of the Li clan grew longer and longer, and the number of people also grew larger and larger. Everyone was silent and just stood there quietly, staring at the place below. That place used to be hills, basins, and many undulating mountain ranges. But now, it was a piece of flat land. Just flat land. Or rather, it was a graveyard. The vicissitudes of life still needed the baptism of countless years, but the changes here happened in a matter of days. Yesterday's fresh life, today's wisp of smoke. It was just that simple. Wind and thunder were still raging in the sky. Hailstones continued to fall rapidly, becoming denser and denser. The size of the hailstones also became bigger and bigger. In the end, hailstones almost the size of a fist came crashing down fiercely. The place where everyone was standing was the highest point of the nearby mountain peak, almost the place closest to the sky. There was no space for shelter at all. The hailstones falling from the sky landed solidly on everyone, but no one made any movement to dodge. They were as indifferent as if the hailstones had landed on someone else. There was nothing more sorrowful than the death of the heart. The great sorrow of the heart was so painful that it penetrated the soul. What did this little bit of pain mean to them? Back then, this place was a world of ice and snow like this. Over the past 10,000 years, in order to protect this land, countless people of the Li clan have died. In this battle to protect the clan, first, 8,000 people were willing to die and die together with the enemy. Then, another 1,300 people lost their lives here. The Li clan sent out a total of 1,120 people this time. Now, 1,300 people have already died here forever. They have all gone. Their souls have left the spring, never to be seen again. Li Chuanbua's voice was very calm and indifferent, as if he was narrating a very ordinary matter. However, when these words were spoken word by word, the eyes of everyone who heard it turned red. Many people's sobs could be heard faintly. Perhaps it may not be that they will never meet again. They are just one step ahead to fight. Tomorrow, we will also die here tomorrow. There will be no exceptions. The remaining 100 or so people here will walk the same path in the netherworld and the Yellow Springs together. Li Chuanbua stood with his hands behind his back. Amidst the storm and hail, his sleeves fluttered in the wind. His gaze was solemn as he said, "Back then, this old man established the Li clan all by himself. Now, I will lead you to another world. This old man still wants to be the vanguard." He sneered and said, "But this land will remember that they once had the surname Li." Yes. This land will remember that they used to be surnamed Li. Everyone roared at the same time. Although they were hit by the cold hailstones, their blood was still boiling. Li Xianxia. Li Chuanbua didn't even turn his head as he shouted sternly. "Here." Li Xianxia's majestic figure took a step forward and came before Li Chuanbua. His body was riddled with wounds. Many parts of his body were wrapped in bandages and blood was seeping out of him. This is a battle between members of the Li clan. You are not a member of the Li clan. The Li clan does not need an outsider. Li Chuanbua's expression was calm and unruffled. His voice was cold and harsh. Now, get out of the Li clan. Immediately, right now, get out. Li Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Elder Master? You dare to disobey my orders? Do you need me to repeat myself? Li Chuanbua said coldly. I dare not. Although I, Li Xianxia, also have the word Li in my name, I am not really a grandson of the Li clan. Xianxia deeply regrets this. I have received great kindness from the Li clan time and time again, but I am unable to repay it. If it was any other time, Xianxia would not dare to hesitate in the slightest when it came to the Elder Master's orders. However, this is a time of trouble for the Li clan, a time of life and death. If Xianxia were to avoid the battle at this time, how would he have the face to stand in this world? A real man seeks to be open and aboveboard with a clear conscience. Xiongtu's strength is low, but he is still willing to fight to the death against the enemy. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we will try our best to contend with him. Even if we can't win in the end, it's not a big deal. If we perish together with him, we will still have a chance. Li Xiongtu's expression was fierce as he said, no matter what, I, Li Xiongtu, will definitely not be afraid of death and run away. Li Chuanbo was silent for a moment before he said, Idiot, can't you hear what I said? You are not running away from the battle. I am the one who chased you out of the Li clan. Can you still understand human language? Li Xiongtu straightened his neck and said furiously, I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Not leaving? Who do you think you are? How can my words be something that you can bargain with? You're even rebelling against me. Li Chuanbo's expression turned cold. Suddenly, he raised his palm and actually struck down heavily on the top of Li Xiongtu's head. Based on Li Chuanbo's cultivation, it was useless no matter how Li Xiongtu tried to guard against it. Furthermore, Li Xiongtu had never expected this old man to actually attack him directly. His eyes rolled back, and before he could even say anything, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Li Chuanbo said indifferently, Mo Tianji, I'll leave this little one to you. He won't wake up within 3 days. Mo Tianji sighed softly and said, All right. I understand what elderly means. Please don't worry. Li Chuanbo was silent for a moment before he said, Don't ever forget the agreement we made back then, and the matter of yearning. Don't ever forget. Mo Tianji nodded. Don't worry, elderly. I definitely won't forget. I, Mo Tianji, still have this bit of credibility. Li Chuanbo nodded. That's for the best. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment before he said, Elderly, although our three lights great formation has already activated the sunlight formation, we still have the moonlight formation and starlight formation that can be used. There's still room for negotiation. After he finished speaking, he was silent for a long while before he said, regarding Elderly's decision, we should consider it carefully. Shouldn't we consider it again? Li Chuanbo shook his head slightly. His movements were unusually light but very firm. At this moment, it's me who doesn't want to drag this on any longer. Li Chuanbo slowly turned around and looked at his descendants. He said, Look at these people. Which one of them doesn't have thousands of years of experience? Those who have already died are more or less the grandchildren of these people. You're still young. You don't know how it feels to watch your grandchildren die in front of your eyes. This isn't something that can be explained with words. We all know that as long as you're given a certain amount of time to activate the starlight formation and moonlight formation, you might really be able to bury another batch of enemies. But do you have the confidence to annihilate all of them? Mo Tianji was silent. He said, This isn't about whether or not I have the confidence. It's about whether or not I can do it. It's too unrealistic. If it was before the sunlight killing formation was exposed, there might still be a chance. But now, yes, it's unrealistic. It's impossible. Li Chuanbo smiled sadly. Actually, the most important point is that our enemies are far from just the ones in front of us. The other party's foundation hasn't even been shaken yet. Not to mention that it's impossible to succeed, even if we're lucky enough to kill all of them, what's the use? The Li clan still can't go against the entire upper three heavens. Also, we really can't wait any longer. Li Chuanbo smiled miserably. We can't wait to die. Below the spring, the many young men who died first must be facing many old grudges right now. Without us old fogies holding the fort, what do they have to rely on? Won't they be bullied and humiliated by others? Mo Tianji heaved a long sigh and didn't say anything else to console him. How could someone as wise as him understand the torment of these people's hearts? Watching their clansmen, juniors, and grandchildren die one by one in front of them, facing death with equanimity and heroism. Naturally, they were already mentally prepared to go on their way. Or rather, it should be said that the blood in their hearts was already burning to the extreme. If they still couldn't vent it out, they would probably burn themselves to ashes. Since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Saying take care may be a little redundant, but I'll still say one last thing, take care. Mo Tianji could only sigh. Li Chuanbo chuckled. Take care? I'll make one last request. If it's possible to avoid it, I hope that Lord Swordmaster and the robber will not participate in this final battle. Mo Tianji said, this. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. I believe that even if we don't participate, the other party will definitely not let us off. Li Chuanbua nodded in understanding. That's indeed the case. He turned around and didn't say anything else. This night, there was no sleep. Everyone couldn't sleep. In the faraway base of the Li clan in the northwest, the hundreds of thousands of women and children of the Li clan also couldn't sleep. All of them, either with black hair or white hair, stood quietly on the snowy ground, quietly looking into the distance at the place where the final battle was destined to take place. They were waiting. They were praying. They were praying for the safety of their loved ones and waiting for the return of their loved ones. Some people couldn't help but cry out loud. However, someone immediately berated them. The crying stopped instantly. The crying was an ominous sign. At this moment, no ominous sign was allowed to appear. There was only a deathly silence. Everyone was waiting in this silence, hoping for a miracle. The boundless twilight once again descended upon the earth. The previously clear sky did not last for more than a few days. The sky was once again shrouded by dark clouds. The hailstones continued to fall until the second half of the night. Then, the hailstones melted into water on the hot ground, rose into the air, and returned to the sky. Once again, they condensed into frost and hailstones. In the latter half of the night, although the hailstones that fell onto the ground were still melting, the mist that could rise again gradually decreased. When dawn was about to break, the hailstones had already stopped. The ground was no longer scorching hot. A thick layer of ice crystals had formed on the ground. The light was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. Everything within a radius of thousands of miles was sealed in ice. It was as smooth as a mirror, dawn. When a ray of sunlight appeared, the entire ice plains became infinitely beautiful due to the morning light. It was too beautiful to behold. Li Chuanbua looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice reverberated for thousands of miles. He said loudly, "Second brother Xiao. The road to hell is long. Can you come and send me off for the last time?" Opposite him, Xiaoqingyu's voice came from afar. "I'm at the end of my road today. Second brother naturally has to send me off." Li Chuanbua laughed and said, "With second brother accompanying me, I can die without regrets." His white robe fluttered and he suddenly floated down. Like a drifting snowflake, he rose and fell with the wind. The life and death divine saber Chu Xianxia carried an ancient, black and colorless saber on his back as he walked down beside Li Chuanbua. The two high-ranking guards, Li Zue and Li Yu, followed closely behind. The four of them were indifferent and expressionless. Li Xianxia and the rest came after them. All of them followed behind calmly and leisurely, floating down the mountain in a single file. Many of them even had a faint smile at the corners of their mouths. That was a smile without any regrets. This scene really didn't look like they were about to go to a life and death battle. Instead, it looked like they were going to a banquet or something joyous. Finally, it was the dozen or so Li clan members who were already seriously injured. All of them supported each other and slowly walked forward while talking and laughing. When they reached Mo Tianji, they even smiled and greeted him. "Military advisor Mo, we won't meet again in this life. I hope to see you again in the next." Mo Tianji took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Have a safe journey. See you again in the next." On the opposite side, under the leadership of Xiaoqinyu, more than 1,000 people from the allied army formed teams and came forward in an orderly manner. In comparison, the Li clan only had 100 or so people. They were too disorganized and undisciplined. In twos and threes, they walked slowly with their arms around each other's shoulders. There were only 100 or so people in total, but the entire formation was very long. The two sides stopped at a distance of 1,000 feet on the ice surface that was as smooth as a mirror. They stood opposite each other and looked at each other from afar. When Diwu Qingru saw the enemy's formation, he let out a long sigh and floated out from the team. He stood alone at one side and didn't move at all. In this battle, there was no place for him to use his skills, because the other party was obviously here to die. Their only purpose was to die in battle, nothing was a big deal except death. If even death wasn't a big deal, then there really wasn't a big deal. This was the purest battle that lived up to its name. If he still had to participate in commanding the battle at this time, he would be too much of a bully and wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. On the battlefield, there was nothing that could be unscrupulous. However, one had to consider the occasion, place and time. It was always necessary to leave the enemy with the last bit of dignity. Let them have a battle with dignity, let them go on their way without regrets. In addition, Diwu Qingro also discovered that there was a white-clothed young man standing alone in a distant place of the opposite party's camp. His white robe was fluttering in the wind. He should have been an otherworldly person. However, he was shrouded in a strange atmosphere at this moment. It was a kind of indescribable desolation and bleakness. The whereabouts of this person was another important reason why Diwu Qingro had decided not to intervene in this battle. At the crucial moment when the final battle was about to begin, the two peerless strategists, intentionally or unintentionally, withdrew from their commanding positions. In this battle, only death was left. There was no need for commands. There was no need for wisdom, all that was needed was a wild beast's bite. When Diwu Qingro had discovered Mo Tianji had also discovered him. Both of them hesitated for a moment. Then, both of them started to walk towards each other. On the stage, Li Chuanbua and Xiaoqinyu were talking. No one knew what they were talking about. The two of them did not listen because it was not important anymore. As they got closer and closer, they were already within the range of each other's attacks. However, neither of them stopped and continued forward. 10 meters. This was a distance that could make one half live and half die. The two of them finally stopped and stood facing each other. Mo Tianji? Diwu Qingro? Haha, her. This was the first time the two of them had met. The first time they had spoken. The first time the two of them had spoken face to face was actually at a time when they had originally thought that the commanding would be in a fluster during the decisive battle. The affairs of the world were mysterious. They were greatly unexpected but not necessarily unreasonable. I've lost this battle. Lin Fan's eyes widened. I have lost. Both of them admitted defeat at the same time, almost at the same time. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. I am the one who has lost. You wiped out close to 50% of the Allied forces' combat power with an absolutely weak military force. If not for that little accident, perhaps the Allied forces would have already been completely wiped out. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, I am impressed. I am extremely impressed. Mo Tianji smiled and said, speaking of accidents, more than 50% of my gains came from accidents. The only thing that I can be proud of is the power of that strange formation. It is not my own strength. I am sincerely convinced of my defeat in this battle. Diwu Qingro said seriously, but regarding these ancient battle formations, I really do not know as much as you do. On the battlefield, not knowing, not understanding, and not understanding is already enough to determine victory and defeat. Mo Tianji said, but in terms of scheming, ruthlessness, decisiveness, and so on, I am not as good as you. The merciful cannot lead an army, Diwu Qingro smiled and said, that is because you have the heart. He smiled self-deprecatingly and said, but I have no heart. When the two of them had just met, it seemed like they were flattering each other. However, in reality, both of them knew that what the other said was very reasonable. This was not boasting but the truth. It was undeniable. If either of them denied or acquiesced, they would be looked down upon by the other. At this moment, Diwu Qingro said, you have the heart, I have no heart. This sentence was not only a conclusion but also a reason. Mo Tianji pondered for a while and said, perhaps that is the case. The two of them laughed at the same time. The two of them were each other's greatest enemies. Their wisdom could be said to be brilliant. They should have been incompatible like fire and water and could not live under the same sky. However, at this moment, when they met and talked, they were like old friends who were extremely familiar with each other. They talked tirelessly without any wariness. Both of them knew that the so-called wariness, vigilance, and scheming were completely useless in front of this person in front of them. The two commanders were people who had already reached the top. Their conversation at this moment was the most honest and simple. What they said was the truth from the bottom of their hearts. It was hard to find a confidant in life. Being able to meet each other was a great fate. How could they not take advantage of this opportunity to talk things out? You said that you lost because the number of allied forces that I destroyed exceeded your initial estimation. Therefore, you think that you have lost. Mo Tianji said. Also, the final battle is about to begin. An army that is completely unafraid of death is extremely terrifying. Therefore, they will definitely continue to be exhausted. In fact, they will be exhausted even more. Just from this point alone, you have indeed lost. Diwu Qingro nodded. Yes, regarding this, I have nothing to say. He smiled and said, you think that you have lost because your initial strategy and ultimate goal were not achieved. It was far from the expected result. However, my strategic goal has already been achieved. Therefore, what you are looking at is the final result. From this point of view, the one who has lost is you. Mo Tianji pondered for a while and smiled. Yes, regarding this point, the ending is already the best explanation. Speaking of their ultimate goal, it had nothing to do with whether the Li clan was destroyed or not. It was not wrong to say that it had nothing to do with it at all. Mo Tianji wanted to cause chaos. He wanted to exhaust the strength of the big clans as much as possible. At the same time, he wanted to actively suppress Diwu Qingrou's forces so that the Diwu clan would not have the chance to become the strongest clan. The first half could be considered a success. Although it was not a complete success, it was still a success. The second half, although there were some gains, it was not really a success. As for Diwu Qingrou's goal, firstly, was to defeat Mo Tianji, the legendary think tank. Secondly, it was to establish the Diwu clan. Even if it could not be established, it should at least be in its embryonic form. However, based on the results so far, he had not defeated Mo Tianji in a real sense. However, after the war in the northwest, the rise of the Diwu clan was already unstoppable. Even if Mo Tianji and Chu Yang wanted to stop it, there was nothing they could do in the short term. The first half was a failure and the second half was a success. As the two talked, they did not care about their image anymore. They simply sat side by side and began to comment on the gains and losses since the beginning of the war. This was simply a phenomenon that was so strange that it could make one's hair stand on end. Two enemies who were completely opposite of each other, two people who shouldn't be living together peacefully, just sat side by side quietly. At this moment, there was no difference between them at all. No, it should be a discussion without any distance between them. They might even be arguing, talking, or crying. This scene that should not have existed at all appeared so strangely and harmoniously. Diwu Qingrou's courage could be said to be quite amazing. His cultivation was not just a little bit weaker than Mo Tianji's. If Mo Tianji wanted to kill Diwu Qingrou now, it would be as easy as flipping his hand because he could do it with a flip of his hand. However, Mo Tianji did not make a move. Although he could get rid of this lifelong enemy with a wave of his hand. In the end, the two actually began to discuss the gains and losses. Up until now, this battle had been very thrilling. Tens of thousands of top experts rushed to the northwest. This was the first large-scale joint operation of the great clans in the heavenly layer in 10,000 years. Diwu Qingrou had given up countless times. He had given up more than tens of thousands of saint-level experts. This was definitely a huge investment. As for Mo Tianji, he had used billions of purple crystals to pave the way. Along the way, he had used all kinds of mysterious formations to destroy clans. He had used hundreds of thousands of lives to carry out this battle that was already destined to end. He had done it even though he knew that it was impossible. In the end, he had gained a lot. Although he had lost control of the battle due to human factors, it was not his own fault. The huge investment that the two of them had made was too much to mention. However, the two of them did not talk about these at all. The main purpose of their discussion was to talk about each other's hearts and minds. From every battle and the situation of every battle, they could speculate about each other's state of mind, and mood at that time. The two of them argued for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. This conclusion made the two of them sigh. They were really powerless to change it. Even if we were to do it again, I'm afraid the result would be the same if we disregarded human factors. This was the conclusion that Diwu Qingruo gave. Mo Tianji expressed his agreement. If we really want to determine the victor between us, it will take a long time. Perhaps we will have to wait for decades or even centuries. Wait until you have accumulated some experience in war and the wisdom of the world. Then, your temperament will settle down as you grow older. Diwu Qingruo said, if you can win at that time, I will lose without a doubt. Mo Tianji nodded. In the end, you and I are both people who can achieve our goals by fair means or foul. Persevering and decisive, we are the same. But there is still a significant difference. So, I have already gone to the extreme, but you still have room for improvement. Diwu Qingruo sighed. Mo Tianji said, indeed. Your path may not be as you say, that you have already reached the extreme, but there is not much room for improvement. And I still have unlimited possibilities. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. Because I have no bottom line, but you do. Diwu Qingruo looked up at the sky and sighed. He was both unwilling and convinced. Mo Tianji also took a deep breath and then sighed deeply. In the past, the situation had changed a few times, and there were new talents in every generation. Your victory is in the future. I can sacrifice anyone in the world, including myself, including everyone in the Diwu clan, in exchange for the result I want. Diwu Qingruo said, but you can't do it. This is where you are lacking in my eyes. Mo Tianji, the current you is not even as good as Diwu Qingruo. But because you can't do it, you still have feelings in your heart and there are too many things you can't give up. So, you still have unlimited space. The future Diwu Qingruo will never be able to keep up with Mo Tianji. Because I can give up anything, I have already reached the extreme. So, if you still want to move forward, it will be difficult for me to keep up with you. Mo Tianji said, yes. So, in the long run, you are not as good as me. Diwu Qingruo smiled lightly. Unfortunately, your future is not here, and I don't want to leave anymore. I can't leave, and I have no reason to leave. So, you are still unique and unmatched, right? Mo Tianji laughed. Just at this moment, there was suddenly a violent explosion. The two of them looked up at the same time. The first meeting, the first exchange, the first heart-to-heart talk between the two great wise men was broken for the first time. The fierce battle had officially begun. The 100 or so people on the Li clan side were really insignificant in front of the 1,000 or so people on the other side. The allied forces were also full of resentment. Of those who died here, which one of them wasn't a fellow cultivator? Which one of them wasn't a soulmate who had accompanied them for hundreds or thousands of years? Now, all of a sudden, he had died an unnatural death. Heaven and man were separated forever, and he was a stranger in the netherworld. Which one of them wasn't filled with grief and indignation? His eyes were already bloodshot, and he was secretly accumulating his power, ready to kill at any moment. At this moment, when they saw that the Li clan had actually come over without any organization or formation, all of them were filled with even more hatred. The brutality in their hearts also rose abruptly. You're courting death. Almost from the very beginning of the battle, they were already risking their lives to kill, fight to the end, fight to the death. Nothing would happen except death. The real decisive battle began when a supreme martial artist of the Li clan sacrificed himself and self-destructed. This supreme martial artist of the Li clan could be said to have had a rather unlucky year. His entire family might have suffered some kind of vicious curse. The women all died before they were even a few decades old. Only a large number of sons and grandsons were left. Now, at this moment, all the men in his family had already died in the previous battle. Most of them had chosen to perish together with the enemy. Completely disheartened, this old man no longer wanted to live anymore. Therefore, before Li Chuanbue and Li Xianxia could even give the order, he had already charged out with a maniacal laugh, throwing himself into the enemy's allied forces like a cannonball. Then, there was a crazy and violent explosion, causing an empty space to appear in the allied forces' formation. There were also countless pieces of flesh and blood that shot out in all directions. Roar! Li Xiangxi's eyes turned red instantly. A low roar came from his throat, and he took the lead and charged out like a shooting star, charging straight into the enemy's formation. Behind him, all the Li clan members gritted their teeth and charged forward without a word. In the final decisive battle, the Li clan members who were completely at a disadvantage actually didn't make any sounds of killing. They just charged forward silently like a bunch of mutes and fought in silence. At this moment, the Li clan members only had killing in their minds. Even a cough would be a waste of energy, let alone a loud exhale. Did he ask you to be on guard? Saber light poured down like waterfalls, sword light like streaks of lightning across the sky. Blood-red light soared into the sky, and the smell of blood instantly spread for thousands of miles. Such a cruel and bloody battle was actually happening in such a silent manner, but with the fiercest momentum, it erupted with a loud bang. Xianxia rose into the air. His sword emitted sword aura that was hundreds of feet long, sweeping through the entire place. He shouted loudly, "Tribulation Sword Master! Aren't you going to join the battle?" Li Chuanbua got up and said with a smile, "Second brother Xiao, you'd better send me off first. It won't be too late to find trouble with the sword master later." With a paw sound, cracks appeared in the air. A sword with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. It gave off a cold, lightning-like glow. As his long beard fluttered in the wind, the sword was already in front of Xianxia. A round sword light suddenly poured down like the Milky Way from the heavens, shooting towards Xianxia. On the other side, life and death divine saber Chu Xianggu also rushed towards Xianxia with dazzling saber light around him. Since Li Chuanbua didn't want to live anymore, then he, as a brother of life and death, naturally had to accompany him in life and death. Speaking of brothers who were strangers in life and death, were they still brothers? Xiaoqingyu's sword flashed, and two Xiao Chenyus appeared in midair at the same time. One swung his sword and slashed at Li Chuanbua furiously, while the other slashed at Chu Xianggu. He shouted, "Since that's the case, I'll send you off first before I settle the score with the Tribulation Sword Master." In the blink of an eye, the three of them were already engaged in a chaotic battle. With a loud boom, saber light and sword aura shot out together, and a series of screams came from below. Li Chuanbua was completely indifferent to this. He raised his sword and attacked again. Diwu Qingru sighed and said, "Brother Mo, if fate allows, the Tianding Grand Meeting will be the time for us to fight again." Mo Tianji smiled. "Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid we are destined to be fated. This battle may really be unavoidable. It's a foregone conclusion." Diwu Qingru smiled. Heavenly layer versus extraterrestrial demon, this idea can't be realized. The selfishness of the big clans will cause you to choose to destroy them. Therefore, you and I will have to fight eventually. Who knows who will belong to that battle? Waving his hand elegantly, Diwu Qingru turned and walked in the direction he came from. He left in a carefree manner, as if the 10,000-man battlefield in front of him was just a meaningless sacrifice. He didn't care at all. Mo Tianji stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Diwu Qingru leave. His right hand clenched into a fist behind his back, and his eyes flashed. He actually wanted to kill Diwu Qingru at this time. Once the opportunity to get rid of this threat was lost, it would be hard to find another. But in the end, he didn't attack. He didn't want to attack. With a flash, Chu Yang and the others appeared beside him. Chu Yang asked, "How was it?" Mo Tianji said, "A very scary person, a very respectable opponent. He is not as despicable and shameless as the rumors say. Instead, he has a kind of unscrupulous belief in the winner and the loser. It's very strange, very contradictory, very. He's different from a real villain, but he's definitely not a hypocrite. Unscrupulous belief in the winner and the loser." Chu Yang murmured and repeated. He said, "That's right. Diwu Qingru is such a person. This description is very vivid." "Boss, are we really not participating in the battle?" Dong Wushang was eager to try. "We have to fulfill a few wishes of the Li clan. The first is Li Xiangxi, and the second is the women and children of the Li clan." Chu Yang sighed. "Tianji, have you ever thought that we'll end up in such a deep quagmire after using others?" Mo Tianji laughed bitterly. "Because we're still not Diwu Qingru after all." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Perhaps this is the true meaning of existence as a human. This is human nature." Mo Tianji nodded and said thoughtfully, "Everything can be sacrificed. After all, this is the means of an ambitious person. I, Mo Tianji, think of myself as an ambitious person, but when it comes to it, I can't be as cruel and carefree as him. Chu Yang nodded and said deeply, "This is where you beat him." The Allied forces were suddenly affected by the self-detonation and were slightly confused. However, they regained their footing in an extremely short period of time and immediately counterattacked. Like a tide, they drowned all the Li clan experts in the crowd. The two sides had only just clashed and dozens of people had already died. Saber light was like a forest and sword energy was like rain. Saber light was fatal and sword energy was chasing after souls. Almost as soon as Li Xianxia and the rest entered, they were immediately separated. However, no one was afraid at all. They fought with all their might. Everyone was here to die anyway. If they fought with their lives on the line, killing one was enough. If they killed a few more, they would be able to profit. One by one, the Li clan experts rushed into the enemy's dense battle circle and exploded. Strong and violent shock waves wreaked havoc everywhere. However, no one cared anymore. Everyone on both sides had already killed until their eyes were red. Although there were very few enemies, each and every one of them was a super desperado. Furthermore, those who could survive until now were all extremely powerful experts and sly old foxes. Whether it was in terms of eyesight or reaction, they were all above average. Naturally, they also had the capital to fight with their lives. Therefore, even when they chose to self-detonate, they were also above average. They could tell at a glance whether they could kill the enemies in front of them or not. If they could, of course, they would wait until they killed these few before self-detonating. If they couldn't and were only going to be killed, then they would naturally self-detonate without any hesitation. Of course, it would be best if they could make it to the area where the enemy was densely packed. For a moment, there was a series of loud booms. Dead bodies appeared one after another. The next moment, they were blasted away by another wave of explosions. The Li clan's 120 people were decreasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there were still 100 of them. But in the blink of an eye, there might already be less than 500 left. Every moment, countless people died. Li Xiangxi's side could be said to be the most stable and also the safest link. However, this stability and safety were also relative. Li Zue and Li Yu, the two beginner-level experts, were by his side. These two were Li Chuanbue's personal guards, assigned by Li Chuanbue to his son during the final battle to ensure his safety. This was the last bit of effort that Li Chuanbue could do for his son. The Li clan was already finished. He had once destroyed his son's lifelong happiness with his own hands. If in the end, he couldn't even fulfill his son's longing, Li Chuanbue would die with everlasting regret. Li Xiangxia and the other two were exceptionally strong, forming the most stable iron triangle. Charging back and forth in the enemy's formation, Li Zue and Li Yu's faces were as hard as stone. They didn't show the slightest bit of emotion and just continued to kill. Before the trio's powerful strength, the number of experts of the Allied forces who had died in their hands had already exceeded 100, and this number was still rising continuously. The crowd surged, and a few unusually strong auras came head-on. At once, a cautious look appeared on the trio's faces. The beginner-level supreme martial artists hidden in the enemy's formation had finally started to target them. The crowd suddenly parted. Individuals appeared from 3 directions. Without a word, they flew up, their sabers and swords forming a fan shape, as if connecting heaven and earth into one, pressing down madly. The 3 beginner-level supreme martial artists from the law enforcement officers and the 3 beginner-level supreme martial artists from the various super clans had joined forces to attack. The eyes of Li Xiangxia and the other two were completely red. They didn't dodge or avoid, but went head-on. With a loud boom, blood oozed out of everyone's mouths and noses at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, everyone was knocked to the ground by the aftershock of the impact. Screams of agony rose and fell. Those were the subconscious screams of the combatants from both sides when they were being slaughtered. On this battlefield, such screams were the least valuable. There were also desperate and heroic laughs from time to time. That was the prelude to the Li clan experts' self-destruction. After every long laugh, there would be a loud boom. It was rare to see supreme martial artists self-destructing, but today, it was as common as cabbages. It didn't cost a single cent, and one could enjoy watching. Under normal circumstances, the self-destruction of a supreme martial artist was enough to destroy the terrain here. However, with so many people and such a powerful explosion, not even a white spot appeared on the ground. As smooth as a mirror. The entire battlefield had turned into a boiling ocean, an ocean formed by the convergence of blood, more than 100 people against more than 1,000 people. With such a huge disparity between the two sides, there was no comparison between the two sides. However, the smoke of war was everywhere, and the flames of war were everywhere. It was so intense that it was hard to believe. One of the supreme martial artists of the Li clan shouted loudly. As he ruthlessly stabbed his sword into his enemy's heart, his left palm faced the other enemy, striking out separately. In the clash of palm forces, he was naturally at a disadvantage and suffered internal injuries instantly. A mouthful of blood had already surged to the side of his lips, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Instead of retreating to dissipate the force, he advanced instead, smashing his grizzled head into the enemy's head like a mad tiger. With a crack, both of their heads were bleeding at the same time, and they staggered back. This collision was really done with all their strength. Apart from the cracking of their heads, even their brains spilled out. As he retreated, 3 swords pierced deeply into his body from different directions. He laughed tragically and actually accelerated his retreat, crashing into the chest of one of the enemies. Crack, crack, the enemy's sword behind him was stuck in his abdomen, and a few of his ribs were actually broken by this collision. Despite his heavy internal and external injuries, he continued to fight. The sword in his hand flew out and actually pierced through the chest of an expert of the Allied forces in front of him. When his hands were free, he forcefully flipped over and hugged the enemy's head with a ferocious smile. With a forceful twist, the sword stuck in his body was broken by this twist of his. Puff, 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 another 7 to 8 weapons slashed into his body like cutting vegetables. He was covered in wounds, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, as if he didn't feel any pain, he still forcefully twisted his body. The blood, flesh, and bones on his body were all leaving his body piece by piece, but he finally managed to twist the enemy's head off. That supreme martial artist of the Li clan held the enemy's head in his hand and roared into the sky, "You want to destroy the Li clan? I'll eat you." "Who asked you to destroy the Li clan?" "I'll eat you. I'll eat you." He actually really brought the head to his mouth and chewed on it. His mouth was full of blood. It was the blood of the enemy, but also his own blood. He looked miserable, like a ferocious ghost. Judging from his injuries, both internal and external were already very heavy. His internal organs were all damaged. With such injuries, even if he died 3 to 5 times, he could still persevere and not die. The only thought in his mind was to kill the people who wanted to destroy the Li clan, to devour the enemy's flesh and blood, and to protect his home. Everyone watching from the side, regardless of their cultivation level, all felt a chill run down their spines and their hair stand on end. Another round of sword light flew past, and the entire body of this Li clan expert turned into minced meat all over the ground. Even his head was no exception. Only that mouthful of eerie white teeth were still glaring menacingly at the sky, biting onto that human head with a death grip, never letting go. "Old Fifth. Ha ha ha. Good death." A 7th grade supreme martial artist of the Li clan laughed maniacally. He roared tragically, worthy of being the seat of the old. "Good death. Good death. You didn't embarrass the old. Your spirit won't be far away. Remember forever, your surname is F*Kingly. Ha ha ha." The supreme martial artist who had just died in the battle was his 5th son. This old man laughed wildly as he walked over with his body riddled with scars. Wherever he passed, the crowd would scatter to the sides to avoid him. This kind of unstoppable momentum made people not dare to block his sharpness. Even the experts of the same level couldn't help but give way. Such power and influence shocked everyone present. The old man came over in a frenzy and stood upright on top of his son's flesh. He reached out his hand and grabbed the remaining half of his son's head. He laughed loudly and said, "How can this bastard be worthy of being with you?" With a smack, he dug out the broken head in his son's mouth and smashed it into fine powder. Then, he spun around. Silver light flashed all over his body, but countless broken swords and blades shot out from all parts of his body. Screams sounded continuously all around. That elder's spinning body suddenly stopped and he started to take a deep breath. His stomach suddenly bulged. That was the sign of self-destruction. He's going to self-destruct. Quick, kill him quickly. Everyone, let's join forces and stop him. A 7th-grade supreme martial artist of the Allied forces roared and took the lead to rush over. The elder laughed loudly. If he wants to self-destruct, then so be it. Can you stop him? Join forces and attack together? Why aren't you here yet? Come quickly, ha ha ha. Come and join me on the road. Facing the countless swords and sabers coming at him, he advanced instead of retreating. He jumped up, and the swords and sabers above his head were like a forest and rain. Just like that, he flew up against the countless swords and sabers without dodging. He looked up at the sky and roared, "Son! Wait for me on the road to the netherworld. Wait for me to open the way for you. Our family will gather in the netherworld and follow the elder master to rebuild the Li clan. The grandson of the Li clan will walk the same path in life and death." Amidst the endless maniacal laughter, the elder hugged half of his son's head and fell into the dense crowd of the Allied forces like a meteorite, exploding with a loud bang. A large number of screams sounded immediately. After the elder self-destructed, he actually cleared out a large area with him as the core. That elder's maniacal laughter seemed to still reverberate in the air, lingering in the air. Good. Third uncle, good job. Your nephew is here too. Another loud roar sounded, and another person soaked in blood leaped high into the air. How many sins have I committed? If there is a next life, I will atone for them. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. At this moment, the Li clan seemed to have gone completely mad, slashing with sabers, slashing with swords, and when they had no more weapons, they used their hands, fists, and finally, teeth to bite. They were like a group of beasts that were surrounded. At this moment when the clan was about to be destroyed, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, using as much as possible to exchange for as many casualties as possible for the enemy. The destruction of the Li clan was already a foregone conclusion. This was something that both the enemy and friend had long understood, but destruction was destruction. A foregone conclusion was a foregone conclusion. How to die and how to die was completely different. Dying heroically in battle and dying together with the enemy was the most glorious way to die. It was also the last glory that the Li clan could enjoy. This glory was firmly grasped by them. They would never abandon it, they would never give up. What was truly inconceivable was that in this battle, those who showed cowardice were actually all the experts of the Allied forces who had an overwhelming advantage in terms of both numbers and strength. Actually, to say that it was inconceivable wasn't necessarily so. Other than death, there was no big deal. The Li clan didn't fear death at all. In fact, they had even come here to seek death. To them, death was just an inevitable outcome today. However, those experts of the Allied forces were all afraid of death. In fact, the more powerful they were, the more afraid they were of death. Having lived for a long time, the longer they lived, the more afraid they were of death. How could those who were afraid of death compete with those who weren't afraid of death? Even if they were superior in terms of numbers and strength, their imposing manner, especially those who didn't hesitate to die for the sake of destroying the enemy, couldn't be compared at all. Looking at all the battles in the past 10,000 years, no matter if they were famous or not, they had never seen such a tragic battle. At the last moment of their lives, the Li clan members seemed to have been possessed by ferocious beasts and evil spirits. Facing death, which used to make one's face pale at the mention of it, today, it became so common that it even made one yearn for it. In the past, when one of them died, the entire clan would mourn and cry bitterly. But now, every time one of them died, the remaining Li clan members who were still alive actually seemed to have taken drugs and were once again moved as if they had received supreme glory. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Good death! Our Li clan members deserve to die like this." Take care, fellow clansmen, I'll be there in a moment. Awesome! This is the real men of the Li clan. Li clan members. Li clan guts. Li clan Hun. The further they went, the more the Li clan members roared and charged towards the enemy. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Facing the crushing attacks of the enemy, they cheered as if they were victors, charging towards the enemy, charging towards death, fearless. Li clan members. Li clan guts. Li clan Hun. Every time this roar rang out, it would be accompanied by at least one person who would turn into a loud explosion. Although there were many people in the Allied army and the survivors on the Li clan side were decreasing rapidly, from the initial 100 people to less than 10 people now, they were still charging forward with a roar, ready to die at any time. In the Allied army, many people were terrified by the fighting spirit of the enemy in front of them. A surefire encirclement and suppression had unexpectedly turned out to be so tragic, there was really no way to fight this battle. It was completely different from a normal battle. There were no rules to speak of in a battle between martial artists. In a battle between martial artists, one could look at their own cultivation, experience, performance on the battlefield, and even taking risks and using underhanded tactics. All of these could be considered as clues. But in today's battle, the other party was risking his life right from the start. Just the sound of him asking for death first was enough to make everyone terrified. There was also the risk of mutual destruction. It was a piece of cake to injure oneself before injuring the enemy. If that was all, it would be fine. Everyone would attack together so that the other party wouldn't have a chance to fight back. But if they all attacked together, it would be exactly what they wanted. The other party would self-destruct and die with them. Self-destructing had always been a martial artist's last resort. Once self-destructed, it would also be accompanied by a powerful destructive force. Even a low-level martial artist could hurt a high-level martial artist. If it was against an opponent of the same level, it would have the terrifying effect of killing in one blow. But once self-destructed, it was equivalent to completely erasing all traces of one's existence. For any martial artist, even if they counted their life experiences, they might not have seen one self-destruct. Today was an eye-opener. One after another, self-destructing, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Many people in the Allied army were praying in their hearts, "This battle, please end quickly." After it ended, the elder returned home and immediately went into seclusion. He would never come out again. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely go crazy on the spot. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would be scared to death. The elder had been in the martial world for so long. Why hadn't he realized that this martial world was actually so dangerous? It was so unfamiliar. No one would want to face such an enemy, no matter who it was. To be honest, they couldn't face it either. If they did, they could only perish together. Regardless of whether they were active or passive, it was the same. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was death and life. The Allied army that started with more than 1,000 people was now left with less than 1,500 people. The number of casualties was double that of the enemy. All of a sudden, a hoarse howl pierced through the air. The charge at the front abruptly stopped. The remaining 77 members of the Li clan who were surrounded and attacked suddenly stopped altogether. The people besieging them had long been on guard, fearing that there was something fishy going on. Seeing them stop, they inexplicably stopped as well, and even took a few steps back. It wasn't just one or two people who did this, but all the people who participated in the besieging did the same, almost in unison. A short silence ensued. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely strange, both on the Alliance Army's side and the Li clan's side. A hoarse voice laughed and said, "It seems like we are the only ones left. Do you want to make a big move? So that I won't be lonely." The 70 people shouted excitedly with red eyes, "Good. Good. What a big deal. What a big deal. Let's travel together. Actually, what do we count for?" Previously, more than 8,000 people self-destructed at the same time, only then could it be considered spectacular. So what if there are 77 of us here? The old voice laughed out loud and roared, "I wonder if we can become even more powerful. Explode. Explode. Ha ha ha." The old voice that spoke last was an 8th grade supreme martial artist from the Li clan. None of the Li clan members who could survive at this moment were simple. They were all elites among elites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight until now in such a fierce battle. But the old man suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Roar." The 70 people roared together. Although only 70 people shouted together, the momentum at this moment was as shocking as hundreds of thousands of people shouting together. The few 8th grade supreme martial artists in front of them made a prompt decision and retreated at the same time. Everyone's faces were pale. They were very glad that they retreated a few steps just now, fearing that there was a trap, and even restrained their cultivation to protect themselves. What a joke, 77 high-level supreme martial artists self-destructing at the same time, that power. If they went up, they would be nothing more than scapegoats. There was absolutely no way they could survive. There are still many people around, the few of us old men won't accompany you. And once this thought arose, it spread in an instant. No one was stupid. Everyone knew when to advance and when to retreat. The road to death was not easy to walk. It was as good as living happily in the human world. For a moment, the Allied forces completely ignored everything and dispersed, leaving the 77 people behind. Attack from a distance. Stop the Li clan from self-destructing. The 8th grade supreme martial artist who retreated first was Miao Shandong. In order to hide his cowardice, he fled at the last minute, roaring loudly and proposing a strategy, trying to deceive himself. What he meant was, I'm not escaping, but I'm better at killing the enemy. Haha. The 77 people of the Li clan laughed together, their laughter full of indescribable mockery and ridicule. This is a big clan? This is a law enforcement officer? Ha ha ha. Escape? Where are you going? Then, under the leadership of that 8th grade supreme martial artist, they all charged forward together. They rushed out rapidly. Northwest Heaven, Li clan. Cold Frost Day, Li clan's guts. Icy Snow Plains, Li clan's soul. Today's battle will shock the heavens and earth, today's death will shake the past and present. The old voice recited with a solemn smile on his face. Smile, yes. That kind of bold smile, a kind of joy of completely overwhelming the enemy in terms of momentum. We may be few in number, but we're not afraid of death. This is confidence. The 77 people roared at the same time, Northwest Heaven, Li clan. Cold Frost Sun, Li clan's guts. Icy Snow Plains, Li clan's soul. The joint attack of the 77 people was like a huge sharp arrow, shooting out from the bow and rushing toward the Allied forces. Everywhere it passed, the Allied forces actually scattered and fled without any resistance. Everyone knew that as long as this bunch of people entered a densely populated area, they would immediately self-destruct. At this moment, who would dare to form any kind of encirclement formation? Wouldn't that be cooperating with the other party and going to hell together? These guys are afraid that they can't drag us down with them, yet we still want to join in? Do we have such a good relationship with them? After the sudden awkward silence on the battlefield, an even stranger scene played out again. Apart from the other two scattered battlefields, the largest battlefield actually started to win with a few people. Or rather, it was not appropriate to say that they were winning with a few people. It should be said that they were catching up with a few people. A small group of 77 people chased a large group of 5,000 people and fled in all directions, fleeing pathetically. This situation was like a tiger chasing a pack of wolves, or a shepherd dog chasing a flock of lambs on the grassland, or like a young girl chasing ducks, fleeing pathetically. That 8th grade supreme martial artist from the Li clan indeed didn't want to live anymore. He had the will to die, which was why he called for the formation of this formation. His original intention was indeed to die together with the enemy. However, before he could complete his self-detonation, such an unexpected result occurred. This was also greatly unexpected to everyone. This was really a case of intentionally planted flowers not blossoming, but unintentionally planted willows growing. As he continued to roar, Northwest Heaven, Li clan. To create an extremely tragic atmosphere, he led these 77 people to maneuver freely in the enemy's formation, killing to their heart's content. For a moment, they actually had the upper hand. Now, it was not to catch up with the enemy and self-destruct, but to kill the enemy with all their might in this place of endless advantage. If you run, I'll chase. If you turn around, I'll self-destruct. Damn it, who's afraid of who? Xianxia, who was fighting in the air, didn't fall into a disadvantageous position even when facing two experts alone. He had the spare energy to pay attention to the changes in the other battle situations, but he might as well not have the time to care about himself. Seeing the sudden phenomenon in front of him, the appearance of such an unbelievable battle situation made him so angry that his nose almost went crooked. What was this? With almost 100 times the number of people, they were being chased like ducks by a small group of a few dozen people. Could it be any uglier? Energy would energy? Bastards! What exactly are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Xiao Qingyu roared furiously while dealing with Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianggo. Xiao Jingyan. You're still running. Why aren't you stopping them? In a battle between experts, the most important thing was to be distracted. Xiao Qingyu's strength was tyrannical. Even when facing Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianggo, he could still handle them with ease. But at this moment, seeing the strange changes in the battle situation, his blood and qi churned, and he was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by the two. Xiao Jingyan, whose name was called by Xiao Qingyu, was the second person on the Xiao clan's side. He was naturally not stupid. In the beginning, he believed that these people from the Li clan were going to self-destruct. Because today's self-destructions were not just one or two, but hundreds. If these 70-odd people in front of him really self-destructed at the same time, the power would really be difficult to withstand. But now, even without Xiao Qingyu's reminder, he could tell, this seemed to be the enemy's tactic. He raised his arm and roared, "Brother Yi, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous. Let's make a move to stop them." Yi Xiaoyao had some misgivings. He said, "That's not appropriate. It's really too risky. Why don't we wait for them to self-destruct and then clean up the mess?" This was bullshit to deceive oneself. They were now beating a drowning dog, and it was a drowning dog that didn't resist at all. Why would they self-destruct for no reason, seeing that the formation of the Allied forces was on the verge of collapse? If they delayed any longer, it would be impossible to restore the encirclement. And the most serious point was that their warrior hearts were already shattered. If they couldn't make a prompt decision, the 70-odd people in front of them might completely reverse the situation. When that time really came and these 70-odd people fought their way out of the encirclement and escaped from the northwest, the damage they could cause would be too terrifying. These were the elites of the Li clan. If they hid their tracks and waited for an opportunity to counterattack, then the consequences, this won't do. If this goes on, our previous sacrifices will be in vain. Xiao Jingyan led the experts of the Xiao clan and took the lead to charge out head-on. Yi Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and finally followed behind. Go. Gather all our forces and get rid of them at the first instant. Lan Mofeng frowned and said, "Everyone, don't act rashly." The remaining people of the Lan clan all obeyed and didn't act rashly. This was Diwu Qingrou's order. No matter how they fought, they must definitely not do anything risky. They would rather miss the opportunity than take unnecessary risks. For the Lan clan now, every bit of combat power was precious. Besides, it didn't belong to the Lan clan now but to Diwu Qingrou's main force. How could they lose it so easily? With the Xiao clan and Yi clan taking the lead, Miao Zhendong and the other law enforcement experts also moved and charged forward. Firstly, Miao Zhendong was more or less embarrassed. After all, he was the one who retreated first but caused such a huge loss. And in the end, the other party was just bluffing. Secondly, the Xiao clan and Yi clan had already charged forward head-on. It wouldn't be right if he didn't move. Besides, he wasn't facing them head-on, so the risk was definitely much lower. In an instant, over 2,000 people surrounded them from all directions, forming an encirclement once again. Bluffing. Still trying to play tricks when you're about to die? Miao Zhendong sneered. Hurry up and kill them. Let them go on the road together, let their souls go to the spring. Play tricks? Alright, I'll show you a good trick today. That Li clan supreme martial artist laughed loudly. Seeing Xiao Jingyan, Yi Xiaoyao, Miao Zhendong and the rest charging toward them, he roared, "Li clan. They want to watch a good show. Everyone, put your lives on the line and fight for the price. Right now. Together in life and death. Roar. Together in life and death." They roared in unison and shouted, "Together in life and death," in unison, just as some of the allied forces were still mocking the Li clan for bluffing and trying to be mysterious. A blinding white light suddenly flashed in front of them. Then, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly detonated. There was a deafening explosion. The 77 people of the Li clan turned into the purest energy in the world at the same time. When they were compressed to the maximum, they suddenly exploded. They didn't retreat at all. They didn't hesitate at all. They didn't hesitate at all. At the last moment, they didn't even shout any slogans, just to give the enemy a surprise. What a wonderful performance. What heroic acting skills! What an unprecedented trick! Xiao Jingyan was the fastest out of everyone. Almost as soon as he rushed over, his longsword sword energy was about to touch the enemy's body. In fact, it had already touched one of the enemies. However, at this moment, the explosion began. Therefore, he was naturally the one with the highest death toll among all the allied forces. Xiao Jingyan did not have any ability to resist and was blown into a cloud of dust. Yi Xiaoyao's cultivation was above Xiao Jingyan's. He arrived right after Xiao Jingyan and turned into ashes almost at the same time, dissipating between heaven and earth. They were brothers in the same boat, and they died together. There was also Miao Zhendong. Due to his embarrassment, he was eager to show off and save face. This time, he was the fastest among the law enforcement officers. Naturally, he was not spared. Before the mocking expression on his face could fade away, he was turned into minced meat. 2 peak-level 8th grade supreme martial artists, 3 to 4 7th grade supreme martial artists, 7 to 8 middle grade supreme martial artists, and the rest were all 3rd grade and above supreme martial artists. A total of 77 people exploded together. Although the number of people exchanged for this explosion was far less than the previous 8,000 people, the quality was far more than that by hundreds or even thousands of times. Such joint explosion power, as long as it was controlled within a certain range, even a middle-grade supreme martial artist could only die with regret, not to mention an 8th-grade cultivator. How could he not die? The 1,000 or so people from the allied forces who were closer to the front evaporated without a trace almost at the same time. This included the 8th grade supreme martial artist experts from the various clans and law enforcement officers. This kind of super expert, who could dominate the world, died so easily in this battle. It was as if it was a joke, and he died just like that. On the other side, Dong Wushang's eyes were red. Big brother, are we really not participating in the battle? Chu Yang's heart was heavy. He said in a low voice, no. Before the Li clan is annihilated, we will not participate in the battle. It's not because we are heartless, but, this is the glory of the Li clan. Li Chuanbua solemnly entrusted this task to us in order to fulfill the last glory of the Li clan. This is a battle of heroes. This moment belongs only to the grandson of the Li clan. No one else is allowed to destroy it. Everyone understood this principle. They also understood it. But now, seeing such a heroic battle, everyone still felt hot all over, as if their blood was boiling. They are finally all dead. Li Chuanbua's face was as calm as an ancient well. He said, second brother, you have miscalculated this time. Your subconscious urging has become your grandson's soul-chasing order. Now, everyone is finally dead. Are you happy? At this point in the battle, there were already 2 sword marks on his body. Sword marks that could injure a middle-grade supreme martial artist could only be created by a middle-grade supreme martial artist. Fresh blood soaked through his snow-white robe. Chu Xianxia had more injuries on his body, while Xiao Qingyu's face was only slightly paler, but there were no major injuries. Obviously, he had a great advantage. Li Chuanbua's cultivation was roughly at the middle-grade level, while Chu Xianxia was only at the beginner level of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. However, Xiao Qingyu was at the advanced level of a middle-grade supreme martial artist, very close to the peak level, although it was only a small level. In a battle of such a level, it was already an insurmountable moat, in the path of martial arts. The higher the level, the greater the difference between each level. Although Xiao Qingyu was only a little higher than Li Chuanbua, in a battle, it was not difficult for him to take on Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianxia alone. 1 against 2, he was at ease and even had the upper hand. Even if another middle-grade opponent came, he could handle it with ease. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, Li Chuanbua said, second brother, please send me off. That was because he himself knew that he was definitely not Xiao Qingyu's match. But if he really wanted to die, in the entire northwestern enemy territory, other than Xiao Qingyu, there was really no one who was qualified to kill him and had the ability to kill him. Therefore, dying in Xiao Qingyu's hands was also a worthy death. Xiao Qingyu also understood this point. But at this moment, Xiao Qingyu was obviously a little confused. His order just now had contributed to the deaths of Xiao Jingyan, Yi Xiaoyao, and the others. In the blink of an eye just now, more than 1,000 people there had died under his order. Hearing Li Chuanbua's words now, he couldn't help but blush. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he pretended to be calm and said coldly, "You'd better worry about yourself." Then, he attacked with a domineering sword, sweeping everything in its path. Li Chuanbua actually didn't dodge. His sword swept across the sky and blocked Xiaoqinyu's attack. A clang shook the sky. He laughed loudly and said, "I wanted second brother to send me off in the first place. What's there to worry about? If I really had to worry, wouldn't it be contradictory?" Xiaoqinyu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Send my greetings to Uncle Li on the road to the netherworld." Li Chuanbua's heart ached and he said furiously, "Xiaoqinyu, we've been friends for generations. It's one thing for us to turn against each other after 10,000 years, but now you actually dare to insult your elders?" The moment Xiaoqinyu said that, he felt that something was wrong. There was no lack of regret in his heart. But now that the enemy was clear, there was no point in explaining further. He simply shut his mouth and didn't speak anymore. However, the sword in his hand became even more urgent, pressuring Li Chuanbua and Chu Xianggu until they couldn't breathe. At this point, most of the people from the Li clan were already dead. There were only 2 battlefields left below. They were Li Xianxia, Li Zue, and Li Yu, as well as 2 other 8th grade supreme martial artists, who were besieged by the enemy. Seeing 77 people turn into green smoke and explode, Li Xiangxi's eyes were filled with tears. He laughed maniacally and said, "Good. Li clan. Li clan. That's it. That's how it should be." Li Zue and Li Yu cheered at the same time. They laughed loudly and were full of vigor. The 3 of them laughed maniacally, their expressions becoming more and more deranged. Under the stimulation of the heroic self-destruction of their descendants around them, the 3 of them had gradually become more and more willing to die. With a bang, Li Xiangxia was hit again. He felt as if his internal organs were being burned by fire. The pain penetrated his heart and he couldn't take it anymore. Before the sound had died down, 2 more deafening explosions rang out almost at the same time. Li Xiangxia only felt something cold fly into his mouth. The smell of blood was strong. Turning his head to look, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. All with a roar, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood that he had been suppressing. The 2 people who self-destructed were the remaining 2 8th grade supreme martial artists of the Li clan. Faced with the siege of dozens of 8th grade supreme martial artists and even 2nd grade supreme martial artists, the 2 of them couldn't avoid killing the enemy. Without any hesitation, they self-destructed together, sacrificing their lives in exchange for the enemy's casualties. In a sea of flesh and blood, although there were as many as 20 high-level supreme martial artists working together to set up a defense, there were still more than 300 people who died in this explosion at the same time. There were even 3 8th grade supreme martial artists who were too close to the explosion and were directly crippled. 3 arms and 4 legs were separated from their bodies at the same time. At this point, there were only 2 places left in the entire battlefield where the fight was still going on. One was in midair, where Chu Xianggu and Li Chuanbua were working together to fight Xiaoqinyu. The other was below, where Li Zue, Li Yu and Li Xiangxia were heavily surrounded. The situation of the 3 people below was obviously not good. In front and behind them, there were already high-level supreme martial artist experts. The weakest among them was also a 7th grade supreme martial artist. Roughly counting, there were about 50 of them. They formed a circle like an iron bucket. The encirclement was complete, and there was no way to break out. As for the remaining martial artists with slightly lower cultivation, they were all rushed to clean up the battlefield and rescue the injured. There was no room for them to intervene in either of these 2 battlefields. At this moment, the battle was basically over. The so-called cleaning up of the battlefield actually didn't require much cleaning. Other than those who were seriously injured but still had a life, the rest had already turned into ashes. In the entire battlefield, there wasn't even a complete corpse to be found. The cruelty and blood of the battle was uniform. Sabers and swords fell like rain. At the same time, another 8th grade supreme martial artist flew over on his sword. The sword light was like rolling lightning, connecting the sky and piercing into the battle circle of Li Xiangxia and the others without any warning. Suddenly, the aura of death completely enveloped the entire space. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With a blood-curdling scream, Li Zue tumbled out in a bloody mess. In that instant of contact, He had already been struck by thousands of swords and was almost reduced to a skeleton. There was no chance for him to self-destruct at all. Immediately after, hundreds of swords and saber lights fell at the same time. Before he could even scream, Xianxia had already turned into nothingness. The triangular formation that he had barely managed to hold on was instantly broken through by force. Xianxia! Liu roared and suddenly charged out without any regard for his life. Xianxia and Liu were originally twin brothers with similar natures and cultivation. They had been together for more than 10,000 years and were inseparable. Now that he had suddenly lost the other person, Liu only felt that all his hopes had turned to dust. Even his eyes had become blurry. The 10,000-year twin brothers joined hands as if they had the help of the gods. Their tacit understanding was unparalleled in the world. But this was also their weakness. As long as one of them died, the other would naturally collapse as well. The opposing supreme martial artist looked at Liu, who was charging over unconsciously. A cruel look appeared in his eyes. For 8th grade supreme martial artists and 2 2nd grade supreme martial artists faced Liu at the same time. Any one of them would not be much weaker than Liu in a one-on-one fight. With such a person blocking the way, even if Liu self-destructed, he would definitely be blocked by another person. Liu howled loudly. Ignoring the swords on his body, he pounced forward. As if he wanted to hug the blood mist in the air, just like how he had hugged his younger brother all these years. Xianxia! I will go with you to see father and mother. Liu roared, tears streaming down his face. 4 swords stabbed into his body at the same time. Liu seemed to be unaware. He just opened his arms and caught the blood mist in the air. A childish smile appeared on his face. Let's go see father and mother together. At this moment, nothing was more important than hugging his brother. The tyrannical power of 4 supreme martial artists exploded in his body. Liu did not make a sound and instantly turned into a rain of blood. Ali Xianxia roared into the sky. His eyes turned blood red in an instant. The sacrifice of his tribesmen made Li Xianxia completely lose his mind. For the past 10,000 years, a kind of violent and destructive emotion that had never been felt before rose violently. Li Xianxia roared wildly. At this moment, he had forgotten everything and no longer had any misgivings. As for the meeting in the next life, as well as the yearning that was etched into his bones, he didn't care about it at all. There was only destruction, revenge. The people in front of him were the culprits behind the destruction of his home. His family had died in the hands of these people. If he didn't take revenge, how would he have the face to live in this world? Li Xianxia roared furiously. The yearning sword in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. He took a deep breath and roared into the sky. His entire body suddenly swelled up. Stop him! A mid-level supreme martial artist of the allied forces roared. Li Xianxia had already reached the peak of the 8th grade supreme martial artist realm. At this moment, the few high-level supreme martial artists of the allied forces were all recovering their energy after the intense exhaustion. Once they exploded, it would definitely cause devastating destruction. Everyone stepped forward at the same time. If they didn't step forward now, they might be the ones to be buried with him. At this moment, Li Chuanbua was being pressured by Xianxia to the point that he couldn't catch his breath. Suddenly, he heard a despairing roar coming from below. His heart suddenly jolted, and he turned to look down. He saw Li Xianxia roaring into the sky and swords falling from all directions like rain. With a loud roar, Li Chuanbua suddenly abandoned Xianxia and rushed down like a meteor. His back was exposed. Xianxia casually swung his sword. The sword aura burst forth like thunder and shot into Li Chuanbua's back with a thud. To think that the success of this sword attack would come so easily, even Xianxia was stunned for a moment by this unexpected success. Even he himself couldn't believe it. Although his cultivation was far superior to Li Chuanbua's, if he wanted to kill him, he would have to fight a long battle. But now, he had succeeded so easily. At this moment, Li Chuanbua's back had suffered a fatal injury, but as if he didn't feel anything, he continued to fly down like a meteor. Why couldn't he self-destruct? Self-destruct meant that his soul would be destroyed. What about the regret of 10,000 years and the yearning of a lifetime? I have destroyed his happiness, but I have to give him hope in the next life. The next moment, Li Chuanbua was already howling and rushing into the forest of swords and sabers like a hurricane. Countless swords and sabers fell on him like raindrops, but they were all forcefully sent flying by his powerful cultivation. He arrived in front of Li Xianxi like a gust of wind. Li Xianxi had already compressed all his cultivation and was about to perish together with the enemy. Suddenly, his father appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. "You, rebel!" Li Chuanbua struck his dantian with a palm. "Have you suffered the pain of yearning for 10,000 years for nothing?" The power of this palm actually dispersed all the essential qi that Li Xianxi had compressed to the limit. Li Xianxi was about to speak when Li Chuanbua had already struck his head with a palm. "Son, if there is a next life, don't yearn bitterly. Don't blame your muddle-headed father." With a crack, Li Xianxi's brain burst open. At the last moment, Li Chuanbua personally struck and killed his son. At this moment, the countless experts of the Allied forces were all dumbfounded. They really didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. For a moment, they didn't know how they should react. What the hell was going on? Li Xianxi's self-destruction was already a foregone conclusion. They were already powerless to stop it. But the person who suddenly appeared to stop it was actually Li Chuanbua, Li Xianxi's biological father. Not only did he stop his son's final self-destruction to pay the price, he even personally killed him with a palm strike. Li Chuanbua let out a loud roar. He picked up his son's body, which still had half a breath left, and leaped into the air. Throwing him far away, he shouted, "Tribulation Sword Master! Please!" From afar, Chu Yang said solemnly, "Elder, don't worry. Xianxi won't miss you in the next life." Roar. A powerful dragon roar broke through the air. Ao Xieyun leaped into the air and somersaulted in the air. Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light in the sky. A huge golden dragon that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared. Soaring Golden Dragon, the supreme technique of the Golden Dragon Secret Manual. With Ao Xieyun's current cultivation, he could only use one move. Moreover, he could only use it once before he would be exhausted. But at this moment, he only needed this one instant. The huge golden dragon entered the air above the battlefield at lightning speed. It caught Li Xianxi's body in the air and turned to leave. The speed at which it came and went was a blasphemy to even describe it as lightning. That was a speed that surpassed the limits of speed. Godly speed. Chu Yang had also leaped forward to meet it. The two of them met in the air. The heaven-nourishing jade and the heavenly orchid were sent into Li Xianxi's mouth at the same time. A shadow suddenly appeared above Li Xianxi's head with a whoosh. Amidst the gloomy clouds, the white smoke of this shadow was exceptionally clear. Li Chuanbua flew over as if he was flying, staring intently at that shadow. Tears suddenly fell from his eyes like rain. At this moment, Li Chuanbua was just an old man, a father who wanted to send his son on a long journey. That was all. That shadow's features were clear. It was Li Xianxi. Although Li Xianxi was already dead, his primordial spirit was preserved and his consciousness was still intact. At this moment, he looked at his father, his eyes full of deep admiration and reluctance. His figure twisted and he actually knelt down in the air and kowtowed to Li Chuanbua a few times. Li Chuanbua staggered in the air. He laughed and said, "Go, my child. Remember, don't yearn bitterly in your next life. Father's heart aches very much. You've suffered for love in this life and yearned for 10,000 years. Father's heart also feels like it's being cut by a knife and I've regretted it for 10,000 years. Go, my child. When you see your wife, tell her that I've acknowledged her. I've wronged you in this life, but I can't make up for it. What a pity, what a pity. Ha ha ha." As Li Chuanbua laughed, he turned around and left. He rushed toward Xiaoqingyu and Chu Shanga who were fighting fiercely in the air. He actually didn't turn back. Only at the places where he passed by, drops of tears fell together with the blood and disappeared without a trace. My child, in your next life, you must be happy. Don't yearn bitterly. Smile lightly in your life and don't worry in your life. Li Xianxi's illusory figure knelt in the air and kowtowed repeatedly. He wanted to speak, but he could not speak now. In the end, his body involuntarily rose into the air. That kneeling illusory figure remained kneeling until he completely disappeared into the horizon. Father, I don't blame you anymore, although you didn't check the truth when you objected back then, your original intention was for my own good. I will definitely remember your words. Don't worry. He didn't say these words out loud. But everyone who saw this scene could clearly feel it from the bottom of their hearts. Li Chuanbo killed me personally at the last moment, but preserved my soul and gave me a chance to live without regrets. Today, at this very moment, the fate between father and son finally came to an end. Li Chuanbo wanted to turn back countless times, wanting to take another look at his son's shadow, but he didn't. He just stood silently in front of Xianxia again. Seeing that Li Chuanbo had returned, Xianxia also stopped unexpectedly. The three of them stood in the air in a triangle, bidding farewell to Li Xiangxi's soul that had disappeared. No matter what, Xianxia wouldn't disturb them at this moment. Although he still wanted to kill Li Chuanbo eventually, he definitely wouldn't do it at this moment. The battle situation below had completely calmed down. Only the three of them and the last battle of this battle had yet to come to an end. Li Chuanbo's eyes were full of gratification and a strange glow. His body swayed inexplicably and he said, "Second brother Xiao, it's time." Xiaoqinyu's expression was solemn. He nodded slightly and said, "Brother, have a safe journey. Forgive me for not seeing you off." The sword flashed and pierced into Li Chuanbo's heart once again. It just stopped there and didn't move. Li Chuanbo didn't make any movement to dodge. He didn't even have the thought of dodging. He just lowered his head and looked at the sword in his chest with a bitter smile. He reached out and gripped the sword tightly. Blood flowed from his chest and from his hand, dripping down. He raised his head and smiled calmly. "I originally thought that if Xianxia and I self-destructed at the end, even if we couldn't kill you, we would at least make you suffer injuries that you wouldn't be able to recover from for decades. But when it came to it, we still didn't." Haha. Xiaoqinyu took a deep breath, a hint of guilt in his eyes as he said, "I understand. Until the moment of your death, you still recognized me as your second brother. But I killed you with my own hands. I am the one who let you down. You have no regrets in this matter, but I will regret it for the rest of my life. If I had a choice, I would rather be injured." Li Chuanbo smiled lightly and said, "If you were injured, it would be my turn to feel regret. Actually, I have long known that all of you no longer treat me as a brother. But he smiled lightly. Second brother, when I die, I have to be buried with you. Let this sword of yours be buried with me." Xiaoqinyu let go of the sword hilt and drifted backward. "Brother," tears finally fell uncontrollably. Li Chuanbo chuckled, as if he still wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Then, his whole body suddenly exploded silently, turning into a blazing white flame that burned in the air. A middle-grade supreme martial artist had turned his soul, consciousness, and divine thoughts into a blazing flame at this moment. Just as he had said earlier, "I am already extremely tired of this world. Even if there is a chance for a next life, I don't want it. If even a brother of 10,000 years could betray him, what else could be real? I don't want such a world." The white flame burned in the air, and Xiaoqinyu's treasured sword actually melted in it. Bit by bit, it turned into molten iron. In the end, even the molten iron disappeared bit by bit. Everything returned to nothingness. Chu Xiangji's wrist shook, and the black saber in his hand suddenly made a sad sound and broke. He looked up and laughed loudly. "A brother for a day, a brother for life. Even if your other brothers don't accompany you, I, Chu Xianggu, will. You will always have a good brother. Li Chuanbo, I want to tell you solemnly that you still have a brother in this life. A real brother." Chu Xianggu laughed loudly and turned to look at Xiaoqinyu, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. He shouted, "As for the others, they are not worthy to be your brothers. It's not that you don't have any brothers." His body floated up, and he rushed toward the blazing white flame without any hesitation. With a whoosh, the blazing white flame suddenly doubled in size. In just a moment, Chu Xiangji's whole body disappeared in the flame without a trace. In the end, the two middle-grade supreme martial artists didn't even choose to kill the enemy. Instead, they burned themselves. Both of them were extremely arrogant people. Since death was a foregone conclusion, it was meaningless to drag some ants down with him. More importantly, they didn't deserve it. Secondly, it was also a silent request: "We've already shown you mercy. Then, the hundreds of thousands of women and children of the Li clan, do as you see fit. If he wanted to kill them, he would kill them. Anyway, we definitely won't be able to see it. But if by any chance he still remembered some old feelings, then, whatever, the entire world suddenly fell into silence. Xianxia stood in the air in a daze. At this moment, he only felt that the killing intent in his heart had completely disappeared. He had even forgotten about his brother's death. Li Chuanbua and Chu Xiangji's words seemed to still echo in his ears. I wanted to. In the end, if Xiangge and I self-destruct at the same time, the two of us will self-destruct. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you suffer an injury that you won't be able to recover from for decades. But now that things have come to a head. Still nothing. Haha. If you're injured, it'll be my turn to regret. Actually, I've long known that you guys don't treat me as a brother anymore. But a brother for a day, a brother for life. Even if your other brothers don't accompany you, Chu Xianggu, will. You still have a good brother. Li Chuanbua, I want to tell you solemnly that you still have a brother in this life. A real brother. As for the others, it's because they don't deserve to be your brothers. It's not because you don't have any brothers. He stood in the air despondently and murmured, I don't deserve it? It's actually because I don't deserve it? Yes. I don't deserve it, I really don't deserve it. You can have no regrets now that you have a brother to accompany you. If there comes a day when I, Xianxia, am at the end of my road, will there still be anyone who will accompany me like this? I'm destined to have regrets because my last brother was killed by me with my own hands. As he thought about it, Xianxia suddenly realized that he was actually infinitely sorrowful. He actually felt endless envy toward the two people who had already died. Because he didn't have such brothers. The last one was also killed by him, or it should be said that on that day when he was drunk from the barbecue, when the wine bottle shattered, that brother was already gone, the white flame gradually burned out and finally disappeared without a trace. Xianxia stood there with a solemn expression and didn't move for a long time. Suddenly, he bowed deeply and said in a low voice, Li Chuanbua, I'm indeed not worthy to be your brother. I really envy you that you have a brother to accompany you even until death. Suddenly, he staggered and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as death. Based on Xiaoqinyu's cultivation and current state, other than the fact that he had used up a lot of his power, he was almost completely unharmed. However, this mouthful of blood was filled with sadness and regret. It was all in this mouthful of heart's blood. Before Li Chuanbua died, Xiaoqinyu had always felt that even if he really killed him, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, at this moment, when Li Chuanbua really disappeared from this world forever, Xiaoqinyu suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He couldn't grab anything and it was as if the world was also silent at this moment. For a moment, his heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. He closed his eyes tiredly and panted slightly. However, scenes of the past suddenly appeared in his mind. He still remembered that 10,000 years ago, when the brothers from various clans met for the first time. At that time, the brothers didn't have any interests at all. He still remembered that child of about 10 years old who pretended to be mature and stood in front of him. I'm Li Chuanbua. Are you second brother Xiao? Second brother Xiao, I fought with Qiu. I'm in so much pain. Help me out, second brother Xiao, you're so amazing. How good would it be if you were my biological brother? Second brother Xiao, we'll always be good brothers. As if he had grown up in an instant, that white-robed young man looked at him affectionately. Second brother Xiao, I have good wine here. Let me toast you. It seemed that when the two clans were fighting for certain interests, Li Chuanbua was already a white-robed man then. In front of the two clans, he said casually, if it's something second brother Xiao wants, the Li clan will give it up. So decisive. So unhesitant. Whatever brother wants, as long as I have it, I'll give it to him. No matter what it is. After drinking some wine, Li Chuanbua smiled lightly. Now, he was dead. He killed him with his own hands. Before he died, he didn't even self-destruct. He disappeared from this world forever. Could it be that 10,000 years, a long time, could it really obliterate all true feelings? Thinking of the subtle expression on Li Chuanbua's face before he died, Xiaoqinyu suddenly felt that all the hatred in his heart had disappeared. There was only endless sorrow and desolation. He only felt that his soul had become empty at this moment. The Calamity Sword Master and his brothers were clearly on the opposite mountain. But at this moment, he didn't even have the mood to take revenge and create a legend. He only felt extremely tired. It was as if he couldn't wait to fall asleep, but also wanted to drink up all the good wine and get drunk. It was just like back then when he and Li Chuanbue sat across each other, drinking and laughing heartily without any grudges or barriers. Although Li Chuanbue was dead now. But he was filled with endless envy towards Li Chuanbue. This was his generation. A man's generation. Xiao Qingyu was like a walking corpse. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground without any spirit. He staggered again before he could stabilize his feet. A sharp pain arose in his heart again, as if his soul was missing. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood consecutively. All of them were bright red, fighting with Li Chuanbue and Chu Xianxia. Although he also suffered some internal injuries. But it was definitely not so serious. It was definitely not to the extent of spitting out blood consecutively, but at this moment, Xianxia felt an uncontrollable urge to vomit blood. He couldn't suppress the intense pain in his soul. It was as if he had vomited all his blood. He would only feel better after vomiting all his blood. An 8th grade peak-level supreme martial artist walked over with wounds all over his body. Old Xiao, what should we do next? Xiaoqingyu waved his hand tiredly. Don't ask me. Do as you see fit. Don't ask me about anything anymore. The expert hesitated for a moment and said, the next step is to find the Calamity Sword Master and Tribulation, or to kill our way to the Li clan's headquarters. Slap. Xiaoqingyu slapped him hard on the face and said furiously, are you deaf? I said don't ask me, everything. Do you hear me? Do you understand? Bastard. Don't you understand human language? The 8th grade supreme martial artist was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away by the slap. His body spun endlessly like a spinning top. He was almost half dead from this slap, but he didn't dare to say anything. If he said a few more words, he might even lose his life. Xiaoqingyu staggered 2 steps forward and entered a tent. It was a tent that could be used for moving sleds. He closed the curtain after he entered the tent and no sound came out from the tent. Everyone in the Allied forces looked at each other and thought, what should we do if you don't say anything? Should we continue to fight Tribulation? Or should we rob the Li clan? Most importantly, should we kill the remaining women and children of the Li clan? What should we do? If you don't say anything, how can we make a decision without your permission? Diwu Qingru walked over slowly. Everyone was overjoyed. With the commander-in-chief Diwu here, it meant that they had a backbone. Even Xiaoqingyu wouldn't refute Diwu Qingru's words easily. Don't ask me what to do. Diwu Qingru waved his hand and looked a little bleak. He said, from the moment of the final battle, I am no longer the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. Besides, there are too many things involved. The Li clan's tens of thousands of years of foundation and how many women and children there are. These are all things worth considering. This is the internal problem of your big clan, so I won't participate in any opinions. I fell to my death today. I was drunk last night and slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I needed to pee, so I got up in a daze and rushed to the toilet. The pants that I had just put on fell down again and tripped my leg. I fell down from the bed. Really hard. I was dizzy on the spot and there was a big red bump on my forehead. I couldn't get up for a long time. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Jin Jianlong laughed out loud and said fiercely, the Li clan deserves to be punished for what it is today. Since we are enemies with each other, what internal and external problems do we have to talk about? My suggestion is simple. We will kill our way over and exterminate the entire Li clan. As for the Li clan's wealth, we will split it equally. A supreme martial artist from the Shi clan said, that's right. We have always done this to other clans. Why should the Li clan be an exception? More than 30,000 people from the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers came to the northwest. Now, there are less than 5,000 people left. Are those who died for nothing? If we don't gain anything, do we have to pay for the compensation ourselves? That's right. Are those who died for nothing? The brothers who had died all had families back home. If they couldn't get any benefits from this place, what would happen to those people? If the clan loses its pillar of support, won't they be bullied to death? The Li clan is a loser. A loser should have the awareness of being a loser. This is the rule of the martial world. It has always been like this. Why should the Li clan be an exception? For a moment, everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, and everyone was righteous. Diwu Qingru said lightly, I'm just reminding you that you and the Li clan are both big clans. The Li clan is like this today. If one day, your clans, also end up in the same situation, what will you say? The winner takes all. What else is there to say? Qin Jianlong was unhappy and said, if we lose, we lose. If that day really comes, it will be our wives and children who deserve to die. What else is there to say? As he said this, a cold voice said, that's right. I hope you remember your words. If the Qin clan is destroyed one day, then it will be your wives and children who deserve to die. I won't let any of them off. Everyone turned around and saw a young man in black standing in the wind. His eyes were shining as he looked over. His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of murderous intent. Everyone was shocked. The person who spoke was the master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang. It had actually sunk into a deathly silence. No one dared to belittle this sentence. Because the person who spoke was Chu Yang, the master of Calamity Sword. If someone else said this, they would only laugh. But when it came from the master of Calamity Sword, everyone felt the pressure. The master of Calamity Sword had never been defeated in 10,000 years. Brother Calamity Sword was invincible. The master of Calamity Sword was bound to unify the heavens. According to the history of the past 100,000 years, their clans were almost destined to be destroyed in this person's history. His words was a prophecy that was likely to come true. How was the pressure on them? Next to him, Tribulation and his brothers had also gathered together. Pairs of cold eyes were looking at this side. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They wanted to say a few harsh words, but they couldn't. Even at this moment, the allied forces were still hundreds of times more powerful than Chu Yang and the others. If the two sides really fought to the death, Chu Yang and the others would have absolutely no chance of survival. If it was a simple comparison of strength, it might only take a few masters of the lower grades to kill the Tribulation brothers and the Tribulation sword master, but the problem was that Chu and Chu didn't participate in the previous battle. They were fresh troops now. They had another advantage, which was that they could retreat at any time. If they didn't want to fight and just ran away, even Xiaoqinyu might not be able to catch up with them. Moreover, the land of Tribulation still had Mo Tianji, the think tank. Commander Diwu had solemnly stated before that they had only used the sunlight formation of the three lights formation so far. There were still two formations left. Who knew how Calamity Sword would arrange the two formations, but now, that Calamity Sword wasn't here. No one knew where he went. Or was he secretly preparing? If a fight really breaks out in Master Tribulation and the others lead us into a deadly situation, they will certainly know how to avoid danger. What about us? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. The consequences would be unimaginable. As long as Xiaoqinyu didn't say anything, no one would choose to fight with Calamity at this time. Theoretically, Calamity Sword was their number one enemy. But at this moment, the wealth of the Li clan was in their hands. What was the purpose of fighting? Who would put aside the benefits that they had already obtained and risk their lives to fight an unrelated yet abnormally powerful and mysterious enemy? Wouldn't that be stupid? Besides, that poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing was still watching them. They were obviously on the same side. Who would dare to go against him? Of course, we don't dare to take Sword Master's threat lightly. Qin Jianlong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, but this time, Lord Sword Master has exposed himself too early. What he meant was that even if they couldn't kill you now, it would be easy for all the big clans in the world to kill one or two of you. Qi Yang said coldly, you mean, we can't let the women and children of the Li clan go? Qin Jianlong hesitated and said loudly, that's right. If there was a day in the future when Lord Sword Master attacked the Qin clan, he could also destroy them. Don't let anyone go. Qi Yang said lightly, you must remember what you said. Today's cause will be tomorrow's effect. Qin Jianlong said proudly, my words are like the wind. Then he sneered, we'll go to the base camp of the Li clan immediately. Sword Master, do you want to go with us? See how we kill people? Qu Yang said coldly, I'll see. I'll definitely take a good look. Chen Jianlong laughed and turned to leave. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone's going to get rich. The Alliance army was excited. Everyone followed him and the sleigh started moving slowly. Xianxia was sitting inside. He clearly heard that the Master of Calamity Sword was outside, but he didn't know why. At this moment, his mind was so tired that he couldn't even get angry. Even now, Xianxia was still immersed in the past, unable to extricate himself from it. Boss, are we really not going to do anything? Gu Duxing frowned. How can we not do anything? Qu Yang smiled lightly. But there's still a bird below. We still need to dig it out first. Normally, as long as this sentence was said, everyone would definitely want to laugh. Jesting was a matter of course, and GMO had to play a trick. As for whether to ridicule a certain bird in advance, such as stripping a pig, exposing its entire bird, or something like that, it would depend on how hot the atmosphere was. However, they had just gone through such a desperate battle. Even though they hadn't personally participated in it, they still felt a lot of emotions. At this moment, no one could laugh. Even someone as humorous as GMO was silent at this moment. Their hearts were very heavy. Qu Yang sighed. He wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't think that if even he was depressed, how could the atmosphere be livened up? The Alliance army had already retreated. It was completely quiet here now. Looking at the blood mist in the air that hadn't dissipated completely, everyone was very depressed. The atmosphere was very heavy. Li Chuanbo was dead. And he was so dead. This made all the brothers feel a little complicated. Whether the Li clan had committed all kinds of evil and was deranged, whether they deserved to die or not, this was a matter of opinion. But Li Chuanbo, this old man, was someone that everyone respected, and it was the kind of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. This old man could be called a hero, or even a perfect hero. This was something that everyone had long agreed on. But no one would have thought that he would die without paying any price today. He died so cleanly that he felt at ease. But on second thought, if Li Chuanbo didn't die like this, then he really wouldn't be Li Chuanbo. If he had self-destructed in the end to pay the price, then wouldn't it be more worthwhile for him to choose to live on with humiliation and take revenge endlessly? A middle-grade supreme martial artist was not something that could be surrounded and annihilated by humans. Even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't stop Li Chuanbo, who was fully focused on escaping. Even if there were many experts of the same level as Xianxia, the result would still be the same. In order to truly kill a middle-grade supreme martial artist, one must have extremely special means or have domineering strength that exceeded the limits of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. For example, only Xi Shiqing could possibly kill a middle-grade supreme martial artist. Otherwise, don't even think about it, but Li Chuanbo was Li Chuanbo after all. He didn't have such a choice. Although he was already disappointed in this world, he still had his own bottom line. Although he no longer believed in any emotions, he still believed in and abided by his own feelings and perseverance. All the brothers sighed in unison. Impressive, Li Chuanbo. Suddenly, there was a tremor beneath their feet. A faint fluctuation filled this extremely flat ground with a kind of magical rhythm at this moment. It was Mo Tianji removing the effects of the triple light formation. Hundreds of millions of purple crystals instantly turned into dust. And right at this moment, somewhere underground, there was a sudden explosion. A thin and small figure shot up into the sky at least several thousand feet high. Panting heavily, he cursed angrily, Motherf ***, I almost suffocated to death. The thin and small figure was naturally Rui Badong, a certain naked bird. It was inevitable that he would be naked. After all, he had entered a place of lava. What kind of clothes could withstand the temperature of the lava? It must be said that this Lord Phoenix was very unlucky. It was just as Gu Duxing had said. When it excitedly rushed into the lava, it didn't consider that this place was derived from the Three Lights Great Array. So, it was naturally inside the Three Lights Great Array. Even after he rushed in, he didn't think about this. He only focused on increasing his strength, wholeheartedly and greedily absorbing the heat of the lava and turning it into his own phoenix vital essence. Once he entered the magma, Rui Badong immediately felt an endless stream of pure heat surging into his body. The phoenix true origin filled up at a rapid speed. Rue Budong felt an infinite sense of happiness. It was all an increase in strength, but this was much more comfortable than the Phoenix Nirvana, but he also knew that he didn't have much time. If he delayed and waited for the magma to cool down, it would be a huge waste. Especially since this was a rare opportunity, how could he miss it? Therefore, he started to absorb with all his might. Apart from absorbing with all his might, he didn't care about anything else. In the end, it seemed that even the last bit of heat was absorbed into his body. Only then did he feel satisfied that he didn't miss this God-given opportunity. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his cultivation had risen from the supreme grade to the peak of the 7th grade. It seemed that he was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th grade. Rue Budong almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This was really too good. He was now the strongest among all the brothers, even above Boss Chu. Who else, who wasn't convinced? The high-spirited Rue Budong couldn't wait to return to his brothers and show off to them. How could he have such a day? But then, Rue Budong realized that he seemed to have rejoiced too early. His cultivation had indeed improved, and by a lot, but he was trapped underground and couldn't get out. The most tragic thing was that he was trapped alive in a rock formed by magma. Rue Budong used all his strength, but he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, he remembered that this was Mo Tianji's 3 lights formation. In an instant, he cried and almost broke down. Even if Rue Budong was really an 8th grade supreme, he couldn't move the ground that had mutated because of the 3 lights formation, not to mention that he was almost there. How could I forget such an important thing? At that moment, Rue Budong was filled with regret. It was a good thing to be able to raise his cultivation, but to be trapped and suffocated to death because of it was very bad. What was this? His brother stayed underground for such a long time. When the battle ended and Mo Tianji unsealed the 3 lights formation, Rue Budong was really about to suffocate to death. No matter how powerful the Phoenix Nirvana was, it couldn't be without air. There was no air underground. If it wasn't for the great improvement in his cultivation that greatly extended the time he could hold his breath, this bird would be the first accidental death in history. Furthermore, he had suffocated himself to death. With great difficulty, he finally managed to escape. He rushed out impatiently and swaggered around in the air for 7 or 8 rounds before landing. With a dark face, he complained, "Why did you take so long to open the formation? I almost suffocated to death." Mo Tianji snorted and gave the 7th grade supreme martial artist a tight slap. "You still have the cheek to say that? My Starlight Grand Array and Moonlight Grand Array were destroyed because of you. What an incompetent fellow." Rue Budong rubbed his head and lowered his head, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. "Stop showing off your bird. Hurry up and find some clothes to wear. Let's go quickly." The women and children of the Li clan, and hundreds of thousands of them. Are we really going to watch them get slaughtered? Chu Yang waved his hand and urged him. Yes. Let's go. All of the brothers immediately remembered. They rushed out as if they were flying, leaving a certain bird alone in its original place. Rue Budong was stunned where he was. Elder was a peak 7th grade supreme martial artist. How could no one have noticed such a huge improvement in Elder? No one even complimented him. Elder was now the number 1 among all the brothers. What did boss say just now? Dizzy bird, what dizzy bird? Just as he was reciting, a cool breeze blew past. Rue Budong shuddered. Why was it so cold down there? He looked down. Help, where are my clothes? Why are they naked? Elder was still spinning in the air 7 or 8 times just now. His face had been F*** thrown all the way to his grandmother's house. On the other side, the troops of the Allied forces were moving forward rapidly, like a pack of hungry wolves, rushing toward a flock of white, delicious, and completely defenseless lambs. The truth was indeed so. It was just that it was bloodier, crueler, more cold-blooded, more greedy, and more evidence of the dark side of humans. Everyone was thinking cruelly and greedily. The long-term accumulation of more than 10,000 years, the mountainous wealth, the beautiful women of the Li clan, the blood that was about to splatter, the beautiful pleading voices. There were people of the Li clan that was once as famous as us. Now, today, in the next moment, they will completely fall under our butcher's knife. They won't have much resistance anymore. In fact, they may not even have any resistance at all. We can do whatever we want, the pleasure of being the meat on someone else's chopping block. With this thought, a heartfelt pleasure rose in his heart. He really couldn't wait for that moment to come. However, just as everyone was moving quickly, another troop of troops of the Allied forces suddenly stopped. Everyone who was moving forward was rather confused. Could there be some unexpected change, enemy attack? They didn't notice anything. Everyone, now that the situation is settled, the remnants of the Li clan are no longer a threat. We are injured and exhausted, unable to bear the burden and urgently need to recuperate. We won't be participating in the later operations and will take our leave here. Lan Mofeng walked out and cupped his fists to bid farewell. The Lan clan has been entrusted by the 5th Commander-in-Chief to escort the Commander-in-Chief back to the south. The Lan clan is in decline now, and we contributed very little in this decisive battle. The Li clan's wealth should naturally belong to those who contributed. The Lan clan knows that we are not qualified to touch it. As for the share that we originally agreed upon, we might as well give it to all of you. The mountains are high and the rivers are long, may we meet again. Qin Jianlong and the others looked at Lan Mofeng suspiciously. Was this guy brainless? Or did he have enzymes in his brain? Farewell. Lan Mofeng and the others turned to leave. Diwu Qingru walked out from the crowd, his expression rather bleak and somewhat helpless. With a light laugh, he said, Qingru says that I'm the Commander-in-Chief, but since all of you don't mind, I'm just doing it in name. Today's battle is over, and there are no more major battles. I just happen to bid farewell to all of you. Please don't take it to heart. Everyone didn't expect Diwu Qingru to leave immediately after accomplishing his mission. For a moment, they were so surprised that they were speechless. Diwu Qingru was different from the declining Lan clan. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the super clans, his scheming role was definitely above that of the Lan clan. All the super clans had even come to a tacit understanding that they could give the Lan clan nothing or less of the Li clan's benefits this time, but they had to give Diwu Qingru a substantial share of the benefits. But he didn't want it either? We've all known each other for a while. Before I leave, I'll give all of you a piece of advice. Diwu Qingru's expression changed a little. He said in a low voice, Don't be too overboard. When you're complacent, you have to be cautious. Before you improve, you have a steel knife. Everyone was silent. When you've received a favor, you should retreat first. When you're complacent, you can rest. Diwu Qingru breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Farewell. Have a safe journey, Commander-in-Chief. We'll meet again. Qin Jianlong and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. If Diwu Qingru was still around, they really wouldn't know how to divide the benefits given to him. If they gave too much, everyone would naturally be unhappy. If they gave too little, it would be Diwu Qingru who would be unhappy. If such a wise man bore a grudge against them, it would definitely not be a wonderful thing. It was good that he left just like that. Anyway, they wouldn't need him anymore. At least, they wouldn't need him for now. Diwu Qingru waved his hand. He walked towards Xiaoqinyu's sleigh, and said his goodbyes. Then, his sleeves fluttered as he stood in the wilderness for a while. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Then, he boarded another sleigh, and left in silence. The members of the super clans looked conflicted. After a long time, 70 to 80 people actually stepped out from the crowd and said, Commander-in-Chief Diwu has done us a great favor. Now that he's returning to the south, we have no choice but to send him off. The benefits here are ultimately worldly possessions. We won't take them. Everyone, will meet again in the future. Cupping their fists, they chased after him. Some more people stepped out and cupped their fists to bid farewell. With people leaving one after another, there were actually less than 200 people left in an instant. If Lan Mofeng and the 80-odd people from the Lan clan were included, it was basically equivalent to almost 300 experts leaving at once. Qin Jianlong stomped his feet and snorted. A bunch of idiots. Giving away the benefits that are already in their hands. They don't care, but we do. Let's go. They continued to head north. Although they lost almost 300 people out of nowhere, to this team of 5,000 people now, losing 300 people was just a drop in the ocean. But it also didn't affect the overall situation and didn't affect their overall strength. On the snowy ground, a group of people headed north rapidly while another small group headed south rapidly. In just a moment, they couldn't see each other anymore. "Commander-in-Chief, why are you leaving at this time? You're about to enter a treasure mountain but return empty-handed," asked a low voice on the snowy ground. A soft voice said, "Since we can't get anything, isn't it the same whether we leave earlier or later?" "Can't get anything?" The voice from earlier was shocked. "The Li clan has already been wiped out. How can their 10,000 years of accumulation be insignificant? Wealth is just a small matter. Why can't we get anything?" Diwu Qingru smiled helplessly. "There are still women and children of the Li clan there. There may be quite a number of women and children in the Li clan, but what kind of combat power can they have? They naturally don't have combat power, but the Tribulation Sword Master does." Diwu Qingru said softly, "The Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang will never allow them to hurt women and children wantonly. If they had promised to only take wealth and not hurt women and children, Chu Yang might not have stopped them. But they have already said that they will hurt women and children and massacre the Li clan. Then, that place is about to become hell." "Is it possible with just the Tribulation Sword Master and those few people?" asked Lan Mofeng doubtfully. "Remove the last word. Maybe just the Tribulation Sword Master alone is enough," said Diwu Qingru calmly. "I'm not talking about his strength but his influence." Lan Mofeng sucked in a breath of cold air. "If Chu Yang's side can gain the upper hand and force them to retreat or kill all of these few thousand people, nothing will happen. But if Chu Yang and the rest are at a disadvantage, after a great battle, the women and children of the Li clan will still be doomed in the end. As for the difficulty, I'm sure that when the remaining few clans are wiped out by the Tribulation Sword Master, they will also face the same tragic fate of being wiped out." "The Tribulation Sword Master is so powerful? Does he have the ability to transcend heaven and earth? Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens favors the Tribulation lineage. The Tribulation Sword Master's current strength may not be among the top, but his influence is big enough." "Do you think that Wu Jiuqing stayed here just to watch the show?" Yes, there's still the poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing. With him around, even if Tribulation is defeated, there's still room for retreat." Diwu Qingru sneered. "You're thinking too simply. Wu Jiuqing is not Tribulation's only trump card. Although Wu Jiuqing's strength is astonishing, he's just one person after all. Even if he's intimidating enough, there's still a limit. If the big clans are really willing to pay the price, they still have the ability to destroy him." He smiled for some unknown reason. "You high-level supreme martial artists are overly confident in your own divine senses and don't seek help from outsiders. But I've long sensed the murderous intent in the northeast. There's clearly a large number of top experts lying in ambush there, and there's definitely a lot of them. And the northeast is where the 3 Stars Divine Clan is. Chu Yang and the others are relatively weak, but they still appear openly. They must have something to rely on. Therefore, I'm sure that there must be reinforcements from the Tribulation Sword Master in the northeast, and they're super powerful. Once we cross the line, we'll have to face a cruel battle. I don't have any confidence in this battle. There's even the risk of being destroyed. Therefore, we must leave in advance. Because Chen Jianlong and the others are already bloodthirsty. They definitely won't care about the line, especially the line of others. Therefore, this battle is already unavoidable. Once these people are all wiped out, it'll be a good thing for us. What I'm afraid of now is that they aren't all wiped out. Then, the big clans will really be completely wiped out from the continent. The Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang will definitely kill everyone who belongs to the big clans very seriously." Diwu Qingru heaved a long sigh. "Is this Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang even scarier than that Mo Tianji?" Lan Mofeng asked in disbelief. These few days, his dealings with Mo Tianji had been full of twists and turns. Lan Mofeng had long regarded Mo Tianji as a scary demon. At this moment, when he heard Diwu Qingru's words, he couldn't help but feel somewhat unconvinced. He did not believe that the Master of Calamity Sword could be more terrifying than Mo Tianji. The terrifying thing about the Calamity Sword Master is his bottom line. If you cross his bottom line, he won't talk about bottom lines with you. That's when the real bloodbath begins. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly. Motianji is only one of the tribulations, and Xu Yang is the master of the tribulations. Xu Yang is definitely several times more terrifying than Motianji, the brain of the tribulations. Hislan Mofeng sucked in a breath of cold air abruptly. He had never doubted Diwu Qingro's judgment. Diwu Qingru had never made a wrong judgment before. In short, we must leave quickly. We must leave as fast as we can. Diwu Qingro's eyes were profound. We must leave the northwest region as soon as possible. The group sped up again. Diwu Qingro's face was full of satisfaction as he looked at the people who were following behind him. Diwu Qingro didn't care about how many people from the great clans had died in the War of the Northwest. What he cared about was how much he had gained. From the looks of it now, it seemed to have greatly exceeded his expectations. He still had his own charisma. It was already good enough that he had been able to rope in those people from the Lan clan, but now there were 200 more people, 200 supreme martial artists. This was a rather huge force. Diwu Qingru had always had his own plans. He also had his own considerations when selecting people. The great clans had always had the habit of keeping thugs and outsiders. And these people were usually already rooted in the great clans. Their relatives and daughters were all living with their respective clans. Diwu Qingru didn't dare to lay his hands on these people, nor could he afford to do so. But there were also some people who were all alone, or whose family members had all died, or who didn't care about the burden of a family and were engrossed in cultivation. This group of people didn't have very strong restraints from their respective clans. They were basically free people. The most important point was that because these people had no ties to themselves, their respective clans weren't that easy to deal with in terms of ordering them around. Therefore, they were easily overlooked in their respective clans. And Diwu Qingro's main target was this group of people. Time and time again, the subtle gestures of goodwill, the ingenious arrangements of taking care of them through life and death battles, and the various hints given, allowed these people to survive time and time again in the bloody battles. Diwu Qingru had put in too much effort for this. It was simply incalculable, and now, when he left, these people were willing to follow him. This was his biggest gain from this trip. They said that they were escorting him back to the south, but everyone knew that this was just an excuse. Once he left, there was no turning back. Everyone had ambition, but they were also greedy for life and afraid of death. This was a common trait of humans. Following an invincible commander who didn't fall into danger and following a clan that had been rotten for thousands of years but was still high and mighty. These were two completely different things. There was another important point. The rise of the Diwu clan was now unstoppable. If they followed him now, they would be the first-generation elders of the clan in the future. How could the position of a thug in other clans be comparable to this? No one was confused. In the future, Qingru will live and die with all of you. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and said solemnly, whether it's a picturesque landscape or a dead end, we will walk through it together. We are willing to build a great cause and glory together with clan leader. Everyone shouted in unison. There was some excitement in their voices. At this moment, they were already very far away from the group. Naturally, they didn't need to call him Commander-in-Chief Diwu anymore. Moreover, although Diwu Qingro's words were simple, it made one thing clear: we will advance and retreat together, and share weal and woe together. This was an attitude. It was also the respect that everyone wanted to get the most. Diwu Qingru nodded warmly. Let's go. This is already the world of the Tribulation Sword Master. Everyone was shocked. Already? Is it really so serious? Definitely. Diwu Qingru laughed. Let's wait and see. As they laughed, the group quickly disappeared in the direction of the south. At this moment, the sound of the explosion in the distance had completely disappeared. The people of the Li clan were still looking at each other at the door, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping to see their loved ones return in triumph. But they didn't know that the miracle didn't happen. Their loved ones would never come back. In the middle was a white-haired old lady. She leaned on a walking stick and looked at the road. Her face was expressionless. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, but there was an indescribable desolation. Suddenly, there was the sound of running. Then, a figure rolling and crawling appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was in an uproar, but no one said anything. Save me! Come and save me! That person was running and tripping as he screamed miserably. If there was someone chasing after him, it would be reasonable for him to lose his life at any time. But the problem was, there was no one chasing after him. But he was running as if he could lose his life at any time. Everyone was from the martial world. They could tell at a glance that this person was scared out of his wits. And this person was actually the young master of the Li clan, Li Ju. For a moment, everyone was a little surprised. What kind of situation was this? What kind of battle could scare the usually elegant and confident Grand Duke to this extent? Li Ju. There was an inexplicable sadness in the old lady's eyes. She slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "What happened in front? You're behaving like this, where is your decency? Where are the others?" Li Ju ran over in a panic. He said as if his soul had left his body, "Grandma, they're all dead, all dead. Save me, I'm dying too." The white-haired old lady was the biological mother of the current clan master of the Li clan, Li Wubua. She was also Li Ju's biological grandmother. When she heard the words "all dead," her face couldn't help but turn pale. Her body swayed and she said in a low voice, "All dead? Are they all dead?" Li Ju suddenly flew into a rage. "What are you all still standing there for? Come and save me. I'm your Grand Duke, your young master. I'm the future clan master of the Li clan. Come and save me. Bastard." The old lady's body swayed. She was so angry that her eyes turned black. "If they're all dead, why aren't you dead? How did you survive? Did you survive just to embarrass yourself?" Everyone's eyes were filled with suspicion. Li Ju's lips were green and his face was pale. His face was almost devoid of color. For some reason, he suddenly screamed, "It hurts so much. Woo woo." It was as if there were thousands of knives and swords on his body. It was also as if there were hundreds of palms attacking him. His voice was so shrill that it was horrifying. However, the women and children of the Li clan all looked at him with disdain. No one paid any attention to him. There was only one thought in their hearts, heartache. Their family members had all sacrificed themselves, and the one left behind was such a good-for-nothing. Li Ju screamed at the top of his lungs. He didn't know why, but he started to curse again. He complained that no one was paying attention to him. He threatened that he would take revenge once he became the clan lord. He trembled and wanted to treat his own injuries. In fact, his injuries weren't very serious. He hadn't broken his legs or arms. At most, there were a lot of scattered injuries. There were hundreds of wounds all over his body. There were also a lot of burns and blisters. He looked like he was covered in wounds and his flesh was badly mutilated. In reality, they were all superficial wounds. As long as medicine was applied and the wounds were treated, there wouldn't be any major problems. At most, he would feel a little uncomfortable. As for his internal injuries, they were almost non-existent. Old Madame Li's face became more and more unpleasant. She really wanted to slap this evil creature to death, but first, Li Ju was the only one alive in front of them. Second, they were still grandfather and grandson. Old Madame Li doted on this grandson, so she really couldn't bear to do it. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from afar. "Ha ha ha. So everyone is here. Since you've all gathered here, you've saved this old man a lot of effort. Since you're so tactful, I'll definitely let you go on your way happily and reunite with your family." When Li Ju heard this, he immediately lost control again. In a panic, he actually squeezed into the group of women and said incoherently, "They're here, they're here. Who will protect me? Quick, quick, quick. I want to run. Help, shut up, you bastard." Old Madame Li shouted. Her voice was not loud, but it was very majestic. Hundreds of thousands of people heard the enemy's movements with their own ears. Grief appeared on their faces at the same time. Their last hope was dashed just like that. The enemy had come to the heart of the Li clan. This proved that their own family members had all been killed, otherwise, why would they come here? How could they come here? However, in addition to their grief, each and every one of them puffed out their chests. There was not the slightest bit of fear. Instead, there was a kind of joy of being free. They went, and it would be our turn later. Although we are weak, we are still strong. Li family, even if we die, what is there to fear? People came one after another. Chen Jianlong was in the lead. He was very proud and arrogant. He shouted with his nose in the air, "Tell me, where are the treasures of the Li family? Just hand them over, and I will let you die quickly. Don't make yourself suffer. It is not a good feeling. Be smart." Old Madam Li said calmly, "Who are you? Please tell me your name." Although the Li family has never cared about treasures, if you want the Li family's treasures, you have to see if you are qualified. Old Madam Li raised her head. Her white hair was fluttering, and her eyes were sharp. She said coldly, "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take over the Li family's treasure." Chen Jianlong snorted coldly. "Old lady, who are you?" Old Madam Li smiled. "This is the Northwest, the territory of the Li family. This is the Li family. Honey, I'm asking you, who are you?" Chen Jianlong was furious. The Northwest of the Li family? This was the Li family? Perhaps it was still the Li family now, but it might not be the case in a while. The men of the Li family were all dead. Even the patriarch of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, was dead. Do you think this is still the Li family's territory? You still insist on this question. What a joke. Old Madam Li suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. She said in a shrill but heroic voice, "There are not only men in the Li family, but also women. We are also members of the Li family. As long as there is one person with the surname Li, this land will still belong to the Li family." Everyone shouted in unison, "That's right, as long as there is still one person with the surname Li in the Li clan, this land will belong to the Li clan." "This is the Li clan." Chen Jianlong guffawed and pointed. "Yes. There seems to be another guy over there. Is he also from the Li clan?" He pointed at Li Ju. Li Ju felt that he had been locked on by someone's divine sense. He was instantly terrified and shouted, "Don't kill me. Save me." Then, he turned around and ran away. He actually ran to where there were more people. He didn't care about the difference between men and women and ran further and further away. Seeing this, Chen Jianlong's smile widened. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the Li clan to still have someone who understands the situation. Someone like him can survive because he knows fear and knows what he can and can't provoke. Do you still think this land belongs to the Li clan?" The question was directed at Old Madam Li. Old Madam Li said indifferently, "Let me answer your first question first. It doesn't matter what that bastard's surname is now, but it is destined not to be Li anymore. Because even if he can still live, even if he can live for another 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, the ancestors of the Li clan won't recognize him as Li anymore. He doesn't deserve it. Secondly, this is the Li clan's territory. As long as there is one person in the Li clan, this will never change." Chen Jianlong heard this and became angry. He said fiercely, "Good, good, good. Since Old Madam Li said so, then I will kill everyone with the surname Li and then go search for the treasures. I really don't believe that those treasures can grow wings and fly away." Old Madam Li sneered. "You didn't intend to let us go in the first place. Why do you have to be so pretentious?" Suddenly, there was a shout, "The men of the Li clan are all heroes. They will never kneel in front of others and die together. Are the women of the Li clan afraid of death? The men of the Li clan are heroes. The women are also not afraid of anything." They were still shouting in unison. Old Madam Li waved her hand and stopped the shouting. She smiled bitterly. "Actually, what's the point of talking so much nonsense? What are we waiting for? Our men are all dead. Are we still going to hesitate here and not reunite?" With a roar that sounded like an explosion, the women of the Li family suddenly rushed forward like crazy tigers. Everyone was holding a sword, a knife, or other sharp weapons. Everyone was rushing forward without thinking about their own safety. Most of them were weak, but this time, they didn't want to kill the enemy. They only wanted to be killed as soon as possible, that was all. Just as Chen Jianlong said, the women of the Li clan had already realized that they were losers. But this realization was definitely not to surrender, but to die. Li Ju was still running for his life. It was as if running for his life was the only thing he could do. Compared to these white-haired and beautiful women and children, this Li clan's Grand Duke was as detestable as a pile of dung. No, feces could be eaten by dogs, but he couldn't even be bothered to care about dogs. At this moment, the 120,000 men who had stayed behind earlier all let out a cry and rushed forward at the same time. Kill! Kill them all! Leave no one alive! Chen Jianlong's eyes were red. He raised his head and shouted, Kill! Kill them all! Leave no one alive! Wash the northwest with blood! Cut the weeds and dig up the roots! Don't leave any future troubles! Thousands of experts also rushed forward. Compared to the Li clan in front of them, these people were like a group of regular soldiers who had been through a lot of killing. Facing a group of babies who were almost defenseless, they were waving the cruelest butcher's knife. This was a massacre without any resistance at all. There was no resistance at all. It was a massacre without any resistance at all. With a swing of the sword, dozens of people fell down screaming at the same time. Fresh blood soared into the sky. In a moment, blood flowed like a river. Chen Jianlong's face revealed a trace of coldness. He chased after Li Ju. This Grand Duke of the Li clan was a rare commodity worth hoarding. At the very least, he should know the location of the Li clan's treasure trove. Also, his greatest characteristic was his fear of death. This was the most outstanding trait of his enemies. As his divine sense locked onto Li Ju, he sped up and chased after him. Li Ju, who was like a frightened rabbit, became even more panicked. He rolled and crawled, and didn't know what to say. He was so shrill that his voice was hoarse. Save me, save me. Save me. Father, mother, my mother, little one, it's useless for you to shout now. Chen Jianlong flew up and grabbed him with one hand. Li Ju suddenly thought of something at this moment. Escape? Where should I escape to? Where should I escape to? Father? Yes, didn't Father set up something? There's a safe place, there's a place, right, Badian? Badian. Quick. Li Ju began to chant incoherently in his heart. He was grasping at his last life-saving straw. Right now, Li Batian was naturally inside the secret formation that Mo Tianji had set up. He was sitting unusually quietly. It was very quiet inside. Not a single one of his 7,000 brothers was missing. Everyone was silent. No one knew if they could really escape by hiding in this place. According to Mo Tianji's original intention, he wanted to leave some space so that there would be some room to maneuver. However, the Li clan didn't even have enough space for 7,000 people. How could there be any space? Therefore, this place was really filled with 7,000 people. However, at this moment, Li Batian suddenly received Li Ju's call from outside. He also received a request to activate the different bodies united. Li Batian hesitated for a moment before he immediately activated the secret technique. He had already made it clear that once that time came, it would be a dangerous moment that couldn't be delayed any longer. He could only activate it immediately. Chen Jianlong waved his sword and sent dozens of Li clan members flying. He opened his hand and grabbed Li Ju by the back of his shirt. He lifted him up like he was lifting a chicken. At this moment, Li Ju didn't even know how to struggle. He was just about to interrogate him when he suddenly felt a dense fluctuation in the air. Li Ju, who he had caught in his hand, suddenly disappeared. Furthermore, he had disappeared without a trace. There was only a ripping sound as a piece of cloth hung in his hand. Something strange happened. Chen Jianlong couldn't help but cry out. He was stunned on the spot. Following this, he felt a purple light suddenly appear not far away. There was another series of light projections that shot into the sky. There was a loud boom. Countless people were sent flying by the shockwaves from the explosion. Snow and dust filled the air and flew in all directions. As the snow and dust settled, everyone present was stunned. Behind the crowd, a large empty space appeared out of nowhere. There were at least a few thousand people on the empty space. The young men were terrified as they looked over. They didn't know what to do at all. The Alliance army was still all right. Although there were a few thousand more people on the other side, they were all low-leveled martial artists. They weren't as hard to kill as the women. However, what was going on? Was this an ambush? A suicidal ambush? Or was it a secret sanctuary? But why would they be exposed when the army was pressing down on them? As for the women and children of the Li clan, all of them had white hair and beautiful faces. They instantly broke down. Weren't those people their children? Every single one of them was a familiar face. Every single one of them was the most promising and talented disciple in their respective clans. How did they appear out of nowhere? Weren't they taken away by the elder to be taught secret techniques? Weren't they supposed to be in some secret safe place? How did this happen? What happened? The battlefield fell silent. Li Ju and Li Ba Tian were also stunned. The two of them sat in the middle in a daze and looked at the situation outside. Their brains seemed to have frozen. Book 7, Chapter 840, Sinful, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Ju and Li Ba Tian felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't expect the formation to be at its limit. At this moment, Li Ba Tian was filled with regret. What's going on? A white-haired old lady dashed over, her body drenched in blood. She interrogated Li Ju and Li Ba Tian. She was the one with the highest cultivation among the women and children. She was also the widow of one of the Li family's ancestors. She was usually quiet and didn't participate in the family's affairs. However, she was the calmest person here. Li Ju was outside, but he suddenly appeared in the empty space that had appeared out of nowhere. This was very strange. Furthermore, it was because of him that this place was exposed. There was no trace of it before this. This was clearly a secret hiding place, but it was exposed for some reason. All the questions pointed to Li Ju. It was definitely related to Li Ju. At this moment, she gritted her teeth as she questioned Li Ju. This is a protective formation. Li Ba Tian also knew that he had gotten himself into big trouble at this moment. He subconsciously explained everything that had happened from the very beginning. Everyone was stunned at the same time. All the women were in despair. This was the first time they were truly in despair. According to what you said, these people were the younger generation that the family had intentionally hidden. They had bloodline powers that could have escaped. But now, it was destroyed by Li Ju's selfishness? Following this question, tens of thousands of women's gazes turned and focused on Li Ju's face. To a man, the most important thing was his family, his career, and his interests. However, to a woman, the most important thing was always her child. This was more important than anything else. At this moment, they knew that their child had a great chance of surviving, but had been harmed by Li Ju, a selfish bastard. Their anger could make the sky collapse. At this moment, everyone was gnashing their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to bite Li Ju to death, bite him to death. I'm afraid that's what happened. So this is what happened. The old lady with the highest status said helplessly, I heard the men say that no one is allowed to come out. Now, it's obvious that Li Ju used some kind of secret technique to hide in the formation. He wanted to survive, but the formation exploded. A slight mistake in the art of formations can lead to a huge mistake. Li Ju. You bastard, you deserve to die. So many people died, so why didn't you die? You scourge. The hundreds of thousands of people were instantly enraged. This was simply a great hatred that could end one's bloodline. The only thing that could do all of this was the unity of different bodies. In an instant, everyone understood. They glared at Li Ju and Li Ba Tian with hatred as they gritted their teeth. Damn people, the Li clan was already at the end of the road, yet these two brothers still wanted to play such tricks and harm the entire clan. Now, the entire clan had been killed, completely wiped out. On the other side, Jianlong was also confused, but his cultivation was superb, and he had already locked onto the core of the incident with his divine sense, so he understood the general situation of the matter. Naturally, he understood the whole story, and he couldn't help but feel like a big pie had fallen from the sky. Today was really the old man's lucky day. He originally wanted to catch a coward so that he could find the treasure, but he didn't expect to catch a bunch of hidden scourges. He laughed out loud, wonderful, wonderful. I was just worried that if I didn't remove the roots, they would grow again. Li Ju, you've really helped me a lot. I definitely won't kill you. You're my benefactor, ha ha ha. As soon as she smiled, the women of the Li family all felt their old and new hatred. Suddenly, they abandoned the enemy and rushed over like crazy. "You damned bastard." Their voices changed as they cursed. Li Ju and Li Ba Tian were dragged out of the crowd. Then, a woman in her 40s fiercely pounced on Li Ju. She fiercely bit Li Ju's neck and tore off a piece of flesh. Her mouth was full of blood. She screamed in despair, "I want to eat you. You bastard. You killed my son." Another woman also charged forward with tears on her face. She bit Li Ju's neck with her snow-white teeth, "Bastard. I'm going to eat you." Following this, countless women charged forward. They all used their teeth to bite Li Ju and Li Ba Tian. Li Ju was so terrified that his eyes turned white. He only had time to say one sentence, "Save me. Hurry up and save me." Activate the heavenly net escape. In the next moment, he was drowned by the crowd. Li Ba Tian only had time to defend himself before he was drowned by the crowd. The same thing happened to him. Li Ba Tian was completely wronged. He was completely dragged down by Li Ju. But now, who cared whether he was wronged or not? These women were so crazy that even the elites of the Allied forces felt a chill run down their spines when they saw it. Li Ju and Li Ba Tian's cries for mercy didn't stop. They became softer and softer until they finally stopped. These women had really gone mad. They had used their teeth to gnaw Li Ju and Li Ba Tian until they were nothing more than bones. From this, it could be seen just how deep the hatred in his heart was and how deep the hatred was. There was a saying that one could eat someone's flesh and sleep on their skin if they wanted to. It was rare to see this with one's own eyes. Today, they witnessed with their own eyes what it meant to eat someone's flesh. As for sleeping on someone's skin, they still needed a chance because they had eaten everything. The supreme martial artists could only watch from the side. They didn't dare to interfere. Some of them even trembled, as if they were the ones being gnawed on. However, they completely forgot that the power that he possessed wasn't something that these women could touch. No one would have thought that Li Ju and Li Ba Tian would end up like this. This was how they died. They were bitten to death by a group of women. At this moment, everyone in the Li family was in a state of extreme madness and despair. They knew that their entire family was about to be destroyed, so they weren't very excited. Death was already a foregone conclusion. What was there to be excited about? However, they suddenly heard that their children could survive. Furthermore, it was a very effective method. Their hopes were magnified. Their children and descendants could live on. Even if they died, they would be comforted. This ending was already much better than having their entire family wiped out. However, at this moment, they were exposed to the enemy's butcher's knife. This hatred was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. It was only when Li Ju and Li Ba Tian were reduced to mere skeletons and many of their bones had been gnawed to pieces that the rage finally dissipated. However, the strong will to fight to the death with the enemy had also dissipated. At this moment, it was as if the backbone of the person had been pulled out of his body. There was no point in persevering. It didn't matter if they lived or died. There was no point in doing so. So what if they could kill more enemies? They couldn't avoid death in the end. They had to die together with their children. There was no more hope. Their hope was destroyed. Their desire to live was destroyed. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls. At this moment, they didn't even want to resist. Faced with so many high-level supreme martial artists, even if they gave it their all, they might not be able to kill one. What was the point of resisting? Chen Jianlong raised his hand and shouted coldly, "Everyone, attack together. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. From now on, there will be no more Li family in the northwest. There won't be anyone with the surname Li." Roar. Everyone agreed at the same time. The butcher's knife was about to be raised again. Suddenly, a cold voice said, "Kill them all? Do you think you can do that?" The owner of this voice was the master of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang. Chen Jianlong was furious. "Master of the Calamity Sword, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You'll only cause trouble." Chu Yang said plainly, "Everyone has a part in this. If I insist on meddling, what can you do? What trouble can you give the sword master?" Chen Jianlong and the leader of the Zhuge family looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. If the master of the Calamity Sword wanted to escape, no one was confident that they could stop him. However, if the master of the Calamity Sword wanted to meddle in other people's business, he wouldn't be able to leave any time. In that case, the people here could definitely keep the master of the Calamity Sword here forever. As long as they really cared about the women and children of the Li family, these people would be a great hindrance. Under such circumstances, even if Wu Jiuqing were to take action, it wouldn't be of much use. Poison didn't have eyes, especially for those women and children who were weak. Once poison was used, they would definitely be the first to die. Therefore, Wu Jiuqing would definitely have a lot of scruples. In this way, only a few people would have to face 5,000 high-level martial artists in a life-and-death battle. Even if you had great abilities, what could you do? Suddenly, a cold voice said abruptly, "Everyone, take a step back." A thin figure suddenly appeared in the crowd of the Li family. A puff of green smoke rose. The few people at the front of the allied forces suddenly fell down. There were no exceptions. Poison. Everyone, retreat. Qin Jianlong was the first to retreat. This figure that suddenly appeared was the poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing. It was the same poisonous smoke. The Li family was fine when they smelled it, but the allied forces were in a complete mess when they smelled it. Poison didn't have eyes, but Wu Jiuqing did. Wu Jiuqing's method of using poison was obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He had already reached the level of a great grandmaster where he could do as he pleased. He could poison whoever he wanted. He wouldn't casually implicate others. This was Wu Jiuqing's method of using poison. With just a puff of green smoke as a barrier, he actually separated the Li family from the allied forces. "Elder Wu, are you sure you want to make things difficult for us by doing this?" Xianxia sat on the snow sleigh and asked cautiously. If he could avoid becoming enemies with Wu Jiuqing, it was better not to. After all, the implications were too great. Chu Yang replied with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. The choice is all up to you. It's not that we want to make things difficult for you. We just want to ask you one thing. These people are your brother's family, descendants, and grandchildren. Are you sure you want to wipe out your brother's family? Completely annihilate your family friends?" Xiaoqingyu said bleakly, "As a loser, I should have the awareness of a loser. Besides, my brother is already dead. If his women and children fall into the hands of others, they will not only be robbed, they will also be bullied and humiliated. However, with this old man here, I can guarantee that they will die a quick death. However, this is already the limit of what this old man can do. Do you really want them to fall from the peak into the depths of the abyss? Tribulation Sword Master, don't use your so-called righteous hat to stop people. Which one of our big clans doesn't have such awareness? The tribulation that happens once every 10,000 years has reappeared. The cycle that happens once every 10,000 years is already proof." Qi Yang sneered and said, "Awareness? Proof? That's bullshit. Why don't you ask these people in front of you? These are all your brother's family and descendants. Ask them if they want to die or live?" Xiaoqingyu said, "Even if they want to live, I will never allow them to live on in humiliation. If they don't care about the face of the Li clan in order to survive, they are not qualified to be surnamed Li. If they are not surnamed Li, do I still need to care about the brotherhood?" Qi Yang sneered and said, "Nonsense. It's all your logic. With your ability, you can totally take care of them. The Shao clan has a big business. It's not a problem to feed a few more people. Why do you have to kill them?" GMO and Luo Kadi at the side laughed. This sentence really showed Xiaoqinyu's hypocrisy to the bone. You said that you don't want your brother's family to live in humiliation. Then, with your Shao clan's business, what's wrong with feeding a few more people? Besides, they are your brother's family. They are not outsiders to you. But Xiaoqingyu obviously didn't want to. He led people to destroy the Li clan. How could he put the cart before the horse and cut the grass without removing the roots? How could he feed so many people from the Li clan? Moreover, these were all descendants of real enemies. Who knew when they would really cause endless trouble? Although the Shao family was big, how could they afford to raise him? Moreover, he had to be on guard against the backlash at all times. No matter what, it was not feasible. Xiaoqingyu's eyes turned cold. Is Tribulation Sword Master going to protect them? Was he going to enslave them? or cannon fodder? I maintain. Even if I use them as cannon fodder in the future. Being a slave has nothing to do with you. Because I want them to live. It gave them hope. Chu Yang said sarcastically, at the very least, even if I'm a vile person who takes advantage of other people's perilous situation, I'm doing it in the open. I'm not like you, who is full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. You can kill people at any time with a knife in your hand. It's already clear that they want to kill. They want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. Yet you say that you don't want them to live in humiliation. Xiaoqinyu, do you still have any sense of shame? Xiaoqinyu was displeased and said, Chu Yang, you are the real despicable one. Since he couldn't outtalk Chu Yang, he decided to play the blame game instead. Suddenly, a woman from the Li clan looked at him with disdain. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, Xiaoqinyu, you are really disgusting. What qualifications do you have to be on the same level as our elder ancestor? From then on, the group of women started to clamor. A sharp voice said, Xiaoqinyu, it doesn't matter whether we die or not. But the children have to live. You cherish your brotherhood with our elder ancestor so much, so it's not a problem for you to raise a few thousand people? Xiaoqinyu, we can believe you, as long as you say it. If these few thousand children can live, then, all the adults here can commit suicide in front of you in an instant. We don't want you to overburden us, how about that? Isn't this burden heavy? We don't need you to promise us more, we don't need them to be successful. We just need them to live and breathe. We don't even need them to keep the Li surname. Xiaoqinyu, do you dare to agree? The voices rose one after another. There were pleas, sarcasm. But there was a common desire that couldn't be concealed. These women wanted their children to live, and they were willing to do anything for it. Even though they hated each other to the extreme, and their grievances were already irreconcilable, they still held on to a slim hope and tried their best. Even though they knew that Xiaoqinyu would definitely not agree, they still gave up their dignity to plead. Even if the hope was slim, they still worked hard for the last chance of survival. As for Chu Yang and the others, they didn't have much hope. Because Chu Yang and the others were really too few in number. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were definitely not a match for the Allied forces. But their hearts were still filled with gratitude. Because after all, they had fought for a chance for them to plead. Because their children hadn't died yet. It would be good if they could live a little longer. Xiaoqinyu closed his eyes with an ashen face. How could he dare to agree? How could he agree, looking at the vengeful gazes of the thousands of youths? If these 7,000 people with good aptitudes were to really mature, what kind of storm would they stir up within the Xiao family? Even if they were to be servants, but who knew when a huge change would occur? How could Xiaoqinyu bear such a risk? Seeing Xiaoqinyu's reaction, everyone understood. Hypocrite. Disgusting. Luo Kadi spat on the ground, full of disdain. Xiaoqinyu, you are really too hypocritical. Xiaoqinyu, you are a hypocrite with a mouth full of righteousness and morality. You still have the cheek to say such beautiful words. Are you still human? A wave of curses came like a tide. It had to be said that when women scolded people, they were definitely much more vicious than men. And they were eloquent and agile. In an instant, all of Xiaoqinyu's grandchildren were cursed at least once. All 8 generations of ancestors were also cursed. There was definitely no one left out. The muscles on Xiaoqinyu's face twitched. Finally, he waved his hand and said, everyone, attack with all your might. Kill them all. Yes. Qin Jianlong had been waiting for this order for a long time. Wu Juiqing was furious. He said calmly, Xiaoqinyu, looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I will let you have a fight here. Let's see how many people my poison can kill. Chu Lu'er answered and came out. Her slim figure stood on the snowy ground. With a smile, she said, I also have some poison here. With a wave of her hand, another wave of greenish-blue smoke flew out. It merged with Wu Juiqing's smoke. A wave of poisonous smoke suddenly expanded to hundreds of feet long and became a wall of smoke. It stood between the two sides. Chu Yang laughed. The few of us naturally have to teach the 8 super clans a lesson. The situation was suddenly on the verge of breaking out. Xiaoqinyu's pupils contracted. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, there was a long howl. A clear voice said, "I am the ruler of the world. I am the king of all rivers and mountains." When this voice came out, the faces of Jia and Jia twisted at the same time. It was not out of fear or wariness, but some disgust. This brother is really endless. Will you die if you don't say this when you appear? Even the muscles on Wu Jiuqing's face were twitching. A green aura suddenly rose up, and Dukyu appeared in a carefree and unrestrained manner. He stepped on the green vines in this world of ice and snow, and walked over with lotus blooming with every step he took. He arrived in the middle of the confrontation between the two armies, and smiled in a carefree manner. "Brothers, I trust you have been well since we last met." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Wushang sighed repeatedly. Mo Tianji looked bitter. GMO shouted, "Brother Yu, those two sentences were really too awe-inspiring." Wah-ha. With a paw sound, Dukyu actually opened up a folding fan in this world of ice and snow. He even slowly fanned himself twice, and said in a graceful manner, "That's right, that's right." Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong only felt that the bloodline power in their bodies seemed to be attracted by something. Suddenly, they let out a long howl at the same time. For a moment, the cries of dragons and phoenixes intertwined in the air. The weather changed. On the opposite side, Xiaoqingyu's eyes revealed a serious expression. He asked in a low voice, "What exactly are you that made you a demon?" Dukyu flew into a rage. He turned around abruptly and shouted, "Demon? Demon your grandpa. You're the demon. Your whole family is demons. You're always elves, elves. You ignorant country bumpkin. Elves." Xiaoqinyu sighed. For a moment, his face was so hot that he couldn't show his face. He actually treated an elven clansman as a demon. If this were to spread out, his reputation would really resound through the heavens. And it would be the reputation of an idiot, he sighed in his heart. After all, the elves hadn't appeared for 100,000 years. Who would have thought that they were elves? 100,000 years, so it's an elf. The gloominess and anger in Xiaoqinyu's eyes became more and more intense. He said indifferently, "No matter what you are. Since you want to protect our enemy, that means you've chosen to be my enemy. Then, all of you shall stay here." The Li clansmen's spirits were suddenly lifted. Suddenly, they all stopped breathing. The atmosphere of despair just now was swept away. After all, we still have reinforcements. After all, we still have someone to rely on. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, suddenly, another voice laughed out loud and said, "Why is it so lively here? I came out to take a breather and have some fun. To think that I can actually join in the fun. Not bad, really not bad. Little ones, let's go over and take a look. Let these ignorant humans admire the majestic face of this great demon king. The holy king is mighty." There was an earth-shattering sound of flattery. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Behind this figure, hundreds of black shadows flew over in an orderly manner. Everyone's pupils shrank at the same time as they looked over in shock, flying over in an orderly manner. This meant that, high-level supreme martial artists. Supreme level and above, could it be that, all of them were supreme martial artists? Then, this was really troublesome. Soaring wind. These people are all high-level supreme martial artists. The pupils of Xiaoqinyu and the others shrank at once, all shocked by their own judgment. If these hundreds of people were all high-level supreme martial artists, then this force was much more terrifying than the current strength of the Alliance army. It was just that they didn't know which side this force that had suddenly appeared belonged to. Xiaoqinyu and the high-level supreme martial artists of the Alliance army all frowned deeply. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out where exactly this force came from. Throughout the entire continent, they had never heard of such a force existing. Wu Jiuqing was equally puzzled. Only Chu Yang and the others had joy in their eyes. They were even a little annoyed and depressed. Damn it! This bastard is finally here. That stretch of black fog drifted here and there. After a few twists and turns, it finally arrived in front of them. An unprecedented murderous aura suddenly engulfed the whole place. The black fog gradually dissipated and a stern black shadow appeared in the air. Standing in the wind, he had the aura of a ruler descending upon the world. Behind him was an old man who was as round as a drum. With a flip of his hands, he brought out a chair from somewhere and then placed it in the air. This chair actually stayed in place in the air just like that. It was actually the technique of controlling objects in the air. That person from earlier let out 3 boastful ha, ha, ha laughs, as though he was performing in an opera. Then, he took 2 steps forward with a majestic gait, walked to the front of the chair, and sat down on it in an ostentatious manner. At the same time, he crossed his legs and even picked his nose. Then, he tilted his head and asked, "Gooey goo, I'm very handsome today, right?" Gooey goo, who was at the side, looked up into the sky and said expressionlessly, "You're very handsome." That person laughed out loud and shouted, "Those below, old man, tell me, am I handsome today?" The moment this trademark sentence came out, Chu Yang and the others all felt their stomachs hurt. This wasn't just Tan Tan's trademark, it was also his one and only way to stir up trouble. As long as the Demon King Tan wanted to stir up trouble, once this sentence came out, there really wasn't anything that couldn't be stirred up trouble. Tan Tan's finger, and his target was Chen Jianlong. That person's way of speaking, Chu Yang in translation, it was hard to believe that there was anyone more arrogant and that person who could be more than this person. Chen Jianlong raised his head in the direction of the voice, only to see that person slumped on that chair that was suspended in midair like a pile of dung. He didn't seem to be sitting properly, and his appearance was even weirder. One of his eyebrows was pointing to the sky while the other was pointing to the ground. One of his eyes was big while the other was small, one was round while the other was triangular. The triangular eyes were big and sharp while the round eyes were small and flat. He had a bulbous nose, and even his nostrils were square while the other was round. There was also a huge mouth that was actually crooked. In short, all the incongruous appearances that a person could be found on this fellow's face. Just looking at his face was already enough to make one feel like they were going to go crazy at any time. A person like this was actually asking him if he was handsome or not. What the heck, how could you have the nerve to ask that? Is that appearance of yours even remotely related to the word handsome? Isn't it? Chen Jianlong was cursing in his heart, but his mouth was still smiling as he said, "Handsome, you're really very handsome." "I just don't know who your excellency is." Chen Jianlong was a sinister and arrogant person, but he was also somewhat clever. He was used to paying respect to the high and stepping on the low. One shouldn't look at the extremely shabby appearance of this person in front of him. However, this shabby guy was obviously the leader of this group. So, even if he was unwilling in his heart, he still had to flatter him with a face full of joy. Moreover, he had to use words to inquire about the other party's background. We can despise a person for being despicable, shameless, vulgar, and despicable. But, we can't underestimate that person's experience. Chen Jianlong's character may not be desirable, but his mentality of being able to submit and stand tall was still worth learning from. Xiaoqing Yu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, 3 stars divine clan? This clan's name had once shaken the entire upper 3 heavens. It was almost a taboo that people didn't want to mention. Chen Jianlong and the others trembled all over. They all knew that Xiaoqing Yu had thousands of years of experience. He should have seen some clues. Everyone looked over and saw that each of these people had an unusually obvious mark on their forehead. Some were in the shape of the sun, some were in the shape of the crescent moon, and some were in the shape of starlight. These marks were naturally grown on their foreheads. They weren't formed later. The group of people instantly came to a realization. It turned out that this group of people was indeed the legendary 3 stars divine clan. But, why did these people appear here? Coincidence? No one would believe this answer even if they were beaten to death. What did they want to do by suddenly coming here? Did they want a share of the loot, or did they want to be enemies with the allied forces? Based on the strength that this group of people had shown so far, if they only wanted a share of the loot, then it was fine. At most, they would give them a few melons or 2 dates. But, if they absolutely wanted to be enemies, then the situation was a little bad. There was Tribulation Sword Master, Tribulation Brothers, Wu Juqing and his disciple inside, there was the 3 stars divine clan outside. Even if they could deal with the pincer attack, they would have to pay a high price. Everyone in the allied forces was thinking, but then they heard the person who asked the question. He was obviously the leader, and the ugly guy who had a ridiculously large frame. He was furious. He pointed at Chen Jianlong and roared, "Bastard old thing! Do you King want to die? How dare you treat me like this? Qin Jianlong was stunned. What's wrong? What did I say? He couldn't help but be furious. You ugly guy just asked me if I was handsome. I didn't want to complicate things, so I went against my conscience and said that you were handsome. You actually got angry? Do you want me to tell you the truth? This is really outrageous. You're really preposterous. Tan Tan angrily said, I condescended to ask you if I was handsome or not. I gave you a lot of face. But, you didn't know how to appreciate my kindness. Instead, you perfunctorily answered my question. That sentence of yours clearly went against your conscience. Now, I'll give you another chance. I'll ask you if I'm handsome or not. Qin Jianlong was startled when he heard this. Could it be that this guy is self-aware, and wants to hear the truth? So, he's not happy to be praised for being handsome? That's easy to handle. Therefore, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, I was being polite a moment ago. Your Excellency is indeed not handsome. In fact, you're not handsome at all. Tan Tan was fuming with anger when he heard this. He flew into a rage, You old bastard. You old bastard. You dare to say that I'm not handsome? You're really audacious. You're inverting black and white. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone, pull out his penis for me, and put it on his face. Everyone felt dizzy, including the 3 Stars clansmen. Or, it should be said that they were the ones with the most unsightly complexions at the moment. Everyone had already understood and accepted the great king's unreasonableness a long time ago. But at this moment, in this environment and in this situation, it was seriously too embarrassing. When I say that you're handsome, you say that I'm speaking against my conscience. When I say that you're not handsome, you fly into a rage. What should I do to make you satisfied? A certain tender piece of flesh at Tan Tan's waist was fiercely pinched by a jade-like hand and turned around on its own. It did a full 310-degree turn without any hesitation at all. Great Demon King Tan, who was in the midst of giving orders, instantly had his face contorted so much that it almost became that of a normal person's. With a contorted face, Guigu took a step forward. Understood. Then, a round and puffy figure charged down from midair at high speed, heading straight for Qin Jianlong. As that round and puffy figure moved, a dense mist formed at the same time. Everyone had the same feeling at the same time. This part of the world had suddenly turned into a funnel that was upside down. And Guigu was precisely the tip at the bottom of that funnel. A mysterious and abnormally strong suction force suddenly formed, and with a boom, an invisible funnel fell down like a lightning bolt, and suddenly stood erect on the ground. Another boom was heard, and the other people around Qin Jianlong were all sent flying by the powerful force. Suddenly, Qin Jianlong was the only one standing in the middle of the crowded crowd. Guigu's momentum didn't change as he pounced down at lightning speed. Qin Jianlong was actually able to maintain his composure despite the sudden change in circumstances. With a loud cry, he struck out with his palm with all his might to resist the incoming person. As long as he could diminish the incoming person's sharpness a little, his own reinforcements would arrive immediately. By then, he would naturally be safe. Guigu let out a cold laugh. His right hand reached out quickly and accurately grabbed Qin Jianlong's wrist. Qin Jianlong thrust out his sword with his right hand, intending to mitigate the danger to his left hand. However, in the instant that the sword light had yet to form, Guigu suddenly opened his mouth wide and actually bit off a section of that well-tempered sword with a loud crunch. Then, he exerted force in his hand and swung Qin Jianlong up, fixing him powerlessly in midair with his head facing downwards and his feet facing upwards. At this point, Qin Jianlong no longer had any room for resistance. He was at the mercy of others. And then, Qin Jianlong's tragedy began. Guigu was obviously very obedient to a certain divine king's orders. Without caring about the situation, he really reached out with his left hand and tore Qin Jianlong's robes apart. He cackled strangely and said, Divine King. You want me to pull out this fellow's D*ck in its entirety and then put it on his face, don't you? As the robes tore apart, that hand had already moved to the vicinity of the human body's heart and was about to make the next move. At this moment, Xiaoqingyu had already come over on his sword. He shouted loudly, Let go. If this fatty really stripped Qin Jianlong naked in front of everyone, There was no need for him to really make a move to carry out the next step. Qin Jianlong would probably be too ashamed to see anyone ever again, much less pull out his D*ck in its entirety and put it on his face. Guigu let out a cold snort. His empty left hand swung out and clashed against Xiaoqinyu's sword with just one palm, causing sparks to fly everywhere. He actually didn't retreat at all and wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Xiaoqinyu somersaulted back, his countenance solemn. You're actually peak level? Even though Xiaoqinyu had gone through a fierce battle and even vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, causing his strength to be reduced slightly, to be able to fight Xiaoqinyu to a standstill with just one palm was still not something an ordinary person could do. Low-grade supreme martial artist? Ha ha ha. Guigu roared into the sky. This old man is Guigu of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. As he spoke, his stomach heaved up and down, matching his name perfectly. It was extremely comical, but no one on the other side dared to laugh. Peak-grade supreme martial artist. In the Chong Heavens continent, that represented supremacy, who dared to laugh, making fun of a peak-grade supreme martial artist? Did you still want to live? Did your whole family still want to live? Did the forces behind you still want to live? Of course, there were still people who dared to laugh. Even if there weren't any on the Allied forces' side, no one on the Li clan's side, and no one on Tribulation's side, there was still a fool who was chuckling. That person was naturally a certain Lord Saint King. Guigu, you're just too honest. Tan Tan sighed. What I want is something that can still be used after putting it on. Can you do that? Answer after you've thought it through. Guigu was stunned. He said, if I can't do it, who can? Everyone felt a wave of dizziness. Putting that thing on one's face. Could it still be used? Even if it could still be used, for what purpose? Saint King Tan said furiously, you insensible thing. If you can't do it, then hurry up and ask him to get lost. Can't you see that I'm enduring torture? Guigu raised an eyebrow. Since he couldn't do anything to a certain Saint King, he naturally had a grievance. It just so happened that there was a punching bag here. He kicked Qin Jianlong's butt heavily. Get lost. Qin Jianlong flew out at once as if he was riding on the clouds. He flew across several thousand feet of space in an exceptionally graceful posture, landing somewhere unknown. This fool. What time is it now and you're still fooling around? Chu Yang sent him a telepathic message. Hurry up and clean up this mess. Do you still want your 3 Stars Divine Clan to see the light of day again? If you continue fooling around, be careful that I don't punish you. Tan Tan was having fun flaunting his prowess over there. When he heard the message, he subconsciously shrank his neck. He coughed and replied repeatedly, oh. Another Sun Race Elder asked curiously, Saint King. What did you say? Eh? Tan Tan blinked his eyes. Then, he faced upwards and laughed out loud, proud. That arrogance. That ao. Wahahaha. This king looks down on the world, this king is incomparably proud. This king is unparalleled in the world. This king is proud. Why? Can't I? The super experts around him all had black lines on their faces. They said obsequiously, yes, of course. It was too good. You're howling. Tan Tan stood in the void. He waved his big hand, and shouted, this place looks pretty good. I've decided to kindly accept it. Our 3 Stars Divine Clan will return to the Jianghu from now on. We will enter the Double Heavens continent. This snow-covered northwestern region will be the territory of our 3 Stars Divine Clan from now on. In this territory, every living person is a member of my 3 Stars Divine Clan. Furthermore, all the wealth in this land will belong to my 3 Stars Divine Clan. Tan Tan's black hair fluttered in the air. He then shouted loudly, this king has issued an order. Who dared to disagree? Little ones, quickly shout the slogan. The experts of the 3 Stars Divine Clan responded subconsciously, the Holy King's order shakes the heavens. He commands the world. No one dares to disobey. They shut their mouths after shouting. This thing is really too embarrassing. How did we end up with such a king? Xiaoqinyu's face was heavy. Looking at the unusually arrogant and domineering 3 Stars Divine Clan in the sky, his heart was filled with endless worry. The 3 Stars Divine Clan had actually come out of the secret land. And there were so many peak experts. And now, they were even claiming to occupy the northwestern region and rule over a piece of land. This was big news. It might not be inferior to revealing the identity of the Calamity Sword Master. Old man, you're the leader over there. What do you think of our 3 Stars Divine Clan's decision? Very wise? I mean, this Holy King's decision is very wise? Tan looked at Xianxia disdainfully. Do you have any objections? Xianxia took a deep breath. Although he had only met this 3 Stars Divine King for a short time, he was already clear that this guy was definitely an extremely unreasonable existence. As long as there was a disagreement, he would go to extremes. He might as well ignore him. He quickly weighed the situation of both sides. Finally, he sighed dejectedly in his heart. In the current situation, the Allied forces no longer had any advantage. If they rashly started a war, these people on the Allied forces' side would very likely be buried here. If they retreated now, they wouldn't be able to get any wealth. It would be a loss of face. But if they also couldn't get any wealth after the war, they would lose their lives. But the other party's words clearly meant that he didn't want to start a war now. That was why he asked that question. That sentence gave both sides room to maneuver. Each side had a way out. The 3 Stars Divine Clan had just come out. As the hero of a region, they definitely needed a base as a foothold. This place had just lost the high-level experts of the Li clan. They could take advantage of this situation. This was the first reason. The foothold needed a deterrent force. If they started a war now, the 3 Stars Divine Clan would definitely suffer losses. This wasn't good for their long-term plans. This was the second reason. Third, the cultivation of Calamity Sword Master and his brothers wasn't high. It wasn't impossible for them to suffer losses in such a big war. As for the fourth reason, once the war started, the number of deaths of these women and children would definitely be a terrifying number. Even if they weren't all wiped out, the number of survivors would definitely be extremely limited. After a comprehensive evaluation, the other party also had scruples. As long as they judged the situation and made a choice, the other party would definitely not choose to start a war rashly. This was because starting a war rashly would result in a lose-lose situation. If both sides took a step back, each side would have a way out. It was a win-win situation. Of course, if they insisted on not giving up their wealth and insisted on fighting to the death, the other party would definitely not be polite. It would be best if the women and children of the Li clan could be saved. If not, it would only be a pity. It wasn't necessary. It might even save a lot of trouble. Your Excellency's decision is very wise, really very wise. Xianxia weighed his thoughts in a flash and finally made a decision: retreat. Although Xianxia seemed to have made a wise decision, he was actually extremely aggrieved. The 8 great clans and the law enforcement officers had joined forces to go to the northwest. Along the way, they had lost a terrifying 80% of their total military strength. Only then did they succeed and force the Li clan into a desperate situation. They were about to kill all of them and enjoy the fruits of their victory. But at this time, an unforeseen event happened. All their efforts were not only in vain, but also in the process of making a wedding dress for someone else. Not only did all their efforts benefit the 3 Stars Divine Clan, they even had to sing praises for them and give them a way out. Motherf *Ker, wasn't this trying to conquer others? In the end, they were conquered by a third party. What the *CK was this? This made them feel so aggrieved that they almost vomited blood. Especially Xianxia, who was the leader, felt the most aggrieved. Who did all their hard work for? In the end, it was all for the wedding dress. After toiling and weathering a few storms, in the end, it was all for the wedding dress. We didn't get any benefits at all. Instead, we were hated by the remaining members of the Li clan for a lifetime. The 3 Stars Divine Clan got all the benefits in passing and was even treated with gratitude by the Li clan. How could it be like this? Is it good? Is it really good? Tan laughed strangely. Since you also think it's good, why don't you leave? Are you going to say one thing and mean another again? Do you want me to entertain you? Set up a table? Have a drink? He tilted his head. Or, you killed so many people in my territory and want to compensate? I won't mind this. You're welcome. Xiaoqingyu sighed deeply. The thoughts of the person in front of him had really exceeded the scope of a human. He didn't want to talk anymore. He simply waved his hand. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again someday. Holy King, it may not be so easy for the 3 Stars Divine Clan to break out of the northeast and establish a foothold in the northwest. This is all I have to say. Holy King, please consider it carefully. Tan Tan laughed strangely. Can I understand that you're provoking me? It's okay. If your big clans are dissatisfied, you're welcome to come at any time. I'll entertain you at any time. But don't say that I didn't warn you. Before I came, the Li clan was the Li clan. After I came, the women and children left behind by the Li clan are my people. Whoever dares to act rashly and humiliate them, I'll chase them down for thousands of miles and kill them all. I won't care who's behind them or what power they have. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tan Tan stood up. He pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Big clans are nothing in my eyes." Wahahaha. Xiaoqingyu's whole body shook. He stared at him and didn't speak for a long time. The shame and anger in his heart had almost reached the limit. Everyone in the allied army behind him was so angry that their veins were bulging. They had never seen such a bully. At this moment, as long as Xiaoqingyu said to fight, it would be a great battle at all costs. The other party, this ugly monster Holy King, was really unbearable. Looking at the 7,000 brothers of the Li clan, they were even more unwilling. In that case, wouldn't there be no end of trouble? Looking at the 7,000 young men of the Li clan with excellent aptitude, if they really allowed them to grow up, wouldn't it be like a thorn in their back? No need to say more. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again in the martial world. Xiaoqingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was purple and swollen. He gave the order to retreat. Chen Jianlong's mouth was full of blood. He finally ran back. Xiaoqingyu was already organizing everyone to retreat in batches. He didn't dare to say a word and just followed. Chen Jianlong and the remaining experts of the Chen family felt their hearts bleed, but they didn't dare to say anything. This ugly ghost could make a move at the slightest disagreement. If it was just a simple move, it would be fine if they lost their lives. However, he opened his mouth and kept talking about tricks. If someone really did something to him, it would be a fate worse than death. Tribulation Sword Master. Xiaoqingyu turned his head, looked deeply at Qu Yang, and said, "This 3 Stars Divine Clan is your helper? Your trump card?" Qu Yang said calmly, "Does Elder Xiao think that the 3 Stars Divine Clan is my ally? Do I have such a powerful trump card?" Xiaoqingyu sneered. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Qu Yang sneered. "Then why are you still asking? Has your head been kicked by a donkey?" Xiaoqingyu snorted and left. He shouted from afar, "Tribulation Sword Master. Let's settle old scores in the future." Qu Yang sneered but didn't say anything else. The current Xiaoqingyu was filled with anger and was not to be trifled with. If he was really angered and a battle broke out, it wouldn't be easy to handle. In the blink of an eye, the people of the allied forces had already disappeared without a trace. "Elder Xiao, we're leaving just like that?" Chen Jianlong asked, obviously unwilling to give up. "Not leaving? Stay and fight to the death? Bring everyone here? If you have the courage, you can stay and fight." Xiaoqingyu looked at him coldly. Chen Jianlong was speechless. Guigu's astonishing strength previously had left him with lingering fear. Even now, he was still in shock. "After we go back, tell the world the news of the reappearance of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. In addition, we have to focus on the news of Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation to the big families and law enforcers." Xiaoqingyu said calmly, "If we all die here, who will deliver the news?" Diwu Qingru, idiot, calling you an idiot is insulting an idiot. Diwu Qingru has already gathered his people and returned to the south. He's taking advantage of the chaos to establish the Diwu clan. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for him. Why would he spread this news for us? Xianxia sighed. He could vaguely feel that the 8 super clans had joined forces to wipe out the Li clan this time. On the surface, it seemed like they had succeeded. After all, from the elder ancestor Li Chuanbua down, all the main experts of the Li clan had died an unnatural death. The vast majority of them had died by self-detonation, their spirits destroyed, never to be reincarnated. But in reality, it seemed to be a huge loss. Tribulation had already begun to take shape. Wu Jiuqing's position had changed from ambiguous to clear. The Moon Breeze experts were now in Chu Yang's clan, and now the 3 Stars Divine clan had also come out of seclusion because of this matter. They had occupied a place on the continent. And the Diwu clan had also seized the opportunity to rise. Moreover, the situation would be even worse if those 2 old fellows, Ning Tianye and Bulu Qing, were to reappear. This continent had fallen into an abnormally chaotic situation, and this great chaos was actually caused by this encirclement and suppression. It's too chaotic. It's too chaotic. After thinking for a long time, Xianxia still couldn't think of any clues. Instead, he felt as if his brain had turned into paste and was no longer listening to his commands. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He really wasn't the material to think about these things. If only Diwu Qingro was still here. Old Xiao, the Tianding Grand Meeting is about to begin, Chen Jianlong said. Tianding Grand Meeting? Xianxia frowned. Then, he said, this time, may be an opportunity. Everyone, gather. Tan Tan shouted from the sky. The women and children of the Li clan looked at this great demon king who had suddenly appeared with some fear. Was this demon king of the 3 Stars Divine clan going to rule the Northwest? He was an existence that even Xianxia had to retreat from. According to the elder ancestor, Xianxia's strength was even above the elder ancestors. So, how strong was this great demon king? Could it be that they had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den? The women and children of the Li clan subconsciously rushed toward Chu Yang, Mo Tianji and the others. At least there were a few familiar faces here, or they could rely on them. Anyway, it was more important to stay away from that ugly guy. Chu Yang sighed and said, everyone, don't worry. He won't hurt you. Even with Chu Yang's persuasion, the people of the Li clan still instinctively felt a heartfelt fear toward Tan Tan and the others. Everyone, you can rest assured. The 3 Stars Divine clan is also human. Tan Tan tilted his head and shouted loudly, today, I solemnly promise you one thing, Li clan. Your surname will always be Li. You can still live here. We won't use our power to bully you, and we won't persecute you. You can still do what you did in the past. Our existence is to provide you with protection. Of course, this protection isn't free. In return, you need to provide us with some labor in exchange for some necessary survival resources. I believe you can understand this. With the character of the Li clan, you won't want others' charity, right? As for the younger generation of the Li clan, if they have good aptitude, they can also come here to be selected and learn high-level martial arts. If they succeed in their martial arts in the future, it's not impossible for them to go out and find your enemies to take revenge. At that time, they will take revenge on the Li clan, and even shock the world. These are all things that can be realized. Tan Tan said, but it's still too early to say these things. At present, we must first trust each other and live in harmony. Now, we have a lot of time. You can first deal with the clan's affairs and discuss the follow-up. Ensuring the safety of the living and the rest of the dead is the most important thing right now. At this point, although this great demon king's words were somewhat incoherent, the people of the Li clan still felt relieved. It seemed that at least their lives were saved. Those children wouldn't be in danger for the time being. Just this point alone was already much better than before. Everyone in the Li clan called out to their friends. It was almost a mess. Those women rushed to their children like crazy. For a moment, the cries of those who had survived a disaster sounded one after another. Each of the women had tears streaming down their faces. They hugged their children tightly, crying tears of joy. The 120,000 Li clan disciples with low cultivation also knelt down at the same time. They kowtowed deeply toward the place where the battle had just happened. The heroic souls of the Li clan rest in peace here. Please rest in peace. One day, we will personally take revenge for this blood feud. Li clan members continuously came over to thank Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. The enemy had already retreated. From Chu Yang's attitude toward the Three Stars Divine Clan and Wu Jiuqing, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this group of people were probably reinforcements invited by the Tribulation Sword Master. Although they came a little late, they still saved the entire Li clan, especially the juniors. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji dealt with them for a long time before they finally handed over the follow-up matters to Xie Danxiong and Ao Xieyun. He, Mo Tianji, Tan Tan and the others entered a courtyard of the Li clan. When it came to dealing with such matters, Ao Xieyun and Xie Danxiong were both experts. Of course, the two of them also selected some elders of the Three Stars Divine Clan to help. There was also a portion of the Three Stars Divine Clan who immediately set off. They returned to the clan's original home and prepared to handle the migration of the entire clan here. After all, moving from the northeast to the northwest was a joyous occasion for the Three Stars Divine Clan. Although this place was also a land of ice and snow and the environment wasn't very good, it was still a place where people could live. As long as it was a place where people could live, it was 1,000 times better than their original residence. This courtyard was Li Xiongtu's original residence. When everyone entered, Meng Huanhuan came out to welcome them. Everyone was shocked. This bright-eyed and white-toothed girl had a shiny steel saber on her neck. She held the saber hilt in her hand and secretly peeked her head out. Obviously, if she discovered that the people who came weren't from the Li clan, she was prepared to kill herself immediately to avoid being humiliated. When she confirmed that it was Mo Tianji and the others, she finally relaxed. With a clang, the steel saber fell to the ground. Then, she rushed over to Mo Tianji and asked with some apprehension and doubt, "Mo. Military advisor Mo, where's Xiongtu? He's there? He must be fine?" As she spoke, tears filled her eyes. She hoped to get a positive answer but was afraid that bad news would come. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's fine, he'll be back in a while." When Meng Huanhuan heard the words "he's fine," it was the most beautiful sound of nature. Her whole body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. She tried her best to support herself, but in the end, she sat on the ground weakly and suddenly burst into tears. He's fine, woo-woo," she suddenly burst into tears of joy and burst into tears. As she cried, the corners of her mouth revealed a happy smile. Everyone understood her feelings. But, they didn't know how to comfort her. They could only sigh in unison. Tan Tan muttered, "Sigh, women are so strange. If something happened to him, she would of course cry. But, she would cry even more when he's fine. It's fine if she's just crying. But, she's crying and laughing at the same time. It's really hard to understand." Before he could finish speaking, Xie Danfeng kicked him fiercely, "Get out of here. I've never seen a fool like you. Why do you care whether she's crying or laughing? It's none of your business. Get out of here quickly." Then, she stepped forward to comfort Meng Huanhuan. Tan Tan stood up as if nothing had happened. He patted his buttocks. Then, he saw the disdainful eyes of Mo Tianji and the others. He proudly said, "Did you see that? This is the advantage of being handsome. She's afraid that I'm a womanizer, so she's watching me closely." Mo Tianji tilted his head. His face was distorted and he almost vomited. Everyone sat down in the hall. Mo Tianji instructed GMO to go and carry the unconscious Li Xiongtu back. Then, he specifically instructed, "It's good that you carry him back. Don't wake him up." Elderly said that there's a time limit of 3 days. But, it's not absolute. Don't be careless. If he wakes up by himself, punch him and knock him out. Otherwise, I'm afraid that something will happen. In short, it's best to be careful. He thought, Li Xiongtu has a bad temper. It would be terrible if he were to wake up and die for his friend. GMO agreed repeatedly. He patted his chest and made a series of promises, then left confidently. Given GMO's current cultivation, not to mention that Li Xiongtu was currently in a coma, even if Jian was in his normal state, he would definitely not be GMO's match. Everyone took their seats one by one. They were Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, Tan Tan, Luo Kadi, Gu Duxing, Rui Budong, Mo Qinggu, Chu Lo Mo Lei Dong Wusheng, Wu Jiuqing, Gui Gu, Duke Yu, and 2 other elders from the 3 Stars Divine Clan. Other than Ao Xieyun and Xia Danqiong who were outside making arrangements, and GMO who went to fight the enemy, all the key figures were gathered here. Why did you take so long? Why didn't you come a little later? Wouldn't it have been easier for you to come after we started fighting with the allied forces of the clans? Qi Yang frowned and questioned Tan Tan. The moment he opened his mouth, his tone was one of condemnation. It even seemed a little condescending and vicious. The elder from the 3 Stars Divine Clan was very displeased with Chu Yang's attitude. He was furious and shouted, "How can you speak like that? Who are you talking to? Do you know who you are talking to? Be more respectful. Don't be fooled by how unruly their divine king was. That was ultimately a family matter and a family matter. It was unacceptable for an outsider to offend them." Tan Tan was furious. He turned and shouted, "How can you speak like that? Who are you talking to? Do you know who you are talking to?" As he spoke, he was about to give him a slap. "Why do we need an outsider like you to interfere in our matters? How can you be so blind? How we speak is our business. Even if we curse, what can you do about it? You keep interrupting for no reason. No matter what your intentions are, it's unacceptable." Endless saliva sprayed all over this elder's face. That elder was tongue-tied at once. He was completely at a loss, completely unaware of where he had offended the Divine King. Again. Wasn't he speaking up for the Divine King? Guigu sat right next to him. His expression didn't change. The corners of his mouth twitched as he sent a telepathic message to him. "Idiot, this is the senior brother that our Divine King often talks about, Divine King Chu. You idiot, why aren't you shutting your mouth? Just listen. If you dare to make any more noise, or the Divine King will slap your face into a pulp." Holy King Chu? The elder of the Yu clan suddenly realized and shut his mouth tightly. It was not that they did not know that this was the legendary Holy King Chu. If he knew, would he dare to interrupt? "Ahem, senior brother, please be magnanimous and listen to my explanation. Actually, we didn't come late. We came quite early." Tan Tan rubbed his nose and said he had come, but he had deliberately waited for a while. "Senior martial brother, you had stepped forward and clashed with that old man Xiao. We might have to wait a little longer." Qi Yang frowned and sighed deeply. He naturally understood the meaning behind Tan Tan's words. After all, how could he not feel the affection his brother had for him? The 3 Stars Divine Clan had every reason to watch as the Li clan was annihilated from top to bottom if he hadn't stepped forward to stop them. After that, they would come and pick the peaches. At that time, they would directly take over the entire territory of the Li clan. That would be the most ideal outcome for the 3 Stars Divine Clan. To be honest, Qi Yang also agreed. Except for a very limited number of people in the Li clan, the others were really not worth saving. However, it was those limited number of people that made Qi Yang feel a deep sense of pity. Especially the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, who made Qi Yang feel a kind of respect from the bottom of his heart. The ancestor of a big clan. He really didn't know if there would be a second person who could give him such a feeling. It was really too much of a pity for such a person to die just like that. Secondly, there was the situation of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The current 3 Stars Divine Clan urgently needed a place to establish themselves. If the Li clan still had its power, even if it was only a small part of it, it would still be impossible for the 3 Stars Divine Clan to establish themselves on this land. In that case, there would definitely be a battle between the two sides. The one who would lose would definitely be the Li clan, but there would be no possibility of a peaceful ending. When that time really came, the fate of the women and children of the Li clan was destined to be annihilated. I understand what you mean. It's just a pity for the hero Li Chuanbua. It's really too much of a pity. Qi Yang sighed, somewhat disappointed. How could I not understand that? Tan Tan became solemn, which was rare of him. Therefore, I won't make things difficult for his grandchildren. Also, we will maintain a cooperative attitude toward them. We won't treat them as servants or slaves. To be honest, there are also benefits to keeping them around. After all, there are some necessary survival skills on this continent that we also need to learn from them. If there are any of their grandchildren who are successful, we will also do our best to nurture them. Previously, I promised that the Li clan would retain its independent status. This will never change. Tan Tan said, take this as my way of expressing my apology to the hero Li Chuanbua. He sneered. Although the rest of the people in the Li clan aren't worthy of me doing this at all. Mo Tianji said, this outcome is already very good. It will definitely exceed the expectations of most people. These words of his were directed at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded. Tan Tan could indeed be said to be extremely benevolent by doing this. After all, Tan Tan didn't have any friendship with Li Chuanbua. There was really no need for him to show him any affection. At the end of the day, to be able to do all this, it was all because of Chu Yang's appearance. No matter what Tan Tan did, no matter what method he used, the final result would still be that he would be able to smoothly take over the Northwest. To be able to do this, to the Li clan, this was already an additional benefit. As for saying that this move would exceed the expectations of most people, it wasn't only referring to the Li clan. It also included the other clans and the law enforcement officers. In their minds, with the 3-star Divine Clan taking over the Northwest, even if the Li clan still existed, they would have to completely depend on the 3-star Divine Clan for survival. It was also reasonable for them to be reduced to servants or even slaves. To all of you, this battle of the Northwest has already become a thing of the past. However, the key is, what are all of you preparing to do next? After Wu Jiuqing finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chu Yang and Mo Tianji to reply. Instead, he took Chu Lu'er with him and left. Whether the master and disciple went to admire the snowy scenery or to impart their experiences, they ultimately left this place for the time being. What Wu Jiuqing wanted to do was to use his identity as a senior to bring the topic back to the right track. After all, at the end of the day, everyone more or less felt a little guilty about the battle of the Li clan. If the Li clan continued to be shameless and despicable, then so be it if everyone used them. If they died, then so be it. But the problem was that the dead Li Chuanbua was so respected. This created a problem of conscience condemnation. This was the tragedy of heroes. They couldn't ignore their conscience. Only when they had a clear conscience could they stand proudly in the world. Whether it was Chu Yang or Mo Tianji, they would more or less have an additional worry about the Li clan. This was irreparable. It could be said to be a dead knot. If this problem continued to be entangled and debated, everyone would be unhappy. Therefore, Wu Jiuqing stepped forward and forcefully turned the situation around. As for whether these little fellows would appreciate it or not, it wasn't something that Wu Jiuqing had to consider. He didn't care either. It had to be said that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. It was too useful. Wu Jiuqing's words cut off everyone's debate about the Li clan's arrangements. Everyone understood tacitly and simply stopped mentioning this matter. As for the Li clan's arrangements, it became Tan Tan's matter alone or the 3 stars Divine Clan's matter. In any case, it had nothing to do with tribulation anymore. What's going to happen next? Chu Yang thought about it carefully and said, Tan Tan, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for the time being? This is the first time the 3 stars Divine Clan has walked out of a dangerous place in the past 10,000 years. The Yin clan is huge. It won't do if you don't watch over it personally. Tan Tan scratched his head and said, wouldn't I be bored to death then? Why don't I hand over full authority here to Guigu and then we brothers go out and explore the martial world? How about that? Guigu's face contorted at once. Without you around, who can pacify those old fellows in the clan? Although those old fellows' cultivation isn't as good as mine, each and every one of them takes advantage of their seniority. Apart from Saint Kings, they won't submit to anyone. Dealing with those old fellows isn't a problem that can be solved just by having a bigger fist. Chu Yang, who could keenly tell that Guigu was put in a spot, gave him a carefree smile and said, we brothers have plenty of time in the future. If anything goes wrong with the migration of millions of people in your clan, it'll be an earth-shattering matter. That's something that concerns the inheritance of future generations. It won't do if you don't watch over it. Tan Tan bared his teeth in displeasure. Then he helplessly said, well, wait for me to settle down here. Then, I will go and look for you. We brothers rarely meet each other. So, we have to break up right after we meet each other. Don't ever forget. From a certain perspective, the Li clan here is the foundation for the 3 Stars Divine Clan to establish a foothold in the world. You mustn't be careless. It's only convenient for yourself if it's convenient for others, instructed Chu Yang. I've got it. Tan Tan was rather impatient. Why are you even more sissy than a sissy now? Don't you find it annoying to be so wishy-washy? Gui Gu and the other 2 elders, however, exchanged a look, seemingly deep in thought. Initially, they hadn't thought much of the Li clan either. However, Chu Yang's words about establishing a foothold in the world had reminded them of something. The 3 Stars Divine Clan hadn't appeared in the last 100,000 years. They were already very unfamiliar with this land a long time ago. Since they had the intention to establish a foothold here, survive, reproduce and pass down their legacy, then they would have to interact with the locals and build good relations with them. Trade, human relations, customs, and so on. All of these required assistance and guidance from others. Yet the members of the Divine Clan were completely clueless about all these. It looked like they really had no choice but to rely heavily on the Li clan. No matter what, they were still the local tyrants who had lived here for over 10,000 years. Then, it's time for us to take the next step. Chu Yang patted his thigh lightly and said, we've already exposed our identities in the Battle of the Northwest. It can be imagined that the big clans will definitely see us as thorns and want to get rid of us. From now on, I'm afraid that every step we take will be filled with thorns. It'll be even harder to accomplish anything. So, everyone must be careful. Also, everyone must continue to improve their own strength to deal with unexpected situations. Mo Tianji and the others nodded heavily in agreement. Since we've already exposed our identities, we might as well not keep a low profile anymore. Let loose completely and turn the world upside down. Mo Tianji's words made everyone feel as if their blood was surging. However, Mo Tianji had actually been pondering over these words as he slowly said them word by word. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Chu Yang nodded approvingly. Our next step is to charge out from the northwest. Charge back to the southeast, then charge out from the southeast and charge into the Heavenly Pinnacle Grand Assembly. Turn the world upside down. The legend of tribulations has been around for a long time. In our generation, we naturally have to write a new chapter of this legend. Good. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were the first to respond. Then, Rui Butong and Luo Kudi, the 2 fellows who only wanted to see the world in chaos, raised their hands and feet in agreement. Hey, cough cough cough. Wait. A discordant voice suddenly sounded from the side. Who was so annoying to pour cold water on everyone at this time? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It was the handsome Dukyu who deserved a beating. Dukyu. Dukyu, what unique opinions do you have? Chu Yang clearly knew why Dukyu was looking for him, but he pretended not to know. This was the way things were. How could rushing forward be more comfortable and cheaper than hanging high to buy things? Cough, I'm not trying to pour cold water on everyone. I just think that increasing our strength is the most urgent problem right now. After all, only with profound strength will we have more capital. Dukyu coughed. He said very calmly, and now, I just happen to know a place that can greatly increase everyone's strength. Yes, I can guarantee that as long as we get there, our cultivation will double overnight. Or even more. Dukyu could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. For the sake of the race, he did not hesitate to speak carelessly, bragging as much as he could. However, what he said, combined with the actual situation of the Calamity Sword, was completely reasonable. There was a high possibility that it would appear. But the problem was that Dukyu didn't even know where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. So, he was just spouting nonsense. When he heard that his strength could double or even more in a single night, he was shocked. The eyes of Rui Budong and the others lit up, eager to give it a try. Where? How could there be such a miraculous effect? Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. Mother **Ker, it seems that I can't go. Tan Tan said. That's right. Tell me, what kind of place are you talking about? Luo Kadi asked. Is this true? Why do I feel like you're just bragging? Rui Budong said. This guy has always been unreliable. I'd be lost if I listened to him. I don't believe him at all. Dong Wushang said. Hee hee. The one who was sneering was Gu Duxing. Not only did he not believe it, he directly ignored it. Do you really know such a place? The one who was doubtful was Mo Tianji. Of course, Mo Tianji was doubting the location of the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword. Only that place could double the cultivation of his brothers. Other than that, there might not be any other similar shortcuts. Mo Tianji didn't believe that Dukyu knew where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. That was a place that even the great sword master Chu couldn't find. I think it's fine as long as we have enough strength. What's important now is experience and temperament. If we don't have enough strength, we won't be able to handle it. Chu Yang snorted. Little guy, do you think I'll be led by the nose by you? You can't differentiate between master and servant. What a joke, a huge joke. Even if I want to go, I have to pretend that I don't want to go. Only if you beg me, will I reluctantly agree. This is what it means to be a bitch but still have a chastity. Pretending to be a virtuous woman but still acting so prim and proper. You've been looking forward to it for a long time, but you're still so stubborn. Yes. Big brother Chu is right. Everyone's strength has just increased, especially Rui Budong. Most of our strength comes from external forces. It's only right that we have to train and stabilize it. Mo Tianji could read Chu Yang's mind. He immediately agreed with Chu Yang's words perfectly. This is what it means to be in cahoots. Gu Duxing rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He said, I think Big Brother and Tianji's words make a lot of sense. I was wondering why I've been acting a little strange recently. No matter how much Rui Budong and Luo Kadi wanted to improve, they could only nod. Both of them found it strange. Why did their brothers, who had always been so passionate about strength, suddenly become so indifferent? What was there to be afraid of if they lacked temperament? They couldn't find a place to improve their cultivation quickly. Dukyu's face became a little ugly. He said with a twisted face, what do you mean? There's such a good place. I'm kind enough to take you there, but you don't want to go? Is there something wrong with your brains? Or is there something wrong with all of you? Tan Tan rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Old Dukyu, it's okay. Don't be so discouraged. It's okay if they don't want to go. Don't you still have me? Where do you want to go? I'll go with you. I'll keep you company, okay? At most, I'll put aside everything here and take care of a friend's mood. These words made it seem as if going to the Holy Land for cultivation was something that no one was willing to pay attention to no matter how much Dukyu begged. Dukyu flew into a rage. You go? What's the use of you going? You're useless. TSK. Chu Yang chuckled. Brother you're wrong? Why do you have to be useful to go? Dukyu didn't intend to hide anything. He said angrily, you still have the nerve to say that. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have the Holy Spirit Spring? You only gave me a little bit. That's the holy object of our elf race. I originally thought that there was no hope of reviving my race. So, I married Alu. After that, I completely gave up. I didn't even want to come to the upper 3 heavens anymore. But, you took out the holy object of the elf race and lured me here. What? Are you thinking of not admitting it now? Chu Yang obviously knew that Dukyu's goal was the Holy Spirit Spring in his hands. But, wasn't his goal also the Tree of Life in Dukyu's hands? But, how could Chu Yang directly say that there was a request for this trump card? If he let Dukyu know about his trump card, he really didn't know what this guy would do with his tyrannical nature. Even if he forced Chu Yang to work, or waited for a good price, or even blackmailed him. These were all Dukyu's specialties in the upper 3 heavens. But now, it seemed that everything was reversed. The situation was like this. Everything was easy to talk about. He was the fish on the chopping block. What else was there to talk about? This situation was simply too ideal. Brother Dukyu, you're wrong. Chu Yang raised a finger. He said calmly, first, the elf race has disappeared for 100,000 years. It seems to be even older than the 3 Stars Divine clan. So, let's not talk about this issue for the time being? Dukyu opened his mouth and was about to speak. But, he was stopped by Chu Yang. Second, I don't have the Holy Spirit spring of the elf race. The source of life of the elf race is the spring of life, the eternal ancient tree, and the heavenly crystal moonlight. Chu Yang said lightly, I do have spring water in my hands. But, it's only the Holy Spirit spring. It's not the spring of life. This can be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. It's far from being comparable. Dukyu said angrily, what do you mean by far from being comparable? The Holy Spirit spring is the next step. It's the spring of life. Chu Yang said comfortably, I haven't made any progress yet, have I? A slight difference can lead to a huge difference. Don't you understand? Dukyu was tongue-tied. Besides. Huh? What did you say? Another step? Chu Yang said in surprise, the Holy Spirit spring is the next step. It's the spring of life? There's such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Also, how can it be further improved? This question is very troublesome. Chu Yang's surprised expression was really too fake. It was so fake that it couldn't even deceive a baby. Yet, he still pretended to ask seriously. Mo Qingguo and Mo Lei, who were around, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rui Budong and Luo Kadi winked at each other, their faces full of satisfaction. Gu Duxing coughed and looked up at the sky. He tried his best to maintain a serious and sharp look. Mo Tianji was gentle and elegant. Only Tan Tan felt that his senior brother's surprised expression this time was very handsome. So, he took out a mirror from his bosom and imitated it. Tan Tan fiercely opened his eyes, and opened his mouth to make a surprised expression. Then, he used this as a contrast, he sighed and put the mirror aside. Sigh, I can't learn it no matter how hard I try. Talent, this thing like talent can't be learned. Dukyu was infuriated. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Then, he sighed and said in a speechless manner, Chu Yang, I beg you. You have to be more professional in your acting. At least, you have to let me know that you don't know. You can't be an idol forever. You should at least have some acting skills. Chu Yang squinted and said, actually, I've never cared about this matter. Although the spring of life and the Holy Spirit spring are one level apart, I'm not a fairy. The spring of life has no use for me. It's enough that the Holy Spirit spring can replenish my life force. Brother Dukyu, please don't blame me. I really didn't care about it. So, acting skills are really meaningless. I solemnly declare that I will always be an idol. Pigs are also quite cute. Chu Yang smiled and said, other than being cute, they can also be eaten and have many uses. Dukyu was so angry that he wanted to die. He gritted his teeth and said, what conditions do you have? Say it. I'll do my best. You're saying it as if I have some ulterior motives? Chu Yang said, I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. I have great use for this thing. If I give it all to you, what should I do? I can't possibly destroy my own plan for you, right? Dukyu said, I don't want it all. You're just giving it to me temporarily. I'll give it back to you when I'm done with it. Chu Yang shook his head firmly. Give it to you temporarily? Give it back after you're done with it? How long is this temporary? 1 day, 2 days, 1 year, 2 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or 100,000 years? If I give it to you, it's equivalent to giving my meat bun to a dog? No, no, no. Chu Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. It won't take that long. Why don't you accompany me? That should be fine, right? Dukyu only felt his temples throbbing. He rubbed his temples with his fingers and said hatefully. It's fine. If I accompany you, wouldn't that mean that I'm helping you? You're really good at scheming. Not only are you calculating my things, but you're also calculating my people? With such scheming, I really don't dare to deal with you. Chu Yang said worriedly, besides, who knows how much you'll use? If you use it all up, I won't even have a place to cry. There's no medicine for regret in this world, not to mention that I'm so busy now. The Tianding Grand Assembly is about to start. The situation in the martial world also needs us to create some public opinion to guide it. Chu Yang made excuses. It was obvious that he wasn't willing to help. No matter what you say, I won't agree. What are you going to do about it? Dukyu was furious. He couldn't bear it anymore and stood up suddenly. You're king pretending. If you keep pretending, I promise you that when we open the city of elves and restore the holy land of elves, you can take whatever you want. There must be a lot of good things in the remains of our city of elves. They're all left behind from ancient times. You should be satisfied, right? How about it? Give me a straightforward answer. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and go back to the three heavens. Deal. Chu Yang didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Instead, he agreed in a loud and clear voice. His lazy body straightened up, and he stretched out his hand with a swoosh sound. Let's slap our palms as an oath. No one can go back on their words. Dukyu looked at the white palm that was placed on the tip of his nose and blinked his eyes. For a moment, he was actually unable to react. What was going on? Wasn't Chu Yang very unwilling to go to the border just now? How could he agree so readily? Was there a conspiracy? Dukyu faintly felt that he had fallen into a big trap. But, he couldn't think of what kind of trap he had fallen into, and what he would lose. He had been eagerly waiting for Chu Yang to agree at first. But, he had now become paranoid and didn't dare to make a decision. What do you want? Tell me frankly. Dukyu asked suspiciously. You don't want to go? You're such an indecisive person. Chu Yang felt as if his bones had been taken out of his body. He sat back down lazily. Forget it. Smack. Dukyu made a prompt decision and smacked Chu Yang's palm that hadn't been retracted yet. Dukyu shouted, let's make an oath that we will never go back on our words. It's settled then. This guy was actually going to go back on his words? How could this be? Dukyu made a prompt decision and immediately slapped the table. Chu Yang threatened, that's what you said. But, if you don't keep your word, I won't be able to do anything to you. Your cultivation is so high, may the heavens punish me. Dukyu hurriedly interrupted with a face full of smiles. That's good, that's good. When are we leaving? I know that you're very anxious. Chu Yang's face was full of smiles. He had an attitude of thinking for your sake. The other brothers also echoed with smiles on their faces. Everyone felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. They let out a long sigh of relief. Dukyu felt that something wasn't right. He asked in bewilderment, what do you think? There's no time to lose. The sooner the better. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, we can leave now too. Sweetheart. Dukyu finally confirmed that he had indeed fallen into a trap. He rolled his eyes repeatedly. The most tragic thing was that until now, he still didn't know what he had fallen into. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword was in the City of Fairies. Even if he didn't beg Chu Yang to bring him there, Chu Yang would also beg him to bring him there. Because, other than Dukyu, this pure-blooded elf, there was no second person in the entire heavens who could find and open the remains of the City of Fairies. Now, not only could Chu Yang get the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword as he wished, he could also obtain many unexpected surprises along the way. He could wantonly plunder the remains of the City of Fairies. How could he not be overjoyed and overjoyed? Mo Tianji rolled his eyes. He finally confirmed that this bastard Chu Yang, in terms of treachery and cunning, he was not below him at all. This was originally a place that the brothers couldn't go even if they wanted to, but he actually managed to get such a good offer that was like a pie falling from the sky before they reluctantly agreed. What a weirdo. I'm convinced. Xianxia, who was still in a deep coma, was carried over by GMO and placed on the bed. Just to look at this guy, GMO didn't even participate in the meeting to discuss the next step. One had to admit that Li Chuanbua was indeed a 10,000-year-old monster. If he said that he would be in a coma for 3 days, then he would be in a coma for 3 days. From the looks of it, if there was no external force to wake him up, it would definitely take 3 days for Xianxia to wake up on his own. It was good that he was in a coma. To be honest, everyone frowned at this guy. Most importantly, they didn't know how to tell him the bad news of the Li clan. Everyone knew that this guy had a fiery temper and was as straightforward as a donkey. To put it nicely, he was a straight farmer. To put it bluntly, he was even more stubborn than a donkey. If he really knew the bad news that all the Li clan members who participated in the battle were sacrificed, everyone died and only he, who didn't participate in the battle, survived, he would probably go. It was precisely because of this that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji placed GMO beside him to watch over him. Meng Huanhuan also rushed over at once. She stayed by Li Xiongtu's side, her face full of worry. It wasn't because Li Xiongtu was in a coma. She was similarly clear about Li Xiongtu's character and personality, and even more so about the possible consequences. What do we do now? We can't keep watching over him, right? Why don't we wake him up now? GMO rubbed his hands, somewhat eager to give it a try. He was rather tired of the mission of guarding a man. Mo Tianji frowned. Wait a while more. Let me think about it. What else do you need to think about? What are you worried about? If Li Xiongtu can't even take this blow, how can he be worthy of being my enemy for life? Dong Wushang snorted coldly. Although he said so, Dong Wushang still respected Mo Tianji's decision and didn't rashly wake Li Xiongtu up. Mo Tianji's mind stirred. That's right. If he sinks into depravity just like this, he will indeed be an unworthy piece of trash. External forces have always only been supplementary. Being at ease with one's own heart is the foundation. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Dong Wushang. Speaking of which, the person who understands a person the most is ultimately you, the greatest enemy of his life. I boast that I'm good at scheming, but I often overlook a person's heart. I'm ashamed. Meng Huanhuan suddenly raised her head and focused all her attention and gaze on Dong Wushang. She exclaimed, "You are Dong Wushang?" She suddenly recalled that Li Xiongtu had mentioned this person more than once before. The person whom Li Xiongtu considered to be his greatest rival in this lifetime, the person whom he had been chasing after all this time, was called Dong Wushang. Now that she had finally seen him in person, Meng Huanhuan saw that Dong Wushang had a tall and sturdy build. Even if he wasn't using his martial arts, he still looked like a hero who dominated thousands of soldiers and dominated the world. She couldn't help but be moved in her heart. Only such a heroic figure was worthy of being Li Xiongtu's opponent. That's right, I am Dong Wushang. I believe Li Xiongtu must have mentioned me to you. Dong Wushang laughed loudly and said, if Li Xiongtu really can't take it anymore and breaks down, then I'll kill him with a stroke of my saber and give him a quick death, ending all troubles once and for all. After he finished speaking, amidst Meng Huanhuan's exclamation of surprise, he slapped Li Xiongtu's head cleanly. From his palm, a surge of pure origin energy poured down from the top of Li Xiongtu's head. Li Chuanbua's palm energy had long reached the level of being able to control it at will. The force used to knock Li Xiongtu unconscious was just right and definitely wouldn't really hurt Li Xiongtu. Thus, it was also relatively simple to save him. He only needed to use pure origin energy to stimulate Li Xiongtu's Baihui acupoint. The next moment, Li Xiongtu shouted, "Kill!" All of a sudden, he flipped over and jumped up. Everyone tensed up and locked their divine senses onto Li Xiongtu. Dong Wushang was especially nervous. Don't be fooled by his carefree attitude earlier. When it really came down to it, he was still nervous. If Li Xiongtu really became dispirited or committed suicide out of guilt, the one who would feel the most uncomfortable would be Dong Wushang. Li Xiongtu stood there like a javelin. Seeing that everyone had gathered around him, there was still some confusion in his expression. Then, his gaze slowly slid across everyone's faces. His expression slowly calmed down and became cold and stern. Then, he fell silent. Chu Yang said softly, "Li Xiongtu, I believe that you've already guessed some things. Therefore, I won't say any more. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Xiongtu nodded heavily. His voice was more or less hoarse as he said, I understand. Then, he lowered his head and asked in a hoarse voice, "They're all dead, right?" Chu Yang nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, they're all dead." To the current Li Xiongtu, this sentence was a little deliberately added cruel. But Chu Yang still said it. Dong Wushang was right. To men, things had to be faced. There was no use in running away. Li Xiongtu took in a long breath. Raising his head, he asked in a deep voice, "Where's Elder Master Li Chuanbua?" He's dead too. Chu Yang said, "He's gone too." His body and Tao dissipated and he turned into flames. Li Xiongtu's body suddenly shook and he fell into a dead silence. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, as if his head weighed thousands of kilograms. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light as he stared at Chu Yang's face. He asked word by word, "Who killed him?" "Who?" "Xiao Qinyu. The first clan master of the Xiao clan." "Xiao Qinyu." Li Xiongtu nodded slowly, as if he had already engraved these 3 words into his heart. He laughed tragically and said, "I will take revenge. I will take revenge for the elder ancestor." Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. Using all his cultivation, he said word by word, "I will take revenge. Xiao Qinyu." The roar spread far and wide, echoing back and forth in the silent sky of the northwest. All the Li clan members who heard it stopped what they were doing. They stood solemnly in the snow and quietly shed tears. Then, Li Xiongtu maintained his upright posture and looked at Chu Yang. He said slowly, "What about the women and children of the Li clan? Are they dead too?" "They survived by luck." Chu Yang said, "But the northwest no longer belongs to the Li clan." Li Xiongtu nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you." Then, he said, "Huan, let's go." Meng Huan stood up gracefully. Li Xiongtu took the lead and actually turned to walk out just like that. He had only taken 2 steps when his body suddenly shook. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. The blood shot out like an arrow and actually made a small hole in the ground. "Li Xiongtu!" Dong Wushang shouted. Li Xiongtu and Meng Huan stood at the door but didn't turn back. Dong Wushang exuded a violent and domineering aura. The turbulent air roared and rushed toward Li Xiongtu. Dong Wushang said in a low voice, "You are too slow." Li Xiongtu slowly turned back and met Dong Wushang's gaze with an equally sharp and domineering gaze. Dong Wushang's eyes were full of provocation and violence. "Thank you for the reminder," Li Xiongtu said in a low voice, "I will catch up to you. I won't make you wait for long." After that, he turned and walked away, but his steps were already as firm as iron. Chu Yang sighed and said, "Li Xiong Tuesday. I don't know when we'll meet again after we part here, but before we part, I want to give your wife a gift. If we meet again in the future, you have to repay me." He raised his hand. A purple jade bottle slowly flew out. Li Xiongtu didn't turn around. He grabbed her hand and replied straightforwardly, "If I can ascend the heavenly palace in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Without another word, the majestic figure supported Meng Huan and strode out. Obviously, he knew what Chu Yang had given him. The most precious gift that the Tribulation Sword Master could give was the heavy pill, which was something that only the Tribulation Sword Master could give. The purpose of giving it to Meng Huan was to raise her aptitude so that she could accompany Li Xiongtu on his path of martial arts and charge straight into the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, if Meng Huan couldn't charge forward, Li Xiongtu was entangled in love and sin, so he was bound to stay where he was. Indirectly, he had lost the qualifications to reach the peak. Therefore, this was a huge favor. Li Xiongtu also understood Dong Wushang's intentions, but he wouldn't back down. Li Chuanbuo's death must be avenged, Dong Wushang's challenge. They had to agree. Chu Yang's favor must be repaid. From start to finish, Li Xiongtu didn't even look at Mo Tianji. Watching Li Xiongtu leave, Mo Tianji touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "He hates me. I'm afraid he hates me to the core." "How can he not hate you?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "It's fine as long as you know it." Mo Tianji shook his head and laughed. "Ah, the things that I do are things that people hate. But you, the master of the Calamity Sword, are different. As the Tribulation Sword Master, you're quite good at winning people over. You're already the good guy, how can I not be the bad guy? There's always someone who's the bad guy, isn't there?" Mo Qinggu held Chu Yang's shoulder and smiled. Yes. Chu Yang will only be the good guy in the future. Anyway, second brother will be the bad guy. The two of you are a perfect match. You're not allowed to decline and fulfill second brother's wish." Mo Tianji was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. He glared at her and said, "You little girl, you're really not afraid of things getting out of hand. Aren't you afraid that I'll be beaten to death one day because I've offended too many people?" Mo Qingwu waved her little fist. Second brother, don't worry. I'll protect you. Chu Yang will also protect you. He'll protect you on my account. Mo Tianji was completely speechless. This little girl was really infuriating. Everyone, pack up. We'll leave tomorrow morning to help minister you. Chu Yang stood up and made a decision right away. Mo Tianji was even more speechless. How are these two so compatible? They're both top-notch experts who speak the opposite way. That night, Dukyu was taking a nap in his bedroom. His hands were behind his head as he thought about things. Chu Yang had appeared silently, and had given him a big fright. I say, if you don't give me the seed of the tree of life now, when are you going to give it to me? Do you have any sincerity? Minister Chu had a hateful look on his face. Why should I? Do I have to give it to you just because you said so? Am I supposed to give it to you? Dukyu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He jumped up and felt extremely pained. It's exactly what you should give it to me. Don't you know that the spring of life needs to be brewed? Chu Yang crossed his legs and said calmly, if you want to recreate the city of fairies, you need to use the spring of life to irrigate it. If you don't give it to me now, let it fuse in advance and let the spring of life take shape. Are you going to wait until we're there to do it? I don't care. I'm just afraid that you can't wait. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't give it to me, I'll leave. What kind of world is this? I was kind enough to help you plan it, but why should I? In this world, it's hard to be a good person. Dukyu stared for a while and didn't dare to refute. Finally, he reached into his pocket with a pained expression. His hand stopped in his pocket. He raised his head and asked suspiciously, are you sure? Is that really the case? Chu Yang turned around and left. Bah, what kind of person do you think I am? Are you spouting nonsense? Pretend I didn't say anything. There will be a time when you regret it. Wait. I was wrong. I'll give it to you. The muscles on Dukyu's face contorted. I'll give it to you. Following his words, a multicolored seed suddenly appeared. An abnormally surging life force suddenly filled the entire room, and it was still rapidly spreading outwards. An indescribable green aura, a natural aura, suddenly appeared. Chu Yang took a breath in enjoyment. It's really good stuff. Dukyu stared. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and take it. This is something that I've been using my divine soul to nurture. If you can't provide me with enough spring of life, I'll be finished. He hurriedly took it and stuffed it into the tribulation space. Great Sword Master Chu said solemnly, don't worry. You still don't believe me? Our moral quality is just. Dukyu rolled his eyes. Believing you is a little difficult. Chu Yang's face darkened. He turned around and left. Only Dukyu was left in the room, letting out long and short sighs. He's really a vampire. Why didn't I see it back then? The heavens are truly blind. How could they let him get his hands on the Holy Spirit spring? There's no justice in this world. Dukyu sighed. Chu Yang didn't return to his own room. Instead, he went straight to Mo Qingwu's room. Once the spring of life was formed, it would release a boundless amount of life energy. This was a great benefit. Moreover, this benefit required two people's skin to touch in order to achieve the greatest effect. Chu Yang could only let Mo Qingwu take advantage of it. Because Chu Yang really couldn't imagine. If he hugged Mo Tianji or Gu Duxing tightly, what would it be like? Just thinking about it made Minister Chu's scalp tingle. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door 3 times. Before Mo Qingwu could respond, the door beside her had already opened by itself with a squeak. Mo Tianji had come out. He closed the door behind him as soon as he came out. He looked at Chu Yang with a vigilant expression on his face. It seemed as if he was looking at a heinous thief. Why are you knocking on Qingwu's door so late at night? Don't you know how to avoid it? Don't you know how to think for Qingwu? Chu Yang said angrily, what does it have to do with you? I'm already like that with Qingwu. Do I still need to avoid it? I came at this time for Qingwu's sake. But you, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you know how to avoid it? Why aren't you disappearing? I'm Qingwu's elder brother. I'm concerned about my sister. Mo Tianji roared in a low voice, go back to sleep. Your worried face is really ugly. What are you worried about? Chu Yang frowned and focused his gaze on Mo Tianji's face. Mo Tianji was tongue-tied. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. The master of calculation and manipulation who was usually eloquent was mute now. I understand. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so dirty. You're really vulgar. Minister Chu said in disdain, I look down on you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Xiaowu is really lucky that you didn't lead her astray. Mo Tianji's face turned red. Bastard. I can't not guard against a bastard like you. It's Xiaowu's misfortune to have met you. Chu Yang snorted coldly, you're gauging the heart of a great man with your own mean measure. Mo Tianji fumed. You still dare to call yourself a great man? Bah. He was about to start a torrent of eloquence to scold Chu Yang. At this moment, the door opened again. Mo Qingwu's fluffy hair came out. She was immediately happy. Chu Yang? It's you. What important matter do you have with me? Come in quickly. Second brother, why haven't you left yet? It's already so late. Go back to sleep. You're not allowed to go in. Mo Tianji bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He was going crazy. He was just mocked by Chu Yang and now he was being chased by his sister. What was this? Was there any justice in this world? Mo Qingwu snorted and pulled Chu Yang into the room. Then, she said to her second brother, it's already so late and you're still not sleeping. Other people still need to sleep. Is life really so boring? Go to sleep quickly. With a bang, she closed the door. Seeing Chu Yang's victorious gaze disappear behind the door, Mo Tianji was speechless. Little sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't let that bastard get away with it, sigh. Even Mo Tianji, the master of calculation and manipulation, was at his wits' end. He waited in a daze for a while. He was at a loss of what to do. Then, he finally returned to his room. He tossed and turned restlessly in bed for the entire night. He sighed repeatedly. He couldn't fall asleep. However, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to probe. That would be too despicable. After all, he would torment himself until his eyes turned blue. Bastard. Bastard. He actually entered my sister's room right under my nose. My sister is the one who took the initiative. Mo Tianji felt his heart ache. He growled in a low voice, this is too much. Chu Yang, what's the matter? Mo Qingwu closed the door and asked. Nothing, I just suddenly miss you. I really miss you. Chu Yang said affectionately, I want to hug you to sleep tonight. Mo Qingwu blushed and said angrily, haven't you hugged me before? She actually didn't refuse. Chu Yang smiled and took off his clothes very cleanly. He was about to crawl into the fragrant bed. Go wash your feet first. Mo Qingwu growled, it stinks. I just washed it the day before yesterday. It stinks. Chu Yang said innocently. Under Mo Qingwu's hateful gaze, she used her fists and legs. Minister Chu was beaten out with a conflicted face. He held the snow, turned it into water, washed his feet, and sighed continuously. Even Chu Yang himself didn't know what was going on. He was already a supreme martial artist and had cleansed his muscles and marrow countless times. Normally, this kind of thing that only the common people should have left him long ago. His other brothers, including Dong Wushang, who couldn't tolerate the smell of feet in the past, didn't have this problem now. But himself, as long as he took off his shoes after exercising, the whole room would be filled with the smell of salted fish. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. It's really strange. This doesn't make sense. Normally, it should disappear with a thought. But he couldn't get rid of this problem after 2 generations? It was fine if he stopped at the king level in his previous life, but now he was a supreme martial artist. Did he have to stink all the way to the heavenly imperial court? After rubbing the cold snow for a long time, Chu Yang was finally allowed to enter the room. Mo Qingwu sniffed and confirmed that there was no longer any smell. Then, she snorted in agreement. Chu Yang's heart was filled with warmth. Thinking back to her previous life, she had to be checked every time she went to bed. She couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. Mo Qinggu asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you thinking of something bad?" Chu Yang held her in his arms and said softly, "How can there be so many bad things to think about? I was just thinking about the past. You also seem to care about this the most, haha." Mo Qingwu's small face turned red as she said, "But it's really strange. Your feet. Why is he still like this even after reaching the Supreme Being realm?" Chu Yang rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "How would I know? The previous generation and the current generation are all like this. I don't know if the next generation will be like this, Junior. You don't have any proper manners. Quickly tell me why you're looking for me." Mo Qingwu leaned against the bedside. "You come in first, there's something good." Chu Yang patted the half-empty quilt and said with a lewd smile, "Come in first and we'll talk. I really have something good for you." Bah. The color of Mo Qingwu's face was almost the same as the color of her dress. She pouted coquettishly, "Scoundrel." Just as she reached out to undo a button, she suddenly turned her head with a red face. "You turn your head first." Chu Yang sighed deeply. "Even if you don't turn your head, what's there to look at? You're not even 15 yet. You're like a green bean sprout. You're full of ribs, neither protruding front nor back, there's nothing to look at. You'll look like it in a few years." Mo Qingwu was furious. She immediately pouted coquettishly. "I'm just like this. If you don't like me, just say it. You can hug someone else to sleep. It'll definitely be comfortable and nice to look at." Chu Yang's mind raced. He knew that he had said the wrong thing and actually told the truth. He hurriedly apologized again and again, but Mo Qingwu's face was cold and she refused to let go. She was obviously in the right, which made Chu Yang exclaim that this life was not the same as the previous one. Left with no choice, a certain king of hell could only take advantage of his encyclopedic knowledge. He told a few jokes in a row, which made Mo Qingwu laugh through her tears. It wasn't that the jokes were funny, but that the jokes were really too old, and Minister Chu's serious expression was really scary. Also, the fact that the king of hell was willing to tell jokes showed that he was sincere. But Mo Qingwu insisted all along, "Hurry up and turn around. You're not allowed to look. You're not allowed to look at all." Chu Yang played all kinds of tricks and used all his magic weapons before he finally achieved his goal. Naturally, he agreed unconditionally. He was forced to turn around. He heard a rustling sound beside him, and then, a warm and delicate body crawled under the covers. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at her with rapt attention. He saw that Mo Qingwu was wearing her underwear, and had buried her small head in the pillow. She refused to raise her head no matter what. "Beauty, hurry up and raise your head. Let me see. If I'm happy, I'll give you something good as a reward." Minister Chu chuckled and made a scoundrel's expression. "I don't care about your junk. I won't let you see." Mo Qingwu lowered her head. Her mouth was very stubborn, but her shy and pink face had already betrayed her. "If you don't care, then don't care. You won't let me see your face? Then I won't look at your face. I'll look at other places. There are many places to look. Here, here, and here." Scoundrel Chu's salty hand had already reached out like a poisonous snake. Mo Qingwu suddenly turned over. Her petite body had already curled up into a ball, resisting with all her might. Her little face had already become a big red cloth. It seemed that even her neck and ears had turned red. "You little girl, we're already an old married couple. Why are you still so shy?" Chu Yang laughed strangely and hugged her in his arms. Immediately, he moaned and said, "So smooth, so smooth. How can it be so smooth? Bah, who's an old married couple with you? Shameless." Mo Qingwu bit his shoulder and said hatefully, "Let go." How could Chu Yang let go? Instead, he pressed closer to her. At this point, there was no distance between them. The two people's bare skin stuck to each other without any space between them. Mo Qingwu suddenly trembled intensely as if she had received an electric shock. Then, she felt Chu Yang's hand moving down dishonestly. Finally, it stopped at her perky buttocks. Mo Qingwu tried her best to moan. She wanted to resist, but Chu Yang had already stopped moving. Mo Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. She finally whispered to beg for mercy, Chuyang, it's not enough now. I will wait for a few more years. Chuyang said, don't move. Mo Qingwu was shy and embarrassed. Her delicate hand stretched out and pinched him fiercely. Her heart was filled with endless apprehension. Could it be that he wants it now? However, a strange change suddenly occurred. Mo Qingwu suddenly felt an extremely pure life force slowly emanating from Chuyang's body. Then, it gradually diffused, and shrouded her entire body in it. At this moment, Mo Qingwu only felt that her entire body was light and floating. It was as if she had ascended to the immortal realm, as if she was in a dream, as if she was drunk. It was as if he had suddenly escaped from the dirtiest air and entered a bright and beautiful garden in spring, enjoying the most delicious, cleanest, and refreshing taste. Yes, compared to this extremely fresh and natural life force, the air in the space just now was indeed as dirty as a sewer. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was no room for comparison. The next moment, an extremely huge and rich life force rushed directly from Chuyang's body into her body. Mo Qingwu was surprised and didn't know why there was such a change. Then, she heard Chuyang say, you silly little girl, do you really think I'm here to play tricks? Just now, when I said that I have something good for you, you didn't want it. Do you want it now? Why don't you quickly calm down and guide this life force into your meridians to improve your physique? What are you waiting for? Then, he patted Mo Qingwu's small and exquisite head as he said this. Then, an extremely cool and mystical power seeped into her body. Mo Qingwu immediately felt her mind clear up. Then, her mind turned at lightning speed. She immediately realized that Chuyang must have obtained a great opportunity, and wanted to share it with her. She didn't dare to be negligent. She restrained all the distracting thoughts in her heart and focused on her dantian. She guided this purest life force into her meridians and slowly circulated it. Gradually, she entered the state of forgetting everything around her, tribulation space. The seed of the tree of life that he had just obtained entered the Holy Spirit spring. As soon as the seed entered, almost at the same time, the originally calm spring water suddenly changed. It bubbled as if it was boiling. A large amount of thick mist, almost in a solid state, kept coming out. In the blink of an eye, it had completely covered the entire tribulation space. The sword spirit, who was soaking in the soul-quenching spring, woke up with a start. He saw the strange scene at a glance. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and couldn't close it anymore. The spring water has changed. Is the seed of the tree of life in your hands? The sword spirit's expression was full of excitement and disbelief. Chuyang's face was full of comfort. Yes. He was naturally greedily absorbing the life force that was being emitted. The 30,000 pores all over his body were about to open up. It seemed that even an immortal wouldn't be as happy as he was now. The transformation of the spring of life is almost equivalent to creating a world. The sword spirit sighed and said, under normal circumstances, when the spring of life is formed, the life aura that it emits due to the transformation will nourish the entire forest within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles around the spring. This is definitely a great waste. However, the life aura is too large and dissipates quickly. Thus, wastage is inevitable. Moreover, we can use this waste to create a suitable environment for the elves. There's nothing I can do about it. Please search on Baidu and read the latest chapters of popular novels first. The existence of the tribulation space is a big secret to me, and it's a secret that I can't share with anyone. Since Dukyu needs the spring of life, and this matter is likely related to the 8th fragment of the tribulation sword, I can't not give it to him. Besides, based on our friendship, I will definitely help him. But it's not convenient for me to let him in, so I can only let the spring of life form here, and let everything happen by chance. This can be considered a coincidence of fate and people, the sword spirit nodded. You're right. Although the existence of the tribulation space isn't a big secret, the real function of the tribulation space is a secret that only the tribulation sword master is qualified to know. If an outsider knows about it, the consequences will be unimaginable, regardless of whether the outsider is trustworthy or not. At that time, I will use the spring of life to irrigate the city of elves and activate the moonlight of the celestial crystals to restore the eternal tree. After the eternal tree meets the conditions to awaken, it will secrete a new spring of elves and give Dukyu an explanation. Xiang frowned and said seriously. If that's the case, it'll definitely be much more effective than directly transferring the spring of life to him. If you really give him the formed spring of life, the city of elves won't open, and it'll take at least 10,000 years to restore the eternal ancient tree. The sword spirit chuckled, that's because it's absolutely impossible for Dukyu to make the spring water pour out from the sky. He can only use the method of placing it on the ground and guiding it. He can't make the spring water pour out from the sky like you do. Xiang thought for a while and immediately understood what the sword spirit meant. He couldn't help but smile. That's right. He thought, if this is done well, maybe I can extort Dukyu again? However, Dukyu deliberately let me squeeze him dry. He deliberately provided an opportunity, so I definitely won't take the initiative to do it. Xiang knew that Dukyu would definitely not go up to the Heavenly Imperial Court ever since Dukyu had brought up the conditions that Xiang had asked for. He had already chosen to stay in the Heaven Imperial Court. Xiang only had deep blessings for Dukyu's decision. While talking, the sword spirit frowned and said, how's the change in Emochingwu's constitution? You have to be careful, don't ruin her foundation. Although life energy was a rare good thing in the world, if one ate too much of it, there could be problems. It's the same principle as how ordinary people can't directly take 100-year-old ginseng. Once there's a situation where the body can't take the nourishment, there will be a big problem. It's best to nip it in the bud. Emochingwu was right beside Xiang right now, but the little girl was practically naked right now. So, why would Xiang let the sword spirit out to take a look? Wouldn't that be too much of a bastard? It didn't matter if the sword spirit was a man or not, or even if he wasn't human. He snorted, rolled his eyes, and said, I know what to do. The sword spirit smiled knowingly and said, however, Emochingwu has a rare physique in the world. In this heavenly realm, her aptitude is definitely top-notch. Now that there's enough vitality, we can sort out the meridians in her body again. Then, I believe that even in the Heavenly Imperial Court, her aptitude can be considered top-notch. You can imagine how popular she will be if she goes up there. Popular? Xiang frowned, what do you mean? Is it hard to understand? Emochingwu is very likely to transform into an immortal spiritual body because of your transformation this time. The sword spirit took a breath and said somewhat enviously, looking at the entire Heavenly Imperial Court, there are only a few immortal spiritual bodies that appear in millions of years. How rare do you think it is? For those old monsters who can't find a suitable disciple to inherit their mantle. Once they see it, their eyes will turn red. Maybe they will fight because of it. Actually, you only need to think about Xianxia and Baluching that day to be able to deduce it. But I can say that if such a situation really happens, the intensity will be at least 10 times, hundreds of times more than that day, or even more exaggerated. This is definitely something that is very likely to happen. Immortal spiritual body. Xiang said, what exactly is an immortal spiritual body? What's so special about it? The human body is divided into 2 elements and 5 elements. The 2 elements refer to the 2 extremes of heaven and earth, and the 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. An immortal spiritual body can be said to be the best physique in the human body. Coincidentally, Emochingwu's natural talent is water. This kind of extraordinary aptitude is very rare. After attaining the status, if one can cultivate with an immortal spiritual body, one can instantly break through to the heavenly rank. And both of them will improve greatly. If the immortal spiritual body is lucky enough to cultivate a powerful technique, it will be 10 times faster than the second-ranked netherworld spiritual body. Or even more. So, when the time comes, not only will she be an important target to be taken in as a disciple, she will also be the first target to be proposed to. The sword spirit smiled. By then, I believe that you will have many love rivals. Xiang didn't say anything. A certain king of hell didn't seem to be too worried about this. He was still very confident in himself. Mine is mine, who can snatch it away? Are they tired of living? Because, as long as the immortal spiritual body grows up safely, it is certain that she will become an emperor-level figure. Who wouldn't want such a foundation, or a wife? The sword spirit said almost word by word, for example. Master's cultivation. Shueleihan. He. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. You're saying that Qinggu can reach Shueleihan's level? The sword spirit was silent for a while. Then, he said, Master doesn't have the immortal spiritual body either. Chu Yang said excitedly, you mean that Qinggu's future achievements will be higher than Shueleihan's? The sword spirit denied. I didn't say that. The sword spirit obviously held his old master in high esteem. Even if he had already agreed with Chu Yang's words, he would definitely not admit it verbally. But Chu Yang was already smiling proudly. He knew the sword spirit for a long time. How could he not know what the sword spirit was thinking? Oh right, what kind of physique do I have? Chu Yang asked rather complacently, how is it compared to Qinggu? More or less? At least it won't be too far off. The sword spirit's eyebrows twitched twice. The corners of his mouth also twitched a few times. The muscles on his face spasmed. He said, you? There's no comparison. Chu Yang said furiously, no comparison? How can there be no comparison? I've had a lot more fortuitous encounters than Qinggu. I've taken countless heavenly treasures and soaked in the soul-quenching spring every day. I also have countless rare medicines and this inexhaustible variety of miraculous spring water to drink at any time. How can there be no comparison? Is it me and Qinggu who can't be compared, or is it me and Qinggu who can't be compared? Qinggu only got one heavy pill in total. The amount of life energy she got once is much less than mine. Minister Chu was obviously very unconvinced. Actually, you belong to, how should I put it? The sword spirit scratched his head and said in a very human-like manner, to be honest, if you didn't have these fortuitous encounters, you'd actually have a trash physique, a very trash physique. But after you got it, it's also. Anyway, I don't really understand it. Trash physique? And a very trash physique? Chu Yang's complexion was as black as the bottom of a pot, explain it to me clearly. Mo Qingwu was born with a pure water attribute physique. Moreover, the Mo clan's cultivation method itself is somewhat soft. Therefore, she didn't go in the wrong direction in building her foundation. Her foundation is extremely good. Later, she had your heavy pill to change her physique. Then, she had the help of the mysterious ice jade paste and the jade snow spirit ginseng. Coincidentally, these two spirit medicines are the purest water attribute. With this foundation, it is equivalent to pushing her to a higher level. Therefore, this foundation has been raised to a whole new level. In addition, Ning Tianya's method of teaching disciples can be said to be top-notch. He chose the most suitable martial arts for women to practice. Women are born with a soft nature. Softness is the water attribute. But, she has taken another step forward. She has almost reached her limit. Today, she had a lucky chance to get the nourishment of life energy. Water is the mother of all living things. It nourishes all living things. It's impossible to go any further. In addition, her previous and current lives have always been as soft as water. She is gentle and well-behaved. Moreover, her two lives have overlapped, and she has achieved the so-called repeated water body. It's more than twice as strong as an ordinary water attribute immortal physique. Such a fortuitous encounter has never been seen before. How can you compare with such a heavenly talent? Why should you compare with her? You're just lucky at best, the sword spirit said. Why can't I compare with her? I can't compare with her. My cultivation is far higher than hers. My foundation is also deeper than hers. Chu Yang was still very unconvinced. A sense of crisis had sprouted in his heart. It turns out that Qingwu is so awesome. If I can't keep up with her, in the future, what can your cultivation prove at this moment? Mo Qingwu has a single attribute. But, you have a mixture of attributes. The sword spirit shook his head and exclaimed, if an ordinary person's body contains 3 attributes, then it's already very unsuitable for cultivation. It belongs to the category of trash attributes. But, you have all 5 elements. An ordinary person with all 5 elements is basically a waste. But, not only do you have all 5 elements, but you also have 2 elements. You're absolutely the trash of trash. Chu Yang's face darkened. Say it clearly. How am I the trash of trash? Mother asterisk cur, this is really preposterous. With a physique like yours, it has long been recognized that even if you work yourself to death, you'll never be able to reach the heavenly level. There's absolutely no more potential for further development. So, your physique is trash, that's what, the ultimate trash. The sword spirit was a little suspicious. He said with uncertainty, but, the two elements of heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the 5 elements in your body are unusually balanced. They're balanced to an unbelievable degree. So, I can't tell what's going on. Let's go up and let the Lord take a look. Anyway, in my opinion, you're just that. The sword spirit frowned. He was a little preoccupied. After recovering his memory, he really didn't expect that Chu Yang's physique would be so unexpected. Moreover, he couldn't come to a conclusion at the moment. Moreover, the sword spirit also believed that in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there might not be many people who could come to a conclusion about Chu Yang's physique. Feeling groggy, he took the medicine and went to sleep first. I'll set a regular update for the midnight request for guaranteed monthly votes. I hope everyone can support it. I still don't understand. Shouldn't it be better to be more comprehensive? Chu Yang frowned. What kind of theory is this? Nonsense. For example, Gu Duxing specializes in the sword, and Dong Wushang specializes in the saber. Therefore, their progress will be faster than those who practice the saber and sword at the same time, and their power will also be stronger and purer than those people. On the other hand, if a person practices the saber, spear, sword, halberd, hatchet, hook, and trident at the same time, what will happen? The sword spirit said, and your body's situation is like this. When you really break through to a new level, you need to progress in all 7 aspects at the same time. Only when all of them reach a certain level can you advance by 1 level. Just like studying. Others can pass after reading 1 book, but you need to read 7. The sword spirit said, do you still think you'll be faster than others? Chu Yang was stunned. Huh? Is that so? The sword spirit was also puzzled. I don't know either. Why is the last tribulation sword master so strange? Chu Yang asked carefully, how many people with a body constitution like mine are there in the Heaven Imperial Court? According to the records of the Heaven Imperial Court, for millions of years, Mo Qingwu's super genius body constitution has never appeared before. The sword spirit said uncertainly, your situation is as rare as Mo Qingwu's. Similarly, it has never appeared before in millions of years. A body constitution like yours that is so trashy that it makes people's hair stand on end has also never appeared before, right? That's more or less it. The sword spirit sighed. Chu Yang's temples were throbbing. He gritted his teeth and said, but how do you explain that my progress is extremely fast? I'm already at the peak of Supreme Martial Artist, and I'm about to break through to 7th Supreme Martial Artist. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, who has progressed faster than me in the past 100,000 years? The sword spirit said disdainfully, what you said is the truth, but this truth has a premise. You said it yourself that the Heaven Imperial Court has the fastest progress, not the Heaven Imperial Court. When you go up, you'll know where the gap is. Then, the sword spirit laughed. Sword master, what do you think? Are you disappointed? Chu Yang snorted and said, so what if my physique is trashy? I will still rush to the point where everyone will look up to me. Moreover, my physique may not be as bad as you say it is. Chu Yan had said this in a fit of pique. But, neither he nor the sword spirit had realized what kind of physique this so-called trash physique that hadn't appeared in millions of years actually was. Since time immemorial, how could it be a small matter? However, this is a story for another time. Creased, right? The sword spirit shook his head. Not necessarily. It was too hard to say. The truth is right in front of you. Why are you doubting yourself? Do you even believe what you said? Chu Yang said angrily, how did I forget myself? Let me ask you, with my current level, what position can I reach in the Heaven Imperial Court? Black grade, high grade. The sword spirit said, not bad. I'll make do. What is the exact rank of the Heaven Imperial Court? Tell me clearly. Chu Yang was a man of few words. He gritted his teeth and asked. black grade, spirit grade, human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, heavenly human grade, saint grade. The sword spirit said, Master can be said to be at the saint grade now. What's above that? Xianxia asked. I really don't know if it's above that. The sword spirit said, but the saints of the heaven imperial court should have reached that unknown level. As for how strong they are, it's already beyond my understanding. So, my current level is only at the bottom of the heaven imperial court. I'll make do. Xianxia took a breath. He didn't know how to feel, so he said with a bitter smile. You can't say that you're at the bottom. That's too negative. The sword spirit said, in the heaven imperial court, I vaguely heard that as long as you reach the black grade, you must enter the heaven imperial court. But I don't know why, but it's different in this heaven imperial court. You're already at the black grade high grade now. When you reach the peak of the supreme grade, which is the spirit grade low grade, you'll be qualified to ascend. I don't know what's going on. The sword spirit frowned. By right, if such a person stays in a world like the heaven imperial court, he can already affect the balance of the world, Xianxia's mind flashed. He said, you mean, it should be the black grade? Lower grade can enter the heaven imperial court? No, it should be the black grade that can ascend. The sword spirit was also puzzled. In other words, the first grade supreme martial artist that you're talking about can no longer stay in the mortal world. It's beyond the standard of the world, Xianxia breathed out a long sigh of relief. He was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that in other planes, a first-grade supreme martial artist could collapse the sky and break the void. But in the heaven imperial court, one had to reach the peak of the supreme grade to be qualified to trigger celestial phenomena. Furthermore, it could stay there for tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. This was more than just breaking the balance. Xianxia had thought about it before. With the cultivation level of moving mountains and filling seas, two supreme martial artists fighting each other with mountains. Obviously, it shouldn't exist in this world. Because such people had the ability to determine the rise and fall of the dynasties in the lower three heavens, they could do it with just one person's strength and absolute martial arts, so Xianxia thought that it shouldn't be and was very abnormal. But it was just a thought. Now, it had inadvertently confirmed this point. It should be. It shouldn't be, but it had appeared. It really existed. The sword spirit was obviously also troubled by this matter. Since you got the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword, I've recovered a lot of my memory. But when I think about these things, I still can't figure it out, Xianxia nodded with a sullen face. Today's chat had obviously touched him a lot. He had already thought of another thing. He murmured, could it be, this heaven imperial court is different from other places? The supreme place is called the heaven imperial court. But here, it's called the heaven imperial court. It's almost the same name. The sword spirit was shocked. He was awakened by Xianxia's words and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This continent was actually unique and abnormal. Why? Xianxia was still in deep thought, but the sword spirit had already faintly formed a guess. It was just that he didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that the abnormality of this continent was because of the tribulation sword master and his tribulation? The two of them were deep in thought for a long, long time. Then, Xianxia suddenly regained his clarity. He found that the spring of life had begun to slowly calm down and finally stopped bubbling. As the spring of life calmed down, the originally dense aura of life in the air also scattered in all directions. It scattered on the purple crystal, scattered on the rare herbs, scattered on the large medicinal field that the sword spirit had painstakingly cultivated. All the plants and herbs with life, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, seemed to have a strange luster at this moment, flashing. At this moment, Xianxia was no longer in the mood to look at the strange phenomenon in the tribulation space. He immediately regained his consciousness and looked at Emo Qingwu in his arms. He saw Emo Qingwu's fan-like eyelashes gently covering her eyes. Her breathing was light and rhythmic. Her little face was flushed, full of happiness and peace. He didn't know when she had actually fallen into a deep sleep. Her two tender lotus-like arms were still hugging Xianxia's arm. It seemed that she could only be so happy and satisfied after having this support. At this moment, Emo Qingwu exuded an astonishing charm from head to toe. She was like a peerless famous flower with sparkling and translucent dewdrops hanging after the misty drizzle in the early morning. She was so beautiful that one couldn't bear to disturb her. It was as if taking a deep breath would destroy this natural beauty. Xianxia couldn't help but stare in a daze. He suddenly remembered what the sword spirit had said: after going to the heavenly imperial court, your love rivals will be everywhere. Many, 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 he couldn't help but sneer. He thought to himself, even if my love rivals are everywhere, so what? But what do I, Xianxia, have to fear? Qinggu is mine. She will always be mine. Even heaven and earth can't change this. Would I, king of Hell Chu, be afraid of a mere love rival? A huge amount of vital energy penetrated into Mo Qingwu's meridians. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised to find that the meridians in Mo Qingwu's body had undergone a huge change again. Everywhere was full of vitality. That kind of extremely pure life force actually formed a perfect cycle in Mo Qingwu's body. All the meridians in her body showed a kind of sparkling luster, as if they were emitting the most brilliant light. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, and a completely relieved smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this little girl had indeed benefited a lot this time. As for himself, Xianxia opened his inner vision and dismayed to find that his meridians were actually the same as before. One must know that the life energy had come from his own body. The amount of life energy he had obtained this time was far more than what Mo Qingwu had. But there was no change at all. Could it be that his physique was so weak? Xianxia shook his head and thought to himself, everyone is indeed different. But he immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind. No matter what the sword spirit said, Xianxia always firmly believed that his constitution was unique, even if he was extremely useless, as a peerless piece of trash that had never appeared in millions of years. Since he appeared this time, he would definitely not be so mediocre. Otherwise, why would the tribulation sword favor me? Xianxia's confidence had never wavered. The next morning, before the sky brightened, Mo Tianji was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, extremely anxious. By the time Xianxia and Mo Qingwu went out, Mo Tianji had already paced back and forth 1,000 times. When he turned his head and saw the two coming out, he immediately rushed over. Then, he made a sound of surprise and sized up the two of them with uncertainty. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that the two of them were completely different from yesterday. But what exactly was different, he couldn't tell. It seemed that it was a kind of fundamental change. He had a cold. His head didn't hurt, but he was dizzy. His body was hot and cold at the same time. Taking medicine didn't have any effect, so he went for a bottle of water. Strange, halfway through the drip, he felt relaxed. Second brother, what are you looking at so early in the morning? Mo Qingwu blushed, embarrassed by her second brother's stare. Thinking about how she spent the night with Xianxia last night, she became extremely shy. Although they didn't do anything, she was still thin-skinned and couldn't help but grumble. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Little sister, you seem different from yesterday, very different. Mo Tianji's concern came from the bottom of his heart, but Mo Qingwu misunderstood. She thought that Mo Tianji's words had a hidden meaning and was mocking her. Instantly, her brows furrowed and her eyes widened. She pursued Mo Tianji relentlessly. She beat him up all the way. The pitiful master of calamity, the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji's current cultivation was not as good as his younger sister's. So, he was beaten to a pulp. This made Xianxia, who was watching from the side, very happy. Especially when he saw that Mo Qingwu had twisted Mo Tianji's ears until they were bright red. Xianxia took pleasure in Mo Tianji's misfortune and laughed. In the morning, after everyone had breakfast, the brothers bade farewell to the 3 Stars Divine Clan and prepared to head south to the City of Fairies. But when they were looking for Chu Lu-er, Wan Renjia told them that Wu Jiuqing had left this place silently with Chu Lu-er last night. No one knew where they had gone. Xianxia could only smile bitterly at Wu Jiuqing's sudden departure. The brothers went on their way noisily. No one realized that the moment Mo Tianji knew that Wu Jiuqing had left with Chu Lu-er, bitterness was buried deep in his eyes, but the most depressing thing for Mo Tianji wasn't Chu Lu-er's sudden departure. It seemed that Chu Lu-er didn't completely leave without saying goodbye, because, in Chu Lu-er's room, she left a farewell note: Big brother, I'm leaving with my master. take care, I will appear by your side at any time. Remember to think of me every day. Little sister, Lu Er. Holding this short farewell note in his hand, Chu Yang only had a faint smile on his face. But his heart was filled with endless warmth. Mo Tianji stuck his head out and looked around. He looked like he wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. His usual wisdom and wisdom were all thrown out of the window. Seeing this, Chu Yang was secretly happy. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's a letter from Lu Er." A trace of sincere desire flashed in the depths of Mo Tianji's eyes. He also pretended to be indifferent and said casually, "Is it a farewell letter?" Chu Yang nodded, but didn't say anything. Mo Tianji didn't pursue the matter. He only said, "We should also be on our way." Seeing through Chu Yang's feigned indifference, Mo Tianji regained his usual wisdom and calmness. He had already concluded that the letter did not mention him. Because if it did, Chu Yang would definitely say it. A certain king of hell would never let go of such a good opportunity to mock himself. Since Chu Yang didn't mention it, then Chu Lu Er definitely didn't mention her in the letter. This was a fact that could be easily deduced and could not be explained with words. Wan Renjie and the other two also bade farewell to Chu Yang in a timely manner. Knowing that Interrogation Officer 1 and the others had all gone to the southeast, they naturally wanted to reconcile with Interrogation Officer 1. The operation on Chu Yang's side was not something outsiders could interfere with, although they could no longer be considered outsiders. However, they were still not qualified to be involved in these core secret activities. Most importantly, their own strength was still relatively low, and it was difficult for them to be of help. It was better to go to the southeast. The three of us aren't strong enough right now, and it's difficult for us to be of help. Let's go to the southeast first. When the Qin clan is destroyed one day, no matter what, we will take action. However, the three of them had never forgotten the blood feud with Wei Wuyan. After leaving such a sentence, they disguised themselves and headed to the southeast. The three of them were all experienced martial artists. Going to the southeast stealthily, there was no need to worry about their safety. "I will definitely go and find you." Amidst Tan Tan's loud shout, which was almost like an oath, Chu Yang and the rest of the group of 12 left the northwest like arrows. On the vast plain, they headed to the south like lightning. When they passed by the battlefield, the 12 of them stopped for a moment. In just a short night, this place was once again covered in white snow. It had completely recovered the appearance it had before the great battle. The endless scorching sun and scorching heat from the day before had completely disappeared. The boundless wind and snow had already buried all traces of the battle. Everyone looked at this spotless snowfield in a trance. It was as if the screams of thousands of people were ringing in their ears again, and Li Chuanbu's indifferent but tired voice was ringing in their ears again. It was as if they could see the tragic heroic deeds of the Li clan's brothers dying together. Sighing softly, everyone bent down at the same time, and bowed towards this battlefield in unison. Farewell, Northwest Land, land of wind and snow. The next moment, the 12 of them disappeared at the end of the world like wisps of green smoke in the blink of an eye. The great battle of the Northwest had ended, but the storm didn't stop. During this period of time, great waves were set off in the martial world again, and the momentum of this wave was even greater than before. The first matter was, of course, the matter of the true body of the Tribulation Sword Master finally appearing in the world. The identity of the Tribulation Sword Master was finally completely exposed, and it was the Tribulation Sword Master who took the initiative to reveal it. This matter caused an uproar in the martial world. The source of the Li clan's annihilation was largely because the Li clan had taken in Li Xiongtu, and Li Xiongtu was one of the tribulations acknowledged by the upper echelons of the clans. With Li Xiongtu in the Li clan, it was equivalent to confirming that the Li clan would not be annihilated and would even prosper for another 10,000 years. This was why the allied forces of the clans joined forces to annihilate the Li clan. In the end, it was still due to the legend of the tribulation that appeared once every 10,000 years. At this moment, the Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang had appeared out of nowhere in a high-profile manner, bringing along his Tribulation brothers to show off their might in the northwest, and exchanging blows with the 8 super clans. This matter naturally became the most shocking matter at present. Following the emergence of this matter, many people also started to speculate and question some things in their hearts. Back then, The Dharma Supreme had said that Chu Yang was an extraterrestrial demon, and had called upon the whole world to encircle and annihilate him, but now, Chu Yang had transformed into the Tribulation Sword Master of this generation. How could the Tribulation Sword Master be an extraterrestrial demon? It was completely the opposite of what they were. Was the Dharma Supreme mistaken in this, or was there some other inside story? Slowly, this kind of rumor slowly spread. Many people were already suspecting the Dharma Supreme's intentions. For the first time in so many tens of thousands of years, the Dharma Supreme's prestige was being questioned. And this doubt was uncontrollable, and was growing bigger and bigger. As for the second major matter that shook the martial world, it was naturally the Three Stars Divine Clan that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years reappearing in the martial world. And the moment they reappeared, it was already confirmed that they were dominating the Northwest, and even forced the allied forces of the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers to retreat with just a few words. There were even rumors that the Three Stars Divine Clan was extremely arrogant. It was as if they had the intention of ruling over the whole of the upper 3 heavens. As for the third major matter, it was that the Li clan, which was also a super clan and had been entrenched in the Northwest for 10,000 years, was officially annihilated after the Lan clan, the first-generation ancestor of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, was also not spared. His spirit was destroyed. He no longer existed in this world. This was the second super clan to be annihilated among the super clans. The chaos of the martial world had already begun, and a new round of reshuffling was slowly unfolding. The whole martial world was filled with fear and trepidation. On the day after Chu Yang and the others left the Northwest, they received another shocking piece of news. This sudden news made Mo Tianji, who had always been calm, stumble and fall when he heard this piece of news. There was no other reason. This news was simply too shocking, so shocking that it was hard to believe. Chu Yang and the others' reactions were no better than Mo Tianji's. Some were tongue-tied, some were dumbfounded, some were at a loss, and there were all kinds of strange reactions. The content of this news was actually very simple: the Shi clan among the super clans. No more, no more? What did this mean? The meaning was very simple: the Shi clan was completely annihilated, and completely disappeared from the upper 3 heavens. But this simple fact made the whole martial world unable to believe it. This news made the whole martial world boil once again. They were boiling with excitement. Who was the Shi clan? It was one of the super clans, one of the top clans in the upper 3 heavens. The Li clan was located in the Northwest. It had always been known as the Northwest. And the closest to the Li clan was the Shi clan, located in the Northwest, towards the Southwest. Therefore, after the battle to annihilate the Li clan, the first to arrive was naturally the Shi clan. However, when the Shi clan members returned to their own base camp, they were surprised to find that their clan had already become a ghost town. There was not a single living person left. Not to mention living people, there was not even the slightest sign of life. It was as if they had been exterminated from the outside to the inside. Not even chickens and dogs were spared. Because not only humans, even cats and dogs, all life had disappeared. This unexpected and terrifying phenomenon caused the hundreds of Shi clan experts who had just returned to collapse. They had set off with great ambition, intending to annihilate other clans. In terms of the result of this trip, the Li clan could be considered to have been annihilated. Although the women and children of the Li clan were still alive, the Li clan of the past no longer existed in this world. This was still a victory worth celebrating. They returned to their home with the threat of victory, only to see such an unexpected scene. It seemed that their own clan was the one that was truly annihilated. In terms of the total population of the Shi clan, it was slightly higher than the Li clan, with a total of more than 400,000 people. However, there was not a single survivor. The entire sky above the Shi clan's territory was shrouded in dark clouds, and the atmosphere was dead. Everyone who was confirmed dead had a thick layer of black air on their faces. What did this mean? What was going on? Everyone searched crazily, looking for the murderer, looking for clues, hoping to find a lucky survivor. But in the end, they found that there was really no one alive in the entire clan. Except for the first-generation ancestor, Shi Ho, who was missing. No one else was alive. They were not even missing, they were all dead here. Unexpected annihilation, mysterious annihilation, strange annihilation, annihilation without any clues. There was no clue at all. Who was the murderer? The only thing that could be confirmed was that the annihilation of the Shur clan happened recently because there were no signs of decomposition. From this point, the annihilation of the Shur clan could actually have happened before the annihilation of the Li clan. This could be said to be a great irony. The people of the Shur clan were devastated, desperate and crazy about the annihilation of the clan. Finally, there were still a few calm people who spread the shocking news at the first moment. The annihilation of the Shur clan. Was this news just for the Shur clan or did it affect other people? Was the murderer purely targeting the Shur clan or did he have other motives? In short, it was important to spread the news to the world as soon as possible. When Xu Yang and the others received this shocking news, they had actually just left the Northwest Territory and arrived at a small town. Everyone was traveling at full speed. Their cultivations were profound, and they weren't very tired. But, they still needed to fill their stomachs. Everyone was looking for a restaurant to eat and offer sacrifices to their internal organs. But, they heard a lot of discussions. Mo Tianji's luck was really bad. He had accidentally stepped on a rock. And, he had been so startled by this news that he hadn't been able to hold his breath. So, he had fallen flat on his face. This was the only time in his life that Mo Tianji had lost face in front of others. It was unprecedented and would never happen again. Those who were lucky enough to see it could be said to be a feast for the eyes. In fact, ever since they left the Northwest Territory, Xu Yang realized that Mo Tianji would be distracted from time to time. He was really very different from his usual wise and steady self. However, he had never imagined that this guy would actually fall to such an extent. So, he hastily went forward to help him up. Mo Tianji's face turned red. This fall was like pouring water from 5 lakes and 4 seas. It would be difficult to wash away the shame on his face. Tianji, what's wrong with you? Xu Yang was really puzzled. Although this news was undoubtedly shocking, it wasn't enough to shock Mo Tianji to such an extent. Nothing, nothing. I was thinking about something just now and got distracted. It's really nothing. Don't worry, don't worry. Mo Tianji's handsome face flushed red. He laughed dryly and tried to cover it up. Mo Qingwu looked at her second brother strangely and frowned. Speaking of Mo Tianji, she understood him. Mo Qingwu, who had regained the memories of 2 lives, couldn't think of anyone else. Even Xu Yang couldn't compare to him. Today's Mo Tianji was a little too abnormal. He actually gave off the feeling of a young lad who didn't know the ways of the world. Mo Tianji, are you in heat? The legendary strategist of tribulation is actually in heat. How rare. GMO and Luo Kadi seized the opportunity and laughed wildly. Get the hell out of here. Mo Tianji's face turned red as he angrily scolded. He then went upstairs. The annihilation of the Shur family was such a big matter that everyone needed to know immediately. And this restaurant was a place where good people mixed with bad people. It was the best place to gather information. Everyone was anxious. So, they didn't bother to be picky. They simply found a big table in the hall. More than a dozen people were already seated at this table. Xu Yang waved his hand, and Second Master Ji walked over in high spirits. He slapped the table heavily. This table of people looked like they were all Jianghu people, but they were not willing to be outdone. They shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble?" GMO snorted and slapped 10 purple crystals on the table. Then, another 10 purple crystals. Then, another 10 purple crystals. Then, another 10 purple crystals. The people at the table stopped talking. Everyone was breathing heavily. They looked at the purple crystals in front of them. These were all purple crystals. Treasures. It wasn't that they hadn't seen them before, but they really hadn't seen so many at once. If it were me. Such a big pile appeared all of a sudden. It was really a little shocking. Second Master Ji slapped out a total of 100 purple crystals. He pointed at the table and said, "I don't want to look for trouble. I just want a straightforward answer. As long as you give this table to us, these 100 purple crystals are yours." Straightforward? As he said that, he seemed to have accidentally crushed a purple crystal. He exclaimed, "Oh no, my strength seems to have increased again. I accidentally crushed a purple crystal. There are only 10 left." you don't have any objections? Hurry up and give me a straightforward answer. How would anyone dare to have any objections? 100 purple crystals. Yes, it was 10 pieces now. Even if it was 10 pieces, it was still a huge fortune. Only a fool wouldn't do it if they gave up a table to them. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, this guy who was like a nouveau riche was actually a super expert who could even crush purple crystals. Purple crystals had an unusual texture. Moreover, they stored a large amount of the world's spiritual energy inside. So, they were almost indestructible before they absorbed all the spiritual energy of the world. At the very least, an ordinary emperor-level expert wouldn't have such an ability. And this rascally-looking youth in front of them actually crushed it with 2 fingers. What did this mean? What level of cultivation did he have to achieve this? Not to mention that he was giving them benefits now. Even if he didn't give them benefits, they would have to obediently do as he said. If they didn't listen to him and occupied the table, then, their mother. These people didn't dare to continue thinking. It seemed that the consequences were too frightening. It was a nightmare, those people quivered and shivered a few times. They hurriedly stood up. They didn't want to accept the purple crystals, but they were afraid that the nouveau riche would misunderstand. Their minds turned at lightning speed, and they diligently cleaned the table until it was spotless. Wipe the chairs as well. Oh right, bring a few more chairs over. Don't you have any discerning eyes? Second Master Ji ordered arrogantly. This kind of opportunity didn't come often, especially for Second Master Ji. He was usually the one who moved the chairs. Who asked him to be the weakest among the brothers? If he wasn't punished, who would be punished? Those people blushed miserably. They didn't dare to say anything. They left a few people behind to continue wiping the chairs. The others hurriedly moved the chairs over. When there were enough chairs and they were all clean, they ran out as if they had been granted amnesty. You bunch of cowards. I didn't say that I would drive you away. Why are you running away? GMO said angrily, go sit on the side. Won't it be fine if we eat together? Besides, I still have some things to ask you. If you answer well, you will be heavily rewarded. Those people stared blankly for a moment. Then, they hurriedly said, yes. We will tell you everything we know. They hurriedly gathered around a small table and sat down. It seemed that this small table could only seat 5 people at most. Now that 10 people sat down at once, it was really crowded. Qi Yang couldn't help but shake his head. His brothers had already taken their seats. Everyone in the restaurant could see that the 12 men and women in front of them were all handsome and well-built. The women had picturesque eyebrows and beautiful faces. They were definitely not ordinary people. Just by looking at the most unattractive nouveau riche, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. Everyone's fear rose early. Even the sound of eating and drinking had been lowered a lot. The sound of talking was almost inaudible. Such people usually had a very strong background. It was difficult to provoke them. Naturally, it was better not to provoke them. I said, hurry up and bring all the best dishes and signature dishes of your restaurant to me. Quickly. Second Master Ji waved his hand. I have plenty of money. If you eat and drink well, you will be heavily rewarded. With countless purple crystals in his wallet, GMO felt that he was a nouveau riche now. Since that was the case, he naturally had to act like a nouveau riche. The surrounding diners looked at Second Master Ji's behavior and secretly thought to themselves, as expected, this fellow is probably one of the stewards and servants of this group of people. Otherwise, why would he appear so out of place when walking together with those big brothers? That's right, when big brothers go out on a trip, how could they not have a few stewards and servants who are responsible for coming out and interacting with ordinary people? Although this fellow's strength is very astonishing, his behavior has long since exposed his background. He is at most a butler. Look at that behavior, it makes people want to vomit. If he was my butler, I would have long beaten him out. I can't afford to lose face like this. If Second Master Ji knew that he had already become a butler or servant in the eyes of others, he would probably faint on the spot. Qi Yang sat down and frowned. He stood up and said, since we're all in the martial world, it's fate that brought us together. Please don't bother about us. Say what you want to say, eat and drink as you want. Didn't we come to this restaurant to eat and drink happily? Haha, speaking of which, it's my sudden arrival this morning that has disturbed everyone's mood. How about this, no matter which table this morning, the money for the drinks will be on me. It's my treat. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Thank you very much, sir. This sir is really generous. What a good person, everyone was secretly surprised. This was the bearing of a real big brother. How could that nouveau riche compare to him? This sir actually used such a butler. It's really a pity for this sir's elegant demeanor. Second Master Ji shrank back, feeling very displeased. His nouveau riche behavior just now was overshadowed by Chu Yang's even more nouveau riche behavior. Second Master Ji finally got to show off, but he still didn't get to show off. How depressing. Yet Chu Yang's behavior attracted a lot of praise. There wasn't the slightest suspicion of being a nouveau riche. Could this be the so-called difference between people? Luo Kudi shook his head. Just now, I heard everyone talking about the destruction of the Shi clan, but I know nothing about this. I'm very curious. The Shi clan is one of the big clans of the upper three heavens. It can be said to be one of the strongest clans in the world. Was it really destroyed? What's the whole story? I don't know which brother can answer my doubts. Chu Yang smiled warmly and gently placed his hand on the table. Immediately, there was a big pile of purple crystals. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of his words was very obvious. Whoever says it and explains it clearly, these purple crystals will belong to him. This action immediately caused another commotion. I know. Someone stood up. I know too. I know the inside story. Chu Yang frowned. He waved his hand, and a bang sound was heard. The guy who had shouted the most exaggeratedly, and had said that he was at the scene, spun wildly in the air with a mouthful of blood. He flew out of the window while spinning, and fell on the street with a plop sound. Then, a tragic scream came from outside. Maybe I didn't say it clearly just now. I want to know the truth and don't want to hear lies. After all, my time is also very precious. Yes, novels are faster and better. Chu Yang smiled as if he wasn't the one who had hit the guy just now. Everyone likes purple crystals, but I can take out so many purple crystals to ask about this matter. Firstly, I have them. Secondly, I value this information very much. From the Shi clan to here, even if one has the cultivation of a supreme martial artist, it would take at least 10 days. My palm strike just now was to test him. I thought that he was a hidden expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. This guy is at most a king, but he dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Sparing his life is already an extrajudicial mercy, a small punishment, but a big warning. Just now, I didn't clearly state my rules, but this will not happen again. If there is such a person who speaks without thinking, swindlers, and tries to deceive me again, then he doesn't need to live in this world anymore. Did everyone here hear my words clearly? Now, who still thinks that he knows the whole story of the Shi clan's destruction, please come forward and answer me. Chu Yang sneered and said coldly. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was true that wealth was tempting, but good things needed to be enjoyed with one's life. If one was blindly greedy, not only would they not get any benefits, but they would also lose their lives. After a moment of silence, a young man stood up and said respectfully, "Sir, what do you want to know?" "Maybe I know a little. I can answer 1 or 2 questions. I will tell you everything I know. Of course, if you think that what I say is useless, you don't have to give me purple crystals." Chu Yang looked at him for a while and said, "If that's the case, please come over and sit down. Tell me slowly." "Thank you." The young man thanked him and walked over. Everyone, continue to eat and drink. What I said just now still counts. I'll be the host. Chu Yang cupped his hands and bowed before sitting back down. The originally gloomy atmosphere in the restaurant gradually became lively again. After all, being able to eat and drink without spending money was a bargain. If there was an advantage, even if this place was dangerous, he would take it first. Actually, the truth of the matter is still uncertain, because the news only reached here in the past 2 days. The man said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Tao Feng. I have a nickname in the Jianghu, Inquirer. My sources of information can be considered to have some means. I've summarized all the information I've received and came to some conclusions. They may not be completely true, but I'm confident that they're the most comprehensive information at the moment. Qi Yang nodded and listened to him. All the brothers pricked up their ears, listening to the news of this matter. After all, the Shi clan was one of the big clans in the upper three heavens. It was really too bizarre for them to be wiped out so silently. Moreover, the weight of this matter was too great. The annihilation of the Lan clan was due to the deaths of all the important figures in the clan. Their main combat power was no longer present, and they were no longer the strongest aristocratic clan. Thus, their name was removed from the list of aristocratic clans, but their family members were not affected much. There was also the Li clan, which had gone through an intense battle that lasted almost a year. Although all the male members who had great combat power had died, the female members were unharmed. But the Shi clan, in the true sense of the word, was wiped out overnight. Even chickens and dogs were not spared, and all living creatures were exterminated. This was simply an unbelievable matter. It was really too bizarre, too bizarre. Just 2 days ago, there was a sudden news from the Shi clan's hometown, saying that the Shi clan was wiped out. At first, this news was only circulated among the upper echelons of the big clans, but this news was too shocking. Gradually, it spread in the martial world, and there were more and more versions. I did a summary, and for the time being, there are only a few points that can be confirmed. Tao Feng said, firstly, the Shi clan is indeed gone. Other than a small part of the battle power of the Li clan, there are no more experts of the Shi clan in the world. Secondly, the Shi clan was completely wiped out, and all living creatures were wiped out. There was not even a trace of life left. It could be said that they were completely wiped out. 2 days ago. Qi Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other. At that time, they were still trekking in the ice and snow wilderness. But, counting the days, the people of the Shi clan should have just returned home 2 days ago. It seemed that this matter happened before the people of the Shi clan of the Allied forces returned home. After that, more and more news came. These news came from the Shi family members who had returned from the war. They asked for help from the aristocratic families, and the clues they provided were mainly about the circumstances of the deaths of the Shi family members. It was said that their bodies turned black, as if they were poisoned to death. But after careful examination, there were no symptoms of poison at all. Everyone was like this. It was extremely bizarre. When he said this, Qi Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other at the same time, and their eyes became serious. Also, after careful examination, there was another discovery. That is, the expressions on the faces of people with different levels of cultivation were not the same. Everyone below the martial saint level had a smile on their faces, as if they had died in their dreams. But in reality, they had died outside with their clothes on. Countless people died at the same time, but they had a smile on their faces. It was extremely bizarre. And martial artists above the martial saint level had fear on their faces. Some of their eyes were wide open. This kind of expression meant that they had suffered a great shock before they died. And martial artists above the martial saint level, all of their faces were filled with anger and fear. Only a small number of martial artists above the martial saint level had some traces of battle and injuries on their bodies. Everyone in the Shi clan, including the old and the young, there were a total of 435,884 people. Except for the first ancestor, Shi Paohou, who was missing, the others were confirmed to have all died. According to the time, the Shi clan was destroyed before the Li clan. And it was not only the Shi clan. All the affiliated clans around the Shi clan, as long as they were within 1,000 miles of the Shi clan's headquarters, including the commoners, were all wiped out. In this incident, the number of people who died was definitely not the 400,000 from the Shi clan that we saw on the surface. At the very least, there were more than 1 million people. And this is the most conservative estimate. After Tao Feng finished speaking, Qi Yang and the others only felt that their hearts had reached a new height. For a moment, there was silence. "My lord, this is all that I know," Tao Feng said. "Do you have any guesses about the person who did this?" Qi Yang asked. "Yes, but these guesses are mostly rumors without any basis. Even the person himself did not believe it, so I did not dare to say it. Tao Feng said very honestly. Not bad. Mr. Tao, please take the purple crystals. Yang frowned and was a little absent-minded. I don't dare. What do you mean you don't dare? If I ask you to take it, then take it. GMO glared. He grabbed the purple crystals and threw them into his arms. In that case, thank you very much. I shall take my leave. Tao Feng clutched the purple crystals in his arms and went down the restaurant. In a moment, he had already disappeared into the crowd. So many people had seen him take a large amount of purple crystals. He was also alone and his cultivation was not that outstanding. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would not be far from death. Housekeeper. I have actually become a servant? Wasn't a housekeeper a servant? GMO was stunned. After a while, he suddenly roared angrily, which part of me looks like a housekeeper? You come back and explain to me clearly. Even though everyone had a lot on their minds, they could not help but hold their stomachs and laugh. Not long after, the dishes were served. Everyone buried their heads in eating and drinking. However, there was not the slightest bit of laughter from before. All of them had a lot on their minds. After everyone finished eating, Yang threw 2 purple crystals to settle the bill. The group left the restaurant without stopping for a moment. Tianji, what have you thought of? Yang frowned and asked. Even though Yang had already vaguely guessed the conclusion, he still did not want his guess to be true. He hoped that Mo Tianji could give another answer because the consequences of his guess were really serious. Looks like you have thought of it too. What you thought of is exactly what I thought of. I also have no other answer. Mo Tianji sighed. Judging from the current situation, there is only one possibility, and that is that the extraterrestrial demons have made their move and slaughtered all living things. There is no life left. Yang nodded with a lot on his mind. Indeed. Other than the extraterrestrial demons, there is no one else who can create such a shocking result in a moment like this. There is no life left. Even though the Dharma Supreme also has the aura of the extraterrestrial demons, he definitely does not have such a cultivation. To be honest, I have already tried my best to overestimate the abilities of the extraterrestrial demons. However, I really did not expect them to be so terrifying. I believe that even if Wu Jiuqing used all his means, he would not be able to create such an outcome. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Yang sighed. There is no comparison between the two. The extraterrestrial demons exist above the Heavenly Imperial Court in the first place. They do not belong to the Heavenly Imperial Court and are even able to attack and defend against the people in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Towards this lower level of the plane, of course, they are even more unstoppable. Millions of people. All gone in one night. Yang's voice was extremely heavy. Not to mention one Wu Jiuqing, even if there were 10 Wu Jiuqing attacking together, they would not be able to do it. Even if Xianxia were here again, she might not be able to do it. The horror of the extraterrestrial demons can be seen clearly. Even though the two of them did not speak to outsiders, the group of brothers could all hear them. Instantly, everyone felt as if their hearts were being pressed by a lead block, unusually heavy. In the entire Shi clan, it seems that only Shi Paoxiao, who has reached the peak of first-grade supreme martial artist, is qualified to escape from the extraterrestrial demon. So, Shi Paoxiao is missing. In other words, to escape from the extraterrestrial demon, one must at least have the cultivation of a first-grade supreme martial artist, and only he can escape. After Shi Paoxiao disappeared, he didn't show up. Normally, when something like this happened, he should have rushed to the Yi clan or the enforcers immediately. But he didn't. This means that he is missing because he fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial demon, and he is seriously injured. He can't even take care of himself now. So, if a first-grade supreme martial artist wants to escape from the extraterrestrial demon, he also has to fight with his life. Yang took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. According to this model, if you and my brothers really fight against the extraterrestrial demons, not to mention that we have no hope of winning, what are the chances of us escaping? The brothers were silent. Yang directly said that there was no hope of winning, and even the chance of escaping was extremely slim. These words were not without reason. Based on the analysis of the information that they currently had, if the two sides really met, perhaps none of them would be able to escape. Even Xianxia, the master of Calamity Sword, might not be an exception. From the perspective of the world, the extraterrestrial demon's power is already extremely terrifying. But I still feel that this so-called extraterrestrial demon is more or less weak. Gu Duxing frowned and said, since the extraterrestrial demon can fight with the Imperial Court of Heaven, it should be easy for him to destroy the Double Heavens continent. But now, he only destroyed the Shi clan, and Shi Paoxiao escaped. This strength may not be really invincible. After all, this is the Double Heavens continent, not the Imperial Court of Heaven. If the extraterrestrial demon can come and go as he pleases, this place would have been long gone. Mo Tianji said, so, this extraterrestrial demon is definitely not an ordinary person. After arriving, he immediately attacked and destroyed the Shi clan. Shi Paoxiao escaped. Can we understand it this way? This extraterrestrial demon is very likely to be seriously injured? And it is very likely that he was beaten down? And he may even have serious injuries that are difficult to recover from? So, this is the result? If we infer from this direction, he killed someone. Not to show his demonic power, but to heal? Or something else? If we continue to deduce, to be able to be beaten to this point, what level of strength should he be at? Now, this injured Sky Devil is indeed weakened, but how much of his power does he still have? Mo Tianji furrowed his brows and continued to unravel the entire story bit by bit. If a large number of living beings are massacred, would he be able to recover from his injuries here, and to what extent would he be able to recover? Therefore, if they wanted to get rid of him, they would have to seize the opportunity before he recovered. But in the face of such an enemy, how could they kill him? If he retreated, he would die. Even if we advance, we may not necessarily have a chance of survival. We can neither advance nor retreat. We are in a dilemma. Chu Yang's brows furrowed even tighter. Mo Tianji's words also cleared up the tangled thoughts in his mind. Chu Yang didn't have any proof, but he still believed that the truth was as Mo Tianji had said, even though there were some minor discrepancies, the overall direction was undoubtedly correct. If you want to come to the upper three heavens, or even the entire layered heavens, then you have to go to the upper three heavens. In addition to passing through the heavenly imperial court, one would also have to pass through the turbulence of time and space. Chu Yang said, if there were no accidents, even a heavenly devil king wouldn't be able to reach here so easily. Therefore, the arrival of this Sky Devil was purely an accident. But this accident is a disaster for the entire heavenly imperial court. The most important thing now is to hurry. Let's go. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Although this matter is important and needs to be solved urgently, we can't do anything about it. However, we have no way to solve this problem at the moment. Let's put this matter aside for now. It's more important to increase our strength first. If we increase our strength, we'll have more means to protect ourselves. That's true. I believe that the big clans are more panicked than us. Mo Tianji smiled, let's let the big clans and the law enforcement officers handle it first. We'll also let them know how powerful the Sky Devil is. Otherwise, there will be internal strife. Didn't they say that ordinary people are like ants? Now, it's their turn to be ants. Let's see if they're injured. Everyone smiled bitterly. Let's make the best out of it. Just as Mo Tianji had said, this was the truth. Like a sharp arrow, the group sped off in the direction they had set. Everyone felt rather uneasy. Just as Chu Yang had said, the most important thing now was to increase their cultivation, otherwise, even if they met the Sky Devil, they would only be killed. Only by working hard on their own cultivation would they have the means to survive and the means to deal with the Sky Devil. However, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji did not expect that they would actually run into the heavenly demon head-on, even though their original intention was to temporarily avoid the heavenly demon's attack. Yi Zue sped all the way. He didn't even know why. Previously, he had been tracking that black aura all the way. He also didn't know how far he had traveled before he suddenly lost his sense of the black aura. This result caused him to wander around the wilderness like a headless fly for several days. When the black aura appeared again, it had already changed direction. but no matter what, he finally had a target to move forward. Yizue pulled himself together and continued forward. Finally, he saw a stretch of black aura spreading in the sky above a forest. It was the Sky Devil aura that he felt strongly attracted to. Yizue hesitated for a moment. After making up his mind, he quickened his pace again, wanting to enter the forest. He wanted to find the source of this Sky Devil aura and where it was. Just as he was moving stealthily, the wind suddenly howled and a black shadow landed quietly. Yizue turned to look and saw that someone had appeared beside him. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall and his expression was bleak and cold. Upon seeing him, this person also seemed to be taken aback for a moment. He asked in a deep voice, "Little one, are you from the Yi clan?" Following this question, an astonishing aura that seemed to control heaven and earth surged toward him. It was as if this person standing before him was the ruler of this entire world. Even someone as unruly as Yizue instantly felt an immense pressure as if heaven and earth were collapsing. He actually couldn't summon up any thoughts of resistance. Thoughts flashed through his mind and he suddenly recalled a familiar and imposing figure. Many years ago, when the Dharma Supreme came to the Yi clan, Yizue, as the #1 duke of the clan, had the honor of meeting him. Now, the aura of this person in front of him was actually exactly the same as that of the Dharma Supreme back then? At least, they were extremely similar. Yizue was puzzled. He asked respectfully, "Yes, I am Yizue from the Yi clan. May I ask if Elder is the Dharma Supreme?" The Dharma Supreme's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. "Not bad. The people of the Yi clan indeed have good eyesight and memory. It's rare that you still remember me." Yizue said respectfully, "Elder is the ruler of the world and can be said to be the only one in the world. Even if I forget about everyone, I still dare not forget the Dharma Supreme's astonishing aura." The Dharma Supreme nodded. As his eyes opened and closed, he asked, "You came here for?" Yizue said, "I was passing by this place by chance and suddenly saw a black aura surging into the sky. It was so evil that I feared that there were evil spirits disturbing the world. I specially came over to check and see what was going on." Even if he was facing the Dharma Supreme, he still wouldn't dare to say that he had the aura of the extraterrestrial demon in his body. His tone was naturally as dignified as possible. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon was definitely the greatest taboo in the entire heavens. Once exposed, as the #1 law enforcement officer of the heavens, it would be strange if the Dharma Supreme didn't kill him immediately. The Dharma Supreme looked at him coldly and said, "Since that's the case, did you discover anything unusual?" Yizue said respectfully, "I just came here and haven't entered. But I was lucky enough to bump into you." The Dharma Supreme said, "Thank you for your concern. I came here for the same purpose as you. I will hold the fort here. You can go in and take a look. As long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any problems." Yizue was secretly happy. "You're not going in?" "That's great." He said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance." He turned and walked inside. The black fog seemed to be filled with an aura that had formed a great desire for him. And that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Yizue almost couldn't help but run over. A figure beside him flashed. It was the Dharma Supreme who followed him and said indifferently, "The evil aura here is very abnormal. Let me go in with you, in case any accidents happen and I can't help you in time." Yizue felt a chill in his heart. If the #1 law enforcement officer, the Dharma Supreme, was by his side, how could he go and collect the aura of the extraterrestrial demon? If he made any strange movements, he would probably be killed on the spot. But at this moment, how could he say no? He couldn't even hesitate. The slightest hesitation could lead to death. At this moment, Yizue's heart was filled with extreme bitterness. "Damn it, didn't you say you weren't going in? Why are your words like farts?" What he didn't know was that the aura of the extraterrestrial demon in the Dharma Supreme's body was much stronger than Yizue's. Now that the aura of the extraterrestrial demon had suddenly become more enticing, the attraction that the Dharma Supreme felt naturally increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Even with the Dharma Supreme's cultivation, when faced with such temptation, he was completely unable to suppress the desire in his heart. With his eyesight, he had long seen through the fact that Yizue also had the aura of the extraterrestrial demon. His original intention was to let Yizue go in and check out the situation while he waited for an opportunity to take action. If there were any risks, he could make plans in advance. But when he realized that the attraction had suddenly increased by hundreds of times, he was afraid that it would benefit Yizue. He couldn't hold it in anymore and went in. When the Dharma Supreme and Yizue entered the forest, Chu Yang and the others had just left the northwest and arrived at that small town. The time difference between the two parties was about 10 days or so apart. The Dharma Supreme and Yizue would never have thought that the forest that the two of them had entered was the place that Chu Yang wanted to rush to at full speed. This forest could be said to be extremely dense. Both the Dharma Supreme and Yizue didn't choose to enter from the main road. Instead, they chose a path full of thorns, which required them to continuously chop down the vines that blocked their path. The black fog was right in front, neither close nor far. Venomous snakes slithered out from the bushes continuously. Waves after waves of wild beasts also rushed out from the bushes, fleeing madly towards the outside. When they saw the Dharma Supreme and Yizue blocking their way, they immediately started attacking wildly. To the Dharma Supreme and Yizue, the extraterrestrial demonic energy was certainly something they could only dream of. However, to these venomous snakes and beasts, it was a lethal poison. They had only ventured 300 miles into the forest, but the two of them had already killed countless wild beasts that roared past them. Finally, they were only a short distance away from that black fog. Right in front of them, a huge mass of black fog was moving densely. It was the purest extraterrestrial demonic energy. The extraterrestrial demonic energy was right in front of them, as if they could obtain it easily. Both of them were breathing rather rapidly. As if sensing the arrival of the two of them, the black mist suddenly emitted whooshing sounds, and then, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, it quickly shrank back in an instant, like a black snake rushing back to its nest, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the dark and dense fog ahead, a blurry figure appeared indistinctly. An unusually tired voice said, "To think that there would be 2 more people here. Where did you come from?" This voice was very tired. Not only was it tired, it was also very weak. It even gave off a subtle feeling that he would die the next moment. This person should be severely injured. Both of them had this feeling at the same time. However, in contrast to this intense feeling, that person also possessed an extremely powerful strength. It was a tyrannical strength that was almost irresistible. The combination of the two, this was a force that seemed to have reached the end of one's life. However, it still had a terrifying force that could engulf the world and destroy the entire world. There was even a kind of brutality that spread in the air. Yizue was suspicious. He didn't dare to answer. The Dharma Supreme raised his head and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" That voice was silent for a moment. Suddenly, it let out a low and strange laugh. "Asking questions instead of answering? What an interesting little fellow. You're quite brave. Since you're already here, why don't you come in and let me take a look?" With a swoosh, the dense forest suddenly started to decay rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a path appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. All the flowers, plants, and trees that were originally on this path had all disappeared without a trace. It had inexplicably decayed and evaporated. An extremely flat road was abruptly formed just like that. Seeing this scene, Yizue and the Dharma Supreme both gasped. Such a miraculous cultivation. Even the Dharma Supreme himself would not be able to do it, much less in such a bizarre way. As the two stepped onto the path, they both felt the demonic chi in their bodies begin to circulate wildly. He couldn't help but emit dense black smoke from his body. The Dharma Supreme had naturally sensed it long ago, but Yizue was flabbergasted. Looking at the black gas emitted from the Dharma Supreme's body, it was a bizarre and absurd feeling as if the world had been turned upside down. Who was the Dharma Supreme? This was the ruler of the heavenly layer, who commanded the law enforcers of the world. He was a righteous leader who worked for the welfare of all the people in the Chongtian continent, and now, the heavenly demon energy, which was said to be the evilest in the world, had actually emerged from the Dharma Supreme's body. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Am I seeing things? Lord Dharma Supreme. Why you? Yizue was so stunned that he couldn't speak. The Dharma Supreme snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a sharp murderous aura. He turned to look at Yizue. An intense murderous intent. A sudden and fierce outburst. It was obvious that the Dharma Supreme was going to silence him. No matter what, he was not going to let Yizue live, competing with me for benefits. Even demons have to die. If you dare to kill him, I will kill you. In the dense forest, that tired voice said indifferently, try moving again. The Dharma Supreme froze. He felt that the heavenly demon energy in his body suddenly went out of control, as if it was going to rush against his heart meridians. He really didn't dare to move. The Dharma Supreme could clearly sense that although the person before him was exhausted, he was not threatening to kill him. He really had the ability to kill him with one strike. Such a cultivation level, perhaps only the mysterious girl Xianxia could compare to him. In the Dharma Supreme's eyes, even in front of the extraterrestrial demons, he was still more important. Although Yizue also had the heavenly demon energy, his cultivation level was low and he was just a nobody. He wasn't of much use, so what if he killed him? Other than reducing the benefits of sharing the heavenly demon energy here, he could also avoid future troubles. After all, if his identity of having the heavenly demon energy was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, there were only two people from the heavens here, Yizue and him. Without Yizue, that mysterious fiend would only have him as his only choice. Therefore, killing Yizue was definitely a good thing with no disadvantages. Yizue must die. With this thought, the Dharma Supreme pretended to be respectful and said, yes, I will obey Elder's orders. Listening to his words seemed to mean that he had given in. However, just as the Dharma Supreme finished his sentence, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes and he suddenly raised his hand. With a whoosh, a slight ripple appeared in the air. He was so close that he attacked with all his might. One strike to kill, one strike to kill. The Dharma Supreme was confident that his sneak attack was so sudden and the distance was so close. In the entire heavens, there was absolutely no one who could save Yizue. Yizue would definitely die, and he would die a horrible death with his spirit destroyed. Hee hee. With a sneer, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yizue. Then, two streams of black gas appeared out of nowhere and met the Dharma Supreme's hands head-on. With two loud bangs, the two powerful forces collided, but only a very soft sound was heard. If it wasn't for the fact that the place was completely silent, even the soft sound would not have been heard. The Dharma Supreme's shock was no small matter. His thoughts flashed and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he retreated rapidly. As he retreated at high speed, the air was filled with popping sounds, as if the black gas was devouring the vibrations in the air. The earth-shattering power just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Due to Yizue's low cultivation level, he actually didn't manage to react to the sudden change in events earlier. By the time he finally understood what had happened, he realized that he had actually narrowly escaped death. He was filled with lingering fear. His face instantly turned pale and his legs almost started to tremble. Suddenly, he scolded furiously, Dharma Supreme. I respect you as a senior and have always been respectful to you. But I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person with a hypocritical mouth and a knife hidden in your smile. With your status, you actually dared to do such a sneak attack on a junior like me. Do you still have any shame? On the surface, you are the leader of the law enforcement officers, but deep down, you are a descendant of the heavenly demon. But that's not all. Why do you want to kill me? Can't you see that I am also a descendant of the heavenly demon? Yizue was especially impulsive now that he had narrowly escaped death. The anger and hatred in his heart couldn't be quelled and the tyrannical emotions of the heavenly demon in his body erupted. He no longer had any scruples. With red eyes, he roared angrily, do you think that I am always easy to provoke? This Dookie was indeed very impressive. He actually called himself elder in front of the Dharma Supreme face to face. If his elder master, Xianxia, were to find out about this, he wondered what he would think. The Dharma Supreme's attack had failed. He already knew that the mysterious person was not only terrifyingly powerful, he was also an expert in scheming and plotting. To think that he had already been prepared for the Dharma Supreme's movements. Knowing that there was no chance of success, he decided not to attack again. As for Yizue's scolding, he pretended not to hear it. His lean face was still calm and composed, like an ancient well without ripples. Hee hee. That strange person's voice said, if you leave this place, I won't care how you fight to the death. But as long as I am here, only I can kill. No one else can. Wherever I am, that is where I am, the master of life and death. That strange person's voice was low and hoarse but filled with a peculiar rhythm. When he said this, he sounded even more domineering and imposing, like a sovereign descending upon the world. The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly. Wherever you are, only you can kill? Her. If that's the case, I will follow your rules and not kill him. He is just an ant. What harm is there in letting him go? That strange person was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he started panting violently. Their panting sounds were as eerie as the weeping of countless ghosts. That strange man's temper could be said to be arrogant, domineering, and extremely dictatorial. If he was not injured, the Dharma Supreme's half-mocking, half-compromising attitude would be enough to arouse his murderous intent, and he would have killed the Dharma Supreme with his palm. However, at this critical juncture, if he could save a bit of strength, he would save a bit of strength. Most importantly, with his current cultivation level, being able to defeat the person in front of him was already his limit. Speaking of stopping him from escaping, he really had no confidence. The timing was delicate now. He could not do anything that he was not completely confident in. The Dharma Supreme asked, is this elder from the extraterrestrial world? That strange person snorted and said eerily, you are asking the obvious. I am the person you are thinking of. The Dharma Supreme smiled. Then, the commotion here must have been intentionally revealed by the elder to lure us here? That strange person was silent for a moment. Then, he said, you'd better not speak. Especially, don't ask questions. I don't like answering others' questions. If you continue to spout nonsense, I am afraid that I will not be able to resist killing you. The Dharma Supreme's heart skipped a beat. He said, yes. He thought to himself, this guy is really bossy and domineering. He has a lot of weaknesses in his character. These weaknesses can be exploited. This continent is actually called the Double Heavens continent. That strange person muttered to himself doubtfully. Suddenly, he said angrily, bah, why should I? What right does such a despicable place have to be called the Double Heavens continent? Towards this question, the Dharma Supreme and Yizue were both stunned. For a moment, they did not know how to answer and did not know why the other party said that. Double Heavens continent. It seemed to have been called this for hundreds of thousands of years. What was the problem? Upper three heavens, lower three heavens and lower three heavens were called the double heavens. It was logical and appropriate. This guy's attitude seemed to be a little strange. Elder, all this while, this place has been called the Chongtian continent. I wonder what's wrong with this name. Yizue finally found a chance to interject, but he was stubborn and didn't even glance at the Dharma Supreme. I thought you are so powerful and powerful. But you are also practicing demonic arts like me. You better not offend me. If I get the chance, I will destroy you even if I have to risk my life. You are a fake monarch, a real demon, and your reputation will be ruined. Damn it. You better not offend me. If I get the chance, I will destroy you even if I have to risk my life. Thinking of this, Yizue suddenly felt a thrill of challenging authority. Wrong? Very wrong. That weirdo snorted coldly. This is a small place, just like a garbage dump. How can it be called Chongtian? Suddenly, he stopped irritably and roared, don't harp on this matter anymore. If you spout any more nonsense, I will kill you. Yizue was speechless. Damn it, weren't you the one who started this topic? Why are you acting like this now? You keep talking about killing. If not for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have died long ago. You bastard. How can this be? How did I end up in such a shabby place? That weirdo muttered and cursed. This place can't even receive a little bit of heavenly demon chi. What a bastard. The Dharma Supreme stood tall in the wind, a smile on his face, looking calm. Although he looked calm, his heart couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. This weirdo is injured. This weirdo is seriously injured. This person had suffered a fatal injury. Besides, it was a huge accident that he ended up here. More importantly, he didn't come here willingly. Then, how did he end up here? Although this weirdo is powerful, he can't unleash too much power now. If I want to escape unscathed, I can do so at any time with full confidence. However, if I can absorb all the heavenly demon chi here, I can achieve great success. No one in the entire Chong Tian will be my match. Be it Ning Tianya, Buluqing or Wu Jiuqing, they will all be no match for me. Even if that mysterious woman comes again, I don't have to be afraid, as long as I can absorb all the heavenly demon chi here. I really like making games. The strange man let out a strange laugh and said, "Now, since you're here, you must play a game with me. If you really don't want to play, just leave your lives behind." Game? Do you want to die if you don't? Not to mention a young man like Yizue, even the Dharma Supreme almost bit off his tongue when he heard this. The black fog rippled, and the monster inside was completely enveloped by the black fog. His face contorted strangely. "You two bastards think this seat wants to say and do this. If it weren't for the fact that I'm severely injured and the heavenly demon chi in your bodies are impure and impure, why would I be so bored as to play games with you? It's all for the sake of purifying the sky demon chi of you two idiots. Humph. Don't even think about running away. If you don't play, you'll definitely die." The strange man sneered eerily. Previously, there was a member of the Shur clan who refused to play games with me. In a fit of anger, I slaughtered everyone in that clan, not even a cat or a dog, so you're really the one behind the Shur clan incident. The Dharma Supreme's pupils shrank as realization dawned on him. During this period of time, the Dharma Supreme had naturally heard about this incident, and he was the one who knew the most about it. After all, he was the head of the law enforcement officers, and also the one whom the remnants of the Shur clan could rely on to help arrest the culprit. "It's me, so what? Do you want to play games? Don't play games where you don't mean what you say. My tolerance isn't very good." The strange man laughed cruelly. From his laughter, one could almost see that he was licking his lips greedily. Of course, this wasn't the case. He had killed so many people, and his original intention was for this so-called game. There were also some other reasons. But this matter couldn't be explained to the two in front of him. "May I know what game Senior wants to play? What are the rules? How do you want the two of us to cooperate?" The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, if this guy wants to play games, it's definitely not simple. There's a high chance that it has something to do with the sky demon energy, or maybe it's beneficial for his recovery. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't play games at such a time and under such circumstances. But this guy kept referring to himself as I and didn't refer to himself as this lord, this lord, this. And so on. That means, this guy's position in the sky demon land might not be very high. It might even be very low. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. He had already come to a conclusion. "Now, let's start the game." The strange man couldn't wait any longer. He said, "Listen to me, let's start immediately. Kikik. This is a very interesting game. You might get addicted to it, kik. If the game satisfies me, the sky demon energy here can be collected by the two of you to your heart's content. Kik. As he continued to talk, the strange man seemed to be in a good mood. In the end, he actually laughed loudly. It was just that his laughter was really unpleasant to the ears. Yizue and the Dharma Supreme were both rather nervous and expectant. This game looks like it's no small matter. At the thought of collecting the sky demon energy to their heart, even the Dharma Supreme's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. You can rest assured. This game is definitely beneficial and harmless to the two of you. I can even conclude that after you've played it once, even if I don't bring you along, you'll automatically get addicted to it." The strange man laughed strangely. Then, his voice became even more hoarse. He coughed twice like a venomous snake and said, "Now, let the game begin." A ball of pitch-black demonic aura suddenly surged out, enveloping both Yizue and the Dharma Supreme. Yizue suddenly realized that there seemed to be no one around him anymore. The Dharma Supreme was clearly right in front of him, but he couldn't sense anything anymore. It wasn't just the Dharma Supreme. Where was that strange man? The entire forest and even the entire world had disappeared. In a trance, he was the only one left, surrounded by that ball of pitch-black demonic aura. It was as if this ball of demonic aura was the entire primal chaos. Then, Yizue suddenly realized that in this primal chaos that was completely formed by demonic aura, there were wisps of demonic aura entering through his nostrils and pores all over his body. As he breathed, they slowly entered. Then, in this primal chaos, specks of golden light suddenly appeared. They grew bigger and bigger, more and more obvious. They were actually rows and rows of golden words. Riches and honor, power over the world, supremacy, immortality, parents of one's parents, blood-related brothers, life and death brothers, beautiful wives and concubines, lifelong companions, all the people in the world, commanding the world. Everything, 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 as long as it was a desire that existed in one's heart, it was all here. Whatever one wanted, it was all here. Whatever one didn't want, or didn't expect, it was all here as well. All in all, there were at least 50 of them. That strange man's tired voice rang out. The large golden words here are what I concluded. They are the goals that a person desires to achieve the most and the things that they desire to obtain the most. Everything is here. It's very comprehensive, isn't it? As long as one is a person, he will definitely have desires. Only desires are the source of motivation. That strange man sneered. Therefore, you humans are really very easy to control. As long as you grasp the key point, everything will be under your control. Let's officially start the game now. Both Yizue and the Dharma Supreme felt the veins on their foreheads bulging at his words. They couldn't help but ask, what exactly do we have to do? What are the rules? The rules are very simple. There are 50 choices here. That strange man said eerily, now, pick out the things that you desire the most and don't want to lose the most. You can choose. You can't choose one more or one less. Start choosing. How do we choose? They are all illusory and unrealistic things. It's even simpler. Whichever one you like, you just need to tap lightly with your finger and it will be done. After you have completed all the choices, the others that have not been chosen will automatically disappear. That strange man said solemnly, remember, although this is just a game, it is based on the foundation of both of you and the achievements that you can achieve in the end. Therefore, both of you must be careful and not choose wrongly. The moment you make a mistake, the one who will suffer the greatest loss is yourselves. The moment they heard these few sentences, especially the last sentence, even the Dharma Supreme became inexplicably cautious, let alone Yizue. When they looked at the 50 pairs of breasts, their gazes also became much more solemn. Let's begin. The strange man waved his hand. Another ball of black fog flew out and merged with that ball of black demonic aura from before. Instantly, the two of them felt the black fog in their respective spaces become even thicker. The demonic aura that had already entered their bodies seemed to be driving their original cultivation, surging endlessly. Slowly, some changes also occurred in their hearts. Following this, the black demonic chi began to revolve, and the 50 types of desires in front of him also began to revolve. Each type of desire would pause for a moment when it was in front of him, giving them time to see clearly and make a choice. Yizue's brows furrowed as he stared at the golden words spinning continuously in front of him. When the words I, the unique and righteous flashed past him, Yizue suddenly felt a sudden change in him. It was as if he was standing at the top of the world, unsheathing his sword and looking around, killing whoever he wanted. Those who followed him would prosper and those who opposed him would perish. Looking around the universe, I, the unique and righteous, commanding the heavens and earth, no one dares to disobey me. How exhilarating, how domineering, how yearning was that? He believed that no man would dislike the exhilarating feeling of being the unique and righteous. Yizue didn't even realize when he had raised his hand and tapped on the words I, the unique and righteous, as if he couldn't wait any longer. The moment these 4 words were tapped, golden light shone brightly, but it was even more dazzling than the other golden words. Since he was already the most powerful person in the world, then he had to ask for a long lifespan. Otherwise, what was the point of being the most powerful person in the world for only 1 or 2 days? Therefore, Yizue's second choice was very straightforward and orderly. He immediately chose the option of immortality. This option also shone brightly. Yizue's mind was very clear and he completely understood what he was doing. He had already chosen 2 of them. Not only was there no abnormality at all, he even became more and more excited, happier and more satisfied. In a place that Yizue couldn't see, those wisps of heavenly demon aura were continuously invading his heart meridians. At the place where the bridge of heaven and earth was, thick black fog was already beginning to spread. In the place where the thick fog spread, a pair of cruel eyes, like a vulture in the desert, watched the changes on Yizue's face. As Yizue's mind and meridians were contaminated by the demonic aura, more and more black aura would appear at the position of his brows. These signs symbolized that the heavenly demon origin in his body would become a little more intense. That strange man looked at Yizue's heavenly demon origin with some desire, silently licking his lips with his tongue. To him, this was something that was really useful for healing injuries. Lust was the driving force and also the origin. But when lust completely suppressed rationality and could trample on everything in life, it was demonic. Everyone has the heavenly demon origin in their bodies. He laughed strangely silently. The difference is just whether it can be stimulated. As long as it is stimulated, even if it's not a demon, it's still a demon. Demons are born from the heart and all living beings are demons. I only need the heavenly demon origin. As long as it recovers, these two people will be my most loyal fighters. Since I'm here, I'll make this place my own backyard no matter what. Hee. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but reveal the proudest smile on his face. As for the Shur clan. I thought that after absorbing so many people's soul energy here, I'd be able to recover quite a bit. Who knew that the souls of the people there didn't have the slightest bit of immortal aura at all? After slaughtering more than 1 million people, I've only recovered less than 1% of my energy. It's actually not as much as the energy I expended. Instead, my injuries have worsened. This result is really outrageous. If I hadn't gotten that thing by chance, I might not even be able to get up now. He had no choice but to use the power of those souls to complete the myriad souls exorcism array. The only thing he could do now was to see if these two fellows could pass his test in the myriad souls demon exorcism formation, completely release their inner demons, and complete their heavenly demon origins. He was watching attentively, looking forward to the results from the bottom of his heart. Yizue didn't notice those changes at all. The current him, in his mind, was already immortal and unrivaled. His heart was filled with boundless joy. It was as if he had begun to live forever in an environment where immortality and power were absolute. But, what's missing? Yizue snorted. His eyes focused on the various concubines that were spinning in the air. Then, the next target that was worth choosing appeared. Beautiful wives and concubines, as beautiful as the clouds. These words flashed past his eyes and paused for a moment. Countless beautiful women instantly appeared before Yizue's eyes. Each and every one of them was an outstanding beauty, each and every one of them had the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon, looking deeply affectionate. That's right, since there's immortality and also I, the unique and righteous, then I still lack people to keep me company. And these women can be used to pass the time. A wide grin hung on Yizue's face, his entire body filled with lust. He reached out and pointed at the words beautiful wives and concubines, peerless beauties. The next moment, he obtained all these desires in an instant. Yizue became even more complacent and began to smugly choose the fourth option. Then, Yizue realized that even though he was already unrivaled in the world, unrivaled, immortal, and had countless beautiful wives and concubines by his side, it seemed like he was still very poor and didn't have the capital to spend money like that. Therefore, he tapped on glory and wealth. The moment he made the choice, he was still rather surprised. Could it be that even though I'm already unrivaled, it didn't include glory and wealth? Just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard that strange person's voice say, unrivaled refers to power and status. Glory and wealth, however, refer to wealth and power. The two are fundamentally different and cannot be lumped together. Oh, I see. Yizue nodded. Then, he suddenly shouted, you can actually know what I'm thinking? How dare you? His current state of mind was already one of unrivaled supremacy. As he spoke, he naturally sounded condescending. At this moment, it was as if he was berating a servant. It was as if he was saying, if you make me unhappy again, I'll kill you. Such a feeling was hard to describe. The strange person opened his mouth and frowned. His face was filled with black lines. He wanted to flare up but couldn't do anything. How depressing, F***ck, how did this bastard get into character so quickly? He's actually completely immersed in it already. The strange person pursed his lips and suppressed his anger. He didn't say anything more. It's more important that you don't spoil my grand plan. Wait till I completely subdue you. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Yizue only thought that the other party had already been intimidated by his divine might and was scared stiff or even scared to death. He snorted in satisfaction and lectured, F***CKU, be more obedient in the future. Don't make me angry. Or else, I'll kill you. That strange person's resentment was almost completely suppressed in his chest. He almost really died from anger. You little brat, you're really daring. I've always made you feel good, happy, intoxicated, comfortable and excited. How dare you treat me like this? I don't want to lower myself to your level now. When your demonic nature is completely awakened, just wait to become my slave, see if I don't order you around all the time, for options, soon. Yizue's wish was fulfilled and he became even more pleased with himself. He thought about it again and thought that it wasn't enough just having these options. So, he casually added my parents, my clan is grand. However, he didn't choose blood-related brothers. Those bastards, which one of them is worthy of being my blood-related brothers? I'm already immortal. What's the use of having blood-related brothers? He had these options again. It wasn't enough for him to be the only one in the world. He also had to have absolute power, the power to dominate the universe. Therefore, he chose invincible in the world. In an instant, he became a lonely expert, the kind who couldn't stand the cold at the top. But it wasn't good to always fight alone. It was too troublesome and tiring. He might as well get some loyal and devoted fighters. Yizue chuckled and reached out to point at brothers in life and death. But the moment he did so, his finger cut open. What's going on? Yizue asked authoritatively. The definition of brothers in life and death is to contribute to each other, go through life and death together, and relate to honor and disgrace. They are not fighters. That strange person explained very modestly and cautiously. Your definition is wrong. Oh, is that so? Yizue thought for a moment and said, then I don't want fighters. I want brothers in life and death. This time, he nodded very smoothly. But that strange person outside sighed. This bastard's choice is directly equivalent to a useless effort. In the blink of an eye, it was the eighth choice. Yizue thought for a long time. When he saw his beautiful wives and concubines looking at him with resentment in their eyes, he let out a bitter laugh. Sigh, just having wealth, power and invincible strength isn't enough. There's also that happiness between a man and a woman. Therefore, he chose couple's life ability without hesitation. You only have one choice left now. That strange person's voice reminded him solemnly. Once this was done, the game would also be about to end. So fast? Why is there only one choice left? Yizue was stunned. He woke up from the boundless intoxication of being complacent, yet he felt a sense of urgency, as well as a sense of dejection that he had wasted so many opportunities. Then, he counted the parts that he had chosen and finally realized, I have everything. I'm still freaking all alone. As an emperor, he couldn't just lead his own family, wives and brothers, could he? Yizue gritted his teeth and chose all lives in the world. All the choices were made. The strange person outside sighed from the bottom of his heart. F***CK, he had played this game so many times, but he had truly never seen such a weirdo. To actually use such a reason to choose all lives in the world. I really have to give it to you, Yizue pointed down. All lives in the world lit up immediately. The other 47 choices disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the vast land of chaos, there was only one choice left. The choice that Yizue had made, the wish to build his perfect life. Supreme in the world, immortality, beautiful wives and concubines, parents and family, glory and wealth, invincibility in the world, brothers of life and death, all lives in the world, and couple's life ability. All of them, not one less, not one more. Yet Yizue was still sighing. He was lamenting that he could still choose something better. Forget it, the world is not complete, and there is no such thing as perfection in life. Humans should be content with what they have. These are more or less enough. He really wasn't greedy, On the other side, the Dharma Supreme was also strictly following the rules of the game and making his choice seriously. Unlike Yi Zue, who made his choice casually, he didn't choose anything at all in the first round. He only seriously considered the implications of each choice as it passed by him, what he could gain, and whether he would lose anything after gaining it. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, he only started making his choice from the second round. At first glance, the choices he made were more or less the same as Yi Zue's. But upon closer inspection, they were poles apart. Moreover, the order he chose was also extremely gradual. In other words, he followed the most logical order of derivation. Strong physique, number 1. Obviously, the Dharma Supreme believed that no matter what he did, he would need a healthy and strong body. Without a good body, it would be difficult to achieve anything. Even if he managed to accomplish it, he wouldn't have more opportunities to enjoy it. Invincibility in the world, number 2. Immortality, number 3. In other words, it was only after he had these that he started thinking about immortality, followed by supreme in the world. Since he was immortal, he naturally had to build a career. Commanding the world, number 5. Life in the world, number 1. Then came his parents and family. Number 8 was his brothers of life and death. Number 9 was his beautiful wives and concubines. In other words, in the end, when he had almost nothing to do, he would find a few beautiful women to play with, or at least experience something new. Cough cough, brothers and sisters, if it were you, what would you choose? The Dharma Supremes and Yi Zue's choices were almost fundamentally different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were worlds apart. After the two of them finally made their choices, the Dharma Supreme closed his eyes and rested, carefully checking if there were any changes in his body. Yi Zue, however, was vexed. It was as if the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue had both chosen beautiful wife and beautiful concubines who are as beautiful as the clouds. As for the option of lifelong companions, husband and wife in life and death, the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue seemed to have a tacit understanding as neither of them chose it. Now that all the choices had been made, the game was also nearing its end. In the game, those inexplicable emotions were still lingering in their minds. Yi Zue was still smug, while the Dharma Supreme was forcefully restraining his thoughts. Both of them were eagerly waiting for that strange extraterrestrial demon to announce the final result. What kind of results would there be, and what benefits would there be? Have both of you made your choices? The extraterrestrial demon's voice was like a cat seeing two rats that had swallowed rat poison, full of cruelty. I've made my choices. The Dharma Supreme frowned, looking at the shining choices in front of him. He said, I completely don't feel that there's any meaning in making such a choice. What a boring game. Is it really that boring? In this illusion, as long as you select any choice, you will be able to get the corresponding feeling. That strange person chuckled coldly. Your cultivation is relatively higher, so by right, the feeling should be stronger. But now, this feeling doesn't have much effect on you. It's because you are in a high position now and can get whatever you want. You have a deep understanding of the feeling, so you can temporarily suppress it. But, don't worry. You will have a deeper understanding soon. The human heart is limited. The more you suppress it, the stronger the rebound will be. The strange person laughed strangely. Yi Zue said, Is the game done now? Can the final result be revealed? The extraterrestrial demon chuckled and said, Done? How can it be done? This is just the beginning. Just the beginning, both the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue were stunned. Now, wait a moment. I'll test this one first. That strange person's eyes turned and he said to the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme remained silent, but deep in his heart, he was contemplating. Although this illusion was ingenious, it was still a little lacking in terms of truly trapping him. If he really wanted to leave, he was confident that he could leave at any time. Let's see what kind of tricks this guy has up his sleeve. The next moment, the Dharma Supreme keenly discovered that the surrounding sounds had also disappeared without a trace. Naturally, the sound wouldn't disappear for no reason. This guy must have used some kind of secret technique to block his hearing. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently, not taking it to heart. He simply sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. This guy was still very wary of him. I can't even get close to him now. Now, the game has officially begun. That strange man said to Yizue, little Yi, you have chosen. The first choice is I, the unique and righteous? Not bad, not bad. A very good choice. Yizue snorted, feeling slightly impatient. She was clearly at the peak of her success, yet this fellow was being so naggy and annoying. Unexpectedly, the surrounding black demonic aura suddenly fluctuated and Yizue discovered that he couldn't move his body at all. Moreover, he had a clear and subtle feeling that his life would immediately disappear if he made even the slightest move. This was the feeling of being infinitely close to death, and it was so clear, Yizue instantly panicked. He couldn't even stand properly, his legs trembling. Focus all of your attention. Now, you have to do exactly as I say. If you make even the slightest mistake or pause for too long, you will die. You will die miserably. The strange man said in a gloomy voice. You have chosen the option. Now, go ahead. Now, if you immediately abandon one choice, I will allow you to keep 8 choices. If you don't, you will die immediately. Choose. Yizue was suddenly stunned. His choice was I, the unique and righteous, immortality, beautiful wife and concubines. Family, glory, wealth, invincibility, life and death brothers, all the people in the world, and the ability to live as a couple. He really wasn't willing to abandon any of these. Just as he was hesitating, he felt his head suddenly constricting, giving off a piercing pain. That strange man outside was counting. Every time you choose, I will only give you the time to count to 10. If you don't make your choice when the time is up, you can go to hell. 1, 2, 3. Yizue was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the choices in this game would actually kill him. What a scam. When he heard that the number of strange men had reached 5, Yizue hurriedly shouted, I choose to abandon all the people in the world. The people in the world didn't seem to have much to do with him. The counting of strange men stopped immediately. Yizue only felt that his head had instantly become relaxed after he made his choice. Then, he saw the 4 words all the people in the world in front of him suddenly dim. In the next instant, it had already disappeared without a trace. And he was completely unaware that the demonic aura in his heart had also improved by another level in that instant. An intense and bone-chilling pleasure arose spontaneously, making him feel as if he was floating in the air. Such pleasure instantly washed away the displeasure from earlier. There are still 8 choices. Now, abandon one more. Those who don't choose by then, die. That strange man's voice rang out as if urging him to do so. 1, 2, 3. Glory, wealth, and status. This time, Yizue didn't even wait for the number to reach 4 before he made his choice. There are still 7 choices. Abandon one more. Remove I, the unique and righteous. Yizue panted and asked, how many choices can we keep in the end? The game isn't over yet. Everything is unknown. There are still 2 choices. Abandon one more. Remove brothers of life and death. There are still 5 choices. Remove invincible. There are still 4 choices. Remove. Yizue was conflicted. 4 choices. There were still beautiful wives and concubines, ability to live as a couple, immortality, and family clans. 4, 5. The strange man had already finished counting this time. Yizue's head was in so much pain that it felt as if it was about to explode. His eyes were already in so much pain that they were hazy, and there were faint traces of tears flowing out. He hugged his head and shouted, remove beautiful wives and concubines. Remove them. The headache stopped abruptly once again. The strange man chuckled coldly. Not bad, not bad. There are still 3 choices. Continue to choose. The headache started again. This time, Yizue made his choice extremely quickly. Remove ability to live as a couple. He had already lost his beautiful wives and concubines. What was the point of keeping this? There were only 2 choices left. He could keep both of them, right? Reality was the cruelest. This kind of choice was practically a kind of torture. Because, in this illusion, he already had everything. It was human nature to not want to lose what one had. Now that he had to give up one choice after another, it was as if he had worked hard for a lifetime only to have no choice but to give up one choice after another. This kind of feeling was as if he was cutting flesh from his own body while he was still alive. It was incomparably painful. There are still two choices. Immortality, and the family clan. Continue to choose. The strange man's laughter was like an L's. 3. 7. Yizue cried out in pain, prostrating on the ground. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He was in an extremely sorry state and his consciousness had already become blurry. Immortality was the only great benefit that he kept for himself. But how could he abandon his biological parents? How could he sacrifice them? How should he choose? But, if he didn't choose, he would die. He would die miserably. He was already in so much pain now. Was he going to die miserably later as well? It was only at this point that he truly felt the cruelty of the simple choice game. The strange man's voice rang coldly like a soul-pressing bell. Yizue felt that his brain had already reached its limit and would explode in the next moment. His brain was splattered and he died miserably. The strange man was about to shout 10 when Yizue had already shouted desperately, "Remove immortality." He finally cried out in pain. Have you chosen your family clan? You're quite filial. Originally, if you had chosen immortality, it would have saved you a lot of trouble. Now it's time for the additional choice, the last choice. The strange man actually sighed and said, the last choice is your family clan. You have to remove it. Because, in this choice, you didn't choose your own life. But you do exist. Therefore, you still have to make one last choice. Are you going to sacrifice yourself or are you going to sacrifice your parents, your closest kin? The 10 count starts now. 1. 2. This time, the counting was obviously slower than before. But at this moment, Yizue was completely stunned. He actually still had to choose, there was clearly only one choice left and he actually had to abandon it, between his own parents and himself. How was he going to choose? Yizue held in agony. If I die, I'll have nothing left. But how can I abandon my parents? Thinking of his father's stern face and his earnest teachings, thinking of his mother's white hair and gentle gaze, Yizue suddenly had the urge to commit suicide. How long had it been since he had a good chat with his mother? And how long had it been since he had a good heart-to-heart talk with his father? The two of them created him. Could it be that he actually had to sacrifice them in exchange for his own survival at this juncture? In this illusion, no matter what he lost, it all felt completely real. Yizue had already gone through 8 choices in a row. His heart was already riddled with holes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and glared. His gaze was cruel and selfish. Occasionally, his face would be filled with admiration as he murmured, "Father." "Mother," the two expressions alternated back and forth. In between his brows, a ball of black aura suddenly gathered and dissipated. His heart meridian was suddenly filled with demonic aura and suddenly dissipated without a trace. Right now, it had already reached the most critical juncture. Outside, that strange man's expression became unusually solemn. Looking at Yizue, his hands were continuously forming complicated seals, producing endless demonic aura and accelerating the erosion of Yizue. As long as Yizue chose himself in the end, he would be completely selfish. Under the influence of such dense demonic aura, his demonic nature would completely erupt and transform into the most complete demonic heart, which would then erupt with the demonic origin. The strange man believed that Yizue would definitely make the right choice. Yizue's expression became even more pained. Beads of sweat continuously formed on his forehead and fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was already wet, he didn't even notice that he had long exceeded the 10 count time limit. He was just completely immersed in this choice. If I don't choose, I will die. If I choose father and mother, I will still die. But if I choose myself, father and mother will die. At this moment, Yizue was muttering like a maniac. His gaze became more and more frenzied and his expression more and more intense. That strange man stared intently, a smug smile slowly appearing at the corners of his lips. It's about time. He had seen quite a number of people before, and there was no lack of people with high cultivation. But in the end, without exception, they all chose to be selfish and chose himself. This little one was a cruel and vicious pugilist who killed without batting an eyelid. there would definitely be no accidents as to how he would choose in the final round. He would definitely make the correct choice. At this thought, that strange man's tongue unconsciously hung out and greedily licked his lips. As long as this little one made the choice, the heavenly demon's origin would be formed and he would immediately swallow half of it to make up for the damage to his demonic soul. Although this little one's strength was weak, he could at least make up for 1% of it, right? As long as he continued like this, there would come a day when he would be able to fully recover and even improve. Because in this world, no one could stop him and no one could compete with him for resources. Although this was a garbage dump, he could change qualitatively due to quantity and improve infinitely. When that time came, he would be able to go wherever he wanted to go. At this thought, he accelerated the stimulation of Yuzue's soul. Although this action required him to use his origin energy, as long as he succeeded, the benefits would be considerable. This was the only way for the heavenly demons to strengthen themselves since time immemorial. It was also the strongest method. Suddenly, Yuzue raised his head abruptly. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices at the same time. He roared into the sky. A cruel smugness appeared in the strange man's eyes. He knew that Yuzue had already made his final choice. Moreover, the space between Yuzue's brows was already filled with black aura. Obviously, he had correctly chosen himself. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any signs of black aura gathering. Humans were indeed selfish. The strange man thought mockingly. His mood relaxed, he removed the seal on his spirit and was about to move forward. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The black aura between Yuzue's brows dissipated abruptly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The strange man was taken aback. Before he could realize what was going on, Yuzue had already bellowed, "My parents cannot die. I can't die, I can't die. You can't die no matter what." He roared with all his strength, "I'll die, I'll die. I'll die, I'll die." Ah! The demonic chi in his heart veins and between his eyebrows receded like a tide. The strange man cried out in shock. He felt that his demonic soul had been hit hard by the demonic chi that had suddenly chosen to retreat. He had just relaxed his mind, but now, something unexpected had happened. He had just removed the seal on his divine soul and was instantly hit. In a trance, he suffered a great backlash. His vision turned black, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. A mouthful of black blood came out. King Hell. How could this be? How could this be? The eccentric was furious. This was definitely not the result that the strange man had hoped for. Ah! Yuzue roared. The moment he made his final choice, the surrounding demonic chi became chaotic. The strange man had suddenly suffered a backlash, and the demonic formation had turned from stable to chaotic. Yuzue's mind suddenly regained clarity, and there was only one thing in his mind: "I want to go back and see my parents." He suddenly leaped to his feet and shouted, "Father! Mother!" He spread his legs and ran away. In an instant, he actually broke out of the encirclement of the demonic chi and dashed out of the dense forest at lightning speed. Although his mind was in a mess, he had already run away without a trace. The cooked duck had actually flown away. The duck that had clearly been placed on the table and was about to enter his mouth suddenly came back to life and flew away. The strange man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Oh, not almost, but he was already vomiting blood. His eyes were filled with inconceivable shock, as well as incredulity that was so intense that it almost solidified. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. King Hell, what kind of *TTY thing was this? Not only had his plan failed, he had even suffered an inexplicable backlash. In that instant, he couldn't stop the other party from leaving at all and could only watch helplessly as the demonic formation failed and the little one flew away. What the *CK was this? How did this happen? Was this little one still a fledgling demon? This was an unexpected turn of events. This little one actually ran away, and he even had to stay here and vomit blood. *CK. *CK. The strange man felt as if his intestines had been twisted into 70 or 80 pieces. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out the most classic curse since time immemorial. Could it be that I've actually seen a ghost today? I was clearly infinitely close to success. Otherwise, I wouldn't have relaxed my mental control and prepared to accept the results, only to unexpectedly suffer from a backlash. The strange man scratched his head, looking depressed. But what the f***ck is going on? If it had been someone else, for example, the kind who had always been chivalrous and righteous. If this kind of demonic formation failed, then so be it. There was nothing to say about it. Their natures naturally countered each other, so it was rare for it to succeed, but who was this Shizue? He was a fledgling demon who cultivated the heavenly demonic art. Could it be that those who practiced demonic arts in this heaven's continent were actually good people? If not, why did it fail? It was really incomprehensible, unreasonable, and unbelievable. Also, not only did the demonic heart transformation ritual fail, he could even break through the demonic formation and run away on his own, with just that little bit of cultivation. How was this possible? This heavenly demon strange man felt that his thoughts weren't enough. There were too many impossibilities. Even if they did happen? If not for the fact that Yizue's cultivation was really insignificant, the strange man would even suspect that Yizue was actually the incarnation of some super heavenly demon playing games with him here. This is really King amazing. He muttered to himself. This one here can't also be that kind of person, right? After thinking for a while, he still decided to regulate his breathing first. If this also causes a backlash once, no way. This time I must wait until I've absorbed the origin energy before I release the mental seal. If it fails again, then there's really no justice in this world. After the heavenly demon strange man regulated his breathing for a while and recovered slightly, he came to the Dharma Supreme with a very cautious attitude. To be honest, the Dharma Supreme was definitely not the best choice. Yes, the level of the Dharma Supreme's demonic power was much higher than Yizue's. If he activated his demonic origin, the effect would definitely be much greater than Yizue's. However, the Dharma Supreme's strength was also much higher than Yizue's. Therefore, the potential danger was naturally much greater than Yizue's. However, the Dharma Supreme was already the heavenly demon strange man's last hope, especially at this moment after the Yizue's unexpected counterattack. The heavenly demon strange man's actual strength could be said to be invincible in this world. Usually, it was not much different from playing with the Dharma Supreme. However, the injuries on his body had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. To put it bluntly, his life could be in danger at any moment. If he couldn't get support from the heavenly demon's origin energy, then he could only wait for death in this heavily injured place. The Dharma Supreme had already been waiting for quite some time. Due to the demonic fog, he couldn't hear any movement on the other side and didn't know how Yizue was doing at the moment. Although the two sides were very close to each other, he was completely in the dark. This was the characteristic of the higher-level heavenly demon demonic power. Even if the heavenly demon strange man's life was in danger and could even die at any time, the heavenly demon's special ability he was using could still completely block the Dharma Supreme's senses. The temporary relative difference in reality couldn't exceed the absolute difference in instincts. The Dharma Supreme's determination was not something Yizue could compare to. He didn't care what would happen to Yizue, he only persisted in his own choice. Until the last step. When he heard the heavenly demon strange man's voice again, the Dharma Supreme opened his eyes slightly. After listening to the rules of the game, the Dharma Supreme's expression changed slightly. This new rule of the game seemed to be within his expectations, but also beyond his expectations. However, the Dharma Supreme still accepted this test calmly. The first to be eliminated, unsurprisingly, was his beautiful wife and concubines. Beautiful wife and concubines are at most a pastime in life. Women are just playthings, pure playthings. If one blocks the other pleasures of life because of women, then one is just a fool. This was the reason for the Dharma Supreme's choice. When he chose to abandon them, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. He made his choice cleanly and neatly. For the second, he gave up on all living beings in the world. For the third, he gave up on commanding the world. From the fourth, the Dharma Supreme finally started to struggle and suffer, just like Yizue. Because what was left was a strong body, invincible in the world, immortality, supremacy, parents and family, brothers of life and death. No matter which one it was, he didn't want to give it up. The pain that the Dharma Supreme suffered was not inferior to Yizue's. Although his cultivation and temperament couldn't be compared to Yizue's, this game's punishment was in the illusory realm of the Great Array and targeted his soul and spirit, not his cultivation level. If not for this, with the heavenly demon Strange Man's current strength, he would have to pay a price to inflict such pain on the Dharma Supreme. Although endless pain was on him, the Dharma Supreme didn't even groan in pain. Even though his mind felt like it was shattering and thousands of needles were piercing him, he didn't make a single sound. Even his face didn't show any signs of malevolence. He was just in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. As time went on, the pain that the Dharma Supreme suffered became more and more severe, gradually exceeding the limit that Yizue had previously endured. However, the Dharma Supreme was still able to hold on. This was because his endurance benefited from his temperament and cultivation and was incomparable to Yizue's. The greater the pain, the calmer the Dharma Supreme's expression became. After making his choice, if he succeeded, he would have the body of the heavenly demon and be invincible in the world. If he didn't, he would be reduced to ashes. What was success? The almost endless stabbing pain in his mind made the Dharma Supreme feel like he was better off dead. However, his brain was still operating clearly, pondering and considering, making a clear choice to give up. Only with a strong body can I be invincible in the world. Only with invincible in the world can I be the best in the world. Only after I am the best in the world can I think about the problem of immortality. Only after everything is perfect can I take care of my family and my brothers. If oneself is perfect, too much consideration is nothing more than an act of worrying oneself over nothing. It seems like family and brothers are the most unnecessary? No, I am supreme and invincible. What is my ultimate goal? What is it for? Therefore, family and brothers cannot be abandoned. The Dharma Supreme was sweating profusely, still struggling and resisting. The heavenly demon Strange Being observed calmly. He had completely lost the confidence to win and was just purely operating the demonic array. Were the people in this world crazy? The ant-like fledgling devil just now was already very unexpected. This one with a higher cultivation level in front of him, did he not feel pain? Even in the Heaven Palace, there were not many people who could resist this level of pain. What kind of world was this? The only thing that supported the heavenly demon Strange Being was that the Dharma Supreme was still making a choice, still continuing this game. Remove, I am supreme. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were as cold as snow as he finally made a decision. The heavenly demon Strange Being breathed a sigh of relief. He was really terrified now and did not dare to talk nonsense. He hurried on with the fifth item, bitterness rising in his heart. Could it be that the people in this world and the Heaven Palace are actually different species, just looking similar? He should have been the first to give up his brothers. In this case, am I going to face failure again? Then get rid of immortality. Remove invincibility. Now, there were only 3 items left. A strong body, family, and brothers. The Dharma Supreme's steady breathing finally became heavy. He had chosen here, but he was almost at his limit. He hesitated even longer. Finally, he said hoarsely, remove, a strong body. I only keep my family and brothers. I request to keep these 2 items. No more choices. No. I have to make another choice. The heavenly fiend eccentric didn't relax at all. He only felt more and more dejected and disappointed. At this moment, he just wanted to end this embarrassing game as soon as possible. This game that he had been leading and dominating had actually escaped his control again and again. Get rid of the parent clan. The Dharma Supreme closed his eyes. Ever since he had returned to this world, it could be said that he had never cared about his family and loved ones. He had always thought that they were just decorations for his successful life. But when he gave up at this moment, he realized that he had actually put these things at the end of his choice. They were actually more important than his body, strength, and perfection. In the end, when he had to give up, he still felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. His heart seemed to shatter in an instant. However, he never chose to abandon his sworn brother. I've already betrayed you once. I have already abandoned all of you once. This time, no matter what, I will never abandon all of you. Never. Before the Dharma Supreme's eyes, the faces of these brothers seemed to appear one by one. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, each and every one of them. But they were still so fresh in his memory. I'm sorry. The Dharma Supreme lowered his head sadly. I'm sorry. Brothers, I let all of you down back then. It's my fault. But this time I've made a new choice. I've finally left all of you at the end, to let all of you accompany me forever. If things could be redone, we would definitely be able to. Live and die together, we would definitely be able to. Live and die together. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were brimming with tears. It's a pity that choices can be made. But life can't be redone. Finally, there's still one last choice. The voice of the heavenly demon strange being rang coldly, with a strong murderous intent. If the Dharma Supreme still made the same choice as Yizue in the last choice, then the heavenly demon strange being would choose to kill the Dharma Supreme without hesitation. Even if it was beyond his power, he would still go all out, even if it meant perishing together with the Dharma Supreme in the end. Because there was basically no hope for him anymore. Since that was the case, he might as well let this guy die with him. Last choice? What else is there to choose? The Dharma Supreme, who had always been calm and collected, suddenly flew into a rage. I'm only left with my sworn brother. If I abandon him again, I'll really have nothing left. There's only one option. How do I make a choice? Are you messing with me? No. How can you have nothing left? Don't you still have your life? The heavenly demon strange being's cold voice seemed to be devoid of any emotion. He said slowly and cruelly, last choice, do you want your life? Or do you want your brother's lives? Last choice, you have to make a choice. The Dharma Supreme's vision turned black. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and spat out a mouthful of blood. The earlier choices had always been easy for him. Even if he had hesitated, once he made a choice, he was still resolute. However, when it came to the last option, the Dharma Supreme suddenly had a feeling of rebirth of life and turning back time. It was as if he had returned to the heaven-mending cave. His brothers were about to be thrown in by that person, yet he was considering, should I deceive my brothers and borrow their soul energy to let myself live? Or should I let everyone die together? Or should I sacrifice my own soul energy and distribute it to my brothers so that they have a higher chance of survival? He was still feeling gratified that he didn't betray them this time, but he didn't expect that the next moment, he would once again be faced with the cruelest and most difficult choice. Thinking of the gratification just now, facing the choice now, the Dharma Supreme laughed mockingly. Was he hesitating? Was there a need for him to hesitate? He had to admit that this choice really came at a goddamn good time. This was really king wonderful irony. Choice. This is the last choice. The heavenly demon strange being laughed sinisterly. Once you make your choice, you will be completely free and free. There won't be any more choices. The Dharma Supreme's entire body started to tremble. All along, he had always avoided the word brothers. He had always avoided any contact or even any memories. When he saw the option of life and death brothers in the big choice this time, he almost instinctively chose to reject it and not choose this option. However, when he reached the end of the selection process and chose the eighth option, he still subconsciously chose this option. At that time, he had secretly observed his surroundings for a long time before he finally chose this option. It was a subtle feeling of being a thief. Whether it was intentional or not, subconsciously or not, he had ultimately chosen it. Since he had chosen it, then so be it. He could have given it up that day. Would he give it up now because he couldn't? What a joke. However, no one knew. When he chose life and death brothers as his all, he was actually so excited and throbbing in his heart. Now, he actually had to face giving up again, he had to face betrayal again, he had to face abandonment again. The Dharma Supreme started to tremble violently. His eyes were already somewhat dazed. After a long time, he suddenly covered his face with his hands. Now, he felt that he had once again returned to the front of the heaven-mending cave. He had truly returned. His brothers were all beside him at this moment. He was facing the imminent crisis of death. What should he do? What should he do? He was no longer Dongfang Bidao, nor the Dharma Supreme, but Diwu Cho Chang. Back then, He was one of the Tribulations think tank who worked together with this brother to conquer the world. He, who was once the smartest, had now lost all his cultivation and was imprisoned in this absolute place. And the one who imprisoned him, it was this brother's most respected big brother. It turned out that he had other plans. It turned out that he had been using his brothers all along. Everyone was angry, they were wronged, they were confused, and they were in despair. His brothers all looked at him with eyes full of trust. Cho Chang, you clicked on the most. You are the smartest. But is there any other way? Death is nothing. But to die in such an aggrieved manner, where is the justice? Is there any other way? Diwu Cho Chang laughed bitterly in his heart. How well did Big Brother understand people like us? Since he had done such a thing now, how could he not have considered our reactions? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he also wouldn't gather them together. If he dared to do so, it meant that no matter what, we would not be able to escape from his grasp, we would definitely die. Perhaps, there is still a chance. There is only this one chance, a chance to seek justice. I cannot make any guarantees. Diwu Cho Chang said in a trembling voice. What chance? Tell us, tell us. The brothers were energized. That person said that after we died, the power of our spirits would be used by him to mend the sky. By then, one of us would definitely enter a cave, and there would be a total of, the center of the cave. That, Diwu Cho Chang muttered absent-mindedly. He was trying his best to restrain himself. Don't betray us again. Don't abandon us again. At this point, the expression on his face was extremely painful. He could not help but stop. However, the brothers urged him anxiously. Hurry up, there is not much time left. He will come back at any time. Yes, the sooner the better. Cho Chang, tell us quickly. We all believe you. You have always been the most intelligent among us. We want justice. No matter how slim the chance is, it is good. Diwu Cho Chang's whole body was trembling. He was struggling fiercely in his heart. Justice? Where can I go to seek justice? I don't even want that chance. Should I just die here? Die together. Then, no one would have to feel guilty. No one would have to betray us, or, should I destroy my own divine soul and share my energy with my brothers? No matter whether they can get out alive or not, no matter if there is a chance or not, I have not let my brothers down. At least they don't have to struggle anymore, but, in this way, I will really have nothing. My foundation, my great ambitions, I still have a belly full of grand plans, I still have countless goals in life, I have endless wisdom. But, I will have nothing, I can do things that none of them can do. But, if I die like this. When the Dharma Supreme thought of this, his vision suddenly turned dark and his head started to hurt intensely. The pain this time was as if he was being sliced into pieces, surpassing all the cruel punishments that came at him together. It was as if he was in the 18 levels of hell, where all kinds of punishment methods came at him at the same time. The Dharma Supreme held his head with both hands and roared at the sky. His expression was ferocious, no longer as calm as before, he roared continuously. He had been very calm and composed all along, but the agitation at this moment was much more painful and intense than Yizui's earlier. Make your choice quickly. If you don't, you will lose the chance to choose. The heavenly demon eccentric's low voice rang out. I choose. The Dharma Supreme panted heavily. His whole body was sweating profusely and he was on the verge of collapsing. Quick! If you don't choose, we will die together. The Dharma Supreme tore at his own hair in pain and finally gave up. His whole body went limp as if there were no bones in it. His eyes were lifeless. I'm sorry, since he had already betrayed them once, then, what's wrong with betraying them again? I persevered this time and didn't betray them, but will they forgive me just like that? We are all people who are not allowed to have flaws. As long as there is once, there will always be a not. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly, but 2 drops of tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. I didn't expect that when I had a chance to restart my life and let you choose again, I would still choose to betray you. I still don't want to die, I really just don't want to die. Can you all forgive me? I choose to live on by myself. The Dharma Supreme's eyes widened, his consciousness completely broken down. He stared blankly at the sky, as if there were still 8 brothers looking at him. The innermost one injects the power of the spirit to give that one a chance to live. After a series of painful struggles, the Dharma Supreme finally repeated the choice he had made back then. If they had all died that time, it would have been fine. But if one of them wanted to go out and seek justice, it would be the same for any one of them. But the Dharma Supreme still chose himself. This could have allowed the other brothers to accept this chance of survival. But he didn't. This was where his pain lay. This time, he was worried. Even if he had repented, he had been stubborn for 30,000 years. How could his brother forgive him? Since I can't forgive him, then, what's the point of persevering? Since he had already been sentenced, there was no turning back. After making this choice, the Dharma Supreme felt as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. He fell limply to the ground. Then, a surge of pure heavenly demonic energy surged into his mind and into his heart meridians. With a loud boom, the Dharma Supreme could only feel himself suddenly shattering into thousands of pieces. He fell to the ground with a thud and lost all consciousness. A ball of extremely dense black chi quickly formed between his eyebrows. That ball of black chi was even darker than the night. Finally, it transformed into a shiny black seed. It slowly emerged from his forehead and floated in the air. Heavenly Devil's origin, unexpectedly. He actually succeeded? He actually succeeded. The heavenly fiend eccentric, who had originally wanted to drag others down with him, stared at the heavenly fiend origin that had just been formed. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. I really didn't think that I would succeed this time. Even at the last moment, it was already a failure. But he actually succeeded. This was too unexpected. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief before he finally believed that this was actually true. He couldn't wait to reach out and split that shiny black object into 2. Half of it immediately dissipated into a thick black smoke that was shiny and black. He took a deep breath and the black smoke was like a river converging. It gushed into his mouth like a fountain. With a wave of his hand, a gust of black chi was sent out. He urged the remaining half back into the Dharma Supreme's body. With a swoosh, it entered the Dharma Supreme's forehead and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme was still unconscious and was completely unaware of all these changes. Finally, one succeeded. Demon Venerable above. Thank you for your grace that there are still heavenly fiends on this forsaken continent. Otherwise, this unfilial grandson of mine would have died mysteriously in this low-level plane. The heavenly fiend eccentric prostrated himself on the ground, so emotional that his eyes were brimming with hot tears. After absorbing that little bit of heavenly fiend origin energy, his body seemed to have improved considerably. At least, it was no longer as easy to die as before. Now that I have absorbed the first heavenly fiend origin energy, I can be considered to have some capital again. I can finally try to target ordinary martial artists. The heavenly fiend eccentric muttered to himself, if I only target people who practice demonic arts, the amount is too little and can only be found by chance. But now, I have more or less accumulated some. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to develop and grow stronger. He lifted the Dharma Supreme's body and floated into the depths of the forest. This fellow won't die, but he will only wake up after half a month. By then, he will be a genuine beginner heavenly fiend. My body won't be able to fully recover in a short period of time, so I can only rely on him. The 1 million people I killed previously was enough to set up 15 demonic arrays. After I absorb a few more people, I will go and kill another batch. If I do that, it won't be just 1 million, I will need at least 3 million to barely be enough. The people in this plane are really trash. If I can awaken the demonic heart, I will be able to spread my demonic nature. There will be no kindness in this world, everyone will be a demon. The Demon Venerable's words are simply too reasonable. Bah, which of the Demon Venerable's words is not reasonable? Just as the Dharma Supreme and Yizue were accepting the selection of demonic arrays in the forest, Xu Yang and the rest of the 12 people were rushing toward the forest without stopping, where the city of fairies was, where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. There was no time to lose. The heavenly fiend's descent had been confirmed. If everyone's strength couldn't be raised, then what awaited them would really be death. Therefore, everyone was burning with anxiety. It was just that no one would have thought that the place was also where the devil was. Nothing could be more coincidental than this. Along the way, Chu Yang and Dukyu were still at loggerheads, bargaining with each other non-stop. A certain king of hell who was full of wisdom seemed to have gained the upper hand. No way. If I find it, I will definitely bring it away. There is no room for negotiation. How can that be? Chu Yang, humans should be content with what they have and not be too greedy. Why not? This is already my bottom line. If you find it difficult, I don't mind backing out. I won't go to the city of fairies with you. You. How about it? He. You win. And that. I want it too. I want it all. If you find it difficult, tell me. I will back out and you won't have to be troubled. It's simple. Hiss, every time there was a bargaining dispute, as long as Chu Yang used his trump card, back out. I won't go to the city of fairies. I won't help you. Dukyu would definitely be defeated by this threat. He would retreat immediately. The two quarreled and bargained along the way, refusing to budge an inch and spitting saliva everywhere. In this kind of situation, the brothers naturally sided with Chu Yang. Dukyu was even more alone. Every time, he would be angered to death. After losing, he would sign an agreement and leave hatefully, hiss and hiss. But not long after, Chu Yang would think of a new condition and immediately start extorting again. Thus, the cycle repeated. It was unknown if it was because a certain Dukyu had gone too far in extorting people in the past 3 days that the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and sent a certain king of hell to punish him. In short, a certain Dukyu was extorted to death by a certain king of hell, but he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. King of Hell Chu took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy. The brothers beat the enemy when he was down. These days, Dukyu was suffering every day. Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei were puzzled by this and were very puzzled. Seeing that Mo Tianji and the others didn't stop him, the two women finally couldn't help but whisper to each other. Something seems wrong. Although Mo Qingwu was exceptionally smart, she was also a little confused now. So you also noticed it. Something is indeed wrong. Mo Lei also frowned and said, although Dukyu isn't one of the Tribulation brothers, he's at least a very good friend of ours. Furthermore, he's helped the few of them many times before. Bargaining and extortion like this for a friend is a little too much. Not to mention anything else, just the last time he barged into the Allied forces alone and attracted the attention of a large number of experts. That was a huge risk. Thinking about it now, I still feel scared. If it were me, not to mention going, just talking about it makes me nervous. Just based on this, Boss Chu really shouldn't be so calculative, yes. Mo Qingwu nodded her little head repeatedly. I also can't understand this matter. Chu Yang isn't that kind of person. Why is he so calculative? If it's just once or twice, it's fine. Everyone can laugh and joke around, and it'll be over. But it's repeated extortion. Isn't it a little heartless? It seems a little unkind. Mo Lei frowned. Why is it like this? I also don't understand the reason why Chu Yang is doing this. Could it be that he has some difficulties? Why don't we ask my second brother? He might know the reason. Mo Qingwu said, don't let them play around too much and hurt the hearts of friends. That would be really hard to make up for. The gains don't make up for the losses. Mo Lei deeply agreed. The two women were both intelligent people. They didn't act rashly and put this matter aside for the time being. Chu Yang and his brothers were still having a war of words with Dukyu when they set up camp that night. It seemed as if they were addicted to this game. It seemed as if they wouldn't give up until they had thoroughly dug out all of this guy's resources and took advantage of him as much as possible, but Mo Qingwu quietly pulled Mo Tianji out. Mo Lei also followed. She was slightly dissatisfied. She was prepared to give Mo Tianji a stern warning if he couldn't give her a satisfactory explanation. As a woman behind a man, she had to speak up when it was time. After all, these brothers had been through so much to reach this point. It would be a pity if there was any misunderstanding that led to a knot in each other's hearts. What's the matter? Mo Tianji, who was originally deep in thought, was suddenly pulled out of the crowd by his sister and into a private room. He couldn't help but be confused. What was his little sister doing? Shu, lower your voice. Mo Qingwu put a finger to her lips and whispered, let's first set up a supreme martial artist force field to block out the sound. It won't be easy for others to hear what we're about to say. Mo Laer agreed with this. If Dukyu heard this, even if he didn't think much about it before, he would think much about it now. Then, the two of them would be doing bad things with good intentions. The supreme martial artist force field was quickly completed. What's going on? Why are you making it so mysterious? Mo Tianji scratched his head in confusion. He asked in confusion. What's going on? Why are you still asking? I thought that second brother was a steady person. It turns out that you're also so frivolous. You've led Chuyang astray. Mo Qingwu whispered, second brother, don't. You feel that you've been a little too much recently? I've led Chuyang astray? We've been too much? What do you mean? Mo Tianji tilted his head. It seemed that he was implicated again. Did Chuyang do something bad? But these days, Chuyang spent most of his time with his brothers. There was nothing unusual, as for me leading Chuyang astray? This sentence was really incomprehensible. It was clearly Chuyang who was slowly leading me to change. Mo Qingwu and Mo Laer stood together. Mo Qingwu said bluntly, you're still saying that you're stirring up trouble, especially Chuyang. He's too much. Second brother must have instructed him to do this. Chuyang is too much? I instructed him to do this? What did he do? Mo Tianji's expression became more and more strange. Are you referring to the bargaining and extortion with Dukyu these days? So you know. Mo Laer heaved a sigh of relief. You knew, yet you didn't say anything to stop it. Could it be that you really planned this? Mo Qingwu stared at her second brother as if she was looking at a schemer. Ah? Could it be that the two of you think that Chuyang has let down his friends by doing this? Is it excessive? Mo Tianji's expression became even more strange. Do you think that? Dukyu is definitely not an enemy. In fact, he's a very close friend of ours. He's even helped us a lot along the way. Isn't it inappropriate for us to scheme against him like this? Yes. That's right. The two girls nodded their heads fiercely. They shouldn't have done that. Mo Tianji's words were indeed the most important thing. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh of relief. I thought it was something important. So it was because of this. You guys. Isn't this a big deal? Mo Qingwu said cautiously, second brother, don't hurt a friend's heart. Mo Tianji found it funny, and shook his head, ah. I only realized today that the way men and women think is different. Men and women think differently? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Mo Qingwu and Mo Laer were a little depressed. This Mo Tianji, what nonsense is he talking about? Brother Mo, what do you mean? Please be specific. Let us understand. As a black devil, Mo Laer was not below Brother Jia in terms of martial arts knowledge, intelligence, and experience in the martial world. She had always boasted that she was not inferior to men. Now that she heard Mo Tianji's words, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Don't misunderstand. I understand what you mean. Mo Tianji smiled, and with a hint of ridicule, he said, the two of you are worried that Dukyu is really angry because of the repeated extortions, and Chuyang's actions are suspicious of taking advantage of the situation. Furthermore, he's taking advantage of a friend's situation. His methods are a little despicable, right? The two girls didn't say anything. It was obvious that they agreed. That was indeed what they thought. Was that not the case? Logically speaking, your thoughts aren't wrong. But have you noticed that after being extorted by Chuyang for so long, Dukyu couldn't take it anymore and retreated in grievance, right? But have you noticed one thing? Dukyu lost every time, but he fought every time. It can be said that he lost every battle, but he fought every time. Every time he said that he couldn't take it anymore, but after so many times, have you seen him really unable to take it? Is Dukyu of the three heavens someone who only knows how to show off? Mo Tianji smiled. Dukyu is proud and arrogant. He won't easily lower his head to others. With Dukyu's temper, why would he give in time and time again for an external object? Logically speaking, he should have left after this one time. He should have long given up on the city of fairies and fled far away. But in reality, he has already done this more than 10 times. Why is he still here? Mo Qingwu and Mo Leier looked at each other. Yes, why? Mo Tianji smiled mysteriously. It's very simple. If you can't understand from looking at Dukyu, you can analyze from the other side. Everyone knows that Chu Yang is definitely not a heartless person. But this time, he's very different from his usual self. He's trying to take advantage of others and would rather die than suffer a loss. Not only is he very different from his usual self, he's also relentless and relentless. Why? Is Chu Yang really such a despicable person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? How is that possible? Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Chu Yang must have his reasons for doing so. There must be an important reason, Mo Qingwu refuted immediately. Yes, you know that it's impossible. But why don't you think about why he would still do that? Mo Qingwu blinked, but she was confused. Yes, Dukyu wasn't such a person. Chu Yang wasn't such a person either. But why did such a thing happen? Mo Leier was also thinking. Gu Duxing isn't a fool. Ao Xiayun and Xia Danxiong aren't either. Dong Wushang isn't either. GMO and Luo Kudi look carefree, but they can see this matter clearly. That's why they didn't come out to stop it. Instead, they added fuel to the fire. Why? Mo Tianji asked. When he asked, his eyes were only looking at Mo Qingwu. He wanted his sister to learn some things. As for Mo Leier, that was Dong Wushang's responsibility. It didn't seem to have much to do with him. It wasn't good to overstep his boundaries, especially when the other party was his brother's woman. Mo Qingwu blinked in confusion. She tilted her head and fell into deep thought. Yes, why? Why? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and looked at Mo Leier. Seeing that she was also confused, he couldn't help but understand. Men and women are indeed different. My sister is like that, and the black demon is like that too. No matter how smart a woman is, she won't be able to understand a real man. Just like how even the most amazing man in the world wouldn't be able to fully understand any woman's psychological changes. It's the same principle. I'll say it in more detail. Have you all noticed that Dukyu had been blackmailed by Chu Yang many times? In fact, he had asked for it himself. In other words, he had delivered it to his doorstep. Mo Tianji could only remind her further. For example, yesterday morning, Dukyu said something in anger. That sentence was, "Since you're going overboard, you can take whatever you want from the city of fairies. But if there's the holy fruit of the fairies, you definitely can't touch it." Isn't that right? Is there such a sentence? Yes, there is. Mo Qingwu nodded her little head. Dukyu then said that he misspoke. Misspoke? What kind of person is Dukyu? He might not have misspoken even once in his life. Why would he misspeak at such a critical moment when he's being blackmailed? Mo Tianji snorted. Huh? Mo Qingwu frowned. Especially after Dukyu misspoke, Chu Yang immediately started to take advantage of the situation and started to blackmail the holy fruit of the fairies that was specially told not to touch. Yes, there was such a thing. Chu Yang is really too much. He already said not to touch it, why did he? Does this have anything to do with what you said? Could it be? Mo Qingwu and Mo Leier were both completely confused. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. Both of them were doing it on purpose. The so-called not to touch it was just a hint. Forget it, don't worry about it. Let me explain it to you in detail. Mo Tianji sighed. I really don't understand. Even Dong Wushang can understand the essence of this problem. Why are you two super smart women stuck in a dead end and unable to come out? Mo Leier frowned and was about to fly into a rage. What do you mean by even Dong Wushang could understand it? Mo Tianji, what do you mean? Dong Wushang isn't as good as you. If you can understand it, how can he not? Mo Leier was furious. It's fine if you're talking about me, but you're talking about my man? According to Mo Tianji's words, isn't that saying that the man I like is the stupidest? Mo Tianji's face contorted and he was in great pain. He definitely couldn't answer this question. Once he did, he would be waiting for a thunderbolt from the clear sky and a storm. He had to endure it. After rubbing his temples for a long time, he finally decided to avoid the topic. He explained directly, Duke Yu's identity is no longer a secret to us. He's a fairy, possibly the last fairy and the only fairy in the world. Duke Yu's current actions and his ultimate goal in life are also very obvious. In this life, he doesn't want to rush up to the heavenly imperial court. He doesn't even want to participate in the battles of the mortal world. He only wants to accompany Jun Lulu and live a carefree life in the heavenly imperial court. Isn't this hard to understand? Mo Qingwu and Mo Leier nodded. Indeed, Duke Yu had always had this tendency. Including the restoration of the City of Fairies this time, it was only driven by the will of the ancestors and the mission of the race. It wasn't his true intention. And this point was made clear when he first met Chu Yang. That's why it's hard to understand. If it's not inevitable, why do they have to compromise? It doesn't seem to make sense. Mo Tianji laughed in a deep voice and said, moreover, all of you have seen Duke Yu's special ability. He can make flowers bloom in the cold winter. He can also make elixirs that have been growing for thousands of years mature in just a few years or even a few months. His cultivation may not be considered heaven-defying, but this special ability of his race is the best in the world. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the best in the world. As for us, we're going to charge up to the heavenly imperial court in the future. Chu Yang has the unique ability to fuse heavy pills. Duke Yu can accelerate the growth of all elixirs for Chu Yang's use. If Duke Yu and Chu Yang work together, what will the result be? Mo Tianji asked calmly. Mo Qingwu and Mo Leier gasped at the same time. One could fuse heavy pills that could bring the dead back to life and increase cultivation, the other could accelerate the growth of all elixirs. If the two of them really worked together, it was equivalent to an irresistible concept. They had a treasure trove with them. As long as the brothers prepared 1 or 2 pills before every battle, everyone would be equivalent to Rue Butong of the Phoenix clan. They couldn't be killed or destroyed. This was the legendary ultimate luxurious dream combination. A legendary combination that even myths and miracles couldn't describe. This kind of combination is enough to make anyone and any force in the world jealous. It's the same even in the Heaven Imperial Court. However, this result is contrary to Duke Yu's lifelong dream. He has never thought of going up there. Therefore, this legend cannot be realized. But if Chu Yang helps him find the spring of life and help him restore the City of Elves, it's equivalent to a new lease of life for the elves. To Duke Yu, the only elf, it's an even bigger favor that can never be fully repaid. Even if we don't talk about their friendship, just this favor alone is enough for Duke Yu to serve him for life. If Chu Yang goes up to the heavenly imperial court, what will Duke Yu do? What can he do? Are we just going to watch our benefactor fight a bloody battle without doing anything? While he enjoys the worry-free environment that his benefactor and brother created for him? With Duke Yu's personality, how can he do that? But if he follows Chu Yang, what about Duke Yu's lifelong wish? He still has so many things to worry about. When Mo Tianji said this, Mo Qingwu and Mo Leier sighed in unison. Yes, this was indeed a problem. It was difficult to satisfy both sides. He was in a dilemma. It was an unsolvable dead knot. Therefore, this matter has become a dead knot and a dilemma. Mo Tianji said in a profound manner, how can Chu Yang make things difficult for Duke Yu? He was even more unwilling to force Duke Yu to do something that he didn't want to do. Therefore, Chu Yang's current actions were to resolve this dead knot between the two sides. He was treating this matter as a complete transaction. It's a naked deal full of exploitation. After the deal, we won't owe each other anything. His current attitude, from the bottom of his heart, shows that he no longer recognizes Duke Yu as his friend. Both of them are just a group of people who benefit from each other. And Chu Yang himself is also waiting for the right price. They extorted as much as they could, trying their best to take advantage of the situation, taking it bit by bit. In this way, both sides only have interests left. Once the City of Elves recovered, Chu Yang would be able to retreat. Even if Dukyu wants to repay something, Chu Yang can also firmly refuse. This is equivalent to telling Dukyu, "You don't owe me anything at all." In this way, Dukyu's heart will also feel better. Therefore, in what Chu Yang is doing now, all of us are working hard to cooperate. But no one said it out loud. You guys only see the surface of the matter and never think deeper. The more Chu Yang extorts, the more Dukyu will gladly endure it. That's the logic. Mo Tianji took a breath. That's why I said that this is a matter between men. You women are really far behind in this aspect. Mo Qinggu and Mo Layer looked ashamed. I see. Mo Qinggu said, I knew it. Chu Yang is a man of character who values relationships. How can he be so unscrupulous? So there's a deeper meaning. Mo Layer took a deep breath. She said, it's just that, this is a little, too much of a pity. Unfortunately, with Chu Yang around, it was equivalent to having a natural alchemy furnace. As long as there were herbs, it was equivalent to having an endless supply. With Dukyu around, it was equivalent to not having any shortage of spirit herbs. If Dukyu didn't go up, with this missing link, he could only passively search for finished spirit herbs. In that case, more than half of his functions would be cut off. Without herbs, it was basically like a housewife couldn't cook without rice. It's indeed a pity. Mo Tianji also sighed. But not only do we have to respect our friends' wishes, we also have to think of ways to fulfill them. Chu Yang's extortion now has made me respect him even more. If it were me, Mo Tianji, I really wouldn't be able to do this. After all, the temptation is really too great. And no matter what Dukyu does, no matter what he pays, in my opinion, it's hard to offset the glory of the City of Elves, but Chu Yang is able to let this happen quietly. In this matter, I believe that there may not be one person who is so selfless. But Chu Yang did it, really did it. Mo Tianji sighed. From the moment I discovered this, I knew that I was really convinced by him. I'm not as good as Chu Yang. This breadth of mind is something that I can't compare to in my whole life. He looked warmly at Mo Qinggu. Perhaps you didn't realize that since a few days ago, when Chu Yang looked for you, I didn't object at all? You praised him without restraint in front of me, and I wasn't angry anymore. It's just because he's worthy of your reliance, worthy of your praise, and worthy of your love. He's even more worthy of my, Mo Tianji's, recognition. Mo Qingwu's face turned red. Instantly, she felt both embarrassed and happy. There was also an indescribable sense of pride. This is Chu Yang. The man that I like, he's so different. Also, between us brothers, it's precisely because we realized the essence of this matter that we became more united and more cohesive. Mo Tianji shook his head and said, our brothers have always been very good. But there are two people, namely Ao Xieyun and Xia Danqiong, who have always been a little incompatible. Although it's just a little, there's always a gap. The foundation of the relationship between the two of them and the rest of us is slightly weaker. Fundamentally speaking, it's just fate. The fate of the tribulation is irresistible. The dragon and the phoenix race are indispensable. That's why they became one of the tribulations by chance. But after all, it's not as deep as Chu Yang's Du Xing and Wu Shang's, who fought all the way from the lower three heavens. But after this matter, that feeling has shrunk infinitely. In these few days, it's almost completely disappeared. Perhaps today or tomorrow, that little bit of incompatibility will also completely disappear. Mo Tianji said, it's because of Chu Yang's actions. Perhaps Chu Yang himself hasn't realized this subtle change, but I've already clearly noticed it. His charisma, doing things honestly, and treating people with good intentions, unintentionally and unintentionally, good karma will naturally form. So this matter is also of great benefit to us. Some things don't need to be said because everyone understands. But since you've asked today, I have to explain it clearly. Mo Tianji said warmly, because you can only ask me about this matter. You can't ask Chu Yang or Dong Wushang. If you ask, they'll be very unhappy. Mo Tianji secretly added another sentence in his heart, perhaps Chu Yang won't care about explaining because of his love for Xiao Wu, but Dong Wushang will definitely fly into a rage. Because he'll think that Mo Layer's suspicion is blasphemous to the relationship between his brothers. Of course, facing Mo Qinggu and Mo Layer, even if there was such a difference, Mo Tianji wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, his head would really be kicked by a donkey. Mo Tianji leisurely walked out of the room, and continued to participate in the negotiation and battle of words with Dukyu. Mo Qingguo and Mo Lei were speechless. The two of us have thought too simply. Mo Lei smiled bitterly and said, Men's hearts are really hard to find. It's obviously for the sake of others. It's obviously something that both sides understand, but they still want to deliberately mystify things. They already have a tacit understanding, but on the surface, they still want to make it seem like it's real and make the woman behind them worry. It's really, really hard to understand. Mo Qingguo smiled and a kind of understanding rose in her eyes. She said slowly, perhaps, this is the so-called self-esteem of men. Mo Lei raised her head and looked at Mo Qingguo with some surprise. She nodded slowly and said, yes. The next morning, the 10 men who had been arguing for half the night were all in high spirits. This nightmare of collecting debts has finally come to an end. About 300 miles ahead, as long as we turn around that mountain, we'll be able to see the forest where our destination is. Dukyu laughed heartily. Old man is finally back. This time, it was very likely that he would be able to realize his lifelong pursuit and complete the great cause of his race. He would be able to completely break free from the shackles in his heart and get rid of the ties that belonged to his race. Dukyu's heart was filled with infinite joy and relief. He turned his head slightly and looked at Chu Yang. A trace of apology flashed through Dukyu's eyes. It was just a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Or perhaps, even if someone saw it, they pretended not to see it. I'll keep this apology in my heart for the rest of my life. That's right. We're getting closer and closer to our goal. Chu Yang also smiled proudly and said, this also means that the day you fulfill your promise is getting closer and closer. Brother Yu, don't be stingy and go back on your words. All kinds of medicine have to be sold in this world. Even my heavy pills have a source, but the medicine for regret can't be bought anywhere. Dukyu was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said, can't you just let me be happy for a while before you speak? Will you die if you shut up for a while? The brothers laughed. The more unrestrained they were in their conversation, the closer their friendship would be. How could they see their true feelings if they kept everything hidden? At the same time, the group of people used their best movement techniques and rushed out like arrows leaving the bow. At such a close distance, no matter what kind of mount it would not be faster than a supreme martial artist flying at full speed. In just a few minutes, the group had already arrived at the top of the mountain and looked down at the boundless forest in front of them. Below them, there was a huge forest full of rich greenery. It stretched for thousands of miles and they really couldn't see the end of it. The forest's greenery rose and fell with the wind like the waves of the sea. Looking at this beautiful and spectacular scene, the brothers were all dazzled. It's really beautiful. Chu Yang praised sincerely. This scenery is really the heaven's equal holy realm. If I can roam here for the rest of my life, I wouldn't even exchange it for being a deity. Dukyu thought for a while and said with a smile, what's so difficult about this? If Brother Chu ever gets tired of the martial world, you can come and settle down here anytime. No matter when, for generations to come, I will always reserve a place for Brother Chu here. Chu Yang laughed. How can I not follow Brother Dukyu's good intentions? Thank you very much, Brother Dukyu. Please remember to reserve a place with good scenery for me. The two of them looked at each other and laughed in unison. However, both of them knew that Chu Yang's words were already the final conclusion. In the heavenly continent, their friendship would last forever. Outside the heavenly continent, only Chu Yang, Mo Tianji and the others would go together. Dukyu had already completely let go. Perhaps there was still a lot of guilt in his heart, but up until today, Chu Yang had completely erased it. Or rather, during this period of time. As their friendship grew deeper, there was no need for both sides to feel guilty anymore. It was just that Chu Yang and Dukyu didn't know that because of this sentence today, the most beautiful place in the city of fairies had lost its owner for a long time. It had become the most forbidden place in the city of fairies. No matter how powerful, famous, clan master or leader came to the city of fairies, they had no chance to enter that most beautiful place. Even the powerful people in the heavenly imperial court couldn't enter. Just for the promise of reserving a place for himself today. Go down. Xianxia smiled casually. Hold on. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. His complexion turned solemn as he looked at the forest below the mountain. Then, he said in an exceptionally solemn tone, something is wrong. This seems a little strange. Xianxia and Dukyu frowned as they heard this. All the brothers concentrated their gazes and looked over. Just now, everyone's attention was not on observing the situation, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Now, they focused on observing. Indeed, they could faintly feel that there was something wrong with this forest. It was really a little strange. The forest was still the same forest, full of greenery, full of vitality, and full of the aura of life. However, in this great atmosphere, there was a hidden sense of danger that had yet to be revealed. Although it was hidden to the extreme, it still felt very real. It was as if there was a ferocious beast hidden inside, it was about to devour someone. Moreover, it was a peerless beast that could devour anyone. This feeling is somewhat familiar. Xianxia frowned and said, an exceptionally terrifying pressure. It seems that even the heart can't beat normally under this pressure. Yes, this feeling. It's the same feeling that I had when the black aura descended that day. It's just that it's a lot fainter now, as if it's completely hidden. However, the feeling is indeed there. Yes. It's that feeling. Once Xianxia mentioned it, all the brothers immediately reacted. They all expressed their agreement. Not only is it completely hidden, it's also deliberately concealing itself. However, a heavenly demon is a heavenly demon. No matter how much it conceals itself, it will still be detected. Xianxia's gaze was solemn. The conclusion is that, the heavenly demon is actually here. Mo Tianji forced a smile and said, Brother Yu, if our estimation is correct, then, your lair is likely to be occupied by the enemy at this moment. And, this enemy is someone with terrifying strength that we can't contend against right now. Dukyu gritted his teeth and said, Heavenly demon? It's actually him? Why would he be here? This is too much of a coincidence. It's so coincidental that it's frightening. Xianxia took a deep breath and his gaze was deep. After the heavenly demon massacred the Shi clan, his whereabouts were unknown. No one in the entire martial world knows his whereabouts. However, although it's unexpected that he's here, it's not unreasonable. This is because from the south of the Shi clan, one has to pass through this dense forest. Such a vast and dense place is undoubtedly the best place to hide. Dukyu instantly felt his teeth ache and said angrily, What the f***ck is this? We finally got a chance to restore our clan's glory, but it's actually taken by that heavenly demon? This is really outrageous. Everyone was speechless. If this was the case, Dukyu was really unlucky. Xianxia pondered and said, Don't be too depressed. This enemy may not be undefeatable. Dukyu turned his head. Oh? Judging from the situation of the heavenly demon's descent, he's indeed an enemy that we can't defeat at our current stage. However, when he was dealing with the Shi clan, he inadvertently revealed his true strength. A low-grade supreme martial artist was able to escape from his hands. What does this mean? This means that this heavenly demon's descent is not only severely injured, but his injuries are also far from fully recovered. His strength is also far from his peak state. Now that he's annihilated the Shi clan, I believe that his strength must have been depleted. Therefore, he stopped here and hid in such a secluded place to recuperate. If not for this, the heavenly demon wouldn't be so peaceful in this world. Also, another important reason why I'm able to deduce that his injuries have not fully recovered and are even showing signs of worsening is that he's obviously deliberately concealing all his aura so that no one can detect him hiding here. However, we still managed to detect him. This result means that this heavenly demon has a problem controlling his strength. Therefore, his injuries are definitely very serious and his strength must be greatly reduced. If this is the case, the heavenly demon is very likely to be at his weakest state now. Otherwise, with his strength, he could run rampant in the world. Who would he need to be afraid of in this world? Why would he need to hide his whereabouts like this? Even if he deliberately hides his whereabouts, he can't hide it well. Based on this deduction, although we don't have absolute confidence in getting rid of the heavenly demon or killing him, The risk may not be too big if we take a risk now, Chu Yang said calmly. Chu Yang insipidly said, this risk is worth a try. If it succeeds, we'll help brother you take back this forest. And we'll eliminate the hidden dangers of this calamity. But if it doesn't succeed, we'll still be able to escape unscathed. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered, but no matter what, we can't be afraid before we even fight. All the brothers roared in agreement, saying yes in unison. Mo Tianji's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. As a wise and far-sighted person, how could he not have thought of this? Previously, he had already said that he could not fight against the heavenly demon because he wanted to avoid this place first. It was not that he was afraid of the heavenly demon, but he still could not bear to give up the great temptation of the fairy race and the tribulation sword master. He wanted to make a final attempt. It would be best if everyone left this dangerous place temporarily and continued to wander the Jianghu together. At that time, Elder Yu would naturally leave with the brothers. In the worst case, he could use all his strength to look for elixirs in the following period of time. Then, he could let Elder Yu do everything he could to make more preparations for the brothers' bloody battle in the heavenly lair. As long as Elder Yu was among the brothers, Mo Tianji had countless methods to make these things happen. But this time, Chu Yang very clearly refuted his plan. He completely nipped his plan in the bud. He did not want to force Elder Yu in the slightest. Moreover, this also contained a warning from Chu Yang to Mo Tianji. Perhaps the others did not understand, but Chu Yang knew that Mo Tianji understood. Brothers, this time, we may face the heavenly demon for the first time in our lives. Chu Yang's expression was serious. It may also be the most dangerous battle since we started our cultivation. Everything must be done with survival as the prerequisite. If anything goes wrong, leave immediately. Chu Yang said deeply. Tianji, you will plan the layout. Don't ask for victory, just safety. Ensure everyone's safety is the most important thing. Then, Chu Yang appointed the person to make the strategic plan. When faced with a specific goal and a specific plan, there was definitely no one more suitable than Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji did not decline. He only pondered for a while and made a decision. Wait a while. We will search first. After all, we don't know the exact location of the heavenly demon. So, we must be careful. Everyone, form a four-sided team. Don't split up. Once you discover something, immediately rush forward in a cone shape. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing will be on one side. Elder Yu will be on one side. Dong Wushang and Ao Xiayun will be on one side. Rui Butong, Yu and Xia Danqiong will be on one side. GMO, Kudi, Qing Wu, Lei Er, and I will support any side at any time. Remember, once you discover something, you don't need to speak or breathe. The only thing you need to do is to close your eyes and use all your cultivation to unleash your most powerful attack to inform us. Naturally, we will surround and protect you from behind at the first possible moment. Then, we will replace your sharp position. Just one attack. Remember, hold your breath and don't open your eyes. Use all your strength to attack. Mo Tianji said seriously, legend has it that the heavenly demon is best at illusions. As long as you protect yourself and block your senses when you attack, you will be safe. After we meet up, we will have even less to worry about. Even if the heavenly demon's strength is still shocking, it is not undefeatable. As long as we are not afraid of the enemy, everything will be fine. Mo Tianji warned sincerely and then turned to Chu Yang. What do you think needs to be added? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and found that there were basically no oversights. He said, just add one more point. If we encounter an extraterrestrial demon and are ultimately no match for it, then Brother Yu and I, Lone Ranger, Wushang and Tong, will work together to cover the retreat. Everyone else must escape immediately. No one is allowed to hesitate and definitely not turn back. If we get separated, we will meet at the tavern in the town where we came from. Be there or be square. Those who are not responsible for covering the retreat are absolutely forbidden to attack. Whoever dares to turn back and delay will drag the brothers down and die together. This is important to remember. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his dangerous gaze slid across GMO and Luokudi's faces. Others could still weigh the pros and cons, but these two fellows really didn't care about their lives once they were impulsive. GMO grinned and said indifferently, "Remember, we all have one life anyway. I'll just escape first. If I find that you guys are dead, I'll go look for you guys again." "Are you still worried that Second Master Ji won't listen to orders?" Luo Kadi nodded vigorously. "Second Master Luo will also escape first." Chu Yang was furious. "Beat him up. Who the hell are you calling yourself a master?" Immediately, punches and kicks rained down, beating the two second masters into a pulp. Chu Yang and the others rushed down the mountaintop like a hurricane. Then, they rushed in the direction of the forest like lightning. What Chu Yang and the others didn't know was that just a few thousand feet above their heads, high in the sky, there were two people standing there, silently watching Chu Yang and the others. They had been standing there all this time, but no one would have noticed that they were actually standing there. They had already become one with the void. There was no sign of them. "Lord, isn't this a little too risky? Although this extraterrestrial demon's strength has already been reduced by me, an extraterrestrial demon is still an extraterrestrial demon." An old man with a white goatee looked down with an unusually cautious gaze. Seeing Chu Yang and the others rushing into the dense forest like a hurricane, his gaze was a little puzzled, vaguely like he was looking at dead people. He couldn't help but criticize in his heart, "Such an extraterrestrial demon and I actually have to deal with it personally. Moreover, they are like embroidery. I can't kill them. If I were to relax, I would only be able to kill them." This old man really spent a lot of effort. "I had to kill dozens of them before I was able to control my strength." He won't. The lord this person mentioned was none other than Shui Leihan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, he was still dressed like a soldier. His face was calm. "They are not far from breaking through the void. It is not a bad thing to know the existence, strength, and tricks of the heavenly demon earlier." He paused. He said, "Why not? Why would I waste so much effort to get a half-dead heavenly demon here? Is it fun?" Master's intention, this old man naturally understands. But, their current strength, what if? The old man was still worried. Just like what Shui Leihan had said, even with Shui Leihan's ability and power, it would still take a lot of effort to bring the heavenly demon from the extraterritorial battlefield outside the Heaven Palace. What if? What if? With you and me here to look after him, what could possibly happen? If they can't even pass this hurdle, even if they do, how much progress can they make? Shui Leihan said lightly, "Prime Minister. Chu Yang and the rest are about to break through the Heaven Palace. Once they do, it will be the true beginning. And I am destined not to be able to watch over them all the time. So, before they break through the Heaven Palace, I will start my closed-door training." Shui Leihan narrowed his eyes and said heavily, "I will start my closed-door training. You will be in charge of everything. For the time being, let them explore the Heaven Palace on their own. All of you, do not interfere with any of their matters. You just have to maintain the stability of the overall situation." "Yes, this old man understands." That old man replied respectfully. "Only if there is a conflict with the other sovereigns, you can then intervene. Otherwise, they can do whatever they want." Shui Leihan said again. "Yes." An inexplicable look flashed across the old man's eyes. These few little fellows. Were they qualified to have a conflict with the other sovereigns? They were peerless overlords who were on par with the Lord, but it seemed that the Lord had really put in a lot of effort for these few people. He did not hesitate to use so much manpower, material resources, and even many favors. Manpower and material resources were nothing. Favors were the most difficult debts to repay. However, Shui Leihan's next sentence really shocked him. "If I don't go into closed-door training, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist getting involved personally. It's just that the impact on their growth will be too great. It won't be of any benefit to the overall situation in the future." The old man with the goatee widened his eyes, almost speechless. He was guessing a possibility in his heart. Could this Chu Yang be the Lord's illegitimate son? Could it be that the Lord had once had a one-night stand here? This and that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. "What are you thinking about? Why are you in such a daze?" Seeing the old man's ambiguous look, Shui Leihan was instantly angered. The old man turned his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, I've really been rude this time. I haven't made a fool of myself like this for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't overlook any of their details. Especially pay attention to the process of their battle. Shualehan said, you can watch carefully. You might be shocked. There seemed to be great confidence in Shualehan's tone. The old man secretly grinned, thinking to himself, what kind of attention can there be? Against such a half-dead heavenly demon, I can kill it with a puff of my breath. Yet, I still have to observe it with full concentration. Even a guardian wouldn't be as protective as you. What kind of unexpected changes can happen to things in the lower planes? And to be shocked, in the depths of the dense forest, the heavenly demon eccentric whose injuries had improved slightly was guiding a cloud of black aura that was even darker than the thickest ink to roll up and down. He was condensing his own demonic energy, hoping to recover as soon as possible. In front of him, there was an additional hole. In the hole, the Dharma Supreme lay quietly. Another cloud of black aura that was equally black encircled his body. The more it spun, the more urgent it became. It gave off a faint whooshing sound continuously. This empty mouth had obviously reached a critical juncture. The heavenly demon eccentric stuck his head out from time to check on the situation in the hole. He murmured, soon. It's really soon this time. He's going to wake up soon. I really didn't expect this matter to be so troublesome. It's already been a few days. Right at this moment, his expression tensed up. He raised his head abruptly. Someone's coming? The heavenly demon eccentric's senses naturally wouldn't be wrong. Someone was indeed coming, and this person didn't come with good intentions. The heavenly demon eccentric didn't get a response to his question. The only response he got was a swift and violent aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That was an aura that was filled with hostility, murderous intent, and death. Due to the aura, it was as if a violent hurricane had suddenly swept through the entire forest. Countless towering trees. Neatly, they were blown to one side by the wind. It's definitely an enemy coming. Could it be that it's attracted by that little guy who escaped previously? The heavenly demon eccentric's expression instantly became brutal. How dare they come to find trouble with me? Courting death? No. It should be nutrients delivered to my doorstep in order for me to recover as soon as possible. Heh heh heh. With a sweep of his body, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and rushed in the direction of that extremely strong aura. Dukyu and Chuyang formed a team of two. With relaxed expressions and slow movements, they swept into the dense forest. The other teams maintained the same attitude as the two of them and entered at the same time. If one were to judge from their appearance, everyone's expressions would appear to be unusually relaxed. However, everyone here clearly knew that under this relaxed appearance, there was an incomparable cautiousness hidden. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. It could be said that this was the first time that all the brothers had attacked with all their might. The first time that all of them had gathered together and used a prearranged formation to deal with an enemy together. An unusually strong enemy, everyone raised their cultivation to the limit. They were ready to attack with all their might at any time. In the face of an unpredictable and powerful enemy, who would dare to be the slightest bit careless? If they were careless, not only would they be in danger of dying, but their brothers' lives would also be sent to this place. In a quiet place, Chuyang and the others had already entered 200 miles into the depths of the dense forest. However, they still didn't discover any abnormalities. They couldn't sense any aura or traces of the enemy at all. However, that mysterious and strange pressure was getting heavier and heavier. It was precisely because of this heavy pressure that everyone's vigilance didn't decrease, but instead increased. They became even more cautious and careful to prevent any negligence. The dense forest is vast. Hiding a person is like hiding a needle in a haystack. Do you want to try another direction? Dukyu said in a deep voice. No need. Mo Tianji was in the middle. He stood in front of Mo Qingwu and said slowly, such a strong and resolute existence will come and fight us as long as he detects our hostility. He won't avoid the provocation of a group of ants. Everyone nodded slowly. Another 15 miles of space receded under their feet. Suddenly, without any warning, right in front of everyone, where Chu Yang and Dukyu were, a black smoke that was darker than ink suddenly rose. An unusually strong and indescribable evil aura suddenly spread out. The black smoke filled the air. It swept towards everyone with an unimaginable and astonishing speed. A faint shadow could be faintly seen in the midst of the black smoke. Ku-ku-ku-ku. A series of eerie and strange laughter rang out. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 waters spirit moon. Dukyu, who had the highest cultivation among the group, was the first to make a move. Suddenly, an incomparably bright moonlight appeared in the dark forest. Dukyu was also the first to pounce out. The moonlight instantly transformed into a sharp longsword, and violently slashed out. In Chu Yang's group, Dukyu's cultivation was the highest. He had already reached the level of supreme martial artist. The enemy's strength was difficult to estimate. No matter what, Dukyu had to be the first to block and create a gap for the others to deal with the enemy and counterattack. Almost at the same time, Chu Yang didn't say a word. The calamity sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment it appeared, it had already violently exploded with bright light. It was like the most beautiful meteor, streaking across the sky. It followed closely behind Dukyu and sped away. As Chu Yang sped up, the tribulation sword technique, which he had yet to meet a worthy opponent, was unleashed like flowing water. He had only dashed 30 feet forward, but the power of the sword light had already reached a terrifying level. Tribulation sword technique, fully unleashed, a single ray of cold light is enough to cover 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep will not change, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor, a sword blade that has been famous since ancient times, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east, the sun and moon are the lightning in my body. As both parties were already close to each other and their movement techniques were abnormally fast, Chu Yang could only unleash the power of the seventh superimposed move when he collided with the black smoke. The power of the sword move that he had been holding back exploded. In that instant, it was as if a small star had suddenly exploded in the sky. Compared to the cautiousness and nervousness of Chu Yang and the others, the heavenly fiend freak was so depressed that he almost vomited blood again. As soon as he appeared, he let out a few strange chuckles, which meant that he wanted to say a few opening words to show off his strength, intimidate them, and then calmly say, "Ha ha ha, you've come at the right time, I was just about to play a game with you." Of course, it was the game that cultivated the demonic nature, catalyzed the demonic heart, and then slowly extracted the heavenly demon's origin. Then, he would calmly deal with this bunch of arrogant fellows, turning those who had a future in the demonic path into his servants, and turning the rest into nutrients to recover from his injuries. Who would have thought that just as he finished his chuckles and before he could say anything, the other party actually couldn't wait to make the first move, rushing over like a mute. This change was really unexpected. Were the martial arts rules of this world so straightforward? Facing an enemy that they didn't know, they didn't even think about it first? Fighting right away? Where did this F*King logic come from? What kind of plane was this? Not to mention anything else, even in the heavenly imperial court, even if they were mortal enemies, they had to say a few words first before going through the motions. Even if it was just a few words of abuse, they had to at least open their mouths. How could they be like this bunch of country bumpkins here, directly starting a fight without saying anything? This was too straightforward. What kind of logic was this? What's the matter? Just as the heavenly demon eccentric was feeling extremely gloomy, Dukyu's standard killer move, Myriad Mountains and Myriad Waters Moon Fairy, was about to reach him, an abnormally strong airflow. It was as if the bright moonlight was everywhere in the clear night sky, spreading out and descending from all directions. Not only was this move ferocious, it was also an indiscriminate attack that covered a wide area. This meant that Dukyu alone had completely sealed off all the paths that the heavenly demons could take to attack Chu Yang and the others. Roar! The heavenly devil eccentric let out a low roar. A large black hand suddenly stretched out. With a swoosh, the huge hand stretched out for 10 feet in a strange manner, then clenched its 5 fingers in the air. Tens of thousands of wisps of black gas were emitted, and with a pop sound, the moonlight that filled the sky instantly dissipated. Dukyu, who had suffered a huge counterattack, groaned in pain. The black fog continued to spread out, like countless black snakes slithering in all directions. If one were to observe carefully, they would be able to see that the black snakes formed by the black fog were actually faintly following their tracks. Countless black snakes blocked off Dukyu's path of advance and retreat, burying him within the black fog. In just one move, Dukyu immediately fell into a passive state. The terror of the heavenly demons could be seen from this. It could be said that if Dukyu was here alone, he would have fallen into a huge predicament where he could not escape. Even if he could use a strong move to break out of the encirclement, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. However, Elder Yu wasn't alone. He had Chu Yang by his side. The tribulation sword light suddenly lit up like a blazing sun in the sky. Illuminating the universe, the tribulation sword's momentum was like a tidal wave, unceasing and unceasing. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, rushing past Dukyu's side. It was just a single sword light, but it gave off a majestic feeling. It was fierce and domineering, as if it could destroy anything. However, the heavenly demon eccentric was not tough. It was soft, almost completely soft. Another large black hand formed from the black fog. Bang, bang, bang. In an extremely short period of time, it struck 3 times in a row. It struck the tribulation sword light fiercely. Chu Yang only felt that his unparalleled divine sword seemed to have sunk into an extremely viscous water in an instant. The supreme sharpness was actually slowly being stuck. All the sword energy that had been accumulated to the extreme, the surging sword energy that was on the verge of exploding, could not burst out. Kill. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. With a loud shout, he injected all his cultivation into the tribulation sword without holding back. With a boom, the illusory black hand disappeared, and the black fog also suddenly scattered. The sword energy that was temporarily suppressed finally erupted to the extreme and completely exploded. A strange light flashed past the heavenly demon eccentric's eyes. He laughed and said, "Interesting." The heavenly demon's aura had always been fearless of any weapon in the world. Even if it was a heavenly weapon, it would not be able to cause any damage to the heavenly demon's aura if it was not accompanied by a special technique. But now, he actually felt that the sword light of this strange sword could actually restrain and faintly devour the heavenly demon's aura. Although the other party's cultivation was shallow and could not fully unleash the power of this sword, it did indeed give him an extremely dangerous feeling. The next moment, another large hand appeared out of thin air and actually grabbed the sword energy that had erupted. This time, the heavenly demon's strength was clearly twice as strong. The sharp sword energy that should have been invincible rushed left and right in his hand, bursting out in all directions, causing small holes to appear in his large palm. But this large hand actually still existed. But it was this little buffer of time. Gu Duxing also arrived. With a loud roar, his body and sword became one. His thin body flew into the air. The black dragon sword was like an ancient evil dragon, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It flashed with a dazzling brilliance as it broke through the air. At the same time, Dong Wushang's roar was like thunder. His burly body carried a rustling sound as he leaped into the air like a deity. His black saber was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed down fiercely. That strange man was holding on to Dukyu's moonlight heavenly saber with one hand and Chu Yang's 7 tribulation swords with the other. He was still calm and composed. With a whistling sound, another 2 huge hands appeared out of thin air. One of them went up against Gu Duxing's man and sword unification, while the other went up against Dong Wushang's ferocious saber. His body actually had 4 hands. And, the feeling he gave people. It was as if they were all real. Facing the joint attack of 4 great experts alone, he was actually still able to handle it with ease. Not only was he able to handle it with ease, the result of this clash of attacks was actually, Gu Duxing coughed and his face flushed. Dong Wushang snorted and his eyes widened. The Sword King and Saber Emperor were both injured. The heavenly demon strange person fought against 4 alone. He actually had the upper hand. However, a brilliant and beautiful flower bloomed in front of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang without any warning. At the same time, endless killing intent suddenly exploded. The dazzling beauty bloomed and slashed at the wrists of the 2 black hands. Viburnum flower. Xia Donqiong made his move. It was a beauty that was enough to mesmerize people to death. The heavenly demon strange person who seemed to have the upper hand also let out a muffled snort. The sound was extremely strange, like a broken string being pulled out of a broken tune. Then, another hand appeared out of the black fog. It grabbed the blooming viburnum flower in the palm of its hand. With a loud roar, it destroyed the flower. The infinitely beautiful viburnum flower was annihilated in an instant. 5 hands now, Xianxia, who was destroyed, trembled in the air and almost fell to the ground. A dark red color appeared at the corner of his mouth. His cultivation was slightly inferior to Gudu Xing and Dongwu Shang. Moreover, the viburnum flower was his life weapon. Now that the viburnum flower was broken, it meant that he was also injured. In terms of injuries, he was even more injured than Gudu Xing and Dongwu Shang. Roar! There was a loud dragon roar. Golden light flashed in the forest, and a 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Shaking its head and tail, it suddenly plunged into the black fog. It's actually a dragon? The heavenly demon's strange person's eyes flashed. It was only now that he was really interested in this sudden battle. It was as if night and day had suddenly changed at this moment. This time, it spat out a thick black gas from its mouth. Then, a big black hand rushed out from the black gas like a bolt of lightning. This new hand was huge, and it grabbed the golden dragon's neck and twisted it. Roar! There was a scream. The golden dragon image collapsed in an instant, revealing Ao Xian's figure. The domineering sword pierced into the black shadow's body. The heavenly demon's strange person looked up at the sky and let out a strange cry. Resisting the pain, the black hand exerted force. Ao Xian let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the golden light was faint, in the instant it stopped in the air, another blazing white light flashed. Rue Budong let out a long roar, like the cry of a phoenix in the sky. A ball of flame burned fiercely. The nirvana flame reappeared in the world. Once the nirvana flame appeared, it had already protected all the brothers behind it. The flame rolled wildly, making a hissing sound, and burned forward. Where the flame passed, only a piece of white land was left. The heavenly demon's strange person shouted, "There's still a phoenix." The demonic aura surged and once again transformed into a big black hand that covered the sky, as if it wanted to slap the nirvana flame into the ground. The demonic aura surged, making hissing sounds. The heavenly demon's strange person had already exerted all his strength. None of the opponents in front of him were too powerful, but each of them had their own characteristics and styles. The fairy could restrain the heavenly demon aura, and the calamity sword could devour the heavenly demon aura. These were all special first encounters. Gu Dexing's sharpness and Dong Wushang's dominance were also a kind of power that could threaten the heavenly demon's life. The blooming of the viburnum flower caused the heavenly demon aura to stir. This was the reason why the heavenly demon wanted to kill Xianxia. And the power of the dragon and phoenix that followed could also dissolve the heavenly demon aura, and even directly eliminate it into nothingness. Everyone's power could actually cause harm to the heavenly demon. This was really too unexpected for this heavenly demon's strange person. There was actually such a thing in the world? The heavenly demon divine power that had always been unrivaled in the world actually met its nemesis in such a low-level plane? In a moment of carelessness, the heavenly demon was already injured. The heavenly demon eccentric immediately restrained his underestimation. The heavenly demon eccentric roared, full of heartache and anger, "Damn phoenix, damn nirvana flame." With a thought, another big hand came out. This one was more solid, and it grabbed down brazenly. The heavenly demon eccentric looked calm and confident on the surface, but he was already complaining in his heart, "I don't know where so many strange bastards came from. Their cultivation is nothing, but each of their attacks is so strange and unexpected. Do they want to die?" The heavenly demon Qi was not afraid of any weapons, but it had little effect on the nirvana flame. Moreover, it was faintly restrained by the nirvana flame. However, Rue Butong's cultivation was still shallow. After a moment of stalemate, the demonic Qi continued to surge and roll, and it had already surrounded the nirvana flame. Water could extinguish fire, but fire could boil water. When the demonic Qi was strong enough, the nirvana flame would be suppressed instead. Awoo! Luo Kudi leaped up and rushed into the nirvana flame without any regard for his own safety. His sword flashed with green light, and like lightning, it suddenly crossed the sky. He dashed left and right in the black fog and shouted, "Your second master Luo has a sword. Dog ant." GMO also suddenly appeared from another direction and shouted, "What kind of monster is this? See how second master G will teach you a lesson." Finally, someone said something, and he actually cursed. F***ck. There are still 2 more. I'll fight. The heavenly demon eccentric, who had almost no energy left, was sad. He forced himself to urge his demonic chi to surge again. Another 2 big black hands came out and faced Jimo's and Luo Kudi's swords. All these happened almost at the same time. The heavenly demon eccentric had already summoned 2 black hands one after another, and they fought fiercely against this wave of attacks. There was no difference at all. Broken heart demon soul. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and the copper coin whizzed into the air. It was like a small sun, emitting whistling sounds in the wind. Its momentum was terrifying. Broken devil soul? Hearing the name of this move, it was undoubtedly extremely tyrannical. The heavenly fiend eccentric was shocked. Could it be a technique that targeted heavenly demons? How could he dare to be careless? He forced himself to conjure up another hand and grabbed at the copper coin. However, before his hand could even touch the copper coin, it had already disappeared without a trace. Mo Tianji laughed. Idiot, you really believed me when I said broken Mo Hun. You. The heavenly devil eccentric almost vomited blood, but taking advantage of this rare gap, Mo Tianji let out a long howl, blow through the heavenly lake. Only I can wield the purple jade flute. A purple light flashed in his palm, and a purple jade flute appeared out of thin air. It was as if a purple jade flute had materialized out of thin air. It rose high into the air, and issued a whistling sound as it flew out like a bolt of lightning. This is the killing move? The heavenly fiend eccentric saw that the enemy was not ordinary, but he still did not dare to be careless. The large hand suddenly changed direction and grabbed at the purple jade flute. I was right to call you an idiot. Your killing move is a sword. Have you ever seen someone kill someone with a flute? Mo Tianji once again mocked him mercilessly. The purple jade flute had unknowingly turned into a long sword shining with green light. The sword swept across the sky and actually cut off one of the large black hands. The heavenly fiend eccentric screamed and said angrily, "Despicable person. So your killing move is a sword." Mo hurriedly activated his demonic energy again. He used almost all of his strength to grab at Mo Tianji's sword. He hated the owner of the sword to the core. He was determined to grab the sword in his hand and immediately crush this despicable sword. It was really too despicable. You're simply an idiot. You know clearly who is the enemy, and you dare to believe what I say. You actually fell for it again and again. The sword in Mo Tianji's hand flashed, and suddenly turned into a flute. Actually, my killing move is really a flute. You believe everything I say. How can you be so honest? The purple light flashed and suddenly whipped the back of the heavenly fiend eccentric's large black hand. The heavenly fiend eccentric misjudged again and was whipped until his demonic soul trembled. He roared angrily, and in anger, he actually didn't hesitate to explode his demonic soul with black energy to wrap around the purple jade flute. At this moment, the green light flashed and Mo Tianji's sword left his hand. With a schwa sound, it rushed into the black fog and entered the heavenly fiend eccentric's hazy body like lightning. It accurately hit the left side of his chest. It really is a sword. Mo Tianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are all heavenly fiends as brainless as you? If they were really like you, then I would be relaxed. However, there is no sense of accomplishment in playing with an idiot. The heavenly fiend eccentric spat out a mouthful of black blood. When the black blood touched the wind, it turned into black smoke and immediately dissipated. This time, he was seriously injured. Half of it was because his vital parts were injured, but more of it was because he was angry. The heavenly fiend eccentric felt that he had never been so angry before. Mo's slim figure suddenly disappeared. In the heavenly fiend's black energy, her black demon fleeing shadow was even more effective. As the sword light flashed, 3 short swords rushed into the black fog and stabbed into the heavenly fiend eccentric's body at close range. Ah, how dare you! The heavenly fiend eccentric, who was injured again, screamed loudly. The demonic energy suddenly exploded and covered the sky. Bang! This palm actually hit Mo accurately. Mo let out a soft groan and her whole body flew out. However, this heavenly fiend's attack had a far-reaching impact on the overall situation. This time, the demonic energy exploded and loosened a little. Chu Yang, Wei Gong, Gu Du Xing, Dong Wusheng and the others immediately broke free from the demonic energy and flew away. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly flashed. It was like a dream, like an illusion. It was hazy and hazy. Mo Qingwu's graceful figure flew high up in the sky. In an instant, a red shadow danced between heaven and earth. She shouted in a delicate voice, "Heavenly dance, a dance between heaven and earth." In the dreamy and illusory dance, the Qingwu dream saber turned into dreamy lightning and slashed down continuously. After slashing into the demonic fog, the saber blade actually ignored the demonic energy as if it was nothing. 3 consecutive slashes cut through the demonic fog and black energy, penetrating and hitting the heavenly fiend eccentric's body. With a soft sound, half of his arm fell to the ground. It was the heavenly fiend eccentric's physical body that was injured. And not the huge hand formed by the demonic energy that was broken. This attack was a real accident, a big accident. It was out of everyone's expectations, regardless of friend or foe. An earth-shattering scream sounded. What kind of technique is this? Damn it, how can there be such a technique and such a divine weapon in such a low-level attack plane? How can it be? This is impossible. A scream sounded. Chu Yang shouted fiercely, "Calamity sword!" Slash! Sword light surged rapidly. Swoosh, 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 the last 12 moves of Calamity Sword were all pushed out. The Calamity Sword's momentum was fully activated. A blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns, this road leads to the netherworld, it cuts through the mortal world, everything ends where the blade is. Iron walls and copper walls never end, what more can one ask for in life? Clouds and clouds gather, you have no worries when I'm alive. The hidden blade hides the light until the night ends, strategizing for days and months. I'd rather hide my entire life. Instead, I become a killing frenzy. Duke Wei, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Ao Xieyun, Xia Donqiong, Ruwei Budong. GMO and Luo Kadi rushed forward at the same time and attacked with all their might. Dong Wusheng was heartbroken that his beloved wife was injured. He attacked crazily as if he didn't care about his life. The heavy black saber was like a mountain that kept smashing down violently. Mo Tianji floated back and panted heavily. Just now, using his intelligence to confuse the enemy and getting lucky was already his limit. At this moment, fighting with all his might was no longer suitable for Mo Tianji. Forcing himself to attack would only be superfluous and even a burden. Mo Qingwu's heavenly dance. It greatly restrained the demonic aura and extinguished its sharpness. Ruwei Butong's Nirvana flame also had the ability to burn and annihilate the demonic aura and reduce its sharpness. Chu Yang's Calamity Sword with all his might further dispersed the demonic aura. The others fought with all their might and wanted to finish the job in one go. Boom, both sides fought head-on. The heavenly demon eccentric screamed in disbelief, "Ridiculous!" However, it was spewing out black blood all the way. Like a wisp of black smoke, half of it drilled into the ground while the other half rushed up into the sky. It suddenly escaped from the battle and twisted in the air. The 2 wisps of black smoke merged together again and condensed into dense smoke. Then, the black smoke slowly disappeared and finally revealed its true appearance. Ridiculous. It was indeed ridiculous. I, the great celestial demon, am such an awesome character. But in this low-level trash plane, I was actually injured to this extent by a dozen ants working together. On the ground, there was a broken limb wriggling and emitting faint black smoke. Ruwei Budong took a big stride forward, and the Nirvana flame in his palm burst out. He grabbed the severed hand, and the Nirvana flame suddenly expanded, completely surrounding the severed hand. The blazing white flame burned fiercely. Ruwei Budong was the most suitable person for this job. Against a demon without any follow-up power, it would only be annihilated by the Nirvana flame. The broken hand twisted, struggled, and jumped in the phoenix flames. It was in pain as if it was alive, but the outcome was already decided. In the distance, the heavenly demon eccentric just watched quietly. His eyes revealed infinite anger and heartache, but strangely, he did not come forward to snatch it. In the end, the broken hand was completely roasted by the Nirvana flame. It turned into black smoke and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The only thing left behind was a strange smell that drifted in the air. It smelled like a roasted pig trotter. In the sky, the heavenly demon eccentric just watched everything that happened coldly. In an instant, the demonic aura on his body surged. The big hole in his chest and the various wounds on his body were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The left hand that was chopped off previously was exposed like a piece of wood outside his sleeve. As the demonic aura continued to surge, a new palm slowly grew out of the broken arm. Wrist, palm, fingers, it was born out of thin air just like that. In the blink of an eye, it recovered to its original state. It moved its fingers and was actually nimble and free. It cackled strangely. Such a scene was simply inconceivable. It was unseen and unheard of. All the brothers were stunned for a moment. There was actually such a thing. Chu Yang and the others all had extremely grave expressions on their faces. They didn't slack off just because the extraterrestrial demon had retreated. The series of attacks just now could be said to be Mo Tianji's meticulous masterpiece. Every link, every possibility, and all the reactions of the other party were all within Mo Tianji's calculations, and within this intricate plan, link after link, the more they acted out, the stronger they became, and the connection was seamless. In the end, the scene of the brothers escaping at the same time and attacking at the same time even unleashed the greatest power and the most extreme power. Chu Yang was absolutely confident that even if it was Ning Tianya, the Dharma Supreme, or Wu Jiuqing, facing such an attack alone, they would definitely be injured, and definitely not lightly, but although this monster in front of him was also injured, he didn't seem to care much about it. And he could even recover so quickly. Just this point alone was already superior to any expert in the Heavens continent, even if there was still a certain gap between his strength and that of big sister Xianxia back then. He was still superior to any other expert. This was Chu Yang's conclusion. The extraterrestrial demon monster's face was calm and unruffled, as if victory was in his hands and he was full of confidence. But in reality, his heart was aching so much that it was about to bleed. Damn it, this bunch of bastards actually had such a strange attack method. This round of attacks had completely scattered the nourishment of the extraterrestrial demon's origin source that he had just absorbed. Even after this serious injury, his body's condition was actually a little weaker than when he had just come down. This was really bad. Yesterday, he had just gone up to heaven, and today, he was beaten down to hell? What the F***ck is this? Could it be that this trash plane is my nemesis, or could it be that I will be bitten to death by a bunch of ants? The demon heart hesitated. Although his thoughts were running wild, his expression remained unchanged. Then, he even let out a strange laugh. Hee, very impressive. I didn't expect that a dozen small ants could actually injure my Lord Extraterrestrial Demon a little. Although it's a little forced, it's already the limit, right? But it's still not bad, worthy of praise. GMO said in surprise, you can speak human language? Just now, I thought it was an illusion. It turns out that you really can speak human language. A devil can speak human language. Or is it a devil? Is it a human devil or a devil? Luo Kudi laughed when he heard this. Mo Tianji also laughed. He looked at the heavenly demon eccentric and said, we have indeed reached our limit. However, did you really only suffer some minor injuries? Of course, Mo Qinggu had to play along with her second brother. She pursed her lips and smiled. Demons from the outside. There's an old saying in our heavenly layer that a liar is not a good child. Even good children don't lie. Is it that you demons are not good children? Otherwise, why would you lie through your teeth? Hearing this, the heavenly fiend eccentric flew into a rage and shouted, who said this lord was boasting? This lord's skills are peerless, and I'm the only one in the world. How can my abilities be guessed by you bunch of ants? You're not lying? Are you sure you're not lying? It doesn't look like it. It really doesn't look like it. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like it. Everyone started to question and ridicule him. The heavenly fiend eccentric became even more enraged. The heavenly demon was even more humiliated and annoyed. As his mind turned, he actually suppressed his anger and said in a gentle voice, this lord is broad-minded like the sea and disdains to lower myself to the level of a group of ants like you. However, you need to give me an explanation for your disrespect to this lord. This lord is benevolent and will not do anything to you. You can play a game with me as an apology. What? Play a game? The brothers almost fainted in unison. The heavenly clan was in the midst of a great battle. Everyone was ready to fight. However, this guy instantly changed the topic. He actually went so far away from the topic. In an instant, he was going to apologize and play a game. Yes. Just play a game. A very simple game. Anyone will do. If you play with me, I won't fuss about your surprise attack just now. I'm very magnanimous, right? The heavenly fiend eccentric was very proud. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. It's a simple game of choice. If you pass my game, I can grant you a request. A request? Is it any request? Mo Tianji asked solemnly. Tribulation's mental fortitude was still very impressive. When the others were still a little dizzy and didn't know what to do, the master of calculation and manipulation had already started a new plan. It was unknown whether the heavenly fiend would fall into Tribulation's trap or fall into the heavenly fiend's trap. Of course. Could it be that I would go back on my word to ants like you? The heavenly fiend eccentric raised his head and said arrogantly, you must also understand that each of you has your own special skills. If you all come at me together, I won't be able to beat you since I'm still seriously injured. However, if I deliberately avoid your attacks and retreat, it's not difficult. You can't stay together forever. As long as one of you is alone, that person will be dead. This isn't a bluff, right? However, as long as you play a game with me and let me have my fill, then the grudge of this battle will be written off. Also, if any of you can beat me, I can grant you a request. Any request, any request. To be honest, the heavenly fiend eccentric's words were really irresistible. At this moment, the sky was suddenly filled with a mysterious power. In midair, the elder exclaimed in surprise, indeed, each of you has your own special skills. This battle has really given me a lot of surprises. Master, you. What are you doing? Shui Leihan was making hand seals with both hands and was emitting an unusually mysterious power. Don't be so nervous. I just want to see how Qiyang plays the game. And I believe that the real surprise is still to come. You're in for a treat today. Shui Leihan smiled slightly. This heavenly fiend game isn't fun. With just the few of them, the situation isn't very optimistic. The elder was anxious. Most importantly, once the heavenly fiend heart destruction is completed, the result will be difficult to reverse. That's the heavenly fiend's instincts, not the difference in strength. Once the result is confirmed, even if we attack again, we won't be able to change the final result, Shui Leihan said indifferently. Don't be so nervous. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. What you need to do now is just to watch quietly. Below, Qiyang and Mo Tianji secretly exchanged glances. Both of them could see doubt and Jin Fan in each other's eyes. If the heavenly fiend intended to use playing a game to replace the decisive battle, then this game was definitely not to be taken lightly. The degree of danger might not be lower than the decisive battle. Indeed, as the heavenly fiend said, he had the ability to escape unscathed and could also hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, as long as they didn't fall behind and left the fairy forest, the heavenly fiend would also be helpless against them. They might even have a chance of defeating the heavenly fiend if they fought together. However, if they allowed the heavenly fiend to control the situation, it would be a bad idea. The two of them looked at each other and made the same decision, reject. Mo Tianji was even prepared to make a hand gesture for everyone to use their ultimate skills and attack together to see if they could encircle the heavenly fiend. Even if they failed, they could at most retreat slowly and leave the fairy forest temporarily. They were confident that they could escape unscathed. Just as Mo Tianji was about to make a move, Qiyang inexplicably felt as if his own spirit was about to flutter a little. He actually wanted to accept this kind of game. He was startled in his heart. Then, he firmly shook his head and said, no. Above his head, Shui Leihan's eyes were filled with extreme surprise. Then, he increased the output of his soul again. The eyes of the elder at the side almost popped out of their sockets. The Lord had already released his own soul power. Obviously, he wanted to facilitate this game. However, he didn't expect that this calamity sword master Qiyang could actually resist the Lord's method. This was simply inconceivable. Not to mention a low-level realm like the heavens. Even in the heavens' imperial court, there were so many geniuses from super clans who couldn't resist any bit of Shui Leihan's soul power. No one could. Then, how did this Qiyang do it? Mo Tianji and the others were already prepared. Was the Heavenly Fiend's game fun? Falling into the other party's trap and being led by the other party was absolutely unacceptable. Then, they would let their fists do the talking. The brothers received Mo Tianji's hand gesture and secretly accumulated their power. They were only waiting for Chu Yang to say no before they attacked again. Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth. What he said shocked everyone. They almost broke down together. Okay. I'll play a game with you. I want to see how simple this so-called simple choice game is and how to choose. Mo Tianji suddenly turned his head. Chu Yang? You. Chu Yang calmed himself down and smiled bitterly in his heart. Actually, he had already vaguely sensed something. Someone was probably exerting pressure on him, but this person was definitely not the Heavenly Fiend in front of him. At first, he also suspected that the Heavenly Fiend had used some kind of bewitching technique on him to lure him into playing the game. Naturally, he tried his best to resist the temptation. However, that external force was really too strong. In the end, he even lost control of himself and actually agreed to play the game. However, Chu Yang also confirmed another thing because of this. There was another expert present, and this expert's strength was boundless. Not to mention his brothers, even the Heavenly Fiend in front of him was far from being able to match him, but this kind of thing couldn't be said clearly. If he really said that someone was controlling him, Mo Tianji and the others would definitely fight it out with that person. Since the other party had such unfathomable and terrifying strength, how could they be a match for him? Once there was a conflict, they would only be courting death. Since there was no way to resist, then let me face it. So, Chu Yang chose to face the danger alone. He would rather take the risk alone than drag everyone back to their hometown. Although it was a risky game, Chu Yang had a vague guess in his heart. This person in the dark might not be an enemy. If this person was an enemy, he could have just killed Chu Yang directly. There was no need to go through so much trouble to be mysterious. But now, this was the outcome. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly, and he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be Shui Leihan, or someone on Shui Leihan's side? If that was the case, then he would definitely not be in danger. But that might not be the case for Gu Duxing and the others. So, Chu Yang immediately announced that he would be participating in the game alone. Since the situation had been determined, then he would lock the situation in the way that was most beneficial to him. A crisis might be a turning point. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yang for a long while. He keenly captured the trace of helplessness and urgency in Chu Yang's eyes. He couldn't help but be startled. But, he immediately calmed down and said, "It's a good thing that we don't have to fight and kill. We brothers will wait for boss's triumphant return." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. He let go of Mo Qingwu's small hand and took a step forward. The strange man didn't notice anything unusual. He laughed strangely and said, "Good courage. Since that's the case, then take 10 steps forward." In the strange man's mind, the conditions he offered were so good. How could the other party refuse? It was worth it to be able to get rid of an invincible enemy like himself without taking any risks. Chu Yang smiled and walked out in large strides. He didn't hesitate or waver in the slightest. Whether it was voluntary or forced, since he had decided, then he would go forward bravely. Behind him, Mo Qingwu's small hands were tightly twisted together, her knuckles turning white. Mo Tianji's shoulder sank slightly. He patted his sister's shoulder lightly and said, "Don't worry. Chu Yang is confident. You've seen him before. He didn't act only when he was fully prepared." Mo Qingwu nodded in a daze. At this moment, she was so worried that she didn't even listen to Mo Tianji's comforting words. The heavenly devil freak let out a strange laugh. He raised his hands, and a thick black fog sprayed out, shrouding Chu Yang within it. "My lord, it's not that I'm being long-winded, but if you change your mind now, it's not too late. Although the heavenly demon heart crushes isn't a high-level demonic art, it's still a trick of the heavenly demon's origin. Once it succeeds, it's irreversible." The old man in the sky looked at the rising demonic fog and said worriedly, only with a stable spirituality can one not be afraid of external demons. One must at least be at the earth level. This Chu Yang's achievements are not bad, but he is only at the Xian level. He is far from reaching the level of an earth-level spirituality. Everyone's heart has a demonic nature. Under the earth level, it is difficult to turn back from it. If one cannot suppress it, it is too risky. There's no need to take risks. Why don't we? Shui Leihan said indifferently, it's all right. I believe in Chu Yang. Prime Minister, in this world, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. It's a blessing for cultivators to have a stable spirituality, so that they won't have to be afraid of being attacked by external demons. But, once the spirituality is stable, you'll lose the chance to train your spirituality. This would be a great regret for the future walk of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, it is very likely to lead to a premature end. Now that Chu Yang has accepted the heavenly demon's training at the Xian level, he will try the most important and dangerous stage of the walk of the heavenly Tao and advance after reaching the heaven level. As long as he passes it, there will naturally be great benefits. Compared to each other, which is more important, you should know clearly, Prime Minister. The old man sighed and said no more. But in his heart, he thought, which is more important? There will only be great benefits if he passes it. If he doesn't pass it, then it's just a fart. Chi Hong Rumes to be able to pass the heavenly demon's training and succeed at the Xian level. How many people are there in the entire Heaven Imperial Court? In the past, in order to fight against the heavenly demons, the Heaven Imperial Court had also carried out similar heavenly demons training. However, for 3 consecutive years, more than 30,000 of the geniuses nurtured by the various clans and sects had their demonic nature forced out. They had no choice but to kill them immediately to eliminate the hidden dangers, causing the various clans to retaliate fiercely. More than 30,000 people, not many of them were so-called heroes, geniuses, and geniuses. But was there any exception? Since then, no one in the entire Heaven Imperial Court did that again. Why are you so sure that Chu Yang can pass it? Can you give me a reason that makes me feel at ease? Can you? Energy, wood, energy? This was really puzzling. To be honest, I have another motive. I really want to know, among those dazzling choices, how will Chu Yang choose? How will he give up? Shui Leihan smiled. The old man stared at him, completely speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that his lord actually had such curiosity, and it was towards such a weak, martial artist. Trash martial artist, even if he was a trash martial artist, with Chu Yang's current cultivation, in front of these 2 people, he could only be described as a trash martial artist. There were countless geniuses in the Heaven Imperial Court. Even those who were stronger and more talented than Chu Yang in front of him were also numerous, perhaps even innumerable. But his lord had never been interested in any of the young people. What was going on today? Little did he know that Shui Leihan was also secretly thinking, I really want to see what's so strange about this Chu Yang that he actually has the qualifications to become the last generation's calamity sword master and bear the attention of those 2 mighty people. What was the reason? What was the reason? What was the reason? What was so different about him? Today was a rare opportunity, of course, he had to take a good look. Demonic array. Seeing that Chu Yang had entered the realm of the game and was completely enveloped by the entire battle array, the heavenly devil eccentric released his divine sense to probe the origin of Chu Yang's temperament. He was immediately overjoyed. The depth of this Chu Yang's origin is far beyond that of the previous guy. I've struck it rich this time. If he could induce the heavenly devil's origin, this, at least, would allow Elder to recover more than 15% of his cultivation. I'm rich this time. But this guy was so young, how could he have such a strong mental strength? Just as the heavenly demon was puzzled, he heard Chu Yang ask, why haven't you started? Are you impatient? This lord inadvertently let you live a little longer, but you're getting impatient. The game has already begun, keek keek. The heavenly demon hurriedly woke up from his thoughts and let out a burst of uncontrollable laughter of excitement. Little, you're the one who delivered yourself to me. If it were a few days ago, I really wouldn't have much confidence in dealing with an ordinary person like you. But now, I already have a heavenly devil's origin in my hands. Dealing with an ordinary person like you who isn't even considered a fledgling demon is no longer difficult. Start. The game is like this. Choices. The heavenly devil eccentric began to explain the rules of the game. At most, you can only choose one, said the heavenly devil eccentric. Then, the demonic array was immediately activated. If Chu Yan had seen the Dharma Supreme and Yizui's choices before, he would definitely realize that the time taken for the heavenly devil array to set up now was more than twice as short as before. In other words, the power of the demonic array now was more than twice as strong as what Yizue had experienced. It was even more dangerous and unpredictable. Chu Yan nodded. Looking at the 50 items spinning in front of him, his gaze was slightly out of focus. He was also rather amazed. The 50 items included almost all the desires of the human heart. All the dreams in life were contained here. Regardless of whether it was for good or evil, after the heavenly devil eccentric urged him several times, Chu Yang finally raised his finger and began to choose. Golden light flashed before his eyes. Item by item slowly slid past, each item able to tug at one's heartstrings. Lifelong companions. After Chu Yang began to choose, these 4 words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. His fingers moved like the wind, and the first item he chose was this item. In the world of mortals, if I could accompany my beloved for life, my life would not be in vain, husband and wife in youth, companionship in old age. This was also what Chu Yang valued the most. The regrets of his previous life filled Chu Yang with an obsession towards the item of lifelong companions, to grow old together and accompany for life. Emo Qinggu, Tai Budian. He wondered what these girls would be like when they grew old. Chu Yang was fascinated. Then, lifelong companions. The second item, without hesitation, Chu Yang clicked on it immediately. My brothers, we share joys and sorrows, honor and disgrace, we go through mountains of blades and seas of fire together, we go through life and death together, we go to hell together. Chu Yang clicked on it. Looking at the 3 shining words lifelong companions, Chu Yang murmured, if I become a legend one day, I hope that all of you will be part of my legend. If all of you become legends one day, I hope that all of you will be part of my legend. I will not forget the vow we made in the past. Then, it was, his parents' clan. The third item. His father, his mother, created his own people. Although Chu Yan didn't spend much time with his parents because of his wandering life, his admiration for his parents wasn't inferior to other people's. Thinking of his mother Yang Ruolan's gentle and loving gaze, Chu Yang's heart felt warm. Even if the whole world was unreliable, his parents would always be reliable. No matter what his son did, his parents would always be tolerant. For the 4th item, Chu Yang clicked on blood brothers. There were still a few blood brothers in the younger generation of the Chu clan. Chu Yang sincerely hoped that these brothers could live in harmony. Then, for the 5th item, Chu Yang clicked on invincible in the world. This was the dream of everyone in the martial world, even ordinary people, as long as one was a man. Invincible in the world is already good enough. That I, the unique and righteous, is simply superfluous. If I, the unique and righteous, then what will happen to my parents and brothers? Will they all become my subordinates? Chu Yang sneered and clicked on all life in the world. The first item. I have never been a savior, I don't have such a great heart. But I grew up in this world. If all life in this world dies, then I will die too. My brothers, sisters, friends, brothers, and all my relatives will also die. Moreover, this world is still full of kindness. After all, there are still many kind-hearted people. If I have the ability, what's the harm in saving them? Glory, splendor, and wealth are not necessary. With power, would I still be afraid of not having it? However, it is necessary to command the world. For some things, such as a battle with the extraterrestrial demons in the future, it will not work without enough power. That is indeed necessary. So far, he had already chosen 7 options. Looking at the remaining options, Chu Yang thought, there's still immortality, but, if I'm the only one who's immortal, a few hundred years or a few thousand years later, it'll be a nightmare. If that's really the case, I'd rather die with everyone. What a useless option. After hesitating for a while, he actually didn't choose. Then, he clicked on the next option, repay kindness and revenge. In life, a real man should repay kindness and revenge as he pleases. When it's time to draw the sword, I'll draw the sword. Qi Yang thought of the divination where Shui Leihan had transformed into an old man and smiled in his heart. A sword across the world, kill those who should be killed, don't make things difficult for them. The sea of blood has its own path of light. Not bad. As for the last option, Qi Yang didn't hesitate anymore and directly clicked on carefree for a lifetime. As a person, if possible, his greatest wish is to be carefree for a lifetime. If there are still so many restrictions, then, it's really meaningless. Qi Yang laughed and said, I'm done choosing. Lifelong companions, life and death brothers, parents, blood brothers, invincible in the world, commanding the world, repaying kindness and revenge as he pleases, carefree for a lifetime. Not bad. Not a bad choice. There was a hint of approval in the strange and cold voice of the heavenly demon, but also a hint of joy. Joy came from the bottom of his heart. With Qi Yang's choice, the heavenly demon felt that his chances of demonizing Qi Yang had increased by a few notches. You're very impressive, choosing the brighter side of human nature. Hehe, this is good too. In this case, I'll be able to reach the bottom line in your heart after a few rounds. It's even more beneficial for awakening the demon heart and summoning the heavenly demon's origin. The heavenly demon was obviously more confident in winning this game and taking down Qi Yang. Even if it wasn't 100% certain, it was very close. Since you're done choosing, why don't you take a break and then we'll move on to the next round of the game? The heavenly demon grinned and persuaded him in a seemingly kind manner. A short break was necessary. Let these things stay in your mind for a while longer and savor the wonderful taste. When you give up later, the torture you'll suffer will be relatively greater. Qi Yang didn't reject the heavenly demon's kind advice. He really felt and savored it with great interest. When I reach the top, my brothers will be by my side, looking down on the world with me. With a single palm, the wind and clouds swallowed the sun and moon. To live a carefree life, in my life, no matter if it was hard times or when I was at the peak of success, I would always have a lifelong partner who would passionately accompany me, drunk on a beauty's lap, awake to control the world's power. Somewhere, my parents, brothers, and family are living a happy life, carefree and carefree. This was life, a perfect life. Qi Yang narrowed his eyes. Now, let's proceed to the final stage of the game. You must abandon the item you just chose, or else, you'll die. The heavenly demon eccentric narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qi Yang, intoxicated. Damn it, why are you so invested? That's great. Start feeling the pain, little one. Abandon one? Qi Yang narrowed his eyes and asked lazily, can you not abandon it? The heavenly fiend eccentric was exasperated. Did you not understand what I said? These were the rules of the game. If you don't, then die. Qi Yang pondered for a moment and said, it's that serious. Since that's the case, I'll remove the carefree title. After all, no matter who you are, it's impossible for you to be free and unfettered for your entire life. The so-called free and unfettered life also has its limits. Let's remove this. Okay, next, remove one more item. If you don't choose, you'll still die. Remove commanding the world. Tiring. Another one. Remove all living beings. Annoying. Qi Yang's choice was exceptionally fast, so fast that he didn't give the heavenly demon any time to count the number of people. As if he didn't think at all, he quickly made his choice without hesitation. Remove one more item. I'm not going. The heavenly demon was stunned. I must go. Otherwise, I'll die. If I remove it just because you say so, how shameful would I be? This isn't about the noodles, even if it's not about the noodles, I won't go. All the more I won't go. Qi Yang rolled his eyes. Besides, who do you think you are? If you say it's not about the noodles, then it's not about the noodles? In my opinion, this is precisely the noodles. You've already agreed to play the game. How can you go back on your word? The heavenly demon was so angry that he rolled his eyes. *CK, how many tens of thousands of years had it been? This was the first time it had encountered such a troublesome person. Halfway through the game, he actually stopped. What was this, noodles? At such a time, this guy could actually consider such a thing. He was really a weirdo. I'm not going back on my word. Aren't we playing? Chu Yang was unperturbed. You play yours, I play mine. Let's play together. No. These are the rules of the game. We have to play together. We have to go one item at a time. The heavenly demon panted heavily, having the urge to vomit blood. Those are your rules, not mine. Chu Yang didn't budge an inch. Your rules are nothing in my eyes. The heavenly demon was so angry that all the hair on his head stood up. You're not going? Humph. You'll remove it. He grinned hideously. Little one, you're forcing me to do this. The next moment, the demonic aura in this dark space suddenly surged rapidly. The heavenly demon array was the heavenly demon's home ground. Huh? You want to use violence? F***ck, didn't you say we were playing a game? Why did you start playing this? This is a game. The heavenly demon grinned hideously. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. Chu Yang scolded. This sentence almost caused the heavenly demon to break down. Who's the shameless one here? You've already reached the peak of shamelessness, yet you still dare to scold others for being shameless? At this moment, Chu Yang's gaze froze. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. The next moment, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his head. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He said to the heavenly demon word by word, although I haven't finished playing this game, I've already understood the true meaning of this game. You heavenly demons use this method to let people choose first, let people get first, let people first taste the pleasure of getting first, and then deliberately set the items so that the numbers are relatively larger. Behind the wonderful taste, the pain is also relatively more terrifying. Then you force people to abandon. A person would of course abandon the things that have nothing to do with him or those that have little to do with him. But as the process progresses, the pressure gradually increases and he can't take it anymore. He will inadvertently abandon some of the important things in his life. Finally, out of human self-defense, he will make a subconscious choice. And at that step, it's the beginning of true depravity. Slowly, like a river bursting its banks, once it's started, it can't be stopped. He will also hand over his soul and become the same kind as you heavenly demons. Hee, good method. Really good method. Chu Yang roared, but old chalk is Chu Yang. The heavenly demon strange person laughed sinisterly. Chu Yang? So what if he's Chu Yang? The heavenly demon strange person really didn't think much of Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang's nature was astonishing, his cultivation was not as high as the Dharma Supreme's, and his experience naturally couldn't be compared to the Dharma Supreme who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The heavenly demon strange person didn't believe that Chu Yang had any amazing method to turn the tables. Chu Yang said sternly, there are some things that Chu Yang would rather die than give up. You've lost this game. This isn't a game for me alone. This is a game for the two of us, no, a battle. And you have already lost this battle. The heavenly demon strange person flew into a rage. Nonsense. Let's see who will lose. If you don't choose, then die. Suddenly, he released all of his consciousness. Demonic aura spread out fiercely. In an instant, dense smoke rose, and as if it had substance, it crazily burrowed into Chu Yang's brain, murderous intent. This time, he really had the intention to kill. This person actually knew the true meaning of the game. He was actually able to deduce that this game was actually a game for the two of them. One attacked, the other defended. This was equivalent to a battle of beliefs. As long as the one who made the choice continued to make the choice, he would lose. But if he could persist and guard his heart, the heavenly demon would lose. This was also the real reason why Yi Zue won without making a choice that day. As the saying went, if one didn't find it strange, the strange would be defeated. Another important reason was that Chu Yang was ultimately not an embryonic demon who had cultivated demonic arts. This was something that Yi Zue couldn't compare to back then. Right now, Chu Yang's sea of consciousness was really boiling like a boiling pot. The indescribable pain assaulted Chu Yang, causing him to be on the verge of collapse. But Chu Yang clenched his teeth tightly and refused to retreat a single step. The heavenly demon held, letting out a sound that sounded like the weeping of ghosts and the weeping of gods. A ferocious divine spirit energy rushed into Chu Yang's sea of consciousness with irresistible force. In the demonic array, I can go wherever I want, I can change you fundamentally. This is the benefit of having the heavenly demon's origin. If I hadn't obtained a portion of the heavenly demon's origin before this, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you right now. But now, I can only say that you're very unlucky. Before you came, I happened to obtain a portion of the most superior heavenly demon's origin in this plane. Waha! What a timely reign. With a single thought, a human demon could become a demon and a human. The flip of a thought could either transcend beyond the divine transformation stage or be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Yang also didn't know that although this heavenly demon array was extremely dangerous, it was also a great test. If he could make it through, he would gain endless benefits in this lifetime. Although he didn't know, he still clenched his teeth and refused to budge an inch. I've already made up for the regrets in my previous life, and you actually want me to create new regrets? Dream on. Zhu Yang couldn't speak right now. If he could, he would have spat on this guy's face and cursed, "Go f***ck yourself." But right at this moment when the demonic aura was boiling wildly, Zhu Yang's mental energy that was almost unrivaled in the heavenly continent finally started to really operate. It wasn't just operating, it was actually condensing a step further. Zhu Yang's divine sense cultivation was still stuck at the supreme grade. If it was an ordinary person, their mental energy cultivation, according to common sense, would roughly be at that level. Even if it was because of the uniqueness of the martial technique, it could surpass the ordinary limits, but the effect of the increase was still limited. But don't forget, Zhu Yang was reborn twice. Today, I was hit by a bolt from the blue. In the afternoon, just as I woke up, my wife came in with a very nervous expression and said, "There's something difficult to do." I asked, "What's the matter?" My wife said, "Our car broke the rules." I immediately smiled. I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just a deduction of points? The fine won't be too much, just pay attention in the future. My wife cried, "It's not just a little." I was startled. "How many times?" My wife said timidly, "It's not just a few times. It's dozens of times. Also, the traffic laws have changed, finding a person won't work. The deduction of points can only be done 3 times. I was dumbfounded. Dozens of times? How many points is this? How much is it? My wife said, "It's a total of 14 points. I immediately vomited blood and fainted. I shouted, "F***ck, how many days have you been driving? 14 points? A driver's license is only 12 points. What should I do?" My wife said weakly, "It's precisely because I don't know what to do that I'm looking for you." I slammed my head on the keyboard. Oh my god, oh my god. 14 points, I'll do this again this afternoon. I called my comrade at the Gongji Security Bureau and told him about this matter. My comrade said, "Easy. How many times did you break the rules?" "I'll do it." I said, "Not many, just a little more points, 14 points." My comrade then became mute. After a while, he shouted, "Replace your prodigal wife." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the moment, there was nothing I could do. I went to check. They were all speeding in the same place, and they didn't follow the rules when making turns. When I asked, my wife widened her eyes and said, "How is that possible?" I sighed helplessly. "The whole of Lai Wu knows that there's a police car that stops at the bottom of the big hill every day to test for speeding, but you actually exceeded the speed limit at the same place 20 times. I've already lectured my wife for a few hours. What should I do now? If I had known, I would have driven. Although my skills are not good, at least I wouldn't have exceeded the speed limit. Can't I drive as fast as a bull?" Zhu Yang's consciousness power encompassed 2 lifetimes. Naturally, it was different from ordinary people. Previously, it didn't show its power because there was a gap between his 2 lifetimes consciousness, a flaw. That gap was Mo Qing Wu. If it couldn't be resolved, the 2 lifetimes consciousness wouldn't be able to fuse together. At most, they could only work together against external forces. But now, not only had Mo Qing Wu found it, she had also made up for the regrets of her previous life. The gap between the 2 lifetimes consciousness had been filled. The 2 lifetimes consciousness power naturally blended together perfectly and even improved greatly. In addition, Zhu Yang had coincidentally devoured the divine soul of the first tribulation sword master at the Lake of Despair. His divine soul was unparalleled in the Chung Tian continent, surpassing both ancient and modern times. It was just that the soul power couldn't be used in this heavenly layer continent. There was almost no chance to train the soul power. No matter how strong the soul power was, it couldn't be used. It was like Chu Yang had a mountain of gold, but there was no room for him to spend it. Perhaps Chu Yang had an invincible divine technique. As long as he used it, he would be invincible in the world. But Chu Yang didn't have the opportunity to use this divine technique. He had obtained something, but had no use for it. The result was that it was like a pile of loose sand in Chu Yang's body. At this moment, the heavenly demon's tyrannical spirit power, soul power, and willpower had forcefully rushed in without any warning. This was something that no one could tolerate. In such a situation, there were usually only two outcomes. 1. He would be controlled by the heavenly demon and his own consciousness would dissipate. 2. He would completely expel the external enemy and restore his mind to a clear sky, protecting his sovereignty. This was a matter of life and death. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang's powerful soul power was fully activated for the first time. At the beginning, Chu Yang's divine soul had no room to resist the attack of the heavenly demon's exceptionally pure heavenly demon's divine soul source. Almost at the moment of contact, Chu Yang's divine soul was utterly defeated. His entire divine soul was dangerously close to collapse. This collapse almost made Chu Yang break down completely and become a complete idiot. This was a sign that his soul was about to be completely destroyed. However, as the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. At this moment, Chu Yang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. But his stubborn heart hadn't reduced in the slightest. He didn't know how to use his spiritual power to fight against the enemy in his sea of consciousness. However, he clearly knew one thing, and that was to resist. He had to use all his strength, all his possibilities, all his methods, and all his means to resist the enemy. With this thought, life was restored. Whatever the enemy charged at him, he would charge back at them the same way, in Chu Yang's sea of consciousness. Gradually, sporadic resistance began to appear. However, this sporadic resistance was like a drop in the bucket in the face of the heavenly demon's immense pressure. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It could not even withstand a single blow. But after all, he had the consciousness to resist and counterattack. A single spark may not be able to start a prairie fire. The heavenly demon, who felt that victory was within his grasp, revealed a cruel smile. He felt that he had completely crushed the young man in front of him, and he felt extremely comfortable. The feeling of having everything within his control and being able to freely trample on, play with, and toy with his opponent was simply too wonderful. It was simply wonderful to the point he couldn't bear to end this game. It was completely out of his expectations. This guy's divine soul power was actually so strong. Even compared to his own, it was not inferior. But under the effect of his heavenly demon's power, he was actually unable to resist at all. He was completely at his own mercy. This was really a benefit bestowed by the demon lord. This level of spiritual energy was so pure that it had reached a certain level. Furthermore, it had not been used at all. How rare was this? Right now, there was only one last step to make the consciousness of the person in front of him dissipate. At that time, all of this, will be mine, it's mine. Ha 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 ha, the heavenly demon stepped up his movements, intending to extinguish the last spark from Chu Yang. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally extremely limited sporadic resistance suddenly intensified. Moreover, there were even more resistance forces gathering from all directions. They actually turned around and surrounded the heavenly demon's divine soul power. It formed a reverse encirclement. This change in form was like an extremely huge mountain suddenly encountering the vicissitudes of life. The land at the foot of the mountain turned into the sea, and the mountain was completely surrounded by the sea. In the beginning, the mountain was surrounded by the sea, and the sea seemed to have the power to surround it. But the sea did not attack. In fact, it could not cause any substantial damage to the mountain. It only had the effect of trapping it. If one really wanted to damage the mountain, one could only rely on years of erosion and polishing. But the heavenly demon was not the mountain. The mountain may not be able to move, and could only be eroded by the sea, but the heavenly demon could move. It could even move on a large scale, to the extreme of its ability. Of course, Chu Yang's consciousness was also different from the sea water. The sea water could not attack or learn. It could only cycle over and over again, repeating its habitual actions. Although Qu Yang's divine soul could not attack, it could learn. And it could learn very quickly. It was so fast that it could scare people to death. Yes, it was so fast that it could scare a demon to death. Feeling the heavenly demon moving freely left and right, Qu Yang's thoughts flashed, as if he had figured out something, and had some enlightenment. Enduring the intense pain in his head, which felt like it was about to explode, Qu Yang began to try to control his own divine soul for the first time. It was important for people to save themselves, to constantly strive for self-improvement, and to have an inextinguishable life force. This process was undoubtedly extremely painful. Moreover, Qu Yang could even feel that even if all the torture in the world were to be concentrated on a person's body at the same time, it might not be as painful as he was at this moment, but Qu Yang still gritted his teeth and persevered. Once he gave up, it was equivalent to giving up on himself, giving up on his lover, giving up on his life. He must not give up. If you were to use this move on others, you might not be able to endure it. But it is wrong to use it on me. Very wrong, because I have been through hundreds of battles and have been through hundreds of battles. Back then, when Xianxia used torture on me, she would do it more than 10 times a day. Although this move of yours is stronger than that, but it is only SOSO. The corners of Qu Yang's mouth curled up into a sneer even in such a bad situation. Counterattack, again and again. Wave after wave of attacks, wave after wave of counterattacks came. The heavenly demon finally realized that something was wrong. At first, it thought that the other party's counterattack was just a last-ditch effort before death. But in the end, it was more and more powerful each time. What was going on? How was this still a last-ditch effort? It was simply a large-scale counterattack with each wave stronger than the previous one. Didn't this bastard not know how to condense his divine soul? How could it be? Sensing it carefully, the heavenly demon almost vomited blood. The frequency of the other party's movements was exactly the same as what it had done just now. There was no difference at all. What did this mean? This meant that under such circumstances, this young man was actually learning from the old thief. Using the old tricks to fight and counterattack. Realizing this, the heavenly demon almost broke down. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this guy a little too weird? This Lord Heavenly Demon is here to destroy this fellow's divine sense, not to be his freaking teacher. Sensing the other party's counterattack, the heavenly demon was filled with a feeling of extreme depression. Suddenly, it raged even more violently. It didn't want to destroy, but wanted to make a mess. Let's see how you can learn and imitate me. Let's see how you can learn and imitate me. Qu Yang only felt that his pain had doubled again after a certain moment. If it was 1,000 cuts just now, it would be 2,000 cuts now, Qu Yang roared. Although he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, his mind was clear. On the contrary, due to the intense pain, his mind was incomparably clear. He carefully observed all of his opponent's movements, big and small, without missing a single detail. Once again, he imitated him and turned the world upside down. You want to turn my world upside down, I will also turn your world upside down. A strict teacher produces a fine student. This sentence was not wrong at all. Under the heavenly demon's life-threatening attacks, Minister Chu's improvement could be described as leaps and bounds. The heavenly demon roared angrily. Damn it. This time, it was really lifting a rock and smashing it on its own feet. Although it was the destruction it created. It was the original version, slightly more powerful than the other party's pirated version. But this was the other party's home ground after all. Originally, it was a complete body of divine soul power. With both sides stirring vigorously at the same time, it was forcefully stirred into 3 pieces. It became a battle of their own. *CK, you evil old granny. This was a very vicious curse of the celestial demon clan. Now, this Lord Celestial Demon had cursed without hesitation. Immediately, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly gave up on causing trouble. The 3 parts of divine soul power broke through the encirclement and gathered together, hoping to be reunited. After all, after being separated, the power was not small. This time, Qu Yang was very smart. He did not follow suit. Instead, he tried his best to not let the 3 parts of divine soul power gather together. He thought of all ways to surround and intercept them. Whatever the enemy wants, I will not allow it. Not letting the enemy achieve their goal was undoubtedly the current highest strategy. At this moment, the heavenly demon actually felt that he was somewhat helpless. How could this be? Who would have thought that in less than half a cup of tea's time, he could actually teach such an outstanding disciple? This was really like seeing a ghost. Even a heavenly layer earth-level person's divine soul power could not be compared to this bastard's. Even the strongest genius of the heavenly demon clan could not be faster than this kid. The heavenly demon finally felt some fear. Because he suddenly realized that after his divine soul power was unexpectedly divided into 3 parts, there was a tendency to gradually shrink. It was even possible that it would eventually be annihilated. This. The heavenly demon was really scared out of his wits this time. Oh, my demon ancestor, it actually devoured the divine soul. This was a terrifying power that hadn't appeared in a long time. Why did it appear in such a low-level, trashy plane, on such an ant? And I even encountered it? The most tragic thing was that I took the initiative to enter a sea of consciousness that could devour the divine soul. Furthermore, even the way the other party attacked him was something that he had learned from him. What's the matter with this evil demon? Oh my God, hurry up and escape. Escape is the most important thing now. If I don't escape, my divine soul will be destroyed. The heavenly demon didn't want to force Xianxia to make any choice now, because, if he continued to force him, he would really be forced to his death. His divine soul would be destroyed and he would be doomed eternally. What the F***ck? So, the heavenly demon started to break out desperately. However, in this way, the heavenly demon's divine soul still had an absolute advantage in terms of layout. Under such a powerful shock, Xianxia's divine soul world was almost destroyed instantly. Xianxia was shocked. He didn't know that this was just a way for the heavenly demon to break out and escape. Instead, he thought that the heavenly demon finally took out his trump card, intending to kill him in one fell swoop. In a moment of desperation, he actually used all his divine soul power without reservation. Even if his divine soul was destroyed, I must suppress him, completely suppress him, suppress him. Suppress him, suppress him, suppress him. Xianxia roared madly in his heart. He still imitated the heavenly demon's actions at this moment. He also flipped over and over, twisting and tumbling, opposing tit for tat, refusing to yield an inch. However, the heavenly demon's purpose was to escape back into his body, while Xianxia's divine soul power was originally in his body. Return? Where could he return to? The two intentions were poles apart. However, under such repeated torment, Xianxia's spiritual power went from fighting on its own to passively forming an army. Then, it gradually gathered together. Later on, it became more and more united. It grew stronger and more condensed. Finally, it turned into an iron plate. And this iron plate was still growing bigger and bigger. It could be said that today was the foundation for Xianxia to become the #1 person in the history of the Heavenly Imperial Court. This foundation was extremely solid. Because he was using the same method to deal with the enemy's spirit to condense his spirit. From ancient times until now, there had never been anyone who dared to make such a huge move when they were still in the Xian grade. Because that would definitely be suicidal. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Furthermore, when one was at the Xian grade, it was impossible to use the power of one's soul. However, Xianxia was fine because there was a ruler inside at this moment. He only needed to follow it. Moreover, he could still use it. He had already used it once 3 days ago, and had even devoured one. It was very successful at that time. Such a situation, such a fortuitous encounter, was absolutely unprecedented in history. At this moment, the heavenly demon was on the brink of tears. Holy **T, big brother, I just want to leave, okay? Why do you have to risk your life like this? As the saying goes, a single man can't beat a single man. When you have to let go, you should let go. When you can spare others, you should spare them. The more friends you have, the more paths you have, the more enemies you have, the more walls you have. Let's hold hands and become good friends. He could clearly feel the power of his spirit dissipating bit by bit. His own spirit power was barely close to 2 pieces now, but it was still being beaten and cruelly ravaged by the enemy. As for the other piece of powerful spirit power, it had already been separated a little far away. The chances of getting it back were very slim. If he still forced himself to rush over to rescue, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. He would really die here today. The heavenly demon's eyes were full of tears. He looked at the spirit power that was surrounded with endless nostalgia. He roared desperately, and the two spirits that were closer finally met. Xianxia was very nervous. This guy finally made a new move. Is it going to be bad? Or, I can't defeat him. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. Even if it's going to be bad, I will make you lose more than you gain. You want my life, I won't let you have a good time even if I risk my life. If it's going to die, the two of us brothers will die together. As this thought flashed through his mind, he pushed with all his might. Suddenly, the spirit power moved at an extremely fast speed, sweeping towards the spirit power that the heavenly demon had just gathered. This time, it was like 10,000 horses galloping, with the power to destroy heaven and earth. That heroic spirit of perishing together, that you won't have a good time even if I die, was expressed so blatantly and bloodily. My mother, this person is really too ruthless. The heavenly demon screamed. How could he still dare to fight back? He immediately fled outside in panic, like a stray dog, like a fish that had escaped the net. I'm always afraid of you. I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone who doesn't care about his life like this, and is even shameless. I've already King admitted defeat, okay? Do you have to be so relentless? How could Xianxia know that the other party would actually give up and admit defeat at this moment? He gritted his teeth and chased with all his might. His sea of consciousness was vast. Under the pursuit, his increasingly skilled spirit power actually intercepted some of the heavenly demon's spirit power in his own sea of consciousness. It must be said that Xianxia's mastery of spirit power was still very immature. In such a good situation, he had the absolute upper hand, but he actually couldn't keep this uninvited guest of the heavenly demon eccentric. Instead, he left a little imperfect aftertaste for today's big comeback. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, black smoke suddenly came out of Xianxia's forehead. The remnant spirit power of the heavenly demon finally rushed out from here without any care. My mother. It's finally out. I won't do this kind of suspenseful thing again in the future. The next moment, that black smoke floated into his sea of consciousness. Ow, holy shit, ow, ah, ah, ah. A strange continuous scream came from the mouth of the heavenly demon eccentric. Even if one's spirit power was injured or even lost in a battle in another sea of consciousness, one wouldn't feel any pain. But now that it had returned to its own body, it felt as if half of its body had been cut off. The spirit I was injured, and it was the kind that was close to irreparable. At this moment, the heavenly demon's head was in so much pain that it felt as if it could explode at any time. For a moment, all kinds of grief came together, and a strong urge to commit suicide surged within it. Living was worse than death. Ouch, Nini, Nini. A shriek so shrill that one couldn't even bear to listen to it rang out. No one knew what was being said or yelled anymore. The heavenly fiend weirdo turned into a wisp of black smoke and dashed out with a swoosh. He swiftly returned to where he came from and dashed into the underground cave. He grabbed the unconscious Dharma Supreme and screamed, howled, spasmed, contorted, and cursed all the way. Then, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and left at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, that wisp of black smoke had already left the forest and climbed up the mountain. Then, it disappeared at the top of the mountain. Only the earth-shaking screams kept coming, echoing in the forest. Oh, I've seen a ghost. Oh, I've seen a ghost. Oh, I've seen a ghost. And so, this voice echoed in the forest again and again, for a long time. Oh, I've seen a ghost. Oh, I've seen a ghost, I've really seen a ghost. High up in the sky, that old man was dumbfounded and almost fell from the sky. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Unconsciously, he blew his beard and muttered to himself, what's going on? I've really seen a ghost. Shui Leihan's eyes were also full of shock. He had already tried his best to overestimate Xianxia, and had already guessed that Xianxia would make it through and gain a lot of benefits. But he didn't expect that the heavenly demon would be defeated so badly. Lord. This is a little unbelievable. The Prime Minister was dumbfounded. His lips and face were pale as he said, although this heavenly demon is only at the beginner level of the heaven level, and more than half of his strength was destroyed by me, his divine sense wasn't destroyed much by me. Shui Leihan was in a daze. He said casually, so what? So what? Heavens. But this Chuyang is only at the Xian level. And there's no way to cultivate divine sense in this heavenly continent. How could he destroy the divine sense of the heavenly demon? The old man shouted. If this person in front of him wasn't Shui Leihan, his face would have been covered in his saliva. And, Lord, did you notice? When the heavenly demon retreated, it was obvious that his divine sense was greatly damaged, at least a quarter of it. This is really incomprehensible. Shui Leihan snorted and said, you don't understand? If you don't understand, then that's right. Thinking of the two incredible mighty people he met back then, Shui Leihan felt a chill in his heart. He said, not just you, there are many things that I don't understand, too. The old man was dumbfounded. If he was drinking tea at this moment, he would definitely choke and have a cerebral hemorrhage. The emotions in Lord's words seemed to contain a lot of stories. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Keep it in your heart forever. Shui Leihan said calmly. Yes. The old man was stunned and stood up straight. Let's go. Shui Leihan looked at Chuyang below and smiled bitterly. Let's go back. If this little guy knows that I was the one who facilitated the game between him and the heavenly demon, I don't know what kind of trouble he will cause. After saying that, he moved and floated away. The old man followed behind Shui Leihan with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. His face was full of the expression of a zombie who was scared to death. He was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. According to Lord's words, he was actually very, very wary of this little ant named Chuyang below. Could it be that this old man was dreaming? With a blank face, he followed Shui Leihan and slowly disappeared into the distance. The enemy had already retreated, but Chuyang was still in pain, still fighting with the imaginary enemy in his sea of consciousness. I won't give up. How can I give up? No matter what, I won't give up. Chuyang roared, even if it's just one thing. But in his sea of consciousness, these divine senses had already slowly formed into a scale and slowly started to have order. Like a motley crew of loose sand, they slowly started to be organized and slowly started to form a strong fighting force. And this fighting force would be different from anyone else. King of Hell Chu, who had made a desperate counterattack and won a great victory, was confused. He didn't know about his victory, let alone what benefits he had gained from this game. The only thing he felt now was pain. There was really only pain. The unbearable pain that the heavenly demon had inflicted on him before had not really disappeared. He had just forcefully endured it before. Now that the heavenly demon had retreated, the pressure was not so great. His stubborn heart naturally disappeared, and the pain returned. Or rather, it was not correct to say that it had returned. He was just forcefully enduring it before. Now that the pillar was gone, he could no longer suppress it. Also, his sea of consciousness was unprecedentedly swollen. The energy in his sea of consciousness had been methodically following a certain pattern. Perhaps it was the attack method that he had just learned from the heavenly demon. It was automatically organizing and rearranging itself. It was surging and attacking endlessly. The brothers surrounded Chuyang with concern. They looked at Chuyang, who was in a state of confusion and pain. Everyone was extremely anxious, but they all knew that they must not disturb him now. Moreover, the heavenly demon had been defeated by Chuyang and had fled in defeat. Although they were worried, they were also slightly relieved. After all, the heavenly demon had retreated in a crushing defeat just now. Chuyang had defeated the strong with the weak, probably because he had used some kind of mysterious forbidden technique. Now that he was suffering from the backlash of his own forbidden technique, the consequences might not be small. That was why he was in so much pain. But as long as he was still alive, even if there were consequences, it didn't matter. There was no need to be afraid of consequences with heavy pills. The Tribulation Sword Master had always been a special existence that created miracles, especially Chuyang. But no one would have thought that if a demon wanted to devour a person could also devour a demon. Chuyang was in great pain at this moment, but in fact, he had gained a lot of benefits. Seeing her lover suffering, Emo Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. She anxiously circled around Chuyang, but she also knew that Chuyang was now at a critical moment in the battle between heaven and man. She didn't dare to make a sound at all. She held back her tears until her little face turned red. She felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She covered her little mouth and didn't dare to let herself cry. Because the game between Chu Yang and the heavenly demon was carried out in the land of black fog, and the place where they fought later on was even the place of their thoughts, the outside world had no idea what had happened between them. The heavenly demon had retreated too quickly and too suddenly. Although everyone vaguely saw that he seemed to have carried someone away, no one took it to heart. Everyone was here. As for whether or not the heavenly demon took the others away, it didn't mean much to them. No one would have thought that the person carried away by the heavenly demon was actually the Dharma Supreme. It was truly unexpected that the Dharma Supreme's strength was so strong that he could almost be ranked among the top 3 in the world. To the crowd, his strength and the degree of danger he posed might even be above that of the heavenly demon eccentric. Moreover, if these 2 great demons were to join forces, Chu Yang and the rest would definitely not be a match for them even if they worked together. After a long while, Chu Yang suddenly roared, "Open!" King of Hell Chu suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. It was unknown what he had opened, but Chu Yang suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. When the concerned eyes of the brothers suddenly met with these 2 beams of light, they almost subconsciously shifted their gazes away. Everyone felt an unprecedented heavy pressure. That was a kind of majesty of the spirit. This indescribable yet real sense of pressure was something that none of them had ever felt before. Even if they were facing a supreme martial artist, the Chu Yang in front of them seemed to have undergone some miraculous changes. However, upon closer inspection, his cultivation was still the same as before. There was no improvement at all. In fact, due to the game just now, there was a considerable degree of depletion. They couldn't help but be curious. Where did this pressure come from? The next moment, Chu Yang seemed to have completely returned to normal. He panted a few times and his face suddenly turned red. Then, soybean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and body. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. This was the after-effect of overexerting his mental strength. In the battle of consciousness just now, both sides had exhausted a lot of their mental strength. Especially Chu Yang. He had never experienced such a battle in the sea of consciousness. When he was in intense pain earlier, he only cared about the pain. Now that the pain had passed, the symptoms of the depletion of mental strength naturally followed. In addition, there was also a heartfelt palpitation. Don't look at Chu Yang's determination to never succumb to the heavenly demon's might. He was still afraid. Everyone would be afraid of the threat of death. Chu Yang was no exception. Now that the crisis had passed, the feeling of lingering fear emerged. However, in addition to the lingering fear, there was also endless joy. He had guarded the door of his heart as a human. He had broken through the temptation of lust and defeated the threat of death. He had broken free from the devil's claws. After this, he would no longer be afraid of the heart demon. He would never succumb to anyone or anything again. Chu Yang's mind was in a trance. After a while, he said tiredly, "So powerful. I almost lost. If I lost, it's all over. Even if my soul doesn't scatter, I'll become a complete walking corpse." The brothers were speechless. After all, they didn't understand what Chu Yang had encountered. Seeing Chu Yang like this, GMO rolled his eyes and said, "First, boss, you're talking about just now?" Chu Yang grunted. He turned his head and looked around. He said, "Where's the heavenly demon?" Everyone looked at each other. Luo Kudi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big brother, as early as an hour ago, the heavenly demon had already suffered a great defeat. He fled for his life, screaming that he had seen ghosts all the way. That speed, we can't catch up to him. We can't catch up to him at all. Chu Yang was startled. An hour ago? It was actually an hour ago? In his consciousness, all the way until he opened his eyes just now, he was still fighting. How could there be no enemy advancing an hour ago? What was going on? Wasn't this a little too strange? Could it be that boss didn't know that the heavenly demon had already been defeated and fled? Xie Danqiong asked with an incredulous expression. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and just shook his head. Mo Qingwu jumped up and hugged Chu Yang. Now, she could finally cry out loud, but she realized that she actually didn't want to cry at all. Her heart was only filled with joy. It was as if she had thousands of words to tell Chu Yang, but when they reached her mouth, all she could say was, "That's great, that's great." That was all. However, Chu Yang was touched. He knew that when Mo Qingwu said "that's great," it was definitely not "that's great that the heavenly demon was defeated," but "that you're fine, that's great. The strong enemy is gone, it seems like we should get down to business, right?" Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang thoughtfully and then changed the topic. "Yes." Duke Yu's spirits were lifted. He said, "That guy who was in the way has scrammed. I'll bring you to the entrance of the City of Fairies to get down to business." With Chu Yang's great victory, everyone was in a good mood. Laughing and laughing, they clustered around Duke Yu and left. All the haze from before had completely disappeared. Only Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu and Chu Yang walked at the back. "Just now, it seems like you took advantage of him, right?" Mo Tianji chuckled and asked in a low voice. "Yes, the situation just now was inexplicable. I think, maybe I swallowed some of his soul." "It should be like this." Chu Yang restrained his mind, and once again immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. This time, he unexpectedly discovered that his sea of consciousness had almost doubled in size. He was also startled by this sudden change. Therefore, he didn't conceal anything from Mo Tianji's question. Cough, cough. Mo Tianji choked and coughed. He said, "Don't tell anyone about this change." "I know." Chu Yang smiled. "It's naturally no harm to you." Mo Tianji's heart warmed. He glared and said, "As long as you always treat my sister well, it's naturally no harm." "If you dare," Chu Yang laughed loudly. He naturally understood Mo Tianji. Mo Qingwu blushed at the side. How could the second brother say anything? "Where the hell did you go just now?" In the tribulation space, Chu Yang's face was full of dissatisfaction. He asked the sword spirit, "At such a dangerous moment, why didn't you come out to help? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Do you think it's really a game?" Sword Master Chu was very dissatisfied with this. If he didn't have the sword spirit, how could he have agreed to the other party's game so confidently? He didn't expect that the sword spirit, whom he regarded as the best helper, would actually drop the ball at such a crucial moment. Not only did it drop the ball, but it also disappeared without a trace. Now that the crisis had been resolved, of course he had to ask for an explanation. There would be many chances to face the extraterrestrial demons in the future. He had to understand the reason clearly. The sword spirit was puzzled. "Do you think you're the only one who finds it strange? I also find it strange. I clearly wanted to go out to help earlier, but I don't know why I couldn't move at all. Just now, that feeling was really terrible." "That feeling?" Chu Yang was startled. "You couldn't move for some reason? Could it be the effect of the extraterrestrial demon's special ability? That strange fog seems to be very sharp." It wasn't completely impossible. If it was really the effect of the extraterrestrial demon's special ability, then the evaluation of the extraterrestrial demons would have to be reformulated. The sword spirit snorted disdainfully. "Pooh, with that little trick of the extraterrestrial demon, if it's just based on cultivation, I'm indeed temporarily unable to compete with him. But to say that he can completely control and suppress me, he won't be able to do it even if he dies of exhaustion. That little bit of ghost fog, I can break it with a move of my hand. But it's really strange. Such a situation has never happened before." Chu Yang nodded. He raised his head and looked at the sky, deep in thought. After a long while, he said, "Since that's the case, it's fine." He secretly gritted his teeth. It must be that old thing's doing. Other than him, there's no one else. Damn it, when you're old, see how I'll torture you. How dare you plot against me and play with my life? Shui Leihan, who was already far away in the Heaven Imperial Court, suddenly sneezed violently. Achoo! A sneeze rolled out like a sudden clap of thunder. "Master?" The elder was confused. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Sneeze. With the master's cultivation level, he can actually sneeze? Oh. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. He sped up and suddenly said, "When that person comes up, arrange for someone to bring him to the East Pole." "Yes." The old man hurriedly agreed. Then, he asked, do we bring him directly to the Emperor Dong's palace? Xue Leihan said, before he grows up, don't let him know what the Emperor Dong's palace means. Yes, I understand. Xue Leihan flicked his sleeves and suddenly disappeared. There was only a low sigh that sounded a little dejected. Ah. I forgot that he still has someone. In the end, it's really troublesome, he disappeared completely. The old man was flabbergasted as he looked at the unforeseen event before him, and he hesitated for a long time before he finally shook his head and left. He sighed as he walked, and he felt that all the rare things he'd encountered in his life couldn't compare to the indescribably shocking scene he'd witnessed in the lower dimensions. So Lord didn't want to bring him to the East Pole at first, but now he changed his mind. Could it be that he wants to take care of this guy personally? Prime Minister Xuanyi Lu muttered in his heart, who exactly is this little guy? At the side, countless people who saw the old man all bowed to him respectfully from afar. But the old man didn't seem to notice this. He was still mumbling along the way and disappeared with a confused look on his face. Since then, a rumor suddenly spread in the East Pole of the Heaven Imperial Court. Could it be that Lord didn't like the Prime Minister and scolded him severely? He actually scared a super expert whose name shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court. It seemed that the conflict wasn't light at all. Thus, the rumor of the East Pole's discord between the ruler and his minister quietly spread and had a far-reaching impact. The 12 of them came to the depths of the forest together. As the master, Dukyu was naturally familiar with the place. He first came to a place that looked extremely desolate. This place was indeed much more desolate than other places. There was not a single blade of grass within 100 feet of it, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Dukyu's eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable sadness. He waved his hand. The snow on the ground floated away with a whoosh, revealing the smooth ground. This place originally looked like the mouth of a spring, but now it had dried up for God knows how many years. Maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. It might even be 10,000 years or 100,000 years. This is the entrance to the City of Elves. Originally, this place was a heavenly spirit spring. Drinking the spring water from this place could prolong life and cure all diseases. And the reason why this heaven spirit spring was able to form. It's because of the mist from the spring of life in the City of Elves. Dukyu's voice was somewhat sorrowful. After the City of Elves disappeared, the heaven spirit spring barely lasted for 3 years before it gradually dried up and finally became what it is now. The once prosperous elf clan has been annihilated in the dust of time. Just like this dried up spring, it's hard to find any signs of life. Dukyu looked up at the sky and sighed. Then what should we do now to reopen the City of Elves? Chu Yang asked. As long as the spring of life is irrigated from here, the spring of life will naturally sink all the way until it reaches the bottom of the earth. It will enter the mouth of the original spring of life and ferment the vitality within, which will then nourish the elven tree of life next to it. When the tree of life recovers, it will definitely cause a change in the weather and cause the celestial crystals and moonlight to shine here. Then, the 3 aspects will continue to circulate and gradually advance. This way, the City of Elves can recover its vitality and slowly become stronger. Dukyu said, when the inside can withstand a certain amount of pressure, we can go in. He finished speaking. Sighing, he said, however, this process requires a considerable amount of spring water from the spring of life. You and I both know that the spring of life is the most precious treasure in the world. If you find that the amount of spring of life is insufficient, then don't waste it. Then don't waste it. I totally understand. I completely understand. Chu Yang nodded. He naturally understood Dukyu's intentions. However, the spring of life in the tribulation space had already reached the level of perfection and had even far exceeded the quality of the spring of elves that the elf clan needed. Moreover, it could continue to grow and multiply endlessly. Even if there was a great loss, it could bear it. There was no need to worry about Dukyu's concerns. Aren't your requirements too low? Could it be that you only want the City of Elves to be able to withstand a certain amount of pressure and you will be satisfied? Chu Yang asked, don't you want the City of Elves to see the light of day again? Aren't you too pessimistic? Dukyu laughed bitterly, of course I want the City of Elves to see the light of day again. In fact, I am the only elf left in this world. My strength is very limited. If the city of elves reappears in the world, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Experts from all over the world will hear the news and come in droves. How can I protect it by myself? I still understand the logic of a man's wealth being his own ruin. Let it continue to sleep underground. As long as I can protect it from being destroyed in my lifetime, it will be enough. Mo Tianji nodded and said, yes, Brother Dukyu is indeed unable to protect the city of elves by himself. If you force it to appear without considering the consequences, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect and instead accelerate the destruction of the city of elves. That's true. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and agreed. Under Mo Tianji's command, the 10 people immediately spread out and surrounded an area of 1,000 feet, strictly guarding it. The remaining Dukyu and Chu Yang stood in the center position. Shall we begin? Chu Yang asked. Dukyu's face suddenly turned pale and his body actually trembled a little. He had waited for tens of thousands of years and today, the Leduo was about to become a reality. This kind of excitement was hard for anyone to avoid. He slowly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, please begin. The corners of his cheeks were clearly protruding. Those were the marks of gritting his teeth after making a decision. From this, it could be seen that Dukyu's heart was in a perilous situation and definitely would not be as calm as he looked on the surface. After saying please begin, Dukyu unexpectedly fell into a short period of silence. Chu Yang understood Dukyu's current feelings very well. He remained silent and waited patiently. Finally, Dukyu slowly opened his hands, and circles of green ripples rippled out from his body. One circle after another landed on the ground that had already dried up to the point that it was beyond recognition. In the surroundings, countless flowers, plants, and trees began to grow abnormally rapidly. Countless big trees that could not be encircled by 5 people were growing at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. They grew upwards and the trunks of the trees were also rapidly thickening. As for the small trees in the surroundings, their growth was even more obvious. They were just small trees a moment ago. In the next moment, they had become huge trees that could only be encircled by one person. In the next moment, they had transformed into huge trees that could only be encircled by several hands. Gudu Xing and the others who were originally guarding the periphery were surprised to find that all the trees in the outermost circle were growing crazily. They were slowly compressing the original space and gradually, they were all connected together, the 10 people were all pushed out. Moreover, the trend was still expanding. Although the extent was not that big, it was still continuing to expand. There were already many towering trees in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there was only one tree left, a huge tree with a diameter of at least 1,000 feet, all the trees seemed to have merged into one. However, the giant tree was still growing and expanding outwards. This is really amazing. Mo Qingwu blinked her big bright eyes and took in deep breaths. Indeed. Perhaps, this is the true, secret technique of the elf race? Mo Tianji muttered thoughtfully. Oh no, this is bad, this is bad. Mo Qingwu suddenly realized, Chu Yang is still inside. He can't have been grown into the heart of the tree like this, right? Haha. Everyone laughed, how is this possible? Don't worry, little girl, your brother Chu Yang will definitely not grow into the heart of the tree. Inside, the trees were still growing at an accelerated speed. As all the trees grew crazily, the space was further compressed. Slowly, a circular space with a radius of 15 feet was formed. It went straight to the blue sky. However, the growth of the branches was also abnormally dense. The top had long been connected, but not a bit of the sky could be seen. There was only a strong smell of life in the surroundings, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Other than the trees, the flowers and plants grew even faster. It was even abnormally terrifying. Around the withered land, all the flowers and plants were growing at an abnormally terrifying speed. They were growing towards the center, where the dried-up spring was located. However, as soon as they came into contact with this withered land, all the plants would instantly wither. It was as if there was an indescribable evil there that specialized in devouring the vitality of all the plants. However, Dukyu was not discouraged at all. He continued to work hard, constantly urging his own special ability. Green rings of light appeared on his body, one after another, and continued to expand. The flowers and plants continued to grow and wither, but the momentum of their advancement was also constantly increasing. It was just that the rate of advancement was really too slow. It was almost moving forward inch by inch. Sometimes, there would even be slight reversals. Due to the continuous urging of his special ability, Dukyu's forehead was constantly sweating. His face was also gradually becoming pale. It was obvious that he was now close to overdraft. However, he still persisted. He used all his effort, mental strength, and willpower to persevere. That was the last duo that had persisted for an entire clan for 100,000 years. Xianxia silently stepped forward and raised his hand. Dukyu timely opened his mouth, and an incomplete heavy pill was flicked into Dukyu's mouth. The pill immediately melted in his mouth. It instantly replenished all the energy that Dukyu had consumed. Dukyu's spirit suddenly shook. His two hands once again drew countless mysterious circles that were filled with profound mysteries. Circles of green light came out, and the frequency of his input was even higher than before. The second chapter. I continue to write the third chapter. *G, yes, if it was originally a green halo, it would at most be lush and green. But at this moment, it was already a green radiance. It was a true radiance that had almost condensed into a substance. The surrounding flowers and plants instantly grew and withered. They fell and planted on the ground. Then, they sprouted and grew, taking root and spreading. Over and over again, they corroded the space between them. The withered land that was 100 feet wide had now slowly become 30 feet wide. And this space was still shrinking. The slow, complicated and boring process was repeating over and over again. Xianxia had already used up the third incomplete heavy pill. The withered land under the two people's feet slowly shrank. The surrounding trees had already become one whole tree. The inner part was even slowly squeezing towards the space between them. The entire area of 130 feet had become an empty giant tree. And this was absolutely impossible to see from the outside. Because there were hundreds of thousands and millions of branches intertwined together. They were so densely packed that it would make one's scalp go numb. In this empty space, the aura of life was so dense that it almost made one feel that one could live forever just by breathing in it. There were only two people here. Only two people. On the ground, the land that once seemed to be permanently withered had now become moist and full of green. The surroundings were completely covered by the dense grass. At this point, the two people could tell that this piece of land had already been revived. But there was still a small dried-up space that was about the size of a teacup left. Dukyu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he said, it's almost done. At this moment, Xianxia was standing in the dense grass that had already overgrown him. He looked a bit embarrassed. There were even a few pieces of green grass that had gotten into his nostrils. A certain king of hell hurriedly pulled the grass out of his nostrils. He praised, the special ability of the elf race is really heaven-defying. This kind of method is really not something that a human can do. Dukyu smiled bitterly. It's indeed not something that a human can do. Because this method is activated by the life origin energy of the elf race. Xianxia laughed and said, what do we do now? It's very simple. You just need to pour the spring of life here. Dukyu said, don't think that there's no protection here, but the life force of the spring of life will definitely not leak out. Also, I've already used the power of the fairies to construct a transmission channel. If you go down from here, there won't be any buffer and you'll be able to reach the mouth of the spring of life. As long as you have enough spring of life. Xianxia, if you feel that this is impossible, there's no need to force yourself. The spring of life is of great significance to you guys in the future. I know. Xianxia grunted and took 2 steps forward. He came to the top of the teacup-sized entrance. Then, he stretched out his hand and squatted down in a horse stance. Stop. You better stop right there. Dukyu's face was filled with black lines, and he angrily said, this is the spring of life, please don't make such a smelly posture, it's as if you want to go to the toilet. Xianxia, who was squatting in a horse stance, was stunned. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big brother, you have to know that I can only use this posture to continuously transfer the spring of life from inside and then let it flow down through my fingers. Other than that, I can only take it out bit by bit. there will definitely be a break in between. Only I can maintain this posture to ensure that the spring of life is endless. Can you not make blind guesses? Dooku was stunned and said, "What blind guesses? You don't even know what you're doing now. Forget it, just maintain this posture and don't move." After saying that, he quickly turned around and raised his hand to dig out a big piece of the big tree behind him. Then, he adjusted it according to Chu Yang's current posture. Then, he used his hand to make a wooden block and stuffed it under Chu Yang's buttocks. He said with a black face, "Will it affect you if you sit in this posture?" "All right." Chu Yang was speechless. What was this? Just now, he was still in a horse stance. What about now? Wasn't it more like sitting in that position? Dooku anxiously waited in anticipation. Then, he saw Minister Chu let out a hey sound again. His finger pointed out with a schwa sound. His fingertip stopped 3 inches above this teacup-sized piece of land. Then, a stream of clear spring water gushed out from his fingertip and poured into this opening. Then, it disappeared without a trace. As the clear spring water flowed out continuously, the moment it left Chu Yang's fingertip, each drop of water emitted a bright and colorful light. It was like the Milky Way flowing in the night sky. It brought with it a boundless and dreamy grandeur as it disappeared into the entrance of the spring of life. Time passed by bit. Chu Yang continued to pour out the spring of life. His expression was calm. Dooku's face was filled with longing and apprehension. He didn't even blink as he watched the spring of life slowly pour into the entrance. At this moment, Dooku hoped that Chu Yang could continue to pour out the spring of life continuously until the spring of elves had truly awakened. However, he was also afraid that Chu Yang would use up too much of the spring of life and plant a negative factor in the future. In the tribulation space, compared to Chu Yang's calmness, a certain sword spirit's face was filled with pain. Seeing the spring of life being continuously extracted, even though he knew that it wouldn't harm his foundation, he still felt a heartache. Is it done? Is it still not enough? Why is it still not enough? How much is this? Isn't it too much? It should be enough, the sword spirit kept nagging like a maniac. His heart ached so much that it couldn't be any more painful. Ever since the tribulation space had the spring of life, it had never given out so much at once. This was too much. The sword spirit felt that no matter who it was, even if it was Shui Leihan, the original master, it wasn't worth it to give out so much spring of life. Moreover, the amount that was being poured out now didn't seem enough. It was very likely that it was far from enough. Help, with the continuous input of the spring of life, the entrance that was the size of a teacup's mouth gradually became brighter and brighter. Little bits of fluorescent light floated out continuously and dissipated everywhere. The fluorescent light of life became more and more numerous, more and more brilliant. Gradually, it seemed to have condensed into a substance. Dooku's breathing also became more and more rapid. His 2 eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. His 2 hands were tightly clenched into fists, his palms full of sweat. Soon. Soon. Finally, soon. Dooku muttered to himself like a maniac. Big brother, is it really soon? I've already given out about 7,000 caddies of spring of life now. Is it really soon? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. It's really soon. Continue. Dooku didn't hear what Chu Yang was saying at all. He was so excited that he had already thrown his original intention of using the spring of life sparingly to the winds. If a certain king of hell dared to cut off the output now, Dooku would probably go all out without another word. He would drag Chu Yang by the neck and force him to continue. Cough, sigh. Chu Yang's face was full of pain. Oh my God. So much spring of life, when exactly will I be able to make up for it? Dooku's soul had completely left his body. He didn't speak to Chu Yang at all. He only looked at the teacup-sized entrance and muttered to himself, it's getting thicker. Almost done. Quick. Quick, quick, quick. Chu Yang was completely speechless. It had already been a day and a night. Brother, can't you just say something to let me rest? Even if you can't really rest, you should at least say something. You're so tired and silly, aren't you? Sigh, I've met the wrong person. Shaking his head, a certain king of hell could only continue working. Finally, along with a strange sound, an unknown sound gradually sounded. It seemed to be coming from somewhere underground. This sound seemed to be coming from someone who had eaten his fill and was letting out a series of extremely satisfied burps. Then, the teacup-sized entrance suddenly sank slowly. After sinking for a full 5 feet, it finally stopped moving. Then, a few strange stones suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, they had already turned into ordinary blue stones and completely sealed the teacup's entrance. Such a situation was extremely similar to a small, tiny well. In the next moment, as the spring of life was poured in again, the sunken space began to slowly float up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle sounds could be heard. A light fragrance that refreshed one's heart and mind wafted up. Chuyang greedily took a breath. Increase the input. Increase the input, quick. Quickly increase it. Increase it to the maximum. Dukyu shouted excitedly as he danced with joy. Chuyang rolled his eyes. Big brother, do you think I'll increase the input just because you say so? Damn it, do you think that this thing is free? This is the spring of life, not some dirt that can be seen everywhere. I originally thought that you were quite understanding. Why are you acting like this at the last moment? Chuyang's trusted aide was cursing endlessly, but his hands abruptly doubled the input. Oh my god, what is this? My spring of life. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit's heart ached as he watched the water level of the spring of life gradually decrease. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He shouted loudly, "Let me out. Let me out, give me a knife, I want to chop this elf to death with one chop. This shameless bandit. I want to chop him to death, slice by slice, slice by slice, ah 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 ah." At this moment, the sword spirit was completely driven mad in the tribulation space. Dukyu was also driven mad outside. Now, Dukyu's hands were dancing and his feet were dancing. He had completely lost track of what year it was. Leduo that spanned 100,000 years, the elf race's biggest Leduo had been realized. Ah 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 ah. Dukyu was already in a state of confusion. He couldn't even remember what to say. He just kept on saying ah 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 ah. The small spring had already stopped bubbling with rainbow-colored light. Instead, with a schwa sound, a stream of sparkling spring water rushed out and rushed towards Chuyang, who was sitting on the wooden stake. The spring of life, this phenomenon meant that the spring of life below had completely recovered. Moreover, the spring of life had an exceptionally special characteristic: it was the greatest life. Whoever gave me life, I would repay them tenfold. This was gratitude for life. Chuyang had awakened the spring of life and restored it to its full vitality. Therefore, the spring of life would rather do nothing to repay Chuyang's kindness. This was the characteristic of the spring of life. The spring of life flowed out of the ground continuously. It would be impolite of Chuyang to reject it. He no longer gave out any more spring water, but absorbed it in the most thorough way. At first, he was still puzzled. This spring of life was good stuff, but he had plenty of it, and it was the kind that would never run out. Why was the spring of life feeding him back? Was there any more meaning to it? But when the spring of life entered the tribulation space, Chuyang immediately felt a difference. A strong sense of gratitude rose from the spring water and rushed into Chuyang's meridians. There were also countless pure thoughts of gratitude that filled Chuyang's mind. It entered his heart, his sea of consciousness, and his soul power. The power of thoughts, and it was the power of gratitude of an entire race. It was also an extremely huge amount of fate energy. Although the concept of luck was illusory, it truly existed and would never decline. Although there was only one person left in the elf race, it was still a race. Moreover, the city of elves had been underground for 100,000 years. Countless powerful elves had made great wishes for the city of elves to shine again before they died. As long as it could save the elf race, make the spring of elves erupt again, make the tree of life shine again, and make the heavenly crystal shine again, that would be the eternal benefactor of the elf race. This kindness was higher than the sky and thicker than the earth. It was the gratitude of 100,000 years of a clan of experts. That power of faith, that power of will, that purity. Such luck was enough for Chuyang to stand above all the others in the heavenly layer from now on. He could look down on the universe with disdain. Even in the heavenly imperial court, there were very few that could compare to Chuyang's fate energy. As the spring of life continued to pour in, the amount of gratitude also increased. After an unknown amount of time, a glowing mark gradually formed on Chu Yang's forehead. It was the shape of a full moon, and it shone brightly. Dooku stared at Chu Yang's forehead and was stunned. His face was full of shock, and he finally exclaimed, "It's the Elf Emperor's seal." That voice was like seeing ghosts and gods appear in the middle of the day. It was even more shocking than that. Huh? Elf Emperor's seal? What Elf Emperor's seal? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Dooku waved his hand. Let's talk about it after you finish receiving it. There will be plenty of time later. His voice was filled with deep emotions. After a while, the spring of life of the elves finally stopped. The symbol on Chu Yang's forehead had also completely formed. A holy light flashed on Chu Yang's forehead and disappeared instantly. Chu Yang's forehead had recovered its brightness, and nothing could be seen anymore. It was as if the fairy emperor's seal had never appeared. The elven emperor's seal is a symbol of status in the elven tribe. Only 2 elven emperor's seals may appear in every generation of the elven tribe. Dooku said enviously, one of them is the current emperor of the elf clan, and the other one is given to the great benefactor of the elf clan. With the elf emperor's seal, you can command any expert with the bloodline of the elf clan. Furthermore, the elves must never disobey your orders, no matter what. The elven emperor's seal has appeared. Even if the heavens and earth are turned upside down, the extinct clan will have no regrets. Dooku sucked in a breath of cold air, that is to say, as long as you show your fairy emperor's seal at the right time, even if the entire fairy race will be consigned to eternal. Damnation, the fairy race will not regret it even if we die 10,000 times, and our words will be the law. I see. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, however, you are the only elf in the world. That doesn't have much meaning. Dooku rolled his eyes and said, in the world, I am indeed the only one with the pure bloodline of the elf royal clan. As for whether there are any in the Heaven Imperial Court, I don't know. But even if there aren't any, I'm not the only expert with the bloodline of the elf royal clan. It may be rare to see one in the Heaven Imperial Court, but there are many people like this in the Heaven Imperial Court. As long as you show the Elf Emperor's seal, even if these people were your enemies, when the Elf Emperor's seal appears, the power of the innate bloodline will make them listen to your orders. This is the truly terrifying part of the Elf Emperor's seal, and that is the most powerful domain coercion. Chu Yang was shocked, and then he became happy. So, it's an extraordinary thing? Of course it's an extraordinary thing. Dooku rolled his eyes, I'm really too jealous of you, too envious of you, and I even hate you a little. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. So, this thing seems to have a lot of uses, and it's very domineering? That's right, who knows how many top experts with the bloodline of the Elf Royal clan are in the Heaven Imperial Court? Or even the pure-blooded Elf Royal clan, if, after going up, wouldn't he be able to? Thinking about it, Sword Master Chu rubbed his chin and laughed. His laughter was very despicable. He. Brother you, I heard that your elf race is very pure. How can there be an elf bloodline in a human's body? Is it because of that? Or do that. Ha ha ha. Dooku flew into a rage, hurry up and shut up, don't release any more waste from your body. You're just a bastard with dirty thoughts, a shameless and perverted bastard. Our elf clan is the purest race in the world, how can we be the kind of race that practices evil? Do you think that we're the kind of people from Xianxia's race that are shameless, ferocious, and take in both young and old? Chu Yang instantly laughed so hard that he suffered internal injuries. If Xianxia was present, he would have already started a fight. This was a blatant slap to the face. Even if it was the truth, one shouldn't say it so bluntly, right? Since you're the purest race, then why are there? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed weirdly and wickedly. His laughter was especially smug, making people want to beat him up 100 or 1,000 times. At least now, Dooku really wanted to give this guy a hard punch in the face. What do you know, a long time ago, there was a period of time when the elf clan didn't restrict interracial marriages, but all elves who married other races had to move out of the city of elves and were no longer allowed to call themselves pure-blooded elves. During that period of time, countless elves left the clan for the so-called true love. Later on, the Elf King realized that the clan had lost too many people, so he gave the order to prohibit interracial marriages. But even so, there were already many elves who had wandered outside. The descendants of these people naturally had the super talents of both elves and humans in their bodies. Many of them even became strong elves and their cultivation speed was very fast. So, many people broke through the void and left this world. Dukyu said, "Of course, this is a unique situation in our heavenly continent. As for whether other continents have it, especially the heavenly imperial court, I don't know." Xianxia grinned and said, "It doesn't matter whether they have it or not. Anyway, this thing doesn't have any harm, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Anyway, if I don't deliberately force it out, outsiders won't know, so there's no effect, haha, no effect." Dukyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared and said, "Can you be any more despicable?" Xianxia said seriously, "How can a man say that he can't?" "Of course, I can. Why, do you want to see it?" "I can fulfill your wish, do you really want to see it?" Dukyu retreated in defeat and raised his hands. "I'm convinced. A despicable person is invincible, I've learned it today." Xianxia laughed and said, "It's good that you're convinced. Oh right, how long do we have before we can go down to the City of Elves?" "That's a serious matter." Dukyu looked at the teacup-sized spring and said thoughtfully, "The spring of life has already formed, and it's already starting to nourish the ancient tree of life around the spring of life. It'll probably be completed in about 3 days." About this time, Dukyu wasn't very confident that it would be completed in 3 days. The conclusion he came to was actually based on his inherited memories. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he wasn't very confident when he said this. He said, "When the ancient tree of life regains its vitality, it can work together with the spring of life to trigger the illumination of the celestial crystal and form a virtuous cycle. From then on, it'll be able to continue growing. When that time comes, we can go down." Xianxia frowned. "How long do you think it'll take until that time?" Dukyu frowned uncertainly and said, "I'm not very sure about this either. But it should be half a month at the latest, right? After all, the spring of life is the most important part. As long as the spring of life forms, it's equivalent to having the most stable foundation, and the foundation with life will only become more and more stable. So, it won't take much time. I believe 15 days is already the limit." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, 15 days isn't very long. If you had said 15 years or something, I would have hung myself here immediately." "That's too much of a waste of time," Dukyu panted and rolled his eyes. He really didn't know what to say to this guy, so he could only keep quiet. He was very worried that if he continued to talk to him, he would be angered to death before his wish for the City of Elves was fulfilled. Since he had nothing to do now, of course he had to inform his brothers. Especially Emo Qinggu, this girl was very worried about him now, so he didn't want her to cry anymore. Taking advantage of the free time, Xianxia sent a telepathic message out and told Emo Tianji and the others about the situation inside. "I'm inside, everything is fine. It will take about 20 days or so to restore the City of Elves. You guys wait patiently outside, everything will be fine outside." Then, he added, "You guys are naturally not afraid of hunger, but don't let Qinggu starve. If she loses even a little bit of weight from hunger, I'll make each of you 3 to 5 times fatter when I get out." The moment Xianxia said that, Emo Qinggu blushed and lowered her head sweetly. Emo Tianji was also greatly comforted and said, "This guy still has some conscience. He actually knows how to take care of my sister. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let Qinggu lose weight no matter what." However, while the other brothers outside were relieved, they were also ridiculing him. F***ck. Boss really values women over friends. What do you mean we're not afraid of hunger? Humans are made of iron and steel. If we don't eat, we'll go hungry. Men are also humans. Luo Kadi said sarcastically, "How can we not be afraid of hunger?" Yes, yes. GMO nodded repeatedly. Valuing women over friends. Second Master G is made of flesh and blood. If he doesn't eat for 20 days, he'll die. Only Ao Xieyun and Rui Badong, who are not of our race, would eat raw meat. Second Master G would never do such a disgusting thing. Even if you beat me to death, I won't do it. Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong immediately glared at him, as if ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. GMO clearly didn't see the situation in front of him clearly. He continued to provoke them recklessly. What are you looking at? Why don't the two of you go and hunt? What if you starve our future sister-in-law? Don't you have any eyesight? Oh right, remember to hunt more. You can eat raw meat. Second Master Gu and Trickster Imo will roast it. We're not people who don't care about raw meat. Before he finished speaking, Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong had already joined forces and pounced over fiercely. They punched and kicked without mercy. Just by looking at their stance, it was quite possible that they had an irreconcilable feud with GMO. What's the point of hunting? We'll roast the two of you and have enough to eat, GMO shouted angrily. Brothers, attack. Damn it, these two non-humans actually dare to hit Second Master G of the human race. Aren't they afraid of provoking anger? Before he finished speaking, the brothers indeed attacked together. However, their targets were Second Master G and Second Master Luo, who were being beaten up. Of course, we'll pick the weak ones. We can't afford to offend the brothers from the Dragon and Phoenix races. Only Second Master G and Second Master Luo of the human race are ready-made punching bags. It's a waste not to hit them. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, Second Master G and Second Master Luo tactfully begged for forgiveness at once. They covered their heads and hugged their crotches. Sirs, this lowly one knows his mistake. You are all great men, please don't overstep your bounds. The Prime Minister can row a boat alone, please spare my life. Continue. Beat him up. I will take responsibility if he dies. Mo Tianji ordered with a murderous look on his face. Finally, in the blink of an eye, Second Master G and Second Master Luo had turned into two dead dogs lying on the ground, gasping for air. Their vision went dark. Gu Duxing moved closer to them with a cold expression. What were you shouting for just now? Second Brother Gu? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again? Let me hear you clearly. Hurry up. GMO was tongue-tied. So this was the problem? Mo Tianji stepped forward and laughed sinisterly. You, what did you just call me? Was it fraud, Mo? I didn't get to the bottom of it either. Can you repeat that? Hurry up. GMO screamed. If the heavens perish, then so be I. Resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes and stuck out his butt. Go ahead. Don't you guys just want to beat me up? Just don't hit my face. Bang bang, time passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped away just like that. During this half a month, the brothers outside were bored to death. Other than practicing martial arts, they were fighting. GMO and Luo Kudi were beaten up at least 40 to 50 times each. And this was the most conservative estimate. Their mouths were still as cheap as ever, and they were really invincible in flirting with words. Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong were immensely proud of themselves. Especially Rui Budong, who thought that he was the best among them, acting as if he was the boss and he was the second in command. Finally, he incurred the wrath of the crowd and was jointly attacked once. Ao Xieyun was beaten until his eyes rolled back and he couldn't breathe for a long time. Rui Budong was almost beaten to the point of nirvana again, in the end. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang issued a challenge. The two of them challenged the rest of the people. However, under the command of the Master of Calculation and Manipulation, Mo Tianji, the joint force of the saber supremacy and the sword supremacy was instantly disintegrated. The two of them were naturally beaten up. On the last day, there was originally no reason to stir up trouble. However, the brothers were brooding over the fact that everyone was beaten up except for Mo Tianji. Why was he an exception? What's so great about being a swindler? Thus, without any reason, they also beat up Mo Tianji. When the time came, no one could be spared from becoming a pig's head. Half a month had passed. Everyone's cultivation had improved a lot, and their ability to withstand beatings had also increased significantly. Except for the two women, Mo Qingguo and Mo Lei everyone else's face was bruised and swollen. It was normal for them to have a pig's head. Usually, any one of these brothers would be handsome men no matter where they went. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were as black as pandas, their cheeks were as swollen as steamed buns, the corners of their mouths were as swollen as pigs, and the bridge of their noses was so bruised that it was frightening. They were completely like a group of refugees after a war. Mo Qinggu and Mo Lei were already used to such a scene. The two women whispered to each other at the side, chuckling from time to time. They could only scoff at the bunch of bored people behind them who had beaten themselves black and blue. If Chu Yang was here, he would probably be able to form a restraining force on these guys. However, Chu Yang wasn't here at this moment. It was very obvious that Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing didn't have that kind of prestige. Before they could even scold them, they were already beaten up. However, during this period of interaction, Mo Lei had a very surprising discovery. No matter which field it was, Mo Qinggu seemed to know more than her. What was going on? This little girl in front of her seemed to be only in her teens. Moreover, what Mo Lei couldn't understand the most was that sometimes, when Mo Qinggu was silent and deep in thought, the words that came out of her mouth were like a suffering girl who had seen through the vicissitudes of life, weathered the hardships of life, and seen through the hardships of the world. However, sometimes, when she was cheerful, she was still a genuine little girl who was innocent and naive. These two performances formed an unusually stark contrast. It even gave people a feeling of disconnection and disconnection. If one were to use the modern perspective and the modern medical term, it was 100% schizophrenia, and an exceptionally severe one at that, superdual personality disorder. This peculiar feeling made Mo Lei feel very ridiculous. However, such a situation had occurred more than once with Mo Qinggu. Moreover, every time such a situation occurred, Mo Qinggu would always seem to have something on her mind. Mo Lei couldn't understand this. In the dead of the night, she once went to ask Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang directly said, "What do you think I can tell?" Mo Lei completely retreated in defeat. That's right, this sentence was definitely the truth without any concealment. I forgot, with second master Dong Wushang's intelligence, other than practicing martial arts and killing enemies, it's already good enough that you know that you're full and not hungry. I should be content, Mo Lei ridiculed, thinking about it herself. Instead of asking someone about something that even she couldn't figure out, she might as well ask the knee joint. Dong Wushang was stunned by Mo Lei's reaction for a long time before he said, "Why are you still asking if you know?" He turned around and continued to snore. Mo Lei directly suffered internal injuries, super-internal injuries, and internal injuries that she couldn't even tell anyone about. This brute. Can you be any more brute? Thousands of miles away. In a hidden mountain stream filled with gloomy clouds and gloomy fog. The Dharma Supreme woke up and blinked his eyes before he remembered what was going on. He turned around and sat up, only to feel that his body seemed to be very strange. It was as if there was an unprecedentedly strong feeling, but he clearly only felt unprecedentedly weak. His body was weak all over, and his spirit was exhausted. Even lifting a finger was difficult. But where did this unprecedented feeling of strength come from? What's going on? The Dharma Supreme asked instinctively. However, he had already regained his composure in an instant. He raised his head and looked at the black fog right in front of him. Inside the black room was the heavenly demon. This was something that the Dharma Supreme didn't need to identify. It's just a small accident. I'm injured. The heavenly demon sighed. Although his voice was calm, the Dharma Supreme could clearly hear that there was a kind of hysterical rage and violence in his voice that he was trying to suppress. Behind all these negative emotions, there was also a hint of cowardice and panic. Your Excellency seems to be very weak now? The Dharma Supreme narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. Nonsense, I'm injured, how can I not be weak? The heavenly demon said without thinking, but he didn't hide anything. He didn't need to hide anything from the Dharma Supreme, and there was also no need to hide anything. Because in his heart, the Dharma Supreme was created by himself. He was definitely a direct descendant. But he didn't know that this honesty depended on who he was facing, and what kind of terrible consequences would be caused by his honesty now. Oh. The Dharma Supreme closed his eyes, his expression calm and unruffled. No one knew what he was thinking. Your heavenly demon origin has now truly awakened, and has started to form demonic aura in the true sense. The heavenly demon said, from now on, as long as you cultivate diligently, under my guidance, you will definitely become a powerful heavenly demon. Even if you are not as good as me, you will still be within reach of others. The Dharma Supreme laughed dryly. A powerful heavenly demon? He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. He was the most powerful person in the heavenly continent, and now he actually had to fight to become a powerful heavenly demon? Work hard, what he pursued was only strong personal strength, but he had never cared about the identity of a heavenly demon, and I can only do it under your guidance. Who do you think you are? Inferior to you? Pooh. Since my heavenly demon origin has already awakened, why do I feel so weak now? This doesn't make sense, right? Shouldn't I feel refreshed and my cultivation has improved greatly? The Dharma Supreme frowned. It should have been like this, but I extracted a part of your cultivation to heal myself, the heavenly demon said matter-of-factly. The heavenly demon's origin seed that he cultivated was naturally his private property. All the heavenly demons agreed with this view. To the heavenly demons, this was a matter of course. Oh, I understand now. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "It is my honor to be able to do something for you." He cursed in his heart, F***CKU. How dare you extract my origin seed to heal me? You idiot from outside the domain. F***CK all the women of your ancestors. Yes, this is how it should be. The heavenly demon's few words almost made the Dharma Supreme so angry that he had a cerebral hemorrhage. However, he did not show it on his face. Even the higher-level heavenly demons could not be compared to the human pseudo-emperor in terms of concealment of human nature. At the same time, another thought came to the Dharma Supreme's mind: he can extract my heavenly demon's origin to strengthen himself? In that case, can I also extract his heavenly demon's origin for my own use? I think it is possible, if I can extract all the heavenly demon's origin seed from this guy. Then, how much stronger can I become? The Dharma Supreme's mind went through all kinds of thoughts at lightning speed. The most important thing now is to need the spirits of some supreme martial artists and above to make up for our losses. When the heavenly demon said the word experts, there was obvious disdain. Since when did I, the great heavenly demon, have to address the so-called supreme martial artists here as experts? Experts? Are they worthy? They are just slightly stronger ants. Forcing himself to be unhappy, he ordered, "Come here, I will teach you the method to absorb the power of spirits. Go out and kill people, then absorb their spirits for me to use to strengthen your strength. Heal my injuries." The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and he said, "Okay. I will definitely kill to your satisfaction. Killing a few people for you is naturally not a problem, no matter how many I kill. I dare not say much about other things on this continent, but there are quite a lot of people." The heavenly demon smiled satisfactorily and said, "You are very obedient. As long as you are obedient, there will be many benefits. Yes, listen carefully." The heavenly demon did not suspect that the Dharma Supreme would have any strange thoughts. After all, he was the one who gave birth to his heavenly demon's origin. In the heavenly demon clan, this was a great favor. This was the heavenly demon's creed, no matter what he wanted him to do. It was a matter of course. The Celestial Fiend clan had been passing down their inheritance in this manner for millions of years, so there was really nothing to worry about. However, he did not realize that what he was facing now was not a true heavenly demon. He was a heavenly layer human through and through. Moreover, this human had a high position and was used to ordering people around. Most importantly, this human was an ambitious and ruthless character who had betrayed them time and time again. Furthermore, he was mentally sound. He was a super wise man with almost demonic intelligence. After the Dharma Supreme finished listening to the technique imparted by the extraterrestrial demon, he pondered over it for a while. Sensing that something was amiss, Xianxia said cautiously, "Elder, you can see how weak I am right now. I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill a Jizuan realm expert for the time being." What you said makes sense. In that case, I might as well teach you how to refine souls. You should first kill a few people to replenish yourself, even if your cultivation is not high. You can also recover some of your strength. After all, you can't compare to me. It's like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for me, but it's greatly beneficial to you, the heavenly demon said proudly. Yes, the Dharma Supreme replied respectfully. He thought to himself, indeed, I can't compare to you now, But when my wings are fully developed and I devour you, will I still not be able to compare to you? When that time comes, you're nothing. How would the heavenly demon have thought that the Dharma Supreme had such rebellious thoughts in his mind? He taught the Dharma Supreme without reservation and warned, remember, as long as there's a soul of a Jizuan realm expert, send it to me immediately. You must not devour it yourself. At most, when I recover slightly, I will reward you with 1 out of every 10 souls. You don't have to be too grateful to me, I'm still very generous. The Dharma Supreme did not seem to mind at all. He smiled sincerely and said, Elder's generosity makes me feel ashamed? Elder, you helped me activate the heavenly demon's origin. Such a great favor, I can't repay it even in a few generations. I will definitely not keep it for myself. The heavenly demon waved his hand in satisfaction. It's hard for you to be so filial. My promise will always be valid. Go. The Dharma Supreme agreed and leaped out. In the next few days, the Dharma Supreme kept trying to worm his way into the heavenly demon's good books. The heavenly demon did not suspect him and actually taught him many heavenly demon secret techniques. How would he know that every time he taught the Dharma Supreme something, he would be 1 step closer to death? He was actually sending himself to the gates of hell, inside the forest of fairies. At the core of the giant tree's embrace. Although the bubbling spring water was churning violently, it never really came out of the ground. Naturally, there was no need to worry about leakage. Only the spring water inside was getting clearer and clearer. Starting from the 3rd night, there was suddenly a bright and resplendent moonlight that gently shone on this place, covering the entire forest with a layer of sparkling and tiny light. The light gradually seeped into every tree and disappeared. However, the moonlight continued to shine, and an endless amount of mysterious energy poured into the forest without holding back. Xianxia discovered that after about half a day, the spring water had become turbid. Well, it couldn't be said to be turbid. Instead, it had turned into the color of the moonlight. It was gradually settling down. Moreover, strings of rainbow-colored bubbles were also constantly emerging. Gurgle gurgle, this is the so-called celestial crystal moonlight. Now that the celestial crystal moonlight has appeared, it proves that the ancient tree of life has revived. And this spring water is the celestial crystal moonlight gathered in the entire forest and converted into the special energy needed by the city of fairies. It is being transmitted to the city of fairies. As if he had seen Chu Yang's confusion, Dukyu explained calmly. I see, Chu Yang exclaimed. No wonder the fairy race was once so powerful. All the flowers and trees in such a huge forest were absorbing and converting energy. How powerful was the energy? What Chu Yang did not know was that with the revival of the ancient tree of life and the appearance of the celestial crystal moonlight, the periphery of this 10-million-mile forest was also spreading outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trees emerged from the periphery and slowly occupied pieces of land that did not originally belong to this forest. It seemed that at this rate, they would be able to occupy the entire continent. However, all of this was happening silently. In just half a day's time, this originally vast forest had expanded by 1/10 of its original size. Moreover, this expansion was still continuing and resolutely. If only one person could absorb all this energy. Looking at the celestial crystal moonlight constantly converting energy, some of it even condensing into a substance, Chu Yang could not help but daydream endlessly. Don't have unrealistic and blind thoughts. Even if a deity were to rashly obtain this energy, he would also explode in an instant. Dukyu looked at him disdainfully and turned his head away. He no longer looked at this bumpkin who had not seen the world. Chu Yang sweated profusely. Finally, this day had finally arrived. The spring water no longer bubbled and started to emit dense mist. The mist was very light at first, but it gradually became thicker and thicker. Finally, it was so thick that it seemed to be a substance. Chu Yang took a breath and felt comfortable all over. This phenomenon lasted for a few hours. The thick mist gradually thinned and became clear again. Looking down from the spring's eye, one could not tell how deep the spring water was. It seemed to lead to the end of another world. When one's eyes looked into the calm spring water, they actually could not see their own reflection. Dukyu took a deep breath and said with a dignified face, pure water without a shadow. Life force is transformed. Spring of life is formed. Tree of life is born. Moonlight is abundant. The passage to the elves has been opened. It's about time. We can all go in now. Hearing this, Chu Yang's spirit shook. In fact, Dukyu had been waiting impatiently for a long time. In these few days, he had been looking at this spring water without blinking. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Now that the passage had finally been opened, he naturally could not wait to call everyone in. Both of his hands were constantly making all kinds of mysterious hand signs in front of his chest. Circles of green light suddenly appeared and poured into the void above the spring water. Slowly, the shape of this void began to undergo some subtle changes. After a burst of distorted mist, a narrow passage that only one person could enter appeared out of thin air. This is really amazing. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. It seemed that Dukyu did not spend much effort. The passage was open just like that, so simple? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go quickly. Dukyu hurriedly said. Then, he flew up and entered the passage impatiently. Seeing this, Chu Yang did not dare to delay. He followed closely behind and entered. This is the special ability of our elven race. You see, it seems to be effortless. In fact, it really is effortless. Dukyu was very excited. It was obvious that he was trying to find something to say. His intention was naturally to hide the ecstasy and excitement that almost made his heart explode. I see. Chu Yang's voice sounded very dull in the passage. He said very gloomily. After the two of them entered, the passage that had suddenly appeared outside gradually disappeared. After a burst of distortion, it completely disappeared. The spring on the ground was also cleverly covered by a few stones. It was as if there were no traces of it at all. All of the refreshing vitality was also slowly scattering everywhere. It made this place look inconspicuous. After entering the passage, Chu Yang felt as if his body was falling endlessly. It was as if he would never fall to the bottom. An unprecedented feeling of weightlessness appeared clearly in his senses. It was like a nightmare. He only felt that his body was falling endlessly. Chu Yang turned his head and saw that Dukyu had already closed his eyes. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and closed his eyes as well. Do whatever you want. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't be surprised. Anyway, I won't fall to my death. Dukyu has copper skin and iron bones. He didn't know how much time had passed. According to Chu Yang's calculations, this process should have been about 2 hours. His body, which had been free-falling all this time, finally had a new feeling. It seemed that there was an unusually gentle force rising from below, gently supporting their bodies and slowing down their falling speed by 1,000 times. At this moment, the two were like two feathers, falling slowly as if they were weightless. Then, puff puff, with two sounds, the two felt that they had fallen onto soft grass at the same time. Not to mention injuries, they didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Chu Yang opened his eyes and stood up immediately. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. Even his incomparably calm mind couldn't describe what he was feeling in his heart at this moment. In short, it was just amazement. There was only amazement. This is the legendary city of fairies? Chu Yang opened his mouth wide and felt his mind go blank. It's really, 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 really beautiful, city of fairies, where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. But Chu Yang definitely didn't expect that the city of fairies could be like this. When Chu Yang was descending, he had already clearly felt that he had fallen into a boundless void after passing through that passageway. In fact, it wasn't ordinary, but a boundless void. The surrounding space seemed bleak and ancient. It was very vast. It was clearly a large space. It stretched out faintly. But when he really opened his eyes, he also didn't expect that this so-called large space was actually such a large space. In front of him was a well filled with colorful lights. The spring water in it was crystal clear, as if it contained endless mysteries of life. It was the spring of life. Wisps of moonlight power fell from the sky continuously, without missing a single bit, and merged into the spring. The spring water gently swayed, and ripples appeared on its surface. Strands of spirit energy surged out, nourishing everything that could be nourished. Chu Yang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't know how deep the well was. The most conservative estimate was that it was much more than the spring of life that he had irrigated. Much, much, much more. So this spring of life wasn't actually destroyed. It has always existed, it just lacked an opportunity to operate again. Chu Yang muttered to himself, my spring of life is just an opportunity, a diversion. At the side, Dukyu sneered, isn't this the only reasonable way? If the spring of life here has already been completely destroyed, what's the use of injecting 70 to 80,000 caddies of your spring of life? Chu Yang was furious. You're simply burning the bridge after crossing the river. After using up my spring of life, you actually turn around and say that it's useless. Hurry up and apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Dukyu took a deep breath. He really didn't know how to reply to this question. If he said that it was useful, it was indeed useful. However, this guy would definitely step on his nose and take his face. He would even directly say that he was a birdman. Maybe Birdman was his new nickname. However, if he said that it was useless, that would be going against his conscience. He was indeed burning the bridge after crossing the river. Fortunately, Minister Chu didn't continue to beat around the bush on this issue. This was because he discovered a new good scene. The place where Chu Yang had landed was actually right beside the Spring of Life. Everything about the Spring of Life and its surroundings could be seen at a glance. Around the mouth of the well, there was a small tree every 10 feet. These small trees were really small. Each of them was at most as thick as a finger. However, they were growing at an extremely slow speed. Although the signs weren't obvious and it was difficult to see the signs of growth even if one just stared at them for a while, one would be able to feel that this small tree had grown a little. As for above the Spring of Life, there was another huge tree trunk that had already withered by at least 80%. The tree trunk was huge. It was at least 500 feet thick. 70% of the outer side had already been weathered, revealing many holes in the tree. Only the other side that was close to the Spring of Life still had some green branches. They still stubbornly stretched out an umbrella-like tree shade, blocking the sky for the Spring of Life. It was like an eternal protective umbrella. This is the legendary ancient tree of life. Dukyu looked at this ancient tree. His voice was filled with emotion. It's this ancient tree of life that has protected and reproduced the fairy race for generations. Only today, only this ancient tree is left. Moreover, it has lost more than half of its vitality. It's just barely hanging on at death's door. He sighed. From what I know, originally, there should be countless other ancient trees of life around here. However, after a long period of time, they were all destroyed one by one. Chu Yang was puzzled. You mean that the sapling next to it is actually the ancient tree of life? Yes, these saplings are the ancient tree of life. To be more precise, they should be newly born ancient trees of life that have just been stimulated by the Spring of Life. They're just saplings. Dukyu's eyes were filled with sorrow. If we wait for these saplings to really grow up and reach the stage where they can give birth to fairies, I'm afraid it will take at least 2,000 years. What? Let these trees give birth to fairies? Chu Yang was shocked. Ah? Can I understand it this way? The so-called fairies are actually the fruits of these trees? Fruits? Dukyu was exasperated. What do you mean by fruits? Fruits? They're living beings, okay, but after thinking for a while, he still nodded helplessly. If you really want to put it this way, it's not impossible. When these ancient trees of life grow stronger and their vitality reaches a certain level, they will give birth to tree embryos on their treetops. When the embryos mature, a fairy will break through and descend into the world. This is the birth process of fairies. It's somewhat similar to the fruiting of fruit trees. It's just that the ancient trees of life are of a higher grade. In fact, fruit trees are also a kind of living beings in the world. It's natural for them to be able to reproduce. The only difference between them and humans is that one is a plant and the other is an animal. That's all. As for these embryos, we fairies usually call them the mother's embryo. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes widened. There's actually such a thing. Dukyu's statement could be said to be extremely bold. However, it was also extremely simple. It seemed to be the case. Bumpkin, what do you know? Dukyu said disdainfully. He looked down on this bumpkin and said, "The fairies that are born in this way are the purest fairies created by the heavens and earth. It's also the source of power that the fairy race relies on for survival and development. After the ancient tree of life begins to give birth to fairies for the first time, it will mature once every 50 years. This is also how the fairy race came to be." Dukyu said deeply, "Therefore, the fairy race has always regarded the heavenly crystal moonlight as their god, the fairy spring as their father, and the ancient tree of life as their mother." Chu Yang's face revealed a strange expression. He said, "I say, don't you fairies have other ways to give birth?" He blinked his eyes and said, "For example." He paused at this point. His gaze was somewhat meaningful, lingering in the air. Dukyu said hesitantly, "You're saying, sex? Dirty. Dirty." Chu Yang was immediately filled with righteous indignation. He scolded, "How can you even have the nerve to say such shameless words? You still have the nerve to say that you're a pure fairy. Bah! How can you be so dirty?" Dukyu was instantly enraged. "You still have the nerve to spit at me? What I said just now was because you didn't finish what you wanted to say, so I kindly added a few words for you." This person's shamelessness really makes one speechless to the extreme. Could it be that people who are so shameless are really invincible in the world? Dukyu was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then let me ask you, how should I say those words just now? How can it not be dirty?" Chu Yang said righteously, "At least you can say it more subtly. For example, you can say that yin and yang are in harmony, and that the heavens and earth are in harmony. Or Dunluan. Or that. Only then will it be more elegant and not so dirty." Dukyu spat out blood and said, "Isn't that the same thing? Is there a difference?" Chu Yang continued to persuade him sincerely, "How can it be the same thing? Listen to this." He began to explain non-stop. Dukyu hurriedly interrupted someone and said with a black face, "Stop. Let's just do that. The child that is born after doing that is called an acquired spirit. Do you understand? For such a spirit, if it wants to reach the level of an innate spirit, it has to go through many steps such as internal cleansing. Of course, it also needs to work hard. Otherwise, there will always be an innate gap. So that's how it is." Chu Yang suddenly understood. He touched his chin and said, "It's really hard to imagine that a bunch of fruits from a tree can actually multiply and become a huge race. The affairs of the world are really unpredictable. There really are all kinds of strange things in this boundless world." Dukyu was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he would be suspected of being ungrateful, he would have already beaten Chu Yang up to the point that even tribulation couldn't recognize him. Could it be that the heavens also favor such a despicable, shameless, and dirty person? A certain king of hell raised his head intentionally or unintentionally. This entire space was filled with dense and inexplicable fragrances. As far as the eye could see, it was vast and boundless. However, his line of sight could only reach a distance of a few hundred feet. Any further would be blocked by the dense spiritual fog. Chu Yang raised his head intentionally or unintentionally. He discovered that the entire space was filled with dense and inexplicable fragrances. Looking around, it was vast and boundless. However, his line of sight could only reach a distance of a few hundred feet. Anything further than that was blocked by the dense spiritual fog. "Where is this place?" Chu Yang asked. "Our current position is in the heart of the city of elves, which is in the garden of the Elven King's mansion." Dukyu was expressionless. Chu Yang immediately became excited when he heard this. "Then, isn't there a lot of good things here? How could the garden of the Elven King's mansion be ordinary?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In the dense fog, there was a greedy and lustful light, like a wolf that saw a flock of sheep. Dukyu said indifferently, "Don't think too much. After the long baptism of more than 100,000 years, do you think that the original flowers and plants can still exist until now?" Chu Yang disagreed. "Ordinary flowers and plants naturally don't exist anymore. But, as long as they still exist, they must be heaven-defying medicines. Am I right?" Dukyu smiled. "Then you can search according to your own judgment. I didn't say anything, and I didn't make any guarantees. I still have to go to the Elven King's mansion to take a look." As he spoke, he leaped and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. You ran so fast. You're really not a friend. As if I would rely on you. Xianxia complained, but his eyes revealed a trace of heartfelt warmth as he looked at Dukyu's departing figure. Dukyu didn't have to leave. There must be some excellent things in this garden. But Dukyu said that there wasn't anything and guaranteed everything. Then, he left alone. That means, as long as you have the ability to find it, you can take whatever you want, and he also took care of my feelings. This trust, this recognition, no words could describe it. Xianxia smiled and put his arm on the spring of elves. Instantly, with a splash sound, more than 10,000 pounds of spring of elves water was poured into the spring of life of the elves. The quality of the spring of life that Xianxia had right now was undoubtedly much better than the ordinary spring of life of the elves. This time, the injection was done in the most direct way, and the spring of life immediately underwent a huge change. Xianxia didn't have any intention of stopping. The spring of life flowed down as if it didn't cost anything. Tens of thousands of kilograms of water poured down in an extremely short period of time. He would help her to the end and help her all the way. Since we're brothers, you've treated me with sincerity and waited for me with sincerity, so I naturally won't hold anything back from you. Your wish has been fulfilled, and you don't want to ascend to heaven. My path ahead is long, and we brothers will part ways one day. Furthermore, we may not meet again. Let me raise the quality of your spring of life by one level. The entire spring of life trembled violently, and suddenly bubbled. The ancient tree of life beside the spring of life also trembled. The tree rustled and sprouted violently. Many places that had decayed long ago were recovering at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. The crown of the tree shook continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it grew more than 3 times its original size. The little tree of life beside it also experienced changes. Compared to the ancient tree of life, the growth of the little tree of life was even more obvious and exaggerated. In just a breath's time it had grown 17 to 18 feet. The originally small crown of the tree had increased at least 20 times its original size. It was almost connected together. The originally slender tree trunk had also become so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It had grown at least 10 times, or even 100 times, in addition to the drastic changes around the spring of life. Even further away, countless little trees of life popped up every 10 feet. In the blink of an eye, this place had become a small forest with a radius of tens of miles. A forest completely made up of trees of life. Xianxia's sudden and unexpected action could be said to be super generous. It had almost made the number of trees of life reach 1/30 of the elf race's peak. Although the current situation was spectacular, it was still only 1/30. One must know that the elf race's peak had a population of tens of millions. Although the age of the trees of life now was still very short and far from being comparable to the ancient tree of life that could give birth to elves in the past, the bubbles that came out of the spring of life had transformed into a transparent milky white color. The quality of the entire spring of life had been raised to the limit by Xianxia's action. Waves of emotions full of infinite joy came from the countless trees of life and swarmed into Xianxia's heart lake. This made the initiator feel very happy. With the evolution of the spring of life, the light fragments of the celestial crystal moonlight in the sky also became 3 times denser. The more trees of life there were, the more effective it was in triggering the power of the celestial crystal moonlight. The spiritual fog in the space became denser and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. If an ordinary person took a whiff, they would probably be able to achieve the effect of prolonging their lifespan. Taking a whiff would not be a problem for them to live a few more years. This was not an exaggeration. Of course, this phenomenon was only a temporary phenomenon after the upgrade. The time limit was very short and it would return to normal very soon. However, it was already extremely rare and precious. In the distance, Dukyu's body involuntarily trembled violently. With his back facing Xianxia, his eyes revealed a deep sense of sadness. However, at this moment, he still had to pretend that he was completely unaware. He stepped forward and walked towards the destination he mentioned earlier. However, his footsteps became a lot heavier. His originally carefree heart was suddenly filled with something called friendship. Dukyu's figure finally disappeared completely. Xianxia waited for a while longer. After confirming that the spring of life was completely stable, he stopped pouring in the higher level of spring of life. He smiled confidently and officially began his treasure hunt. He went everywhere. However, at this moment, Xianxia simply didn't know that his sudden impulse had helped Dooku a great deal, and also helped the elf race a great deal. For the future of this continent, he had created countless peerless geniuses, and countless ascended people. The sprites born from the improved spring of life were powerful and talented. They had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, these were all in the future. Xianxia plunged into the newly grown dense forest, and immersed himself in searching for traces of treasures. After a long while, he discovered gloomily, originally, this piece of land was bare, and it seemed that it would be convenient to find anything. But now, I've suddenly found a group of people, and they've become densely packed. He had actually created trouble for himself, and it was even a huge trouble. However, it's okay. I have a countermeasure. I have people inside. Sword Spirit. Chu. Yang summoned. Here. My old profession, I've come out to search for elixirs. Today, you can search to your heart's content until I find you. Sword Master Chu waved his hand, looking as if he was thinking for the Sword Spirit's sake. The Sword Spirit's materialized body instantly appeared in this special space. Then, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this place? It's really a good place. The density of spiritual energy is almost comparable to the territory of the Heavenly Palace Lord. No, it's even more exaggerated than there. It's just a little worse than the Lord's palace. This is where. Isn't this the city of elves?" Xianxia smiled. Xianxia explained the situation to him. The city of elves was undoubtedly a sacred place for cultivation. The density of spiritual energy was also extremely high. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as what the Sword Spirit had described. The reason why it was so exaggerated now was probably because the spring of life's essence couldn't last for a long time. Otherwise, Xianxia and the rest could just stay here and cultivate. Why would they bother to go up to the Heavenly Palace Lord? After the Sword Spirit understood the whole story, his spirit was shaken. But, he didn't hesitate, and his body once again turned into an illusory state. After all, only 2 living people had entered this place. So, if Elder Yu saw the Sword Spirit, he wouldn't mind, and wouldn't feel any ill feelings towards him. However, there would still be some misunderstandings, or perhaps, it could be said that he would be surprised. After all, the existence of the Sword Spirit was an absolute secret even in the Heavenly Palace Lord. There seems to be a lot of elixirs here. Yes, they're all top-grade elixirs. This is really a land of treasures. We've struck it big this time. The Sword Spirit sniffed and had a face full of joy. Huh? Are you sure? Are you sure? Xianxia was somewhat doubtful. Previously, this place was desolate and didn't seem to be much better than a desert. How could it be not bad? There should be some elixirs here, but it shouldn't be to the extent of a lot, right? And it had to be top-grade elixirs. This statement seemed to have far exceeded expectations. It was a bit exaggerated to say that a pie fell from the sky. If it was true, it could smash Xianxia's head. I'm absolutely sure. Isn't it obvious? The Sword Spirit said with certainty. Then, he searched carefully again and said, "It's really, too much, too much." He seemed to have never seen the Sword Spirit complain that there were too many elixirs here. This time, the City of Elves made an exception. Xianxia was even more excited. Let's go, let's hurry up and find them all. They're all ours. The Sword Spirit suddenly thought of something important and said, "Oh right, isn't the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword here? That's the important thing." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Both sides are important. Isn't collecting elixirs also important? Let's look for elixirs while looking for the Tribulation Sword. We'll take a dump and dig sweet potatoes while catching grasshoppers. We won't delay anything else." The Sword Spirit retched and said helplessly, "Lord Sword Master, please don't be so straightforward. Be a little more reserved and have a little more of a legendary demeanor. You're the legendary Tribulation Sword Master." Xianxia spread his hands helplessly and smiled innocently. "Actually, I'm a boar, a very boar." "Do you understand what a boar is?" The Sword Spirit covered his face and ran away. "There used to be an old ginseng here. Although the plant has already withered, its essence is still here. In the dense forest, the sword spirit pointed to a place under his feet. A ginseng that can leave its essence must be at least 10,000 years old. Moreover, this is not an ordinary ginseng. You dig and see. Pay attention to use your elemental energy to confine this area. Once you dig it out, immediately put it into the space and scatter it in the medicine field. If you lose even a little bit of its essence, you won't be able to find it even if you cry. Qiuyang sweated profusely and began to do the hard work. He had only dug down 3 feet when he clearly felt a burst of warmth. He couldn't help but slightly frown. He continued to dig down. Suddenly, a milky white shadow rushed out from the ground with a whoosh sound, and flew out like lightning. That flying white shadow hit the elemental energy confinement circle that Qiuyang had set up and fell to the ground with a bang. Qiuyang looked at it and saw that it was a small mass of milky white chaotic energy. Although it was very small, it was full of the purest life energy. He waved his hand and caught it in his hand. He looked at it over and over again. This is the essence of ginseng? The sword spirit nodded, and it's the essence of ginseng that already has a little bit of consciousness. It's gathered and not scattered. It's really a good thing. Why are you standing there like a fool? Are you intoxicated? Hurry up and send it to the medicine field. Put it in our ginseng land. The elixirs there will immediately snatch this mass of energy. The quality will also be greatly improved. Qiuyang, who was full of black lines, didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly sent it in. Sure enough, the jade snow spirit ginseng and the other ginseng inside, no matter what kind of ginseng it was, upon sensing this extremely pure energy, their branches instantly swayed, revealing an extremely urgent feeling. As soon as they sprinkled down, all kinds of life forces suddenly erupted, each grabbing a little bit, and fiercely pulling it towards their own side. This situation was like a tug-of-war. Moreover, it was as if they were drinking milk and drinking milk. Qiuyang's eyebrows twitched when he saw the fierce fighting. This seemed a bit too humane, right? Could it be more exaggerated? Energy would energy? There's a blood-purple Ganoderma over there. It's at least 50,000 years old. There's the essence of fleeceflower below. It's at least 10,000 years old. There's red core ginseng here. It's the best stuff. You must be very careful when digging. Qiuyang continued to work hard along with the sword spirit's continuous guidance. He collected the top-grade elixirs one after another. He felt as if his soul was singing happily. He didn't feel the least bit tired. The harvest this time seems to be too big. Just as the sword spirit said, I've struck gold. However, Qiuyang also knew the principle of not overdoing it. He would only take 1 stalk of each kind of elixir. No matter how many there were, he would only take 1 stalk. If there were very few of them, he would try his best to find their seeds and put them into the elixir field in the tribulation space. As for the main body, he would definitely not touch it. After all, this place was the headquarters of Duke Yu's elf clan. So, there would be many places where they could use these elixirs in the future. What if Qiuyang really searched them thoroughly and hung them up? That's too much. How can we not be nice to them? After walking around for a while, Qiuyang finally discovered that this abandoned city was actually filled with big and small palaces and residences. They were originally hidden in the void, but as the energy from the spring of life grew stronger and stronger, they slowly reappeared one by one. Waves of verdant greenery appeared in the sky. In the distance, Duke Yu stood on the roof of the most magnificent Elf King Palace. He looked at the vigorous greenery appearing in the sky one after another. Numerous palaces appeared in the city of elves. Countless greenery began to gather and float in the sky. He couldn't help but burst into tears. The elf clan's 100,000-year dream, today, it's complete. It's finally complete. Qiuyang didn't enter the residences or palaces of the elves. He only took a few glances from afar. What he saw made him a lot of doubts. Sword Spirit, did you notice that these palaces seem to be green? And they seem to have vitality? Could it be that the palaces are alive? The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. It would be strange if they were dead. Didn't you see that even this city of elves is green and has fluctuations of vitality? What's so strange about the palaces having vitality? Don't you know that the entire city of elves is made up of trees? It's essentially just a tree. Tree? A tree? Are you serious? Yang was completely shocked. Looking around, there were flowers, grass, land, and buildings. Other than the color, it was no different from ordinary palaces and residences. These furniture were actually trees? You're saying, this entire city of elves is actually the internal space of a tree? We're actually. Yang asked in shock. Are you an idiot? Do you still need to ask? It's the truth. The sword spirit smiled. This is the internal space of a big tree. To put it more simply, we're guests in a certain tree hole. Do you understand now? Boorish people. Yang was completely dumbfounded. He was too shocked, he was so shocked that he didn't know how to react. What kind of tree was it? It was actually so big? The internal space of the tree could actually accommodate tens of millions of people. It could also provide for living, reproduction, construction and other survival needs. It could even form a world of its own inside for planting, this. What kind of tree is this? Minister Chu's mouth was agape. It's a little too big, too big? Of course it's not. This tree is naturally a elven tree. The sword spirit said, only one tree is allowed to appear in a continent, so it's not surprising that it's a little bigger. Also, there are many continents and plains that actually don't have elven trees. Only with the premise of having an elven tree, and also after the elven tree has grown to a certain extent, there's a slight possibility of the elves being born. Therefore, the elves are actually a very rare species. An elven tree is actually equivalent to a small world, a rather complete small world. The sword spirit said, do you know heavenly wood? It's the kind of wood that has storage functions. It's actually a branch of the elven tree, just not as awesome as the elven tree. Yang was shocked again. So there really are such bizarre things in the world. Minister Chu sighed. What's so bizarre about it? Isn't it because you're too inexperienced? The interior of the elven tree is naturally the most suitable for the elves to grow. Of course, humans can also live normally inside. But the elven tree is a little too rich for ordinary people, and the spiritual energy is also too dense. Therefore, unless it's a high-level human cultivator, staying here for a long time will harm the body. This is the so-called going too far is as bad as falling short, and the body can't withstand the nourishment. The sword spirit said, I don't need to explain the principle of great nourishment to the body, right? I understand. Yang nodded, indicating that he really understood. But in reality, his mind was still a mess, so this is a tree, and I'm inside a tree. Oh my god, but don't think that the elven tree is really huge. In fact, the elven tree doesn't look very big from the outside. It can only grow an inch in 1,000 years. If it grows in a forest, it won't be eye-catching at all. Very few people can recognize it. But as long as it's an elven tree that can be hugged around, it's already formed a small world inside, the sword spirit said with a smile. It's really amazing. Yang exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Today seemed to be a day of amazement for a certain king of hell. In addition to forming a small world, the elven tree also has a very magical characteristic. That is, all the heavenly treasures within a radius of 1,000 miles will be automatically absorbed into its own space. This distance of 1,000 miles is only the ability of a 10,000-year-old elven tree. As the elven tree grows older, this ability will also cover a wider area. Other plants definitely won't have the ability to resist being absorbed, the sword spirit said, so, as long as the elven tree exists, it's absolutely impossible for any heavenly treasures to exist in this forest. He smiled and said, actually, this isn't difficult to discover. When you were up there just now, did you discover even a single medicinal herb in such a big forest? Yang recalled for a while and was finally convinced. Indeed, there wasn't any. Not to mention heavenly treasures or emperor treasures, there wasn't even any ordinary medicinal herbs. But how could I have thought of these at that time? He was really convinced. At first, Yang was still puzzled. Even in a remote mountain, there would be elixirs or medicinal herbs. But in such a vast and boundless forest, where there were hardly any traces of people, he actually didn't discover any. I see. The sword spirit said, so, inside the elven tree is the most complete treasure trove. Any medicinal herb, as long as it exists in this continent, can be found here. You'd better hurry up and work. This time, we've really entered a treasure trove. Even if we only take one of each, our medicinal herb field can at least double. This is the most conservative estimate. Yang sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately continued working. But in his heart, he firmly memorized all the information about the elven tree. As the two walked, they collected elixirs along the way. With the recovery of the city of elves, the spiritual energy gradually became more abundant and dense, and they could discover more and more elixirs. Even with Yang's cultivation, he actually felt that his arms were really working a little too frequently. He actually felt a little tired. Although he was happy and even inexplicably excited, he still felt tired, and there was a tendency for it to become more and more serious. There's still, Yang's hands were sore, and a long-lost feeling of fatigue gradually surfaced in his heart. Sword Spirit, how many types of herbs have we collected in total? Yang massaged his waist. The Sword Spirit did a rough calculation and said casually, not a lot, just less than 2,000 types in total. It's still less than what I expected. Yang was speechless. End of chapter 1574. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.